S&P 500 gapping up here. It looks like to start the week after a session that started okay, but ended pretty rough with some recovery here on Friday. So lots of highs and lows here on Friday. Let's see if this gap up can just stay a gap up today. NASDAQ looking very similar to the SPY this morning. Again, gapping up. We're led here by a lot of strength in semiconductors. Take a look here at the SMH. We'll talk a lot here more about these, but names like Intel and also a lot of these manufacturing plays in the semiconductor space doing quite well this morning. In terms of housekeeping, we do have some economic data to be aware of more later in the day, so nothing coming through at 8:30 a.m. Though at 9:45, we're going to be getting S&P Services and Composite PMI. Then we'll get ISM Services PMI at 10. Let's talk here about some of the names on watch today. You're going to get the likes of SpaceX and Focus SPCX joining the NASDAQ effective tomorrow morning, which means it's going to be added tonight. This could be a pretty big addition to watch here heading into the close today. Keep an eye on these memory plays as well. We talked about semiconductors, but another adjacent sector here is going to be memory. SK Hynix set to make its debut in the U.S. stock market this week. Tesla back in focus here after those delivery numbers, which were way stronger than expected, but not too well received by the market. There's going to be a lot to discuss today. We hope everyone had a happy and exciting Independence Day and long weekend. And welcome back and good morning to Sharif. How was your FIFA weekend?
It was really good. Thank you for asking, Adara, and happy belated 4th to everybody. What a fantastic experience it was to have the 4th of July with you guys down south. Yes, not to be forgotten for a while. Guys, lots to talk about today. Meta tying the knot here with Taiwan Semi, 2 nanometers, custom ASICs designed by the South Korean tech giant for Meta, something to keep an eye out on there. And then the Vera Rubin rack delay gives AI rivals a bit of a head start here, possibly on NVIDIA. That is going to be delayed as well, and AMD wasting no time. They are designing a custom AI chip, and they're up nicely here to start the morning, about 3.7%. But as Adara mentioned, all eyes on DRAM, 7 1/3 here as SK Hynix looks to find its North American listing on Friday. I believe it's going to be ticker SKHY in case you really want to get a head start and thing. Lockheed Martin, $3.5 billion maritime deal, and Boeing, their 737 MAX line, looking to expand. So they're up. Are they up? No, they're down here, 0.2 to start the morning there.
There's definitely going to be a lot to discuss today to kick off this Monday. And we're also going to say good morning here and happy belated Independence Day, as it were, to Sean and Joe. How are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty good. Good morning, everybody. How you doing, Joe?
We're good, man. We're good.
Good. Yeah. Thanks, Adara. Frog in the throat early. Yeah, just watching out for some SpaceX here. We had a good weekend. I mean, it was nice to have a 3-day weekend. I mean, I feel like guys, I was just saying to Randy, like now we go into a little bit of a quiet mode, I feel like, for holidays, right? Because there's one in early August. We've got the civic holiday, August.
Is there?
Like a Canadian civic holiday.
Well, we don't. But is there an American one? I don't think.
We don't get anything here.
On the U.S. side.
Yeah, exactly. Not until Labor Day.
We just
had. Oh, my mic is all bad.
Is it? All right. Yeah, we just had Juneteenth. I'm off Friday as well, too. We'll be heading to the capital of this country for the weekend. Looking forward to that. And Neil will be back in the seat tomorrow, guys. Don't worry about that. I know you've seen enough of this handsome face, but don't worry about it. He shall be back in the seat tomorrow morning, bright and early. Guys, a lot going on here. We have DRAM up another 7.5%. Watching a lot of interesting stuff here over the weekend on just what's driving this massive move in some of these South Korean memory names. And we're talking SK Hynix and Samsung. Well, what I was reading up on and just watching, my mic's too bad too? Oh, you're just see if Andre would get that sorted out. So, I mean, with a country that's, I believe, around 60 million people, around 15 of those are retail investors, which is absolutely insane from a percentage metric. So let's get the numbers exactly right. Yeah, I mean, around 51 million people, and 14 to 15 million people are retail investors. And that's what they were just essentially saying is driving these insane runs within the Kospi itself, right? Because half of the index is Samsung and SK Hynix, which is absolutely insane. So they just keep stepping in. It makes the trade a lot easier. And then once again, just my thought process being they are so heavily reliant on American CapEx what happens on the opposite side of things? I mean, the cost be up like 200+% since last year, which is absolutely insane, outpacing every other major index in multiple countries by a long shot. It's not even close. So, I mean, eventually there's going to be a backside of things, but I wouldn't be standing in front of it at this point. We have DRAM up another 7%, Meta starting to tank a little bit here. I mean, down to 582. The market a little bit choppy, but just like Sean, he's like, first thing he said to me this morning is, we're gonna keep our eyes out on SpaceX. For me, it's DRAM this morning. A lot of interesting stuff that I was reading up on as well. A company called StarCloud. Very interesting stuff. A private company, but looking to put a lot of. They actually put NVIDIA's H100 into space. So if we're talking data centers, this is one of the companies that is definitely in the upper echelon of this race. And China putting around 2,800 satellites in space as well too. So I mean, we felt like we were far away from putting data centers in space, but that's not necessarily the case. I think we're a lot closer than what we're actually expecting here. And with that being said, I'm going to remain bullish on this SpaceX, especially in the shorter duration. I think we're multiple steps closer and years closer than what we were actually anticipating. So looking forward to that. Is your mic back? Or
I think it's back. I mean, now I have Brendan's mic.
Yeah.
But now I got to mute something in my ear.
Oh, I mute something as a me?
Myself,
Oh.
which is never a good thing.
Right.
But I'll get that worked out with Andre. But yeah, no, I like SpaceX there. And it's funny about that SK Hynix. That should be an awesome. I think that's Friday. So we'll get like an IPO, but it's more like an ADR. So it's just like a new listing coming through. So we'll know the value of it. I think it'll probably be one of those names that you want to buy through, their listing. But, TSM's been, we had was it? I can't remember if it was Steve or was it Mitch that was talking about TSM, but yeah, I think it was Mitch actually. This one could be on the way back to the upside there, bouncing. Yeah, I think it was Mitch, bouncing near off that 440, some recent kind of resistance here for TSM. So Taiwan Semi continues to be on the watch as well. So you barbecued a little bit this weekend, or?
Yeah, oh heck yeah, man!
Yeah,
I'm always
barbecued the crap out of everything. We had some wings.
Man.
What else? What did you have? We had wings and. What did we have last night? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, chicken breasts. I just straight pounded them out. You flattened them out a little bit, threw them straight on the barbecue.
Butterfly those?
Yeah, exactly. Basically, just butterflied them out. Sort of, but pounded them out with a mallet there. Threw them on there, seasoned them with a little bit of, some chili powder. Yeah. Some nice little. There's this mix that we have, some sort of a spice mix that's really great. Man. So we just threw that on the grill, and that was really good. And then Marissa made some orzo. And with some feta cheese, orzo, all that olive, all that as like a little side.
Yesterday was nice temperature-wise, right?
Yesterday was really nice. We were out there, played baseball for a couple hours there. Got the pitching machine out.
Oh.
Yeah, so that was really nice. So I saved my arm a little bit there with the girls yesterday. And then we turned the pitching machine around and fired fly balls out there. Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. So we had some fun yesterday. And we have practice tonight, though, 8 to 10. Like, what the hell? So a late practice tonight, and then a game back on Wednesday, and then we did a charity hockey event.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's called LS7. So it's Laura Stacy, who's like Poulin and all that. So Marie, so she was there. So we just it's a road hockey tournament.
Oh, I love it.
So there's about 100 people there, and it's all for charity. So we did that.
I used to play in this Wonderland called the Play On tournament.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in Wonderland we won one year. Which was sick. Yeah, it was a good road.
Yeah, this was really good, and so my daughter got to take pictures and talk with like some of the best female hockey players around, and that was really nice. So. The Walter Cup made an appearance, which is like the Stanley Cup for the PWHL. So that was a lot of fun. So we did that. That was on Saturday, and then Sunday, Friday we went downtown Queen West. That was fun.
How was that?
Good, man. Yeah, we went around and got some food. Walked around. There's a nice card shop there for like sports cards. I just saw this opened up. It looks really nice. I was thinking about this. The card shops, like there was cards in there, like Ronaldo cards. It's now like 10 grand, 15 grand. Like all these cards were so expensive.
Did you see your?
Thinking like you gotta have like a lot of security.
I forget who hosts it, but someone in California host this all-white party where all the celebrities go to. Did you see your boy?
Wearing all white?
Yeah.
Oh, it's that guy. It's a music guy that does it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know
Who was
You know
there?
what I'm talking about? Your boy Kevin O'Leary.
Oh, of course he was there. What else? The guy's there all the time.
He was chilling with Logan Paul, and he had
I saw some sort of an Instagram thing there. He had his Jordan.
Card,
Fractor card, something like that there. Yeah, I don't know, man. These rich guys just keep getting richer and richer. I don't know what's going on. I'm getting poorer and poorer every day.
Well, that's typically how it goes, man.
Are getting richer and richer, but I forget the guy's name. It's not Scooter Braun.
No, it's definitely not Scooter Braun.
He was probably there, but Oh, Michael Rubin.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah.
As soon as I looked at the chat, I knew. It's the white party there. Yeah. It's pretty. Actually, I didn't see. That was this weekend. I didn't see too many. I didn't see too many highlights of that on Instagram, on the gram there. How did you see it if you don't have the gram?
Snapchat.
Oh, you have Snapchat instead.
Yeah, I've always had it, man. I told you guys. There's
Michael Rubin.
about the origins.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Fanatics. That's right. Yeah, it's not a music guy. Yeah, but there's always music guys that are there. The white party.
Central C, I know off the top of my head, bragged about going a couple years ago.
It's in Miami. Yeah, so it's.
Oh, is it in Miami? I thought it was in California.
I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there.
Yeah,
Maybe it's.
I think it's
Let's go. It's in somewhere warm.
Yeah. That's all that matters.
Well, it's been warm as you know what around here. All right, so yeah, that's good, man. Good talks here so far. Yeah, I mean, I only have written down SpaceX. I mean, I think that's
DRAM is all
one
we got here.
One to watch. Yeah, DRAM. I like the Intel story today. We just looked at TSM of 3%, but there was a little bit of something going on there with Sailoring Company. I felt like I heard in my ear there, and that was starting to give Bitcoin a little bit of worry here. I wonder if MSTR is
a little bit
having some issues there because the market's going one way and Bitcoin's kind of going oppo taco over here. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with IBIT. Oh yeah, speaking about tacos, sorry Mexico.
So what here it is, Strategy reports $8.32 billion Bitcoin loss, sells BTC to fund dividends.
Okay, so they're in there selling. So that's never going to be a problem. When you have the biggest, bull case right now, I guess, is trying to follow it on MSTR and see if they can hold fort and hold water. Because I thought they were a little underwater, apparently, with whatever the holdings were.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they
if
bought a little bit too much up there north.
Average price is 75,000.
Okay, is that what they're saying right now? So yeah. That's the problem, needless to say. But it's Monday. We don't have any problems around here. We love Mondays because it's the start of a new week. That's 5 straight days now where you get to sit and open up the casino. Go over to Adara? Sure. I'm going to put this back in my ear and we're going to go over to Adara.
Yeah, we'll talk about this MSTR headline. There are a couple headlines I want to talk about, but MSTR here, strategy, as you can see, dropping. They usually release these updates around 8 a.m. on Monday. Now, today's update, they announced they sold some Bitcoin. They sold specifically 3,588 Bitcoin for roughly $216 million total last week. So between June 29th and July 5th, this reduces their holdings to still just shy of 850,000 Bitcoin, specifically 843,775 Bitcoin. They also did not sell any shares under their at the market program. They made no share repurchases. So that's the update here with MSTR. And it's also sending other Bitcoin and crypto-related stocks like IBIT sharply lower. Now, the other headline that I want to talk about is in the chip space. And I did put this headline on our screen, but it concerns Broadcom and one of the Mag 7s here, guys. Keep an eye on AVGO and Apple here as a SEC filing by Broadcom revealed that AVGO and AAPL are expanding their long-standing tech partnership through 2031. They also signed new multi-year agreements through which Broadcom will be developing and supplying a range of custom ASIC silicon products for multiple generations of Apple products. Now, I know, Sharif, you're always talking about this ASIC space here. How do you feel about this look here for AVGO and any potential concerns here that this could now threaten a deal between Apple and Intel?
Yeah, I don't think they're the same thing. So this is ASICs, right? The Intel deal with Apple is for CPUs. So we're not talking apples and apples over here, but Broadcom looking, of course, to diversify their portfolio away from some of the major hyperscalers that we've seen. Apple is not really considered a hyperscaler, guys. They've spent very little compared to the others. So good deal here, Adara. As you mentioned, the SEC filing, it's very brief. I was just reading through it. It's a 2031 deal up to 2031, and it's for custom ASICs. That's all I know.
Yeah, and I've noticed as well here with Broadcom, a lot of times when it gaps up pre-market, it doesn't necessarily hold that gap. I'm going to be doing actually some research on this to give you guys better stats, but just keep an eye out there, guys, for AVGO. Meta, though, also in focus. A couple of different headlines for META. Which one of these do you want to get into this morning?
So this is the most important one here. Let's talk about this MTIA version 3. They have an India headline, less important there. Okay, because this is now brewing into possibly Samsung becoming a TSMC alternative, as TSMC and their supply constraints really, they're not really able to offer much in the way of supply for anybody else. So step in Samsung. We have a tie-up today with Meta. We have another possible tie-up with Anthropic. Apparently, they're also looking at this 2 nanometer. And we have already seen Tesla strike a big deal with Samsung here for their upcoming AI6 chip. So this is getting better and better here for Samsung from a chip designing perspective and a custom ASICs, not RAM. They're already killing it there. So it's it's put a little bit of pressure on Meta as well, because the fact that they had to outsource this to Samsung, kind of speaks a little bit to their own internal development problems. And they have a bit of another issue. They have 6-month release cycles for these chips. So they're constantly putting their team under pressure to come up with something new. This is a bit of a risk, though, for Meta, as Samsung has had issues with their yield with the 2 nanometer and the 3 nanometer process in the past. It was publicly criticized for being suffered severe, highly publicized optimization instabilities. So this could be a little bit of a gamble here for Meta. But as I mentioned, I think that the biggest part of this story we need to see here is a possible competitor coming out of South Korea to Taiwan Semi.
Yeah, there's also potentially this MuseSpark update, as indicated by Alexander Wang, one of the leaders here of that Meta Superintelligence Labs. He posted on X in response to reports of this internal town hall with Zuckerberg on Thursday afternoon. Alexander Wang said that, these reports are real. Like, he basically acknowledged that these town hall and these comments very likely happened, but he did say there will be new updates to the MuseSpark AI model. And he also teased some coding-related updates. So, Joe, I know you've been pretty critical here of these Meta AI updates. How do you feel about this story potentially?
I mean, he can put all the updates he'd like. I don't know how much of a change it's going to have. It's just not a game changer, and he's too late, in my opinion, to the party for some of these tools. People are already integrated into ecosystems, and I'm referring to the Googles and the ChatGPTs, and also the Claude. Claude is just absolutely dominating the space right now with Cowork, Claude Code, and all the other features that it presents. I just don't know what Zuck's going to do, hence why I believe he had to start this cloud computing segment, because he just had a glut of compute and no one really using his products. So, I mean, at the end of the day, he may gain some ground, and there's that constant leapfrog within the space, but he's going to have to come out with something really good, and this superintelligence team is going to have to come out with something groundbreaking in order for people to really hop out of other ecosystems and hop into the Meta ecosystem.
I mean, there's that story also that came out that their restructuring wasn't that great, that they done. We saw that on Friday. I tried to take the short there, didn't work out, but that came out, and they came out that also, we had that Alexander Wang, which we're talking about right now. But yeah, that town hall just didn't come out then talking about how they were a little late on the AI. So I am surprised that it's up today, considering some of those memos were leaked and seemed to be a little more negative than I had hoped, obviously, as a Meta shareholder. But we're still doing okay. I mean, a nice bump up to 620 there, and then it's just faded out the last couple of days. So we did get that nice little move higher there as they got into the cloud storage, selling of the cloud compute and whatnot. That was a good story, and now we're getting a little bit more here. Alexander Wang, social media, teasing an impending update, so the MuseSpark. So yeah, I mean, maybe that update will give it a little bit of a bump there, but underneath the 50-period moving average, yeah, a little bit of a spark. But we'll wait. I don't, it's an interesting name because it's up today. It did have, I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about with some of that movement that happened there on Friday, where we were up to 608 and then, just didn't hold that story last week of the cloud computing. So that's a little disappointing. So now we try to work on a different story, and we'll see if that one can get back up to the upside. But I'm not in love with Meta at these prices, but I mean, hard to argue sort of with their, daily active users. There's just, I think it was more to what you were saying too, Joe, is that if they can figure it out, they do have enough users there. It's like that prediction market thing where they're looking at the prediction markets. If that's going to be a thing, now obviously I think they lost their way a little bit. Like, why is Meta looking at prediction markets, right? But, with the amount of viewers and, eyeballs they can put on their platform, I do think there's an advantage to Meta, and they just have to get it all figured out. And I guess we'll just have to wait to see what that next shoe to drop is there. But I don't know, a little bit disappointed.
But I think that's what he tried to do, right? Like, he's just chucking up Hail Marys at this point. It's like, hey man, we're spending all this money. How can we make some in return? And that's where they threw a dart at the board, and they're like, all right, let's get into these predictions.
He brought in all those guys for a couple, tens of millions of dollars.
And hundreds.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And all those contracts, and now it doesn't seem like those might be working out.
Yeah, morale was low.
And they're all brought back in on the back of the shareholder, right? Because they're using, this capital that they have, and they haven't necessarily gone and raised any capital yet, so we'll have to see what winds up happening there. But talk about a major CapEx spender. I mean, Meta just continues to spend all that cash and without much to show for it. So we're going to have to wait to see what Meta brings. I mean, we're not too far away. We talked about this week coming into earnings season again. So, once the banks start coming through, then when does even Meta report? I was going to say, that's kind of the next thing right here, because we always talk about PEs. Well, I mean, right now, the market has just a great underpin underneath it. The fact of earnings. Earnings continues to be, something that we look forward to, and companies are still raising guidance. So there's Meta right now with an 18 forward PE and a current PE of just 21 right now. What I got to do is I got to find and go to news. I can't actually. Let me go back to you guys because I can't remember where it actually shows the next release, but we'll figure that out for Meta. But anyways, Meta Platforms right now, 18 current forward PE. Looks to be something interesting. I'm going to get their earnings release date, but we're going to go over to Joe for a look at options with the calls and put activity that he has spotted for you.
All right, guys, good morning. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from Thursday's session, I should say. We're going to kick things off with Palantir. A little bit of an up move here on the session. Now, what we really want to focus on is this $132 strike price. It's going to be expiring the 10th, guys, so by the end of the week. Now, the open interest at that level is relatively high. Speaking compared to all the other strike prices throughout that expiration cycle, or this specific expiration cycle, 12,600 contracts at that level with 11,400 open and closed. Now you can see the spread is a little bit wider than we typically see here on Palantir, but that's all right. That might tighten up after the open. What I do want us to focus on momentarily is the contract itself, but let's take a look at our Greeks first. So we're sitting on that 40 delta, right? Just due to the fact that we're closer to at the money with this specific strike price. Now, our delta exposure, relatively cool, and our at the money IV sitting around 49.4%. But what I really want us to focus on is that from late last month, guys, June 26th to be exact, this contract lost a lot of its value, and the majority of the volume actually kicked in on Wednesday and Thursday's session, okay, just before the long weekend. And then that's when you're seeing a nice return. We were sitting around $25, and then it did make a move up to $4.50. It's where you would see the majority. But the issue being, if you were holding on to this contract since late last month or even earlier in the month, it's really hard to gain any of that value back just due to the fact that Theta really diminished the value and chewed away at the actual options contract pricing. So that one dropped 70%. Keep that in mind, guys. A lot of these major pops, and when we do this segment in the morning, are from the near dated closer to the expiration. And that's why a lot of traders like to look at zero DTEs, is because that's when you can get that large amount of gain, and you're not holding on to something where day by day you're losing a specific amount of value on that contract. All right, moving forward, Apple putting in a monster day with the news of 5 new iPhone models. Sharif messaging me, man, what's going on with this? As it put in some big numbers, guys, we're going to be looking at this $310 strike price, once again expiring on the 10th. Now, open interest, 4,990 at that level, volume 21,000 at this $310 marker. Now we're sitting on a $25 spread, relatively wide. Don't forget, Apple is one of the more liquid options contracts out there, so you're going to see that spread really tighten up after the open. Now, as for the delta, guys, we're sitting around $45, and our gamma exposure, relatively cool. And this name never gets carried away with implied volatility, 25.3% off a substantial move on Friday. Now let's take a look at the contract itself, which is insane. And this is what I was talking about, the nearer dated expiration contracts, is where you really see that exponential growth, okay? So from Thursday, right out of the open, to just 15 minutes before the close, you get a staggering 542% within this specific contract, all right? So it's trading around $61 or 61 cents in options terms, and then closes around $3.90. So that's a big time return. Once again, you'd have to be getting in just at the open, put that marketable limit or that market on open order, and then sure enough, you'd be on your merry way. But it's hard to predict those things. Don't forget that, guys. It's not that easy, otherwise everyone would do it. But a lot of these major returns are coming on these nearer dated after the contract has lost the majority of its value, and that's when you can see those substantial returns. And don't forget, $61 is your premium paid, and that's your total risk on the trade. That's the most you can lose. It's not like shares. That's the power of options contract. Let's send it back to Sean.
You know, I like Apple. I mean, I've got Apple on the watch today. I mean, I think the fact that it's down is not super exciting to me. But I was actually thinking if we could break this 309. I mean, we saw it have a huge run, and we put it on the list on Friday, but we just didn't grab it there, and it would have been a beauty, man. I mean, it took off right off the open there, through $300, took that 295, and that was sort of the past day's high. So previous day's high, we're gonna look to see if that can break again here today. Why not? You know, like you mentioned, there are a couple new models, good things happening there for Apple. Take a look at what the call action's doing now, trying to hold above $300. I like Apple today. I think there is something to trade here. You do have a low take in and around 305, 306-ish. So if that winds up holding, and then the next thing is upside. So yeah, I mean, it's amazing that we always talk about some of these names being a little too heavy and just can't get going, and meaning the fact is like there's too many traders already holding it. Maybe it doesn't have that much interest in it, but Apple didn't have any problems like that on Friday. So for me, Apple is something to look at. That is for sure. And I was actually just reading, it's in our note as well. Make sure you do grab that. The link is in the description there. You can get our note there. It's also talking about a data breach possibly here, but you know, the story on Friday was able to buy some of those chips and get a little bit different parts and pieces into their iPhone from China. So if they can get some different memory aspects going on, then maybe we don't see that $2,000 iPhone after all, because you know, the pieces of the puzzle will be a little bit cheaper. So we'll have to wait to see if Apple can figure that all out. But yeah, I really like the stock. I mean,
I highly doubt that that's going to be allowed, man.
You don't think they're going to be allowed to do that? No, I don't. I mean, that was just a rumor coming out there.
Yeah.
But you never know, man. I mean, I never thought, and I give big shout out to the United States getting their guy back for FIFA there. Trump makes a little bit of a call in. Next thing you know, the red card is no longer looked at. So maybe Apple can make a concession there as well with the White House and be able to get some action there. But to your point, it's China. So giving more money into China, probably not something that's that good. July 29th, I found there for Meta. So you're not, like I was saying, man, you're just a couple weeks away from getting more and more of these names to come through. And I think
Apple banks start next week.
That's what I said. That's why I thought the banks were the 14th or something.
Yeah.
So they're starting to get ready to go very, very soon. So Trump greater than a red card. That is true. But yeah, nice move higher there. I heard the people in Belgium not super happy here today. That game's going to be a banger today as well. That's tonight at 8 p.m. Another great match.
I would say an orange card.
Scheduled, yeah, orange card. That's a good one. Another great match scheduled tonight, man. Belgium versus, and then Brazil yesterday. Like, there's so much happening.
Assassino, what happened? Brazil.
There's so much happening right now that some of these, it's amazing that Canada in their second, like they get to face South Africa and easily beat them. And then you get some teams getting knocked out like Portugal and Croatia, you know, that first round there. But now you're on to the round of 16 and then another round of 8. So it's going to be really exciting. It all wraps up pretty soon. I believe it's, do you know what the championship date is there, Sharif?
July 19th.
July 19th, okay. Because I was going to say 29th, but then when I looked at the thing, that looks way too long. So July 19th, we'll get that all wrapped up. And I believe it's at MetLife there in New York. So it should be a really exciting time there for whoever makes it to the finals. And I think if the U.S. wins, I guess they got Argentina after that. I'll have to check the bracket because it's just some of these matches are just absolutely insane. Germany out of the World Cup.
Yeah, Germany's
Brazil, and then last night with Mexico, which is I kind of wanted Mexico to win just to see the party.
Yeah, exactly.
They had last time, but the English are a well-traveled team as well. But that's the first time they've only lost 2 times
In Azteca.
And yeah, or even in Azteca too. And I think it's only like 3 or 4 times in Mexico proper anyways. And now all of a sudden there they go last night. It was a tough one.
It was a really
and they played a
I
man
thought that
up
was
too.
the best game. Yeah, I know. I thought that was the best game of the tournament
Yeah,
so far.
it was a good game.
The Portugal game was good because there was a couple goals.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy there.
It was just the vibe in the stadium was pretty cool in the Azteca. It's just
man, the fact that they showed. And I think they were saying that stadium might be due for some renovations or something as well. So
Azteca, bro, they're saying it's the best stadium.
I know, but I think that they're also saying that some going because it's old.
It's Mexican.
Yeah, it's 87,000 people they had there.
That's crazy.
And I read yesterday the average ticket price was something like $4,000.
No way.
So do that math, and that's how much money FIFA and all this is bringing in for these competitions. Like I don't know, you'd pay $5,000 to go see a game?
No. I wouldn't even can I tell you something?
Yeah, MetLife is in New Jersey.
I personally like watching sports on TV because I can see the detail a little bit more, and I like the commentary, which you don't get obviously.
Yeah, but then you don't get to be in. I mean, Shreve was there.
There's other places, dude. Like where, you get to be in the crowd.
Yeah, but that's the hype thing. You get to remember. It's more memorable, no? If you're there.
I'm okay with.
Depends. I guess if you're with your boys and you're having a good time spending at home and.
Like Leafs Game 7. Stanley Cup final, I wouldn't be paying that.
Well, it also wouldn't be $5,000.
It would be like 10, 15.
Yeah, it would be double or triple the price.
Yeah, exactly.
Because again, that was 87,000 people. You know, you can only squish 20,000 into the ACC.
Yeah,
right?
so.
Or Scotiabank, I guess. All right, we've got Michael Noss over there. Halifax. I mean, there might have been more people in that stadium than there is in the population of Halifax over there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Nah, probably not. All right, let's go back over. Oh, our coffee's arriving too. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, brother.
All right, it's Michael Noss. I mean, let's find out. Let's see if Michael's been watching any soccer. Oh, here we go. Micron and Randy's favorite company, Ford. Micron and Ford signed strategic agreement to strengthen its long-term memory supply. What? Ford? Okay, Ford doing big deals right now. Ford got rid of their EV, their solid EV. They're not making any more Lightnings EVs. No, they're not. They stopped that. But there's a little jump up there with Ford. You know, I guess Ford's playing that like the optionality,
you know,
right? Get involved now and secure some of that.
When AV just takes over the car space, I really like where Elon's sitting because he's going to sell that software to everyone because eventually, this is how I feel strongly about this.
No one is going to be. I still got to pick you up in the car.
Yeah, exactly. Just send it to me, man.
Dude, I was using full self-drive again today. I'm getting lazy.
No one's going to drive, and Elon Musk is going to have the best technology to the point where it's just a software update, and all of these other legacy motor vehicles are going to have to pay him.
Well, that's the idea, right? I mean, Ford is also working with Volkswagen's working with Rivian, and they're getting, and Uber has a deal with NVIDIA. So they are trying to get some of these chips into it to make some of these cars a little more automated. That is for sure. And I do believe it is the thing of the future. I actually think he was pretty smart doing the $100 a month for the subscription model because now it just makes it so easy. Like I was never going to pay $11,000 to activate that
exactly.
in the car. But now that you just get
if you paid $11,000, you had it forever though, right?
Yeah, I think there's certain rules there because even when I was at the Tesla dealership, they were like she had to switch over to a new Model Y because it was being the legacy of her full self-drive was being phased out.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know exactly how that works, but full self-drive I think was included. Like if you bought a Model Y way ago, then I think it might have been was either included or relatively discounted. So they stopped that, and now it's just a subscription model. And yeah, I think because the $100 a month, if you have 2 cars, $200 a month. Like if you both had it, let's just say, it's $200 a month, $2,400 a year. You have that for 10 years. It's an extra $24,000 that they've put in their pocket, simply for activating a piece of software on the computer. So, Sean, why is that not a golden bracelet? Oh, this bracelet is made by my kid. This is a Father's Day present, and on this one is a different story. But all right, let's go back over. It's Michael Noss. You had to hear about all of our stories, but that's fine.
It's all right.
We wait for him, and it's been always great. This is one of our first, probably our first ever official weekly guest that we've had on for a couple. He's on twice a week.
Most consistent.
That's what I'm saying. Most consistent. It goes all the way back. It's Michael Noss. So we're really happy to have him on. Let's go back over the desk and figure out what Stats Edge is all about.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for this topic today, but first we will welcome our friend Michael Noss over at Stat
Welcome.
Michael Noss, CMT. How are you doing this morning, and how was your long weekend?
I'm doing great. My long weekend was fantastic, and yeah, I was thinking while Sean was talking about how long I've been on now, and it's got to be like 6 years now. It seems ancient, I guess. I guess we're all kind of getting a little grayer together.
With that in mind, we're going to take a look here over at the Dow, which is continuing to make new all-time highs now, well past the Dow being at 50,000. So this is, I understand you want to talk about all-time highs more generally here today.
Yeah, and it's because, you know, like you mentioned, the Dow made an all-time high. I love the Dow 50K meme. I think that one's going to be sticking around in at least our circles for a while. But every time, you know, we hit all-time highs, I hear the same thing of, right, you know, oh, I can't buy it up here. I need to wait for a pullback, all of that kind of stuff. And, you know, none of this obviously advice, but I'm just going to show you guys what happens if you just buy new all-time highs. And sometimes things can be a little bit easier than you think, right? So if you're sitting there saying, oh, you know, I need a pullback, no one knows what's going to happen next, but the stats say maybe you just buy the all-time high. So the first kind of slide I have here just shows just basically what happens a year out if you buy an all-time high versus if you just buy any random day. You just pick a random day and you buy there and you hold for a year. And this goes all the way back to 1988. So it's a lot of data in here. And a year from there, you get roughly a 14% return buying an all-time high versus around the 11 to 10% that the S&P 500 returns over that period of time. And you're up about 88% of the time a year later, with, you know, 83 being on some sort of random day. So, you know, we know the market generally goes up and we have way more up years than down. But it just shows that not only are you beating on percentage of being correct if you're buying all-time highs, but you're also almost 50% more gains. And, you know, you show this stat to someone, and that person who is going to talk about, hey, I need to always wait for a pullback. Well, often the pullback might never come with some stats we have a little bit later there. So next slide is just kind of showing that, you know, 2 years after, it's kind of even better, right? So we have one stat here that's got what happens 1 month after, and you're up 2%, in 6 months, 5%, in 1 year is that, you know, that 9-ish, 10-ish%. And then in 2 years, you're up roughly 20%, which is just showing that new all-time highs aren't generally speaking top. And this next slide, I think, kind of hammers that in, where it shows that 30% of them became floors, which means you never dropped 5% or more below that price ever again in the history of mankind. So this is that, you know, 1 in 3 chance that that all-time high is the lowest price that you can ever get for the market. And it, you know, I think this last chart just really hammers it home, where this is just a really zoomed out chart of the market. And every one of those orange dots are new all-time highs. And you can see that they cluster together, right? We have all-time highs, beget all-time highs, beget all-time highs. And, you know, I know this is kind of one of those things that's a little bit basic when you think about it, and it makes a whole lot of sense. But there's a lot of people out there that they're very worried about an all-time high being an absolute top, and I don't want to buy the top. And I just wanted to come in and say the stats say that it's not a top, you know, and it could be, right? Every top has to start with an all-time high. It has to be the case. But you're more likely to just get more all-time highs, which is one of the simplest trading strategies you can do that seems to outperform the market, is if you have money to deploy, instead of waiting for a pullback, waiting for a bear market, knowing that there's kind of a 1 in 3 chance that that all-time high will never be revisited ever again, right? Sometimes you just got to hold your nose and buy. And I know us as traders, especially, that's a little bit hard because, you know, if we are trading, we're always trying to get, you know, good prices and sell at other prices, but it just doesn't make sense based off the math if you're always waiting for a giant crash or a correction to do that, because again, most of the time it looks like, based off the data, that you're going to just miss the overall trend.
So I kind of addressed this with your last comment, but I do have a question further, because, you know, from a trading perspective, and I find, like, you know, personally, and other traders, I'm sure as well, even just buying near like the breakout of an intraday high, on a perspective can seem scary, let alone an all-time high in a wider standpoint. So I guess with that in mind here, do you have any technical wisdom in terms of maybe setting, not advice, but more like kind of wisdom or rules for setting stops in a situation where you are buying at or near these highs?
I think just an ATR based trailing stop works, right? So ATR just being how much does the stock move for whatever time frame you're looking at. This same philosophy could be 5-minute charts or 1-minute charts or weekly charts or whatever it is, and you say, okay, how much do we normally move? Say it normally moves $1 a day. Well, a trailing stop of like $3 would make sense. And the beauty of ATR is it will adjust the position. But the thing that you're talking about is the reason why I think it still works is because it's painful to do. And that, you're going to be wrong, because if 30% of the time that all-time high is a floor, 60% of the time it's not. So 60% of the time, at some point, the market draws down lower than that all-time highs. But that's what I think makes the numbers work, is that if the trade was easy and had a super high win rate and you made money all the time, those kind of trades get kind of arbitraged out of the market. It's these painful trades that don't make you feel good that when you take them, those are usually the ones that work out the best in the long run.
And just, I guess, a question as well, to ask someone who's interested in data. This research, these were just S&P 500 all-time highs, or okay?
Yeah, so I did on the S&P 500 simply because it goes back the longest. The Dow, if you're using ETFs and things like that, it gets a little bit squirrely. But yeah, the S&P 500 is one of the oldest and easily to get data, I guess, sectors out there.
Yeah, fair point, and thank you for clarifying that. And thanks again to Michael Noss, CMT. You can find him on social media, Michael Noss, CMT. You can also find him on this show, 8:30 a.m., Monday and Friday. So we'll see you in a couple days, Mr. Noss. Thank you again.
Have a great weekend, or great week, guys.
Thank you as well.
Fantastic stuff, as always, by Mr. Michael Noss. Make sure you guys join us Monday morning, 8:30 sharp, and Friday mornings, 8:30 sharp as well. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of our list here, we have Datadog down 1.6%, going from an outperform to a market perform. But we're increasing our price target to $226. That's up from $180 at Bernstein. Now, Delta Airlines also getting the downgrade, guys. We're down 0.5%, going from a strong buy to an outperform. But we're also going to increase the price target here to $104. That's up from $80 at Raymond James. Now, Pfizer also getting the downgrade here, down approximately 0.33%, going from a buy to a hold, and a $28 price target. That is down from $32 from HSBC. Now, Huntington Bank getting the downgrade as well, 0.75% to the south side, buy to a hold with a $19 price target. That is down from $21 at Jefferies. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things. Market upgrades, guys. SentinelOne up 1 1/5 here today, going from a sector perform to an outperform with a $23.50 price target. Scotiabank giving them that nod. Now, as for T-Mobile, you're up 1.8%, going from a neutral to a buy, and a $220 price target by B of A. Now, Checkpoint Technologies here up 0.5%, going from a sector perform to an outperform, $185 price target from Scotiabank, and then OKTA Okta up 1 1/3, going from a sector perform to an outperform as well, with a $165 price target. Scotiabank giving multiple nods this morning. Let's send it back to Sean.
Yeah, that Okta, wow, OKTA there. I was just looking at that one. This was a former Kramer fave here, Okta, as they work on, I believe it's the data about your privacy data and things like that. But yeah, wow, what a move for Okta. Congratulations to anybody who has this name. What a breakout there off that 130 mark, spiked up into 140. That's that past high. We hit it. Fell back in, looks like, these are the kind of trades like when you start to base out like that, and then you start to, bump through, get through that 125 again, that key level right there. So Okta definitely on the move higher right there, a name that we don't talk about very often. There it goes on the upgrade, and just a great move there for OKTA. It looks like Okta wants to get a little bit higher. We do want to acknowledge today everybody that's here on TikTok. So we want to thank everybody for watching us on TikTok. And we do have we have a consolidated feed here of all of the chats, and there it is right there. What's up to way up there on TikTok? He's talking about Wolf going parabolic right now on some sort of an Anthropic deal. So we say shout out to you over there on TikTok. And here's Wolf right now, Wolf Speed. So this is a good name. We've looked at this before. I mean, TeraWolf, sorry, not Wolf Speed. TeraWolf coming back in there. So, you know, they had a huge run. This was a name that one of my buddies at hockey was talking to me about for a while. And he was talking about this, I mean, it's broken out. This was, got to go back a little bit there, back into April, beginning of the summer. But yeah, that break from 18 got us to $28 right there. Of course, I haven't seen this individual since, probably asking me if I bought it or sold it or whatever. But that was coming right back into $21 again. And then there's a nice little move higher one more time there for Wolf. So we want to say a big shout out to there. And there it is, another one from TikTok, ONDS. To the moon. So ONDS right here. Yeah, there it is right there. Ondas did also, we do want to acknowledge Adam. So we will talk about some of those names as well. Just want to get some of these TikTok viewers because we want to thank everybody for joining us on all of our streams, including TikTok today. Ondas announced that it has struck an agreement to acquire an autonomous aircraft maker, Design. DZYNE, pretty cool name, DZYNE, Design. Technologies in an $876 million cash and stock deal. The acquisition strengthens Ondas defense and drone portfolio. I did see AVAV starting. AVAV's had a horrendous little run, but they had a great earnings and back up to 190. So AVAV also catches a deal today. The company also raised its revenue outlook to $525 million this year, and Design is expected to have about $200 in that number as well. So there's ONDS on a little bit of an acquisition today. So thank you to everybody on TikTok for bringing that up as well. But yeah, QTex. This was a name from last week, wasn't it? We looked at QTex a little bit there. Another quantum name. So the thing about quantum is, Adam, I actually do think that it's about time to get involved in some quantum names again. You know, like right now we have the AI boon. I think after this happens, and not that it's a bubble or anything like that, but quantum can go again as well. So just looking at some of the quantum names, QBTS, IonQ, some of these other names that keep on, you know, kicking out to us. I feel like they're starting to think about going. I don't, you know, again, you're barcoding here. Another name would be IonQ to potentially go, you know. Neil and I talk about, you know, the dividend payer international business machines. That could be one that eventually gets going. But, you know, maybe I'll hold off on it. I thought we were still above the 50 period, but there's the 200 now, Joe.
Yeah.
So just looking at it, I mean, you know, that's why I like to have stocks that are at 200 period moving average. Wondering about quantum. I still think it's early days.
Yeah, it's very.
But if you don't get things early, then you get them late, you know, and sometimes getting things on the back end.
The run's pretty much already.
But why
done.
bother quantum if you can still do DRAM and you can still do memory stocks? I mean, I don't think that story's over yet either.
But like you said, man, nothing wrong with a light little dabble here in some of the names like RGTI, the names that are a part of that $2 billion funding round from the Trump administration.
I mean, that's why I like quantum for IBM.
Right. Well, IBM getting half of it, $1 billion, right? And then you've seen the trickle down with, I believe, a couple other ones, RGTI getting $100 million.
I'm just going to confirm what Adam's saying here. This is LHSW, and we want to thank Joe. Tomorrow you'll be seeing the man, the myth, the legend himself, Neil, will be back in the building tomorrow, as far as we know. I think he just took today off. He's back from London, England. We want to say shout out to everybody over there. So, Adam, I'm seeing a float right now on L. Just not to say that what you have is wrong. This number is, I don't know, 1.1 million. I'm seeing you mark down 150, but the short float at the end of the day is what we're looking at anyways. 30% short on this name, LSHW. Is that what we're talking about here? LHSW, yeah. So Lian Seoul International Group. The story, did I just see a story on this one? This might also be on our watch list.
42 million shares traded this morning.
Yeah, 40. So at the end of the day, man, you nailed that right there, Adam, with 42 million shares. No, 25 million shares traded.
Today?
Yeah.
It has 42 million.
Okay.
Don't forget it's tracked different, right? That doesn't start till 6 a.m.
You're right. So, yeah, so right now, 25 million on our system, 42 million proper right there, but 190% to the upside there. LHSW. Oh, it is on I thought I saw it on our list. Yeah, here it is. Here, let me call this out. And guys, you have to, if you're not part of our watch list. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Sharif's morning note is absolutely fantastic if you want to dig a little bit deeper into things. But Adair puts out this, and here it is. There's a Chinese, oh yeah, here it is. And a float of, we still have the 150,000 shares as well. So Chinese tech play. So there might be something wrapped up with options or optionality there on some shares. So we have written down 150,000 as well. But 14% short float. We had 30% the other way. So a couple numbers need to be verified here. But yeah, there it is right now. Chinese tech play rolling around here. And thank you, Adam James, for bringing that up to us as well. LHSW. Definitely worth grabbing that watch list for these information. And there it goes, man. Trying to hold out $5. Another Chinese sort of name trying to go offside here.
Finally.
Uh-oh. Oh, you're looking for the breakfast? What do we got over there? Spring rolls? After all of that, it's spring rolls.
You don't like? I
No. I don't. Hey, look, man, they're changing it up. They've had dumplings before, have been really nice. Spring rolls have been nice.
I like this. We don't get them often, but the scallion pancakes.
Those pancakes. We got those one
thanks,
time.
brother. I appreciate it.
There it is.
I thought they were really good.
The banana today. Ooh, banana.
Oh, anyone want to switch?
You a fan of the spring rolls there? Yes. Oh, yeah. Randy is.
Over under 5.5 spring rolls for Randy today.
Over.
Yeah. He's
Already over. Randy, we had the inside track. He's already saying over right there. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna have the consolidated feed up for TikTok and for YouTube. So if you have any messages at all, let us know. We'll answer them all.
Yeah, absolutely.
On both programs here today for sure.
Do we see is my boy Jesse in the chat yet again?
I don't know. I haven't noticed anybody there. We want to say here. Let's do a little bit.
Yeah, do it.
Let's do a little bit of a roll.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not my Stream Deck open. Oh, no, we got to open up Stream Deck. We got to go back to Stream and Adair because they're just like, what the hell? Don't we have some sort of a show happening right here? Yeah. But right now, we've got this to happen. It's roll call. Let's do a little quickly just to say who is here today and who is not. We got Mike Peter Ryder. He's always here. Hey, where are my TikTok fans in here right now? We got to say what's up to you. Jack of Art is here. Big 40 Nephew. Brown Lightning. I mean, all these guys are all the same. 40, RQN Money in there as well. What's up to Edgar's in here? Juan Padilla's here.
Edgar.
Big 40 Nephew. There it is. Flip is from TikTok. Flip is saying, yo, what's up, Riverwood Trader? He's from TikTok as well. Medical Marijuana. We see him here. There's TX Jet Fan. You're always telling me.
Nimitz in the chat.
Nimitz in the chat as well. Okay. Yeah, Robert Lewis is here. They're all here. Cryptic Coffee is up in here. Steven Jackson from TikTok says hello as well. Jack of Art. People, Sherlock is here from TikTok. Everybody's here today.
No, Jesse,
so
did you see Blicky? Oh, Blicky's in the chat.
Blicky in there
man.
too. Yeah, man. Everybody, someone here. Midwest Cannabis.
Yeah.
The best cannabis in town, according to Midwest Cannabis, is in the Midwest, apparently.
Okay.
So,
it's still illegal over there.
Man, that's why it's the best.
Yeah,
hey, man, the minute the legal market happens there, you're wrong, Joe.
Bro,
how dare you?
Bro, Sharif giving me mad heat. I'm like, dude, listen, I don't shoot. Hey, man.
Sharif's just calling it like he sees it.
Yeah.
Sharif wants accurate reporting.
Yeah. Well, man.
I don't have as high standards as Sharif.
Yeah.
I let you get away with it.
Yeah, I know.
Sharif's not letting you get away with anything over there.
Man, I was just like, hey, man, yeah.
He's misleading a lot of people these days, this Joe guy over here.
Wow.
But not misleading on your Walmart call. That was a nice one you mentioned.
Yeah, what is up, Wally's World?
110, 111?
Yeah.
So that's a nice little bump up
Yeah.
there from Friday. We'll see if Wally's World can get going there. No medical marijuana is sold in Wally's World as far as I know.
Not yet. That'd be a good idea.
Why not? Why can't it be in the pharmacies if it's legal?
You know what I said to Sharif? How long until you can grab, how long until we see pre-rolls at the gas station? It's a crazy conversation, but
yeah, I know.
You know what
I feel like they're already there, but I guess they're not.
They're not. They're definitely not. I mean,
Why not?
You can buy a drink, but
I went at 7-Eleven right now. Beer is cheaper than Slurpees. To me, that there's something a little off.
Yeah, obviously.
But to each their own. Right there. But grab a cold one of any kind that you're preferring there. Maybe a little early. It's only 9 a.m.
Yeah.
But it's wine o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's go back over to the desk and see what's going on up there.
Yeah, I think that beer to Slurpee pricing probably depends on which beer and which Slurpee you're buying. I did go to Sev last week, and I think the Slurpees are still slightly cheaper than the beer. But again, that's like if you get like a medium size. So take that as you will. Let's take a look here, though. at NVIDIA this morning. Again, a couple minutes to go before the rundown, so we'll take a look at one more stock here, send it back to the guys before we get into the 5 biggest stories on watch today. NVDA here, semi-analysis coming out here, but a report of certain NVIDIA availability here.
Yeah, it's to do with their racks, Adira, and they had this Kyber NVL 144 rack that's going to be delayed substantially from 27 to 28. And look, this was a very, very hard thing to design. If you know anything about printed circuit boards, PCBs, you know that they stack them on top of each other. And this one was 78 layers. Very, very hard technical challenge to achieve. And they anticipated that they were going to have this technical challenge. So you know what they did? They made a backup one, but the hyperscalers hated the backup one. It was hard to connect. There was a lot of water required. It was irregularly shaped, so it couldn't fit with everything nice and fit there in the server room. So they made them cancel it. So even though they did anticipate this was going to be a bit of a problem, but also this is not just a PCB problem. It ends up finding its way into the chipset as well, because they had to design the Vera chip to account for the lack of this printed circuit board. So they had to actually make physical changes to the actual Vera chip to kind of make it work with the old PCBs. So a bit of a delay here for NVIDIA, but something tells me, you know, they may be able to work around this, Adair.
NVDA, is this one in focus for you guys today?
So, like, okay, so a big gulp right now. This is not even a Slurpee. Okay. A Slurpee right here is $2.50. You know, you can see $2.50.
Yeah.
A beer is $2.39.
Yeah, man.
And I don't understand. And this is a 21-ounce Slurpee. So I don't know what size that is exactly, but $2.50 right there. And a big gulp is $2.69. So there you go. So I'm just to show you. But it's funny because you talked about your, you know, can you buy weed at a grocery store? I do think it's inevitable if we're starting to do things like that. I mean, I'm going
to buy any, but it's just...
Not that you're going to buy it.
Yeah,
I know
that's
you
what I'm
prefer
saying.
the edibles, right? No, but coming right in here, NVIDIA coming through. I don't know. What do you think about NVIDIA these days?
It's tough. I stand in the
like
camp.
the stock.
Yeah, obviously, I do like the stock. It's unfortunate that it hasn't been performing. You would expect the most valuable company on the planet to be a little bit better of a performer. But I believe there's a couple of headwinds in this name, for this name. That is, now we have the custom ASICs effect, and then also just what's going on with memory, just the cost of it. So for me personally, I just hope that it doesn't fall into the realm of Microsoft 2.0, and it's really heavily dependent on how much these hyperscalers are going to be spending. And if they're starting to diversify, like Meta signing a new deal, and then you also have other companies signing in with Broadcom and the Marvells of the world, you're starting to see this name, I'm not going to call it struggle, but at where we're currently sitting at right now, you're still down 18% off of the all-time high, right? So, I mean, it's not the prettiest of price action. And we went through lengthy consolidations already, and we broke out for a month or so, but then we're just right back into the chop zone. And I think that's going to be the narrative for this name. This is an ugly pattern, regardless of this being support or not. I just have the hunch that there's going to be some more downside here to come for NVDA.
Yeah, I was going to say the same kind of thing, that it's hard to say that we like the stock right here at these prices. But I like the stock for what it means. I mean, I think it's, you know, the leader as far as we talk about this chip game and where it's going, but potentially, you know, when you have the best chips in the game, maybe it's too expensive. And are they able to justify some of that price moving forward? Have a lot of these sort of the CapEx already gone towards some of their older chips, the Blackwells and all that kind of stuff? And is there going to be enough money left over? Is the CapEx going to continue to be there for NVIDIA and for their price targets, you know? And if people are basing NVIDIA price targets, you know, $240 upgrade based on this much earnings, this much power, blah, blah, blah. If they don't get those back orders filled, or potentially some of the CapEx slows down, then where does that leave NVIDIA right now? We heard about Intel, TSM. I mean, there's a lot of these fabs that are putting out more and more chips, and the TPUs from Google becoming more and more effective as well. And then Meta, we talked about some of their deals. I mean, our watch list is sort of littered with AI stories, and NVIDIA just kind of sitting there saying, yeah, we're still here, but maybe just not as much interest in this name anymore. And yeah, a little nervous about it, man. And we like the stock, but I don't like the price action.
I don't
on
like
it.
the price action.
It keeps on making these higher lows, like when we keep seeing in here, like we've gotten a recent high, and then it keeps coming back in, and now you're underneath the 50-period moving average. It just doesn't look super attractive. Like, I don't know. But I don't want to sell it.
No, I wouldn't. I personally, I think just because they just have so much, you see
doesn't
them
pay
increase
you to hold either. It's what, 25-cent dividend?
Yeah, they increased it, right? They don't pay you to
From
hold.
1
But I
cent
think
to
that
25
narrative might change a little bit, Katina, man. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, think about it. The Dow Jones hit all-time highs.
Yeah, oh yeah, easily.
On Thursday.
59,000.
Yeah, on Thursday. The IWM only 1% or so off. And same thing with the SPY. The NASDAQ has been the worst performer. And it's led by these heavy market capitalization names. Like the Broadcom's down, I believe it's like almost 30% off of the highs here, Katina, man.
Yeah,
like,
some of those names, ARMS, the Marvells.
Yeah,
of this world.
but I mean, think about it. When Broadcom, at the lows, it was down 27%. Like at one point, Broadcom was number 8 or 9 in the $1 trillion club. Now you have like 15, 16 names that are a part of this.
And then we've got some air coming out of this trade too, because SK Hynix is coming.
Yeah,
so now all of a sudden there's only
what I was
there's only so much of the pie that every trader is going to want to get. Are they going to rotate out of Nvidia?
Right. So the cost be 50% of it is literally SK Hynix
already.
and Samsung. So I was watching this video of Bloomberg Original on South Korea and how there's 51 million people in South Korea. 14 million people in the country are retail investors, and they're buying these leveraged products.
What, because they just looked at the amount of accounts that are open? Is that what?
Yeah. So, but it's like what they were getting at is that a lot of the average people, compared to what we'd see from a per capita standpoint here, a lot of the people in South Korea are a retail investor, and that's what's really driven this parabolic move.
1 in 4.
Right? Every 1 in 4 people are day trading or trading.
Or have a trading account.
Trading account.
Did it say how active they were, actually? That'd be interesting.
Well, more active as of late. So they're just putting this whole SK Hynix Samsung rally on the back of the retail investor, pretty much, which is absolutely insane.
I mean, that's great, but eventually retail ends, it might end poorly because retail will run out of money.
Exactly.
And then the stock doesn't get supported anymore. We can look at AMC, we can look at GameStop, some of those examples of when retail sort of slows down. But that can keep going for a very, very long time.
Very long time.
That is for
sure.
Like
DRAM's up 7%, almost another 8% here today.
Every day we come in, you watch out for that DRAM, it seems like, or the SOX-L seems to be going.
And then that leads to the next question. When SK Hynix comes to our market anyways, like you get it via the ADR, what is that going to mean? The ADS? Oh, okay, that makes sense, ADS. So what is that going to mean for the actual underlying asset itself? Because you're just going to have so much more volume step in here.
We do want to give a big shout. We're getting some super chats there. Thank you to Bravely as well. Thank you to Peter there on TikTok as well, as we continue to. And again, we have a consolidated chat feed. So every single person that puts something in TikTok or into YouTube, we see it 100%. So we want to thank Bravely over there, as well as Peter and some of the other people there. We've gotten some good ones from Rusta here on YouTube and Adam James Abrond as well. So thank you to everybody who's participating. A big shout out to everybody on TikTok today as well. Thanks for watching, and let's get that stream going. That is for sure. MSS is another name here that we got super chatted. We want to thank you for that one. Pulling right back into the 200-period moving average. Another one moving around today, MSSS. Just going to quickly have a quick look. I mean, super chat, we got to try to look it up for you. Maison Solutions, another name, I believe, on our watch list there today as well. So you can go have a double check on Maison Solutions right now. With a float of 2.8 million, it's already done 13 million, and we have a short float now of 5%. Probably a little off base there, a little higher. But yeah, make sure you do grab our watch list, grab everything. Thank you to everybody there in TikTok. And here, I was going to show you what this looks like. I want to big shout out to Fabian. So everybody that's in here, see there's a lot of YouTube talk, and then you scroll up and you see a little bit of TikTok action over here. So what's up to Facultas Agendi says good morning, and we say happy morning and good day to you as well. And a shout out to everybody watching us worldwide. And there's another one, Bravely. Thank you so much for your participation as well.
Oh wow, LHSW. I know we're
yeah.
We gotta get
into
the rundown here, but that just went absolutely insane. $5 all the way up to $7.50. Big
And
time.
again, Adam James brought this to us. It's on our watch list there today. A Chinese name going hard right here early. Only up 280%. Joe, why didn't you tell me to buy this name on Friday?
I know, man.
Joe, it's up 300%.
You could have been.
I thought we had, Wilson Katina Capital over here.
Well, I was gonna ask you. You didn't send out the email?
No, because I'm doing the mega cap name.
Oh, okay.
You got to focus on
dabble in
where
them.
can we get some more
We
value
might have to bring
other than dividends.
We might have to bring on Sharif here.
I know, but I asked him he's too expensive. We've
yeah,
already got
yeah.
Adara's already pushing our budget on the analyst side.
Oh, wow.
So Sharif maybe you want to add a small cap aspect to
Why not, man? We're all about the cash, man.
Okay, so then Sharif, why don't you tell us about this 300% mover in LHSW, Prestige Worldwide.
We're going worldwide.
Right here, Boats and Hose. 7% right now, Step Brothers.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Come on.
You came out with a new movie, apparently. I don't know.
Oh yeah. There's a new Will Ferrell movie. It's a golfer or something like that.
Yeah, he's a golfer.
Oh, I have to see that. That is one that I have to see. A little disappointed with Adam Sandler's number 2 there, Happy Gilmore 2.
I wouldn't even.
That was good. It was fine, but what are you gonna do for a? Anyways, that was golf. And then Owen Wilson has a golf one on Apple.
Wilson? What was that war movie Owen Wilson was
I don't
in?
know.
Horrible.
Who knows, man? Horrible war movie. Yeah. All right, well, hey, the only thing horrible here is us, maybe. Let's go back over to the desk. We're going to get the sticky note published very, very soon. Debating adding Palantir to it. We have a watch list going right now. I think LHSW might have to be added here to the watch list. Let's go back to the desk and figure out what's going on aforementioned watch list.
All right, guys, where we closed out 744.80s, where we closed out on Thursday on the trading shortened week. We're above that level, above 745. So let's just say, for the sake of example, we defended that 745 level. Now we're looking at 750 as resistance. And we got pretty close. We got up to 748 and change, currently a little bit below 748. So our first level of resistance, R1, 750. If we start selling off Adara, Thursday's closing print as sport.
Yeah, that aforementioned LHSW is on our free Trader TV live watch list, along with a lot of other stocks today. It's a lot of tech-related names. But if you also want to know what's happening when, who's reporting, if there are earnings reports that day, you can find all of that info on the free Trader TV live watch list. Use that link to subscribe. You can also find it in the description to this video wherever you're watching it. Definitely available as well on YouTube here. Let's talk about a sector that's certainly going to be on watch. These names got hit pretty hard last week, but Micron, SanDisk, WDC, Seagate, and all these memory stocks in focus as SK Hynix set to make its U.S. debut on Friday.
Ready to issue 28.1 billion American depository shares, ADSs, under ticker SKHY, will be on Friday, June the 10th. The company will hold 20% of the new issuance, and that is because they have to comply with South Korean corporate law, and that dictates that they actually hold about 20% absolute corporate ownership of the company. So the new shares, 17.79 million shares, those are being issued, and that was restricted to about 2.5% of the existing outstanding shares in South Korea, so that they were legally obligated to keep it below a certain float. But to prevent, as you were talking about, Joseph, the importance of retail traders, especially in that country, to prevent them being kind of boxed out, they engineered a unique 10-to-1 conversion ratio. So 10 ADSs is going to represent one common share price-wise on the Seoul exchange, and this kind of maps out the individual trading price to be about roughly 158 to 166 bucks. We don't know exactly what it's going to be quite yet, but when you do the math, and based on the law there, that's where we should expect it. So that's the first thing. Second thing, sorry. The third thing is here, we know that they got hit pretty hard on the Korean exchange, and that's because traders and investors there found out they had to dilute the share pool, obviously, to issue these ADSs. So we've already had a bit of a correction through that. And then listen to this, guys. We always want to do read-throughs, right? Who's going to stand to benefit from this new money coming into the country? And I got one ticker for you here. Full disclosure, invested in this name, ASML. Why? So the actual F1 here by SK Hynix discloses a highly restrictive, legally contracted equipment pipeline. So a major block of the capital that's being raised here is earmarked to purchase their ASML's EUV machines. extreme ultraviolet lithography, with a contract setting a strict, unyielding factory delivery and cash disbursement schedule, which goes all the way into December 2027. So a lot of this money that's being raised earmarked for ASML.
Yeah, this whole sector here, memory, is going to be on watch all week. I also want to let you guys know, at 9:30 a.m., President Trump set to speak at the Trump Accounts official launch event. Now, I mentioned this because, A, we know that his comments can move the market, and B, at the last event for this Trump Accounts, Dell actually rallied after he mentioned and told people to buy a Dell for the first of 2 times he's made that type of comment. So just be aware here, guys. He'll be at 9:30 a.m., and I'll be here giving you guys comments. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, this is just minting multiple and probably an insane amount of millionaires here, Katina, man.
Which
this
stock?
is out past, this isn't even a stock. This is a whole index here.
Oh, well, it's 2 stocks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's 2 stocks pretty much. 306%, outpacing anything else on the planet, any other market on the planet. It's absolutely insane. Now, I'm going to take I don't know if this is going to be a hot take, but I'm going to take the opposite side of things here. I think this is absolutely disastrous for the South Koreans, especially if you've been trading this every day and you just pretty much just buy it, allow it to appreciate throughout the intraday session, and then at the end of the day, you're just walking away positive. Now you're having a dilution. Now you're getting more hands involved, and the American market's going to start to get involved a lot more. I don't think that's good. I think it's going to add a lot more chop within this name specifically. Obviously, Samsung and SK Hynix. SK Hynix, obviously, the one that's getting diluted. And that's where I stand on that. I don't think it's the best thing. I know Obi talks about Blue Ocean quite often. But I think where it's really unique is that you have less participants. Less participants means less opinions and makes things a little bit easier to go with the flow. I think with this dilution, it's going to cause a little bit of a chop fest here in some of these names.
Man, watching this LHSW still moving around here. We're just getting a little pop-up, and are we gonna talk about SpaceX soon? Yeah, coming up soon. That just got another pop. We're waiting for 160 long. The sticky note is now out. Yeah, look, I mean, SK Hynix, I think the ASML tie-up is pretty cool there. I didn't realize that, so it's great to have Sharif mentioning the ASML tie-up there with SK Hynix. And ASML's actually gotten hit just a little bit over the last couple of days, and then was just 3 days off of all-time high level of $2,000 and just bumped its head a little bit there off $2,000 and fell back into 1,800. Wow, can you believe that? Like, you go from $2,000 back to 1,800 bucks. You basically fall, that 10% quickly and then right back up. It was kind of like what I was saying to Joe. I felt that maybe missed the boat on Intel. Then Joe's like, come on, man, it's only up a couple points. So yeah, maybe we did miss the boat on the very lows there of Intel from 117, but nice move higher there. We're going to talk about semis coming up, but yeah, I don't have much to add to the SK Hynix other than the fact that we saw, and that's why I went over to SpaceX. There's going to be a bunch of different Bending Spoons was another IPO that we could look at that held that 36 bucks would be a key area, and that's where we are again here today for BSP. So yeah, I just think moving forward here into this whole realm of, there's already been $251 billion or something worth of IPOs this year, and we still wait for Anthropic and OpenAI, and then now we get SK Hynix, and we're getting a few other names. I think there's even one today.
We might not even get OpenAI this year.
We're probably not going to get it this year, no. But that's still on the burner there, so we should be able to get it. What it does is just, and I think you mentioned too, it just sucks up a lot of the buying power of a lot of these traders, right? There's only so many names that, like, if I only have 10 grand to throw into the market and I put 5 of it into SpaceX, well, that's 5 less that I could put into the Microns or whatever else gets going, right? And a lot of retail traders involved in ETFs, in IPOs. Well, I'm hearing right now that MicroStrategy is still, getting to the low side here. So just be careful with MicroStrategy as it's moving a little more dramatically than Bitcoin, right? Yeah. I mean, with some of their financial dealings going on, they're having to sell to raise more capital. So yeah, they're apparently underwater as well with their Bitcoin holdings. You mentioned in the 70s right now is what they're looking at, and it's down to 62 grand. So MSCR having a rough ride and continues
very
a
rough
little lower.
And the issue was, it was a couple of quarters ago, he reported, I know we're going to head over to the next story here momentarily, but he had a projection of Bitcoin at $150,000, and that's what he based his guidance off of, and it's just not there. So it was absolutely disastrous for the name.
I just want to give a shout out to user 59305 408-49822. From TikTok saying, here's a name right now, Sidhu. Is primed to get ready to go. And I think that, we were talking a little bit about SpaceX, but again, a shout out to all of our friends here on TikTok. Here's another one from Gold Trading Pro. If you're running at a loss, join this guy's Telegram. Yeah. Be careful with joining anybody's Telegram. We don't support anything like that here on the show, but hey man, the chat is your place to play. But there it is. Nice downside move for Sidious. And again, another name there. We know Obi was talking about this name earlier this year as well. He's probably he must be underwater on it as well because it was up here. But another name that can go in the space, SIDU, and look where it is, man. You might be right there from TikTok. This is $2.50. Nice upside push here off the 200 period. Could be there for Sidhu. So SIDU. Let's go back over to the desk.
Let's take a look here at some of these semiconductor names. A couple different catalysts in this space, but one that actually came out earlier that I just want to mention here is SEC filing revealing that Broadcom and Apple are going to be expanding their collaboration through 2031, specifically with ASIC product development. This sector, though, lots of different stocks, lots of different stories.
Absolutely, Adira. Yeah, good look here for Broadcom to expand this partnership with Apple. We'll have to see exactly how Apple plans on deploying these, whether they're going to be data center related or they're going to have some other uses not reported in the story is Apple's immediate use for these chips. But we also have AMD throwing their weight behind a Japanese autonomous driving startup called Turing, very small company, but the company is now using AMD's GPUs for about 10% of its AI training workload. AMD investing in the company as well, so possibly here showing some intentions that they could be looking to challenge NVIDIA's autonomous driving systems. We've seen NVIDIA tie the knot with Mercedes-Benz and some other car makers, Adara, with respect to their autonomous driving. So nice to see AMD competing with them.
Yeah, which area of the chip sector are you looking at this morning, Joe?
I'll be keep an eye on Broadcom here. I mean, up 4%, obviously a big time deal and a lengthy deal, I think, which is really important. With custom silicon here up into 2031, which isn't bad. AMD has definitely been the better performer, but it was lagging for quite some time. Don't forget that, and then it just went on a parabolic move. Now, as for DRAM, we'll keep our eyes on this, but Broadcom has definitely been hit the hardest out of some of these chip names, right? Down 27%, which we could pull up here. And I mean, this is a name where you have a lot of major companies like the hyperscalers getting involved with, and you're seeing them get hit to the tune from peak to that local low, 27%. So could this be a good buying opportunity here for Broadcom? Potentially. Let's see how this holds up. But then you head over to the NVDAs of the world and see what they're up. We're down 18%. At this point, it just doesn't look like it wants to get going, to be honest with you, right? So, I mean, if it holds up here, 181, I just have the strong hunch that we're going to break through some of these support levels and then head into the 60s, right? And then if that's the case, you break through the support, you're back to levels of July of 2025, so like a year ago. So it's been dead money for quite some time, which is crazy to say, dead money, but this lengthy consolidation, in which I've mentioned on multiple occasions, to the tune where you do get a 43% return from the breakout, but you just head right back into this zone, and I just have a feeling that we're going to continuously slide here. Now, as for AMD, look how well it's holding up. You're down 7%, right? And then you just go on this absolute monster run from 197 all the way up to 588, which is absolutely insane. That's 200%, right? Like, that's a big time move in a name that was struggling for quite some time. But Lisa Su just really starting to pick up the momentum. And if you go back, wow, 2020, so I guess the start of the pandemic here, yeah, that's a lot of cash for sure if someone's been sitting through all of this. This was a hefty pullback here. I remember this day here to the tune of 65%. But anytime you see these mega names pull back anything along those lines, and maybe I'm starting to refer to Broadcom where you're down 30%, I don't see any issue with getting involved with a little bit here. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on Broadcom and Intel this morning.
Keep an eye here, of course, here as well on crypto. We already talked about this story here with MSTR, but big sales here in Bitcoin. I'm seeing anywhere from 2,500 to 3,500 Bitcoin sold last week, raising anywhere from 135 million to 216 million. Not sure why there's two numbers floating around, but the one I'm seeing mostly here is that $216 million raise for the sale of just shy of 3,600 Bitcoin. MSTR dragging the whole Bitcoin space down with it, despite a pretty strong long weekend performance.
So the 8K filing disclosed an $8.32 billion loss on digital assets in Q2 of this year. $8.31 billion of the $8.32 billion is Bitcoin related, of course, as it drops below its cost basis. But accounting practice is important here to offset a capital loss against capital gains. Anybody with tax law knowledge knows about that. So they're going to basically record a full valuation allowance against their deferred tax benefits and assets. That wipes them out for the quarter. So interesting, maneuvers there. But as Adira mentioned, Strategy sold Bitcoin in two recent sales. Let's talk about those. June 29th to June 30th, they sold 1,363 for about $80.8 million. Then between July 1st and 5th, they sold an additional 2,225 for about $135.2 million at an average price of $60,000 and $773 per coin. They currently hold 843,775 Bitcoin. Their aggregate cost basis for those is about $63.69 billion at an average price of $75,476 per coin. They did not buy any Bitcoin or repurchase any shares during this period, and their US dollar reserves sit at $2.55 billion, and they still retain $1.25 billion in board authorized BTC monetization capacity. So they have some money to buy if they so choose it here.
Are you guys choosing to buy Bitcoin today?
I mean, to me, it's at this spot. I mean, we have our note where we mentioned that, it started the week at 58,000 last Wednesday. It did have a move up to 64,000 and change. And, now it's fading out off of that level. And yeah, not a great start here to the day for BTC as we get that news. And there's the dropout there as, the world's biggest supporter of it doesn't seem to be supporting it too much anymore. And yeah, that's going to be a problem. And it looks like we're getting ready to break back down below the $61,000 mark. So I don't have it written on the note today, but yeah, Bitcoin doesn't seem to be trading that well right now, Joe. I mean, it was a nice move higher, and we want to continue to see that move there. It was a 5-day win streak there for Bitcoin, but it looks like today might be that first day where we put an L on it. But, even if you come back up to where we started, if you're going to take it starting at noon, at midnight every day Eastern time, it was 63.5. So there still is a chance that we do bounce off some of these levels. We did have some consolidation in and around the 61.2 marker. So if you go back to Thursday, the 2nd there is where we last, seen these levels. So it wasn't too far ago, but, right back into there, 61 change for Bitcoin. So something to look at. See if it holds. Right now, 61.5. It's starting. I still have Sidu up here. It's still trying to go to the downside right now. So if IBIT continues that push, I think it's a short today. I mean, I don't really see too much, actionable trades here for IBIT on the long side unless we get to that 61. So maybe we just wait for 61 and change with $500 from now. That could almost happen right off the jump. NASDAQ starting to pull back in. Bitcoin's starting to pull back in. We've seen the disconnect between NASDAQ and Bitcoin already. Like we said, it was 5 straight up days for Bitcoin. So this move coming back in, looks like we're going to try to hold it. And if you go back to, like I said, it was Thursday's levels there. So you're coming back in, you're trying to hold maybe 34 and change would be a decent spot for IBIT. So we'll wait to see where it goes for now. But underneath VWAP, underneath the 200, everything's starting to point lower here for IBIT. So let us know in the chat if you guys are buyers or sellers of IBIT, because right now I'm not sure there's too much interest in some of these crypto plays. The Solanas, the Ripples, the Ethereums of the world might be something else. But for right now, IBIT and MSTR is starting to hit this name pretty decently. Ethereum today, just have a quick little check on what Ethereum's doing. To my point, Bitcoin's the one that's the laggard here today. Ethereum's still up 2%. So, join the party maybe with some other cryptocurrencies until Michael Saylor and company are done selling. But right now, Bitcoin taking it on the chin a bit.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it's a really tough look. What Michael Saylor's got going on is, it's funny because right now he doesn't look like this is the best strategy, but maybe things can change a year or a couple of years from now where he may look like the smartest person on the planet. But the fact that he is having to offload some to pay some of to pay his dividends is not a good look. He sold 32 of them, and it was like, okay, this is a huge sentiment shift, which I didn't think was the narrative. But anyways, aside from that, 1,300 sold for $80 million. I wonder if it's first in, first out for this guy. But anyways, aside from that, it's a really tough look. He has a bunch of financial gibberish going on with this. It's like his preferred, then once his preferred hit a specific number, he sells that, buys more Bitcoin, and it's just this ongoing cycle that he has going on. But it doesn't seem to work right now because the issue being, Katina, man, Bitcoin doesn't generate any form of yield. It's not like Ethereum where you can stake it. There's no yield. You're not catching any form of that. It's only appreciation within the asset itself. And it's depreciating right now, and it's down over 50% off of its all-time highs. So it's a tough look for Michael Saylor and company right now.
Now let's talk here about a different man. It's going to be basically the Elon Musk portion of this rundown. We're going to start, though, here with TSLA before we get into SpaceX. This is a really, really strong Q2 delivery report for Tesla, and the market did not care. Sold off all day. We do have some analysts, though, still weighing in this report. I mean, this was an interesting look here for Tesla, I think, with these deliveries. Yeah,
it could be that, or it could be this. Screen, please. All right, so here is the robo-taxi driving without a steering wheel, which is one of the first videos released by the company of this being done in real life, not on a closed circuit. So what does this mean? Well, when you combine that with some of the other videos on X, of course, and you see the amount of robo-taxis now parked at these Tesla supercharging stations, it's kind of the same thing that we saw with the Juniper. As soon as they're about to get released, you start seeing them en masse in the wild. And that's exactly what we saw. Now we saw Tesla expanding their robo-taxi service to Miami. That happened on the 3rd of July. It marks its entry into a third state, officially operating in Texas, unofficially operating in California, of course, where we know that they've been operating in San Francisco Bay Area. Optimus as well, very much in focus as Elon Musk put, I guess, a new picture of the new manufacturing line on July 1st, as well as investors are anticipating to look at the new version 3 Optimus coming out later this year. We know prior they had stopped production on the X and the S to focus those old production lines on Optimus. So a lot of new upcoming products here, possibly, Adara.
Yeah, slew of Tesla catalysts. Are you guys looking at this stock?
I love everything. The more I read about it, the more I love this autonomous play. I just think it's the way of the future, to be honest with you. And Katina, man, finally driving that, getting into the full self-drive. And I think that's just confirmation of where we're actually headed.
Because I bought it, yeah.
You're the key driver.
No, I was watching that, and that's exactly how I feel there, steering wheel or not. Like sitting behind a Tesla that's just automated me into work every day or whatever, and it's amazing. So I really like the technology, and I don't even have the newest version of the technology, the 4.5 hardware and all that. Mine's just a Model 3. So coming into rate here, $400.50. It looks like we're trying to break higher right now. We got schmackied on Friday with Tesla, man. I mean, that just kept on bleeding all day Friday. It was my worst stock of the day, my worst stock of the week, trying to trade this thing long all day Friday. So we're going to touch that stove again here if it's a little hot. I think so, yeah. I mean, that break of 401 right there, that we didn't have that happen on Friday, and then we wound up basically going out at its lows, right? And that was 390. So we're going to have to look to see what happens right in and around here of 401. And yeah, just seeing that technology in person for myself has been quite amazing. And, you have very little disengagements. I did find, Sharif always asking, there's a few more struggles, in the city than there is on the highway. I mean, the highway is very, very simple. Yes, Sharif?
If you can bring me in, Katina, man, there's a fantastic video, and I wanted to send this to you yesterday, but I ended up falling asleep, of FSD going through the streets of Toronto, of downtown Toronto, like down the road from here, and it's navigating everything under the sun. Yeah. Closed lanes, traffic officers directing them to go different ways. I got to send you this video, Katia, man, because it is kind of the proof in the pudding of, urban style navigation for autonomous drive.
I think that was one of the big questions too. How does it work in these major cities, right? Like if you send it into New York and LA, but we also have another issue here as well, and that's the weather, right? Like when it comes to snow,
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is something that's not rocket science. Like, this is something that they're going to figure out, and they probably already have, right? And so I think that's the thing about the over-the-air software updates. You know, like you literally, like my car could be getting an update right now.
Exactly.
You know, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, the software is way better, so on and so forth.
But I don't know how much the software is going to have an effect if there's snow covering all of the cameras.
Oh, covering the cameras?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Then
Oh, no, it won't let you work.
Yeah, it won't work.
No, it tells you. It says you got to clear the cameras.
Yeah.
Oh,
But then yeah, exactly. So then when
yeah.
you're on the highway, right? Like we know the vehicle can accumulate slush and
yeah,
snow
then the full self-drive, then it will tell you that it's off.
Shut it off.
You know, it's like, Joe, it's hard to see with your eyes closed.
This is very difficult.
So you got to be able to, you know.
But then what does that mean for the vehicle? Listen,
nothing,
I'm a bullet.
It means
it means vehicle with the vehicles with no steering wheel.
Oh, you mean?
They won't be able to operate.
Yes, it means for the robo-taxis.
Yeah, it won't be able to operate.
Unless, I guess it would have to pull over, and then someone would have to come. Yeah, I mean.
Or you'd have to get out and clean the camera.
All right, 1 more minute left. Yeah. SpaceX joins the NASDAQ. Let's go talk about it because I know we'll be trading it.
Yeah, it's been less than a month here since SpaceX's IPO, but it's already going to be joining the NASDAQ 100 index, that edition happening tonight.
Yeah, watch out for the buying, guys. Passive buying by indexes tracking the NASDAQ 100. Could be a bullish week. Keep an eye on the price action.
SPCX will start trading as part of the index tomorrow at the bell. How are you guys looking as we head into today's bell?
Long. I mean, this has been, Joe and I, turned over to each other and was like, why do we trade anything but SpaceX, really? This has been such an amazing trade since it's been an IPO, and I'm just going to watch it at 160. I mean, we really held this 150 marker. I do think it's probably a sell the news situation, so I'm not like super gung-ho about it, but it's my number one idea on today's sticky note. I'm going to take SpaceX. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. And I think you can have heated cameras there to try to wipe down that snow a little bit.
When it gets too...
Our opening bell is brought to you by VinFast, another EV company, the global intelligent mobility company. We want to thank VinFast for sponsoring, once again, our opening bell. All right, we're ready to go, man. If SpaceX gets into 160, we'll trade that, and we'll see what goes on long for that. Oh, man, I'm supposed to be in debug mode, and I'm not. I forgot about that. Sorry, Juan. But right now, 166. We're open now. There it is. We are now open for SpaceX. So 166 and change. Trying to go through again. I'm trying to get Apple. I'm going to switch stocks and hope this works. It's not. I'm going to try to get Apple through 308. Hopefully that'll happen through 308.50. That's written down on here. The TQQ's at $75 as well. And Michael, still not able to flip symbols, but that's my fault. I'm supposed to be in debug mode. There goes Apple now flipping, so we're good now. Watch out for 308.50. This break right into there. Now we're long. I don't know how that just happened there. Long 308.50. Okay, I guess it maybe broke, but we don't take a huge amount of shares here right off the jump when that happens. So we're just chill right now. It looks like we do get that top wick bouncing around 308 right now. It's Apple.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we got our eyes on DRAM up 8% here this morning, 7 1/3 to be exact. But then we also have Tesla on our mind. 5-minute time frame, breaking through some key pre-market levels. Let's keep an eye out on this bad boy as we find out that we are rolling out in Miami. Welcome to Miami.
Yeah, welcome to Miami.
Tesla and FSD. So anyways, aside from that, guys, Meta, we were keeping our eyes on it last week, but giving back the majority of its move off the announcement that starting to provide cloud services, but Mark Zuckerberg and company not really liking the current trajectory of what's going on in the AI rollout, not performing how they had intentions for it. Rightfully so. I mean, it's a tough space, a little late to the dance. It happens. I don't have anything. You're long Apple there, Katina Man. And there goes Meta about to breach that $600 marker.
All right, we're going to go over to Adero when you're ready. But yeah, we're logging into Apple right now, 308.40s. So not the end of the world. It did spike up. We could have got some out there in the 70s. We do not. Here comes Apple downside right now. What's up, Adero?
President Trump here, live in the Oval Office to talk about Trump accounts. Michael Dell is here with his wife, Susan Dell. They just talked about an Oval Office bell ringing here for the stock market. I'll pull up Dell for you guys. So just be aware, he is talking DELL, a little bit of a move to the upside. If there's anything specific said about the company, I'll let you know. Keep an eye on Microsoft as well here. MSFT on watch, some wild swings here at this first candle, 30-minute candle rather, of the day, as Business Insider reports that the company has cut 4,800 jobs across sales and Xbox. We'd already heard some reports that there would be roughly 4,000 jobs cut. This number could be slightly larger than what we were expecting, but either way, just a report for now for MSFT. Back to you.
Okay. We'll check out Microsoft. We did hear some of those reports, as Dara mentioned last week, there for Microsoft. So we'll be careful and see what's going on right now. But yeah, I like it, man. Very volatile early. Creating the NASDAQ. I mean, it's a nice move higher here for the NASDAQ. And we have been sitting in Apple previously and wondering what's going on, as it's not moving with the market. But there it is. We'll take a little piece out right there at 60s, I believe we just put. Yeah. So we get a little piece out there at 60s. Now let's see if it wants to go a little higher. We're only in one name, and it's Apple for myself right now as I look over, and Joe's just straight chilling, which is completely fine. You don't need to jump into something.
But that's the thing. Like, right dude, it's 3 minutes after the open.
Exactly.
I can let the volatility.
No, and the only reason I'm in it is because, honestly, this is why we make the notes, right? The sticky note here, we had 308.50 top break, wanted to take it there on Apple. We're trying to be patient with SpaceX as well. If that can fall back into our lap, and there it is, man. We're trying to doing it live right now for everybody, hopefully. And there's another one, so we'll go bang, 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 bang. As we sat there, we supported this Apple trade, and now it's going higher. We're out at some at 308.80s there, as we described before. Let's get going. My next offer is at 309 clean, and we'll see if Apple wants to get going through these levels. Hey, man, the futures are going. It's Apple's turn. I'm at 309. Why was I there? Normally, man, I'm at like 308.95s. We talked about that before. We should be there again. We should be sitting right in front of it, not at the exact level. So we'll put an offer there now at 94s. We'll cancel our 09 and see if we get it. But my bad on that one. We definitely should have been out some more there of Apple near 309. I did like Tesla.
No, there's nothing to like about it, man.
Okay. No, I was going to say.
I'm out of it already.
You were in it. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to just a brief entry, and I'm like, you know what, dude? It sold off. It couldn't find a bottom on Thursday, and I'm not going to mess around. We took our one attempt on it, and I want to focus on DRAM. I thought it would be bright and early this morning where we do get that move. Maybe it'll take a little bit longer than what I'm expecting, but we took the attempt. It didn't work, and then we're out of it just like that. I'm, again, very low patience and tolerance for this name, just in case we end into an all-day fade.
I like that.
Again.
So we just get that out, man. Sometimes we're smart. Most of the time, that's questionable. But we just get some out there at 94. We sat in front of 309 this time and took that out. So again, this is why Joe and I are here, man. Not just a handsome face to the guy to the right of me, smart guy. I'm trying to talk about getting out a little bit in front of those levels. So Trump accounts going on right now. Michael Dell and Donald Trump now talking to each other. We're going to have some news on that. There goes Dell, nice upside move. And then we have Robinhood on these Trump accounts as well. Let me know when you're ready there, Andre. We'll go over to Adara. Let's go over to Adara.
Now, for the third time, President Trump has told people to go out and buy Adele. This just happened here. And again, as I mentioned, he said this at the last event here with Michael Dell as well, related to Trump accounts. So now President Trump saying, once again, the third time in total and the second time at a Trump account related event, Trump telling people to, quote, go out and buy Adele as DELL continues to push to new intraday highs.
I should just be going out and buying some Dell shares then. The problem is right now it's a $1.50 spread, which is fine. It's just, in order to get long, you got to try to close this spread a little bit. It's trying to get very, very volatile. Like, this is just crazy that a president can talk like that, but it's his opinion, and there it goes, man, up to 410 and change. If anything, I should just hate the fact that I'm not long, and there goes Dell, man, and not trying to be a hater, but, mentions the stock, and there it goes to the upside. Sometimes it just is that simple, and there goes Dell. And oh boy, man, we're starting to do it now, my guy. Now we're finally starting to do it. So there it goes. It takes down 309. That's our best out anyways. So now we got to wait to see if it does crack higher right now, then 309. It's hopefully going to be a good all-day mover here. Look at the market. The market just went to dump city right there.
Yeah, probably led by NVDA.
Or you said Tesla as well. That's why
Tesla's been
I was surprised at looking at Apple right now, because that's going to the high side.
But it did that on Thursday. Remember?
I remember when I dumped it and I was like, I didn't believe it.
It went Oppo Taco. At that point,
okay.
So
give me some more confidence here in the Oppo Taco.
Yeah, well, let's go. I mean, rock and roll on this bad boy. A lot.
I'm gonna try to hold it.
A couple of headwinds there. Meta still trading around 591. I mean, that breakout level was around 566. It climbs up to 628, and then gives back the majority of its move. And this is what I'm talking about. Sold off on Thursday, and look at Tesla bright and early this morning, from 400 all the way down to 391. So disastrous look, and that's why I wasn't going to hold on to it. As soon as it cracked that low of the day, that buy program I was hoping was going to step in nice and early hasn't been the case whatsoever here on Tesla. Meta selling off at this point. You're $20 away from where you broke out, so it's going to give back the majority of the move. This is the third time we've seen this happen on META, and what are the other 2 times? We're talking about when he implemented the paid tiers within Instagram, and then also the betting markets, all right? So the prediction markets,
Apple.
It's just like, boom, off to the races, see you later. We got Apple. All the other mega cap names moving to the south side. Looks like there's a rotation into the name Katina Manzin.
Yeah, we've been talking about Apple, and what I wrote down here on the sticky note, of course, was very, very simple for Apple, right? And it was just talking a little bit right here about the potential for a move higher, right? We had a good move on Friday, so we talked about let's get that going. We're hopping on board here with this play, and we're going to hope that it continues with that momentum. And there it goes off of Friday's momentum play there for Apple. I mean, this is what it was doing on Friday during the first hour. Really got going and eventually stopped around 11 o'clock. But at the end of the day, there goes Apple again today. We took it pretty good. It's a nice little long there for AAPL. But I mean, you know, I'm going to get out some more here in the 90s if we can, because it just faded off $9. Our best out there, $9.50. So $09.48. Our best outs there on Apple. So SpaceX is another name that I want to look into, right? This is a name that's been added now to the NASDAQ 100 as of tomorrow. So there's a little bit of a bump. I mean, actually pretty good one up into 168. If I remember correctly, I thought 168 was, no, I was going to say that was key, but no, not really. It's up into here. It's 169 right there that we dumped off of. So that little level, no surprise there that we kind of get going and stop in and around there. So we'll have to wait for a 169 or so fill coming on SpaceX in order to go short. I'm still looking for a long. I want to buy this long down by 161 to 160. I'm currently bidding 161 flat on SpaceX. As Joe and I mentioned here, be patient with it. Shout out to everybody that's here right now. What's up to Juan Padilla says, go Tesla. John Pickett over here in the chat as well saying, let's go Palantir, says John. There's Juan as well. SpaceX there today and tomorrow. Yeah, I think there's going to be multiple days going there for SpaceX. But guess what? There it is, man. We got our Dollar Club winner already to go on Apple. So there it goes, breaking through 309.50. We're long down here at 308.30. Just trying to show you guys that, hey, who watched a hot dog eating contest there with Joey Chestnut? I did not. But Joey Chestnut there, I think he ran 60. Can you guys believe this? 66 hot dogs in 10 minutes, Adara. 66 glizzies down the hatch in 10 minutes. His world record, though, Adara, 76 glizzies in 10 minutes.
I can't even eat a single hot dog with like pure enjoyment. So, I mean, power to him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maximum hot dog. I mean, whatever. You know, if you wanted to, I guess you could eat a lot of hot dogs, but the healthy aspect of that, I don't know. I think he said there's something like 19,000 calories or something in those 66 hot dogs. But yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move higher there for Apple and, you know, Nathan's Hot Dogs. I think that's who sponsors that one. Shout out to 4th of July. What a great opportunity there to hang out with friends as well. All right, yeah, Joe's right back there.
I was gonna say to you,
a little
Katina,
espresso action there.
No, this actually is just a flat out coffee.
Straight.
I was gonna say to you, you know who the best athlete on the planet is right now?
Shohei Ohtani or
no, Joey Chestnut.
I know we just talked about that. Yeah,
I know,
but he didn't break his own record.
I know, but he's won it for 18 years in a row.
18 straight in a row. Yeah, no. And then you talk about one of the best athletes in the world. I mean, one of the most renowned ones, Ronaldo.
Yeah.
People were lined up at Centennial right by my place, watching this guy just warm up. And then they left. Portugal has now left Toronto yesterday, I believe, or maybe it was Saturday, to head over to. Are they playing at MetLife next?
They're playing
Espanyol. That's going to be, wow. Spain, Portugal. You want to talk about all the great games that we've seen so far this year. Spain, Portugal, definitely happening. Shout out to everybody watching on TikTok and on YouTube and Twitch and everywhere that you guys are watching us. A big shout out, and we want to thank you all for that. LHSW, that was one of the runners here today. A big one. Those of you talking about LHSW, rightfully so, man. Nice move into $7. Now trying to base out. There's a little bit off VWAP. Now $5.50. Good little long. I actually wrote down LHSW here on the sticky note today. Long near $5. So that could come back into play here. LHSW. Wow, good thing we got some out of Apple. Are we going to reinvest into this name or not as a day trade? It just came into 308 again, AAPL. Haven't decided about that. I have less than half now, but some good outs up there. Our best one is 309.70s. We got a couple 50s going on there as well, but Apple fading out just a little bit. I kind of want to give this some room. See if we can get long down into here, man. 308 again. We'll see if that happens for us on Apple. Bidding right now, 307.25. Let's put our bid at 308 and see if we get something a little higher for Apple. 308 and change.
Yeah.
Trying to get some more longs here on AAPL. Start the day.
Yeah, I'm trading every name other than what I said I was only going to trade here today, and that's DRAM. I don't know why we're in some meta right now. We took an attempt on Tesla. There was a nice indecision print at the lows, but this name is not working out how we want it to. As long as we hold up and don't break this low, I'm going to be involved with this, but I'm starting to like the look of DRAM's jib, especially around the volume weighted average price. This closes as a hammer. I'm going to have some more confidence in it. If we head back towards the volume weighted average price VWAP with some more aggression, then I will add into it. Okay, there we go. But I'm still full size. 5-minute time frame, not telling us what the 1 minute is, but there goes Tesla right back up towards the volume weighted average price too. So I mean, things aren't too doom and gloom here. Need I pull up this name? I guess I will. It's just super frustrating. Is this NVDA around 194? I expect to chop fest probably for quite some time within this. I don't know how much from an appreciation standpoint. So maybe it might be best to park your cash elsewhere at this point, even though not financial advice, more or less speaking out loud. But there goes Tesla right back towards the pre-market highs. It's a little bit early on this one, so it was a free fall bright and early this morning. But now finding a big time V reversal, Katina, man. Let's get involved in some DRAM. I like the look of this one's jib right now.
Yeah, Tesla, that was a good move. And the thing about Tesla is, and you just covered it, but it went right back into Friday's lows there, in and around that 390 spot for TSLA. Good thing Apple's come back to the zone here, and we say cheer on for Apple as we just get some more fills over 309. And here we go, right back to highs. I'm just waiting at 309.95 right now. 10 seconds, we got some numbers. Let's go over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on the S&P Global Composite and Services PMI prints. We're going to get the more closely watched ISM Services PMI at 10 a.m. But again, right now, 15 minutes earlier, we're going to get these services and composite prints. So services PMI here for the S&P coming in at 51.2, just shy of the estimate of 51.3. Composite PMI here, again, this S&P composite PMI print, 51.9 versus 52.2 expected. So again, both the services and composites S&P PMI prints slightly below estimates as we wait for the ISM services PMI prints in 15 minutes at 10 a.m. S&P currently bouncing here off of lows. Nothing major to report here with that number in mind. President Trump still talking as well. Back to you.
Still talking, no surprise there. What do you want to do, Andre?
Change it back.
All right,
someone was asking where you were at, Assassino. I said I can't release that information just because. But shh, man, you can't let them know because then they'll find out that it's the assassin, man. Yeah, we got Tiffany over there running the sticks, as we would like to say. Some people liking the FBL move. This is the play right here, is the DRAM trade. I mean, this one's already starting to break through the high of the day. I'm just messing around here. And I don't have as much size as I would like on this DRAM. I have more size on the FBL. I know a lot of people saying in the chat that they like the look of that one. There it goes. Tesla breaking through the high of the pre-market high. Yeah, the market's going. What isn't going right now, Katina Man, is Meta, which isn't a good sign. We'll pull up TSLA here and see where we took that little bit of a loss. But look how much it sold out. So that's why we get out, right? Like I was like, okay, it breaks the high of the day. I just didn't re-engage in it. There was nothing telling me to buy again, even though it just decided to do a perfect V-shaped reversal, and off to the races it went. So the one that I get out here starts to work, and then right now DRAM and Meta are just complete hot messes. Maybe I'd just roll over to the NASDAQ there, Katina, man. I know you got some good stuff rolling on AAPL.
Yeah, man. I mean, Apple right now is almost $1.50. Well, it is $1.50 now in the money. I'm waiting for 309.95. Trying to do the same thing there. It just went to 309.90s there. So hopefully we do get a little bit more of a bump up there as we continue to go. Let's go Apple right now. We'll see if we can get some floss action. Make sure you floss as well. Don't just brush. You got to floss there.
Do you floss every day?
Yeah.
Good.
But only once every night.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
How many times a day you brush?
I mean, that's what I was saying. I don't. So I was debating, like, you could bring a toothbrush to the gym, maybe.
Yeah.
And brush in the middle of
As soon as I get home, I brush.
Oh yeah. So I'm definitely
morning brush.
I'm morning and evening.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
only twice.
I'm morning as soon
I don't know
as
if that's
I get
gross
home.
or not. I don't know what people do too much. But when you get home is a good idea too.
Yeah.
I always have like well, here's an example. We have this gum lying around too. I think.
But how old that's been?
This gum's been here for a minute. This says best before May of 27, but whatever. I guess it's been we got a year date on that one already.
Man.
Michael Dell. We did talk about some of those Dell accounts starting to go higher and higher there. And it's not the Dell accounts, of course. It's the Trump accounts. But wow. You know, Adair brought us a story. I think when I was looking at it, remember the spread was 408 to 409 or so there. So Dell continuously moving higher here as, dude, get yourself a Dell, says Donald. And looks like a lot of people are not only getting themselves a Dell computer, but maybe also getting themselves some Dell shares as that continues to go higher there. Yeah, what's up to lunch 911? I mean, you caught Tesla both on the upside and on the downside. Incredible. I mean, that's the one of the best things about, actually, do I have it? I canceled my buy. I was actually going to buy through this high on Tesla. I didn't do it yet. But one of the best things about Tesla is this kind of potential, right? It's a great day trading name, TSLA, always trying to do the best moves. And they did it again here today, 400 down to 391. And like I was saying to Joe, there's the low from, I almost said Friday again, the low from Thursday coming into play there, 390. So I've said Friday a couple times, but of course I meant Thursday. 390, 391 coming into play there for Tesla. So happy belated 4th of July to everybody. And I hope you're all sort of gassed back up and ready to go and, you know, got that rest from, you know, your weekend partying potentially and, you know, back in here ready to make some trades with us on this sunny, nice, gorgeous day here.
Yeah.
Another day here in the city of Toronto. But there goes Tesla back to the downside. I'm taking another piece here, just for argument's sake, you know, in about 25% left, just so we can talk about how much we have left here on Apple, because we just got our 310 marker. So that was a good little level there to take that out with as well. And then, you know, looking for some halters, NIPG, 2,000 shares, nothing. This name just halted. INLF has been halting a little bit there today, up to 277,000 right now, so not a huge day. And then LHSW was the other name that we, why didn't that work? LHSW. I'm not sure. That one's not coming out for me right now. LHSW, there it is. $6. So we talked about a $5 hold. Looks like it is trying to do that. LHSW right now not doing so horrid either. And then just a quick check back. I have SpaceX on my mind. We've got the TQs, Apple, and LHSW. So far so good as we continue to make some moves there. You're in DRAM, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm in DRAM is definitely the play. I'm just sitting in here on in Meta with very, very little confidence in the trade. I'm just waiting for it to break the low of the day, and then I'm out of that one. I want to add a lot more here at any opportunity here within DRAM. But Paulie, don't worry, Paulie. I know you're my biggest fan, so don't worry about that one. Neil will be back bright and early tomorrow. Looking forward to see him roll back over. Tesla putting in a new high of the day. There's no need for us to actually. We could take a look at it. Some of the small cap names. How is LHSW? That thing's dead. It's not doing anything right now. Is this the thing with the small caps? They're hot for a couple of minutes and then they tend to cool down. Other than that, we can head over to our watch list and see what the jib is. Another 0.5% for this name. Nothing substantial. DRAM. Oh, why didn't we add? See, that's the issue. I said I'm DRAM all day. I'm literally DRAM all day, and I've traded Tesla and Meta. There was no reason for me to be involved with them. Obviously, hindsight 2020, we wouldn't put on a trade if we didn't have any form of to winning, but look at this just go here now. So if I had more size and if I had the size on which I had in Meta, what I do in compared to DRAM, then it'd be a different story here. I know I ran into that issue on Friday, but again, it is what it is. Broadcom up 5%, Katina, man.
Yeah,
down 27 off the lows. Google down actually here 0.5%, and Apple just holding on to flat. So let's see what we got going on with some of the other names. SpaceX up 2.9%. I know you were talking a lot of SpaceX here. Do you have you got it up on your chart, so you're prepared to rock and roll. But look at this on the 5-minute. looks absolutely disastrous for this name. I'll hold on. There is a little bit of a support system, right? You can see this consolidation zone from the post. Let's see if we can get a move back to VWAP. That's going to be my primary target on this one.
Yeah, shout out to everybody there in the chat. We want to give a big shout out. We had BE, some talk there. From there, it is way up there again on TikTok. BE is printing today, so that's Bloom Energy. We can have a quick little look there. And there was some talk. I saw IREN is up 14%. I'm not sure what's up with that one. That's a name that I'm in, so we're happy with that as well. IREN coming through. Juan Padilla's like, hell yeah, SPY. SDOT, a perennial halter. We could definitely have a check of that one. SDOT went from like $8 to $100 last week, I believe. And you're still in DRAM. What's up, man?
I'm out.
I like any lineup you present. Oh, yeah. People talking about Sharif and Neil. That'd be kind of a fun midday show. But Joey and Neil is where it's at for the middays. So we got to give a big shout out to that.
Joey and Neil?
Joey and Sharif.
Yeah, don't worry. Neil will be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Everyone's good to that. No, I was just letting people know.
Yeah.
As I know you did as well. But yeah, Bloom Energy, good little level there, man. I mean, hard to disagree with a $300 break. Well, let's see what happens with Bloom now up 10% here. It's not that I need to ask Adara for any news on this one. This is a name that just goes. And it's, when we talk about some of those power and the build back of these databases and things like that, data centers, you could definitely see a name like IREN starting to go today with better feels on crypto and some of that crypto mining and power used for that. IREN, big into that. So that's up 14% there right now as IREN as we continue to watch out for some of these plays kicking through. As you get the NASDAQ up 1.4%, hey, man, we talked about buying into some J&J down there around that 220, 225 area. They're making a move down today, down 2.5%. And in fact, it is now almost 10 o'clock. Well, let's have a quick look to see what this broader market's doing because we got to, I know Adara has, happening now section. We'll have a look at all of these as well. But let's just do it real quick right now. The financials doing okay today. Some winners, some losers. Visa and MasterCard. Wonder if there's a story about Visa and MasterCard there, Adara, because generally this will be something about consumer credit.
I think both companies are invested in the Trump accounts, but very likely not why they're moving today because it's not like they're speaking.
Okay. The Trump accounts, we did look for Robinhood moving around there today. It was relatively flat early. I'll have to try to find out about Robinhood in a couple seconds there. But yeah, it's Broadcom strengthening their deal with Dell today. And then, it's AMD. It's not Dell, dude. It's AMD. And AMD's up 8%.
Wow.
Intel, man. Joe, maybe we did miss that one. Oh, I bought some Qualcomm on.
Did you?
Yes. Buddy, Qualcomm. Yeah, let's go. We bought some Qualcomm last week. We talked about liking that one on the dip, so it's not like it's huge. Qualcomm moves 6 or 7% every freaking day anyways.
Any day.
It seems like. Shout out to Eli Lilly, down 2%. Look at this, the XBI, the IBBs right here. Healthcare not having a great day, including Danaher, down 3% today. That's not good. AbbVie, I've been in for a minute. That's a really good one. Actually, I've been in AbbVie for probably a decade. We'll have to wait to see what's going on there. Vertex, Merck, all these names getting hit as we focus a little bit more on tech today and less in healthcare technology. I'm buying dips in this space, man. Really, really do like that. And then again, as we look at for some more primed up names, you get some of these forgotten battles, right? And that is with the McDonald's, the Pepsis and all that. Good global brands getting hit today. And by the way, Joe, I really like your Nike symbol that you had there. The dripping Nike,
dripping.
That was more gangster. I like that one.
Drippy.
But right now, it's dripping down lower and lower is NKE. They kind of secretly had their earnings last week, and I mentioned that because we didn't really talk too much about it until the day after. And we get a nice bump there in Nike.
There's a reason why,
week.
Katina, man.
Yeah, I know, but it's a nice bump, though. But now today you're fading off of, again, that 50-period moving average. It's really too bad that Nike just can't, get going there. And if you're in Nike stock, you may tell it to just do it. And hopefully that
but it's not.
I know. Back to the upside. So we get a little bit out of Apple as it breaks below 309. A little bit more out as we get it some over to 309.50 Apple. The only one trade that I have on today, it's been a banger there. AAPL. I know you've been into a few different things.
Yeah, I've been to it, and they haven't been working with the exception of DRAM. I added a little bit more up here in these pre-market zones. Again, small size, about a third of what I had over here. If we pull back a little bit more, then I'm just going to continuously add and build a position to the point where I hope that we can get a little bit of a move here. NVDA did break all the way up to 196, so we'll take that, helping drag the overall market a little bit higher there, Katina, man. A clean break of some of the resistance zones. Meta, it's irrelevant to me what's happening with that name now. It looks like it was going to continue to sell. But Tesla's pretty strong here, right? Recovered nice. So, Katina, man, and I both trying to find a bottom on this name. Couldn't on Thursday, that is. But, hey, things turning around as we enter Miami. But what we do have, Katina Man, is JPM up 0.6%, baby. Let's see what we got going on this one. Not too bad of a look. Only about 0.5% off of the all-time high, with 2% to be exact on JPM.
What's the exact price there? 330?
336. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs over here, down a little bit off the highs.
Goldman
but Walmart,
Sachs.
Goldman, we need a Goldman Sachs one. So there it is, 109.12. All the way up to 112 there on Walmart. I still believe we're going to hold up. Not too much selling pressure right now. But a name that split last week, and one of my favorites. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Katina Man. Bang is right, Tiffany. 206 on CrowdStrike after that split. Man, listen, we've seen a lot of names.
All-time highs?
Yeah, it's at all-time highs. We've seen a lot of names struggle after the split. Netflix, NVDA, most definitely just dilution, more participants. Not CrowdStrike, as we put in another back-to-back days of us being at the all-time high. So not too bad of a look there on CrowdStrike.
A couple names really starting to pop up, and I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's in our chat over here. And it was, I don't want to forget about it. There it is. What's up to Kyle right there? Way up there, Nike No Air Jordans. I think you might be right about there. The air up there is not that clear. For Nike. Nikki says IREN. Plug has been there as well. WXM just got halted. We can have a look over there. IREN, again, there's a lot of IREN talk about. There's your CrowdStrike. Kids halted. That's the one that just got halted up. KIDZ. We could have a look there as well. KIDZ. Yeah, we'll have a quick look. Thanks to everybody for there in the chat. Make sure you do get in, whether or not you're on TikTok, whether or not you're on YouTube, Twitch. Get into the chat, man. We have that one chat feed. I'm looking for everybody to be participating in that services PMI coming out in just 1 minute. But I did see another name there in the chat.
Oh, LHSW going again.
SoFi right there, huge move up from 18 up to 19. SoFi up 3% as well. Yeah, I got stopped out on Crowd short this morning, says Mark. So shout out to that one. And yeah, man, CrowdStrike new all-time highs was 199. Split adjusted new all-time highs. So 206 today, split 4 for 1, I believe, Thursday.
Yeah,
right?
4 for 1. Listen, again, we're not telling you how or what to trade, but if you just zoom out a little bit here on CrowdStrike, I don't think that's the correct name to be shorting at this
Let's
point.
go to Adair. Numbers in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
we'll come
absolutely.
back.
Yeah. We had lower than expected prints here for the S&P composite and services PMI prints. In just 5 seconds, we're going to get the more closely watched ISM services PMI forecast 54. Prior print here 54.5, coming out here at 54. So exactly in line with estimates. Again, S&P services and composite PMI a little bit lower than we were expecting. ISM services PMI dead in line with estimates. Let's take a look at this market here. Continuing to make slightly higher lows and higher highs for a fairly muted open. We did hold this gap to the upside so far, so good look with that in mind. President Trump still talking at this Trump Accounts event and apparently now taking questions. So it's worth noting a couple of public companies were mentioned by U.S. Senator Ted Cruz from Texas just now with regards to these Trump accounts, saying that it'll change how kids view the world. They can now go to McDonald's or be on Boeing planes. Think about how they're now parts of through the Trump accounts, which will invest kids in the market. So not really much of a move here in either of these, but I think just worth noting they were both mentioned. Also involved in the Trump accounts is SpaceX, SPCX, President here, Gwynne Shotwell, pledging SpaceX stock for 2 million children through Trump accounts. President Trump announced over the weekend that these CEOs of companies or leaders of companies can and should be investing here through the Trump accounts by providing stock or donating stock. So interesting look there for SPCX, that company set to join the index tonight as well, the NASDAQ. And another name that's related to the Trump accounts is going to be Dell, D-E-L-L. President Trump now for the third time saying that everyone should, quote, go out and buy a Dell. The company, as we know, is very heavily involved in the Trump accounts. Last but not least, keep an eye on memory plays this week. MU, one of many memory plays in focus here. SK Hynix set to debut. Make its U.S. market debut, rather. We know they're listed in Asia. They're going to be listed in the U.S. as well. Likely to go public via that U.S. IPO on Friday. Also, signing a deal here with Ford. So keep an eye on these memory stocks. And remember to like and subscribe. We're going back to the guys.
All right, guys, traders, here's an offer that your broker isn't going to give you. Markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com. Scan that QR code right there in front of you. Get involved with Trade the Pool ASAP. And we trade on a prop floor, of course. So, limited risk is involved in that as well. I think that's one of the biggest features.
Tesla.
Their shared upside, shared downside, of course. Kids, we talked about that.
Yeah.
Releasing a new AI learning platform today, KIDZ. So they're up 113% and just a little halt there.
Chinese, isn't it?
Is it Chinese?
I don't know. I get the hunch that
maybe. Maybe. But there it is, KIDZ with a new AI learning platform today. And, we've seen this name go bump in the night. It looks like they did reverse split there from 8 cents up to 240 or 250. So I don't know, 240, 20 to 1, maybe 40, 30 to 1 there. Not sure exactly the exact price, but there was a little split, reverse split there. And then we had another actionable reverse split, it looks like there again, maybe 10 to 1 from 25 cents up to 250. And now today with a little bit of news, people hopping on kids stock, KIDZ. Right now that has been halted. And then the only other one there, WXM halted again. We started a little bit about that. That's now opened back up at $5. So that's the name that's been halting. And then this LHSW, looking at that at $5, just didn't really come in. That's your 200 period moving average. It's still doing well, up 250% right now for LHSW. And then SMR down here near $10.
It's not Chinese, yeah.
No, it's not?
No.
Okay, SMR down here, something to look at underneath $10, I feel like, as that's moving a little lower there as well. NASDAQ kind of just doing its own thing this morning. So we want to welcome everybody to the show on a NASDAQ up 1.27%, ES up 0.47 today. So it's been a good day for the broader markets, that's for sure, as we continue to wait to see what that next shoe to drop is. And I mean, dude, we still didn't get that Dell, man. Now that's, oh my. You know what?
DRAM gonna tank.
This is my bad. Like, honestly, we've seen President Trump mention Dell numerous times.
Yep.
Seems like every single time that happens, regardless of what the market's doing, because right now it's not doing what the market's doing, and Dell started the day doing absolutely nothing, right? I mean, it opened the day where it closed. So it's not like, sure, we started to bump up almost immediately there at 9:30, but, that was kind of an easier trade. And I was looking at it there at 408. Remember I said the spread was about $1.50 or so? We should have just maybe played that 410 break and maybe used 408 as our crutch to get out. But there it goes up to 420. And I don't know how everybody's weekend was, but got to take it easy a little bit and make sure you're not hitting anything too hard and enjoying your weekend when you're outside. You talked about those wobbly pops, non-alcoholic ones.
Yeah,
of course.
I didn't have any.
Oh, you didn't have anything at all?
No.
All right, me neither. I didn't have it. Did I have a drink? Oh, we had an old bottle of wine. I think that was maybe a couple days there. We brought one back from Vermont. I think we had that Thursday, so it was in the fridge for a few days. I don't know how long you can keep just a bottle of white wine.
It's not like red. It doesn't.
I mean, I don't think you can unless you have it properly sealed, real good. Don't keep wine for too long once it's been open there.
Oh, once it's been open, is it? Yeah, different story.
Yeah, I think that was we were like on that 4 or 5 day mark.
You don't want it to go bad now, you have to finish it.
Yeah, so that's what we did. So we had about one glass each or so over the weekend. Other than that, that's about it.
Oh man, it's gonna look so really slow start for me here this morning, and I'm gonna be sitting on my hands, especially if this DRAM doesn't work out. This head and shoulder. Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
We don't want to speak too soon, my boy. As we get a little bit of a pop, but I'm worried about this just being a little bit of a liquidity grab there, guys. We'll zoom out. This head and shoulder style pattern. If I zoom in a little bit, you can see it shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. Now we're just starting to break through. Maybe this is somewhat of an absorption. We don't want too hefty of a pullback here. We want to see buyers continuously step in. I did add more and more shares to this position, like I said I was going to. You can now see my triangle here. Maybe we call this the Bermuda Triangle on this one. So we grab some more, and then we grab a little bit more. I have no issues with adding on the way up, just in case the South Korean markets want to help your boy out here, Katina Man, and drag this DRAM to new highs. We're up already 7.5%. Man, CrowdStrike is going absolutely insane. I need to get my portfolio tracker. We need Fabian to fix that up there because we're just more and more in the money on this bad boy, and we didn't have a split adjustment, obviously, within our portfolio tracker. But other than that, guys, we took a loss on Tesla this morning. We took a loss on Meta. Let's see if DRAM can start to work wonders for us here.
I just saw Randy and one more.
What are we at now? How many are we at now?
Is there an official count? There is not. He's trying.
Yeah, he's 6. We say the 5.5.
He's past the one paw there. He had to go to the second hand there.
Which was full of spring rolls.
Good for you, Randy, man. Have some more of those, man.
Yeah, man. Eat
There's
them.
not even that many people around. And it was hard-boiled eggs. And then we always get the bagels, the morning
fruits.
pastries, and all that. I got to, try to stay away from all that kind of stuff. But there's Apple. Right back to highs again, waiting for that one. What about U.S. oil?
What about
there? I don't know. Let's go check it out. I was thinking that oil's paid too far too fast, in my opinion.
To the downside?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, too far too fast. Yes.
I was just saying, it's funny because you just mentioned oil, and then Trump said, quote, I think oil is much lower on a barrel basis than it was when we started.
It's not.
It's not. So, but that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's saying a lot of things. But
he says.
I just don't know. And you know what? He's not. I mean, Adair, I asked you before, wasn't it March? This first weekend in March.
Okay, so the first trading day would have been March 2nd. The first day that the conflict started was Saturday, February 28th.
Right.
2020.
You're down into here. Yeah, so it was actually, if we go before the war, and shout out to President Trump, of course, allowed to say whatever he wants, but before the war, I'm seeing 80 right there. This is not a continuous contract, so I gotta, double check all of those exact prices. This is USO. Actually, USO would be right. So yeah, there it is right there. This is March. This is that first weekend there in March, last weekend in February, where we started to get going. So that's what we're talking about now. And just to look at what oil's actually doing today, CL. And again, this is what I mean. We don't have every single here in P Pro 8, we always adjust it by the month of the contract. So down to $68 right now on the August contract. That doesn't look right right here on our chart. So I'm going to have to double check what's going on with that one. But there's oil right here proper. Still not back down into March.
What's Rivian doing?
Rivian's doing pretty good as far as I know. Rivian's been on the upswing. It did have a little bit of a tick back, 1950. So good moves out today, for Rivian as you're trying to get back to the upside there. Up 4.5% RIVN. Still waiting for that invite, man. Want to test drive that R2, and then we'll figure which name we're getting, either the Model Y or the R2, but 1850, nice little breakthrough there. Yeah, so that's that daily break. We talked about SoFi as well, trying to break out. There goes Rivian up to 1950 today.
10% on AMD. This thing's only a couple of percentage points up.
AMD is a monster. I mean, I'm a little nervous about the Marvell here. It's not going upside the same way everything else is, but we'll still take 5% today. But you said how much on AMD?
10% almost here.
Wow, 10% here today, just making us. Honestly, Joe, man, we would be so rich just holding AMD instead of NVIDIA.
Right.
And, there's AMD right now.
You own some AMD, though, don't you?
Yeah, but not much.
Not enough.
Nothing, man.
It's never enough.
Yeah, if you looked at probably not even 10% of, less than 10% of what my NVIDIA holdings are for sure.
Oh, really?
I got out of some AMD, man. When it was popping through, there's no doubt, if you go back to probably early April, which is not even that long ago, like when this thing was up here to 230s, like I probably got nervous when we I could double check for you, but we got nervous when it broke back down below there. Can you imagine that this had a basically sideways movement from February to, April 1st? So you went sideways there. You could have got all you can eat buffet there at AMD, just around $2. Now you're at 560 3 months later, Joe.
Yeah.
So that's tripled up in 3 months. Do I feel like it's foolish to get out of some AMD now? No, but the momentum is telling you that maybe you should ride this just a little longer, man. We haven't even thought about breaking the 50-period moving average yet. That's got to get below 500. And today you're at 570 again. So shout out to everybody holding some AMD in their portfolio, especially over the last couple of years.
I mean, the AMD is still not even it might be close now, Katina, man. Oh, wow.
It is $1 trillion. Wasn't it 945?
No, it's very, very, very close. Very close. 30. It's like 300 million off, or 700 million. 700 million.
It's 770 million.
No.
You're talking about the trillion club.
Yeah.
It's 9.
Yeah. It's 900
9 billion.
Yeah.
So 700 million.
Yeah.
So we're still a little ways away.
Yeah.
Let's give it 7% higher or so, maybe 8% from its current
not,
level.
Not even really.
And that's real-time updates.
Yeah,
I can see it flashing.
Time,
so, sorry, there, 700 million
70 million, that's like a couple up and down ticks.
70 million. Yeah, it's joining the 1 billion
yeah,
club.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the 1 trillion club, absolutely amazing. Type in Eli Lilly, because they've been going downside a little bit there. I want to see what they're at right now, 1.12.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's been it. But what a beast, man, AMD's been today.
Yeah.
And, just that pre-market break, like it actually held around 540, then just got going. So, yeah, nice move there for sure. For everybody trading on advanced micro devices. That was a big one moving around here today. And then, the other one that I said that got invaded last week, but it was actually raided. They did not get invaded by those aliens. And hey, you believe in aliens? You think those things are real?
I mean, there's definitely life on other planets.
Is that a yes or no for these UFOs?
For the aliens?
Okay, let me put it this way. Has one landed here on Earth yet, in your opinion? Or been shot down or been whatever it's been?
I don't know about all that, man. That's crazy. What do you think?
Yes, I think there's been something here.
I don't personally have opinions on it, but I know that the U.S. government is like holding hearings and investigating the presence of them. Personally, you guys know I love watching congressional hearings. You could not pay me to watch these alien hearings. I'm not interested.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a thing, it could not. I don't personally have opinions.
Yeah.
The video footage is too fishy. It's just like, how can you go from high quality to this stuff, to like this bootleg stuff, like you're going back?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't bet any money on anything like that.
No one says no go. Like, listen, it'd be ignorant for you to say that there isn't life on. In my opinion, there isn't life on other planets just because the universe is so vast.
That's why I wanted to ask you a different question, because I do think that, of course,
there's
even as they get those rovers and all that kind of stuff going through on the moon and Mars and all that, they're gonna find you're
gonna find something like it. I honestly think that's inevitable.
What's going to the moon is Apple.
What's going to the moon
right now. It's not really. It's amazing that's only up 0.4, and I'm like so excited about it. But there it goes, breaking through, trying to break through 310. So we're still on that one. And again, the number one idea I had on here was SpaceX, and then it was Apple. So we only have Apple. It's the only one that hit. And Joe, we had to hold Apple against us like 50, almost $1 against us. So it's nice to see it going on. Well, what are people talking about in the chat? Here, if we're gonna talk about aliens, man.
Yeah. Who is it? Oh, yeah,
I mean, is this company run by an alien right now?
Here, do you want me to send you a cool video, Katina, man?
Always, man.
All right,
always,
cool. Because I know you watched the Alex Karp one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I only send stuff to people. If you don't, when I send you something and you don't watch it or you don't comment,
like Sharif did.
That's it. Yeah, boom. That's it. You're done. You're cut off.
I'm cut off.
He sends me stuff all the time, and all. So
yeah, Sharif gave you the reason. I mean, he was away all weekend.
So when I send you something, you best.
I bet if for now is that a threat? For now on, I bet if I do not check what Joe sends me, I'm not getting anything else. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's fair.
I told you, you make a good father, man.
Yeah,
you got to wait to be Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, Father of the Year coming up soon, hopefully. For Milo, anyways. Maybe you got to get that human kid going on.
Oh, no, man. That's crazy. It's
not that crazy. Here it is. We just get it, boy. We just get that. Let's go, Apple. Nice move up there through 310 right now. That's a deuces now, a $2 winner. And again, if you're looking for some trade ideas, make sure you do check us all out. We want to say a big shout out to everybody on TikTok, everybody on Instagram, everybody watching.
I just send you data
Twitch.
centers in space.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why can't we hear? You guys tell us this.
Yeah.
There's Apple right there, 308.50. We had to take that long, and we took it.
Yeah, we're
good
cooking
momentum
here
there. We're cooking on this one. You're cooking on DRAM. So Joe and I giving hopefully a lot of entertainment here today. Some stock talk, and I'm going to check that out. Why can't we put? I mean, look, space is another frontier.
Yeah.
I didn't make that up, by the way. But what about putting putting data centers somewhere like in the
well, I mean, the majority of cables are already in the ocean, but why do we want to do that? Like,
because right here, is it easier? That's I don't know. I mean, then where do we get the
power
because
think about it. Yeah, exactly right.
No, but the hydro, like I'm just wondering, is there some form that we can do that involves the ocean that is a little more realistic than?
Oh, what I just sent you, it's already happening. There's H100s in space. Trust me.
Is it the aliens making them, or is
no? Katina, man, watch. It's a blue, dude. I promise you, like we're significantly closer to putting these things in space than what you could ever imagine.
So are we significantly closer to adding to our SpaceX position then?
Yeah. After this, you're going to be buying more. I promise you. And there's another company called Star Cloud in there that you're like, the Chinese are really heavily involved in.
So I got to say a big shout. By the way, Apple's just.
Roger Noonan,
We've hit our day already on Apple, by the way.
Bang.
But there it is, man. China already is building in the ocean, says Canny. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit behind on this story. I just thought about it now when you're talking about space. It's not like I've read anything. And there's Microsoft. I'm an owner of Microsoft shares. They tried the ocean data center. So you guys let me know here, and shout out to everybody that's part of this chat again today. Thanks to Bravely over there on TikTok. People in the Instagram world here as well. But yeah, there it is, man. You are water, says Mike Peter Ryder. Yeah, we're building data centers on ourselves, but no.
Mike Peter Ryder.
Yeah, what's up, Mike Peter Ryder? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if what fell through on that one. And I guess just because they have the cooling and all that, I was just thinking with the ocean, it's already sort of it's there. But anyways.
No, Roger, you're very right. And I posted the video, guys. If you want to go and check it out, I'll post it one more time. But that's the key, right? And Sharif
mentioned the video that you're showing me.
Yeah. Okay. And Sharif mentioned it as well. In order for it to be profitable, they really need to get the cost down, and there's companies within this that are already doing so. Trust me, when I see, listen, you don't want to believe everything at the end of the day, but if there's proof of it, which I actually did a little more due diligence, these companies are really doing big things, and we're a lot closer than what you expect, guys. Trust me. Go and take a look at that one. Watch later says positive. I like you. Positive Planets. Pause as in a dog's or someone else's pause. I like that name. I don't have my animations, guys. Needs to lay out the Joe Rogan podcast. Dave, I don't even watch Joe Rogan, to be honest.
Yo, chill, Joe. I mean, that's the other thing about due diligence I was going to say.
Yeah.
Is that it is tougher and tougher these days because of AI.
Right?
Videos that go out there, like, trust me, I saw this. It's like, right.
It's very, very, very misleading.
Right.
But I highly doubt
with President Trump wearing I
highly doubt that. I know you're only joking. I highly doubt that Bloomberg Originals is putting out AI-fed videos.
Really? You want me to show you some things that Bloomberg's put up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I believe you. I'm just saying you got to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not saying that anything that you're saying. I'm just saying that's part of the problem.
Oh, I like Joe Rogan.
I've never even really seen it.
Yeah, I like Joe Rogan and just mainly because of the UFC aspect. But anyways, guys, what I'm doing is I'm trying to hold this DRAM to 620. You can see my average, so we want to hold it for the Dollar Club full size. Boom. We add a little bit more. We started position. As soon as we held up the VWAP, I'm like, all right, this is my green light to go. Can we add a little bit more on the way up? I think we're extended at this point, but my primary target is going to be $66.20. To each their own, right? Just watch the video and you can have your own opinion on it. You don't have to always listen to what I have to say. You don't have to listen at all. You can disagree with me. I have no issue with it. We don't have to see eye to eye on everything, but just make sure you absorb the information for yourself, and then you can base your opinion off of that. Don't just jump and be like, all this stuff. You like Joe Rogan? Yeah, I do like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's actually a very smart individual, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the one thing is you can't know about things unless you educate yourself, and then at that point you can make your
whether you agree or disagree is totally fine, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it. What is the chat getting on you for something there?
Well, I don't know. I'm not worried.
I'm trying to look at it, but not really for those reasons. But there it is right now. I mean, I'm just the only thing that I understand is price movement, and we really do have a nice movement there from Friday on Apple. Let's see if Kids is back open. KIDZ, just to switch it up a little bit here. Yeah, so they get going there again, releasing a new sort of AI learning tool for, guess what, kids. And there it goes right now, breaking through 150. I actually like this name. I like the idea behind it. I don't think, all of these reverse splits, I think we can get this name going for the next couple of days, but I wouldn't hang around for a long time. Obviously, there's something going on there. Just because you develop software doesn't mean you're getting bought out by anybody or anything like that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with AI and kids' platforms, but I do like, just looking back at, my daughter, again, just 11 years old, turning 12 very soon. She's got the iPhone, the iPod, the MacBook, and all that kind of stuff. And
crazy.
I'm just saying, I would say it's about 95% of, everybody that she interacts with, both on her hockey team and on her baseball team, all have iPhones. If not an iPhone, then, some sort of an Android device. So right now, even at that age, they have all those devices. I mean, they give them laptops at school. So they give them all Chromebooks and everything. So very, very into it there, this kids. And whether or not you believe in kids should have iPhones or access to technology, here in Toronto, And by the way, wow, now we're $3.50 in the money. This Apple, man, I got to do a better job of trying to hold on to something just a little bit longer, like more mass hold-ons, because wow, there it goes, man. That 308.50. And again, we brought that to you on the note of stickiness today. That doesn't sound right. 308.50 right there was the buy. It's the only thing. We had TQQs written down at $75. So how low did that go today? We don't have it. Are you kidding me? Joe, this is what gets me mad. We had $75 written down. It went to $75.10. Now at $77 there. We have LHSW written down at 5. That doesn't hit. Okay. We have SpaceX at 160. So yeah, man, it's been a really good day here to get that one going. Yeah, the note there. The sticky note's a good one today, that's for sure. As Apple starting to Les Moonves there to the upside. You know where he's from?
Who?
Les Moonves?
No.
CBS, I believe. But there it is. Nice move higher there. As you know what? Netflix.
Yeah, Apple looking really good, Katina, man.
Apple's been hot fire there. I wish we would have. Well, we took enough shares to be happy with it. We actually got 2 fills on Apple. So
nice,
we liked it so much, we bought it twice. It was so nice.
Yeah.
We bought it twice.
Twice. I like that one.
Twice right there. Sergei Bobrovsky, happy for the Maple Leafs. Oh, he's wearing 72.
Yeah, not
Gavin. Yeah, so Gavin and him.
You give that up to the vet right away.
Yeah, immediately, and then he took 92. Former number of.
Ooh, wow. It wasn't Dougie, was it?
No,
it wasn't. Yeah. Okay.
Doug Gilmour's number 93, one of the most storied numbers.
Okay, I was close, dude. I knew it was 90
something. You still threw Doug Gilmour's number.
Who was 92 on? Oh, Nick Andropov.
No.
Oh,
he was.
Are you
Was
sure?
he 96?
Maybe something along those lines. I thought it was 92.
It was Jeff O'Neill.
Jeff O'Neill? Was it?
Yeah, it's the
No
O-Dog.
way. Was it O-Dog who wore 92?
That's
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good one, though. A couple of good guesses there. So now we're 1-1. You got me the Kadri. I got you on 92.
Okay, no, Alex McGillney was 86, right?
No.
Or 87.
No.
Man, are you sure?
I'm 100%. Oh, I'm going to go 2 for 1 here.
Okay.
89.
89.
Alex McGillney.
All right.
Yes. On Joe's last day.
All right.
Finally got him.
Okay, I got you one here. No. Time out, man.
Give
Give me a chance. Do we? Number 11. Let's send it over.
Number 11?
Yeah. You're not going to get this one. I promise you.
I almost said Mike Gardner, but he was 22. Okay, let me think about it.
Yeah.
We'll go to
All right. You got more time than me, Adair.
Steve Sullivan?
No.
You guys might have seen on the screen here President Trump currently talking about crypto, saying he's, quote, become a big crypto guy for one reason. If they don't have it, if the U.S. doesn't have it, China's going to have it. So he is still talking. He just spoke about FIFA for like 5 minutes straight. So lots of comments, not all of them market related, some of them related to the market, and now actually also related to crypto. Let's start here, the small cap recap with SPEV. Keep an eye on Splash Beverage here today. This is a name that has, in fact, rallied in the past, so be aware. SPEV in focus. You're entering an exclusive global licensing agreement with Argent Biopharma for CanEpil. This is a proprietary epilepsy therapy. SPEV has rallied in the past, market cap of just under $4 million here. Next up, AIDZ, another name that's rallied in the past. Kids AI. I believe this company changed its name from Class Over, so this could be another AI pivot here. This morning, they announced that they unveiled their product KidsBot, which is an AI robotics learning platform, $1.65 million market cap, float here of 1.11 million shares, 11.5% short float. Last but not least, the one everyone's been talking about, LHSW, the only one of these to not have a day one catalyst. This catalyst on their screen is from a couple weeks ago, June 24th. They announced that they secured AI-powered automotive painting robot sales orders in both West and Southern Africa. LHSW right now seeing a market cap of around $22 million. I was seeing a float of 150,000 shares, 14% short float or so. Again, these numbers are going to vary, but lots of news on watch here and lots of small cap tickers on watch to kick off the week. Back to you.
All right, guys, let's see, man. It's starting to get a little dangerous. I mean, we did add a little bit more shares. I was waiting for that dollar club here on DRAM. We're up 8%. Maybe we're just a little bit overbought at this point here. I don't want to get too carried away, especially if it doesn't want to continue on the path that it is. But Apple is putting up some numbers here today. So is AMD. AMD almost up 10%. We head over to some of the memory storage like Western Digital up 10% here today, just a complete buy program. SanDisk up 3%, DRAM up 8 1/5. So, I mean, a lot of these names look like they want to get going. There goes SanDisk, though. I mean, SanDisk looks like it has some room. So if we're going to get a laggard effect on this bad boy, then by all means, I think that can add a little bit more fuel to the fire here. What is Micron? Like Micron's not even really doing anything crazy, so I like our chances. It's Western Digital that's really holding us up right now in DRAM. With that being said, if I see these names start to form a rally, I think we can continue to move to the northeast, which we want on this name specifically. Tesla long sold. Okay, Tony, thanks for that information. Let's take a look at Tesla. We're up 3% here today. Buy program, that's looking pretty good, so not too bad of a look there. Now, listen, I was talking about, guys, just a little bit about South Korea and how things can get really, really dangerous, I think, with obviously the country in itself and the cost up being 300% since this time last year, which is insane, drastically outpacing any other index on the planet. It's not even close. It's so far gone at this point, and they're stating that a lot of it is being driven by retail investors. Now, again, we've talked about it on multiple occasions. When you do, I'm going to pull up the chart on the side here, guys, so we can take a look at it. There's going to be a backside at some point. Am I going to be standing in front of it right at this given second? Absolutely not. But I think there's going to be a really good opportunity for, that's crypto, for a potential, and I would look to somehow get involved with the derivatives route. I would never go shares, so I can keep a fixed risk, right? But here it is. At some point, and with SK Hynix coming as an ADS, so they're turning shares, I think it's going to be disastrous for SK Hynix because look what happened to Bitcoin, and we thought different things were going to happen. Eventually, things will cool down. You're still up 250% from this pivot here to the top. You're up 300%. Now, there's going to be a point where you drop. Again, we've had those sessions before, but all the way up here, 10%, it's going to be a lot more dangerous. I wouldn't be surprised at some point in the future you see a 20 to 30% pullback here in the Kospi.
We got to, I mean, how about by Friday?
You think so?
Yeah, for sure. I think that SK Hynix listing over here is
it's disastrous. I think it's disastrous for South Korea.
Thank you so much for the nice talk in the chat there about the trade there. Thank you, Celeste, there for that off of YouTube. Look, it's been a good one here for sure. Apple. So yeah, you guys, Roger Noon's got calls. You know, I feel like if I was able to trade options here on the show, I feel like
it's a different story.
So much more dangerous of a trader on there because I wouldn't be able to get out as often as I do, and that's part of the problem with shares. And sometimes when I'm trading too many shares,
though, Katina, man.
No, but I mean, like, what I'm saying is, like, if maybe you would have 5 contracts, right? So then I'd only be able to get out of 5 times. Like, you can't get out of
okay, yeah, but your appreciation is going to be
no, it'd be way
different.
Yeah. There's no doubt. No, I'm not. I don't mean to equate the trading style. It's just like, you know, you have all these outs because, you know, if you have 1,000 shares, you can get out of 50 there. I mean, we just got 11.65 right there. Now this is now $4.
That's really moving.
In the money right off the open, $4 trade. But we try to do this. It doesn't matter the amount of. This is what I'm saying. Like, now that we look over, now I have 5% left. You know, it's just crazy. Like, I should have more than that. You know, but so many outs up here at 310 when, you know, just key levels. Like, I'm just. Part of my MO and where I've come from is literally trading and scalping many different styles. So, you know, unfortunately, I just need to get better at that. Maybe you guys can help me there in the chat and let me know, like, how do we let this ride just a bit longer? I even did mark down a 25 period moving average, but see, like, that broke right here down there at 309. It broke again right there at 309.25. So maybe we just wait and get out. Like, every time it breaks, like, that should be a quarter, then maybe a quarter more there, and then we would still have, 25%, 50% left as we extend through. But that's a nice little push right there on AAPL. Yo, what's up? Adam DeLuz is in there saying hi as well. Hey, Adam. And what's up to everybody? Neil's. Hopefully this is not our Neil, because he better not be in Thailand, or because he got to come back by tomorrow. Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know how many vacations day this guy has. I'm pretty sure it's the same as me. But Joe with the most vacation days amongst everybody.
I have the least.
Joe with the most vacation days.
I'm off this Friday.
Wow, Joe.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Back to back short weekends. I told you I'm heading to the capital of this country.
Oh, Calgary?
Yeah.
No. I wonder how many in the chat would know what the capital of Canada
is. I would say probably less than half.
Way less than half. Well, no, I just, even with the average American, it's not about, it's just there's, being here in Canada, there's all those jokes. Like, people don't realize that Minnesota is more north than we are right now.
Yeah.
You know, there's like different things about it. And it's just,
there we go, we got it.
you know, it's like, just the same way we are very, I would say, I don't want to say stubborn, but you know, if you ask my kids or anything like that about the U.S. geography as well, would be probably pretty tough to get it. Like tomorrow. I mean, my kids.
So? I think it's
would know Washington.
Okay. So would you ask me?
No, but all the states.
I don't know. I couldn't name all of them, right? Okay, remember how in school you'd have well, I could probably name it. Give me time. I could probably figure it out. But remember in school you'd have that blank map.
What's the capital of Oregon?
Oh, God, Oh, Portland.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think that's right, but I mean, maybe.
I think it might be right.
I don't think it is.
So, I mean, hey.
But anyways, that's the idea.
Yeah.
Like, we can throw out guesses about everything.
Well, I would think, right?
And I just threw that one out, like let alone any.
Wrong. Someone said wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong. It's not Portland, Oregon. No, it's, I should know, because I know wine country.
Yeah, I definitely can't name all the states, but I do want to use this moment for a shameless self-plug because I am doing more state attorney general's attorneys general infographics right now, and I'm literally using like this map, and I wish I could just identify more of them by site. Yeah, thank you, Andre, giving a little sneak preview there. So lots of states, and shout out to everybody from any and all of them who is watching right now.
All right. Yeah, so anyways, I don't know. But anyway, so you're going to Ottawa.
Yeah.
Let's just tell everybody that. I mean, I don't need to look up that for our nation's capital. Is that just on a vacay, or you're just going?
Yes, Selena's brother, who has 2 Dachshunds as well, so they're Milo's cousins. Yeah. So we got Milo's cousins.
Oh, that's where you got Milo from?
No. We got him from a different breeder, but we're
just calling them cousins.
Okay. Well,
that's cute.
Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. But
maybe go canoeing.
Talked about you need to have some real kids up in here. We talked about that.
Man.
As well, but yeah, okay. I just shouted down notable Maple Leaf players to wear number 11. Gary Lehman.
Okay.
And that's it. So I guess you're probably right about. Zach Hyman.
Zach Hyman wore 11.
Also wore it. So I don't know. I don't know about Owen Nolan.
But brother, I'm gonna pull that up.
Number. I am gonna pull it up because now you've got me thinking about it. Owen Nolan. There.
I'm probably wrong the way that I've been.
But it doesn't really matter as we continue to go. Okay, so Apple mooning. By the way, we're trying to look for SpaceX here. Right now it's only 10:34. We want to thank everybody for watching, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe as we continue to go on. Yeah, you were number 11 during this time.
Yeah.
1 year. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That's why I was only here 1 year.
Number 11.
Acquired by the San Jose Sharks right there. Some Owen Nolan. San Jose Sharks doing some big things, that's for sure.
They are.
My daughter was on the ice with Mason Marchment last week.
Really?
And then the day later was July 1st, and he signed a 5-year, $37 million deal with the San Jose Sharks.
Nice.
So shout out to the NHL and all sports right now. And everyone's mind, of course, is on our favorite nation, the U.S., as they played tonight. And I'm going to check out the World Cup.
You see that offer sheet? Who gave
Pittsburgh, Philly.
Yeah, but that's
Leo
so
Carlson.
disastrous.
19 million or
18
something?
million?
Is that what it was?
If Philly, it's over, right? You can't do anything. We've seen that happen in the Leafs. If you have $18 million,
you're going to get locked up into one account, and you're not going to like that after all. No. Okay, here it is right now. What? That's today? Oh, boy. This is already the second round.
Yeah.
Though, Spain versus Portugal, USA versus Belgium as well today. So, wow, what a
USA's favored?
Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, ever since they got, I forget his name there, Balogun, is that who it is? Back there as President Trump gives the orange card to FIFA, and he comes right back in. That was hilarious when someone said that in the chat. But there it is, man. This is the game, boy. This is it right here. Portugal versus Spain. Wow, that's going to be a monster. And so is this game as well. USA versus Belgium. We hope that everybody cheering for whatever your respective team is gets the W today. But USA being favored over Belgium. You know why? Home means a lot.
Yeah, big time.
Like Mexico was pretty heavily favored over, not heavily favored, but decently favored over the U.S. over England last night.
Yeah.
When questionably England, man for man, is probably the better, more talented team.
Absolutely.
Just man for man, but playing at home and all that momentum from Azteca, their stadium, absolutely amazing. Egypt's supposed to, don't show this to Sharif, but I'm sure he understands this. Egypt to deal with. Argentina's going to be a tough one there. And then Switzerland versus Colombia, man. You've seen the Colombian fans, man. My hats are off to you guys. No matter where they're playing, the whole stadium is yellow. So shout out to people supporting their fans. Yeah. And then this would be Canada normally if we did not get dummied by Morocco there.
That's right.
3-0. They played well, I thought, like in the first half.
The first half they played better.
And then Morocco, I guess, tightened it up a bit.
Clinical.
Yeah, and then it was just like, that's enough, man. And France versus Morocco, and then that's it, right? Oh, yeah. And then Norway. Wow, this next round is going to be spicy. Man, and big shout out to Egypt. It's too bad that they're the biggest dog because we do know that Sharif is here. But yeah, that's awesome for them to make it this far. So big shout out to everybody. You know what? Like, not a big fan of, I'm a big fan of all sports.
Yeah.
But definitely the least followed for myself would be football and soccer.
Absolutely.
But now after this World Cup, it does. I'm not bandwagoning this or anything like that, but
for me, there's too many leagues.
Now.
There's too many leagues, man.
But that's why not just focus on the Prem or on
Serie
A or something like that?
And there's too much talking going on. Too much
you don't like the referee. It is.
It's just like
at least no longer can people say Italian.
I can't watch. It's so coming from a hockey background where I tore my ACL and then finished the game. I've lost multiple teeth, finished the game. Dudes get tapped, and it's like they've been hit by a 50 cal, and it's just like, oh my, what is even going on here?
At least now they have that video replay, which helps a little bit. Hopefully the video replay prevents a little bit of diving, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, it is.
Anyways, there's a lot of people there excited for tonight's game. We hope that everybody does have, a good time watching and enjoying it with friends and family, of course. As we see Sia's in the building, and Sia, you've been watching a lot of that soccer, I imagine. I know she was watching last night. It was a great game. So it's just too bad. Talk about being, in attendance. That would have been amazing. Not because obviously they lost. You'd like to see the home team win. Yeah. But whenever I'm cheering on a game where I don't have a dog in the fight, I always want the home team to win.
Okay.
Because I know how expensive these tickets are.
Yeah.
And I always feel like people kind of get ripped off there when they don't enjoy a good performance by the home team. But okay, so IBIT today. Not really enjoying this run up in the NASDAQ, but it was getting hit down pretty badly early on as people obviously worried about MSTR and what some of their accounting practices are leading and how that's happening with IBIT, and they're trying to sell off some of their Bitcoin holdings. They sold about 216 million worth of Bitcoin, I read last week, I believe. Their MSTR getting to some downside play there as well. So there comes out breaking through $99 now. Downside there for MSTR. We'll get that going a bit, and that's had a nice day considering where we were at 8:30. Nice move higher there into $100 for MSTR. What other names you guys want us to look at, man? Throw them right in the chat.
Take a look at Reddit for me.
Yeah, Joe's taking a step out. We'll take a look at Reddit. We will do that, Joe, in a couple seconds. But for right now, I do want to look, Blaze. We'll look at that kid stock, KIDS again, see what's going on over there. As I know there's a lot of you that are, looking at some smaller cap names. We do have Sharif and Joe coming again. Sharif is back. So no more Obi for today. Obi filled in last week. I want to say big shout out to Obi and a big shout out to everybody that's joining us again. And we do have this consolidated chat. So anybody that puts anything in there, I blew my knee out there. Does rugby. I played rugby and blew my knee out my last year in high school, and I still have pretty bad knee problems for that and already had surgeries and everything, so I don't have an ACL or an MCL right now, and I haven't had it for many years. BJDX says, A day trading. What's up? Hey, there's Luis. He's in the building. JDX. Let's have a quick look at this one. Blue Jay. Oh, we've heard about Blue Jay Diagnostics many times before. Yeah, good little looker here. Shout out to Luis there. A Day Trading. Go check out Luis and Company. A Day Trading on Twitter. He's also on X. He's also in the chat right now. So any questions from anybody in Barcelona, give him a shout out there. Yeah, but there goes Blue Jay Diagnostics. This looks like a good one, right? Above VWAP here, trying to break out. It's definitely run in the past. Looks like we get a little bit of a reverse split right there, so be careful on this one. But yeah, trying to get back upside there. Potential move on a NASDAQ. Excuse me, I shouldn't say anything because it's not under $1, so they wouldn't have got the NASDAQ delist requirement, but there's Blue Jay Diagnostics up 73%. Thanks for that one, Luis, there in the chat as well. New high, trying to break through. There goes $2 on BJDX. I think we should probably go long on this one above that $2 mark. All right, we got to go back to Adara. It's 10:41. Watch out for Blue Jay here. Our Blue Jays here in Toronto, Adara. I don't know if you've been watching, but they are in the tank right now. The Blue Jays are playing absolutely horrible. But a big shout out to our $700 million man who has 4 home runs this year.
Yeah, I know. It's disastrous.
He has 4 more than you and I, but still not too much. Considering he's played every game.
$700 million.
He's taking the day off. He's not going to the All-Star game.
Rightfully
Which
so.
I say shout out to that. I mean,
I think that's the right
He wants to work on his back, and apparently he's not doing too well, or I don't know. Isn't that funny that always happens? All right, Adara, let's go back over to you.
Yeah, I root for and follow one team, Sean, and that is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers over in Winnipeg. Go Blue. Let's take a look here at this sector map here, because we do have a lot of comments from President Trump, who's actually currently speaking about sports. He's mentioned a lot of public companies or public company CEOs right now, so just be aware. Dell, of course, getting some love here over at Electronic Technology. It's up 8% today as President Trump tells people for the 3rd time now to go out and buy a Dell. Tesla CEO and also SpaceX CEO Elon Musk also getting mentioned here by President Trump. He mentioned Bezos, formerly of Amazon, and also, of course, founder of Amazon. He also mentioned Mark Zuckerberg of Meta over at Technology Services. So with that in mind, let's kind of go back to these sectors here. Electronic tech has mentioned Dell up 8%, but a lot of other names in the sector are looking really good. Apple and NVIDIA, the 2 Mag 7s in this group, both up just under 1% each. Broadcom, Micron, AMD, Intel, TXN, SanDisk, SGX, Qualcomm, all sharply to the upside. Memory names recovering nicely here after all of them posting red weeks last week. Tech services, bit more of a mixed look. You've got strength here, especially in these cybersecurity names like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto Networks, but Netflix, ADBE or Adobe and Microsoft all pulling back. Finance really mixed here. As Sean mentioned earlier, no news on these, but weakness here in Visa and MasterCard. Retail trade red, health tech sharply red, consumer services, utilities, consumer non-durables, transportation, process industries, and health services all red. You do have some strength in consumer durables, pretty much just Tesla trying to buoy this sector, and producer manufacturing doing incredibly well today. You had price target increases from Morgan Stanley for the likes of LRCX and AMAT, as well as KLAC, which is not in the sector. President Trump just concluded questions, and that's the end of our stock recap here, sector watch, as we go back over to the guys.
All right, good stuff. All right, there's a Tushar, I think his name is, man. I'm going to go over, I don't know if you went over Reddit, Katina Mans, just so you stop spamming the chat, please don't spam it. I now have your name in my head, because if you continue to do that, yeah, you got to be careful. Our DDT, we'll pull up that one. DDT. Shout out to who had the finishing.
That was Jake the Snake Roberts, my friend.
The DDT.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. That was some good stuff over there. All right, guys. Here's Reddit. Listen, it went on a pretty big run, down 30% off of the highs. But what it does have going for it from a technical standpoint, this trend line's holding up. You break through some key resistance zones, and then now you're starting to find some form of a recovery. So Reddit not looking too bad. I'd hold on to this at this point. I think you can look for a level around 215 schmackas on our DDT. But here goes DRAM, Katina, man. We still have the same price target. I added a little bit more. I have some confidence. I'm telling you, watch the videos that I've been posting. It would give you a lot of conviction within some of these trades. We're up 8.5%. Now, the objective of holding this is adding, so I don't have to hold it all the way to $6.20 or $66.20. What we can do is a break of 66, and then we'll look to take a little bit off there, Katina, man. But DRAM starting to climb a little bit higher for us. What is MU? And we can't figure out. Well, we can, but there's a number base that I'm not too sure of. We'll just take a look at some of these memory names. Is SanDisk starting to roll? Is MU starting to roll? Now 5% to the top side, 5 1/5 on SanDisk. Breaking through some of these resistance zones, holding through the volume-weighted average price. This pre-market high is going to be a key inflection point for us here. Now, same thing with Micron. Ooh, new high of the day for Micron there, Katina, man. So things are looking pretty good. Western Digital up 11% here, brother. So, I mean, we're really starting to fly in Applied Materials. Michael Burry short, still working out for him.
Having some grapes here.
Yeah.
Are you a red or a green grape guy?
I like red.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of like the green. I think
both,
a good
to be
green.
honest. I like both,
to
to be honest with you.
Yeah. I like them if they're
Some
squished
quality
up, too.
peach season too. I like the peaches out
Don't get me
here.
started about
Pretty good
peaches, man.
peaches.
Peaches for me.
and
Presidents of the United
Cream.
States of America. That song. You heard that song before?
What's that?
Called Peaches.
By Justin Bieber?
No. By Presidents of the United States of America. I mean, you want to talk about looking something up. I mean, you might want to get some educated.
Is it worth it though?
Yes. It's much better than Peaches by Justin Bieber. And
Okay.
I'm a JB guy.
Okay.
He might be performing at the
He
World
is.
Cup. Oh, he is. Is that
Yeah.
official? On the World Cup finals there? Yeah. All right.
All right.
We'll get that going.
Okay.
Watch the Peaches song, or Peaches by Presidents
Peaches
of the
and
United States of
Cream.
America, yeah. All right, so that's what we're doing. But anyways, SpaceX, people saying that SpaceX is getting close to your level over here, and it is, man. I mean, I do think that SpaceX in and around that 161. I do have a buy now at one. I know I wrote down 160, but I have it now at 161 right now for a potential. Oh, what just happened there? Oh my God, we got 312s. Just had a little bit of a marker there as it comes right up, and we sat there right ahead of 312. So I call it 312. I mean 311.95. Is that what I got there? 311.89. And we did mention we do sit in front of key levels by a couple pennies, and not that it mattered this time because there goes Apple now through 312. The only trade that I have on board today, and we've met our goals. We've been having a great time here today. We've met our daily goal, and couldn't be happier. We're sitting here and trading with everybody every single day, man. It's been a blessing, to be able to sit here and talk trading with everybody and just have a great time. So my next trade will be on SpaceX if and when that does come through. We did have some talk earlier about Microsoft, and they're sort of tipsy too in the morning. I mean, it was starting to go back up there to the upside, and then it just cranked. Got back going, still underneath VWAP. This is the amazing thing, man. And we talked about relative strength versus not. And it's so interesting because the NASDAQ now up 1.6% on the back of everything chip related, everything memory related, right? I mean, Microsoft down 1.53%. I know we're on Apple, but that just kind of, the NASDAQ was going without Apple to begin with in the first place. I know Apple's going now, but still the NASDAQ outproducing Apple right now. So that's actually happening. And so we don't have to worry too much about what Apple's doing with the NASDAQ. But if we go over here, and just the watch list that I have on board here today, if we wanted to zoom in, I'll just leave it right here, Andre, and you can take a quick look if you can zoom in. But there's SOX L, the AMD trade working out, up 10% on AMD. Marathon, always the runner, it seems like, with Marathon. Got to figure that one out. Qualcomm up 5%, so we bought that recently. Qualcomm's doing all right. Could always be doing better. Marvell up 5%, so that's a nice one there as well. Intel going, the TQ's going. ARM as well, 5%, Broadcom 5%. So, most of these names here that are leading the way today are all going to be part of that data center, part of that chip game. So as they say, chip game strong.
I was about to say
just
that.
Like Joe's club game strong. Right, yeah, going to clubs. You going to club?
No, I haven't been in a club in a long time, man.
Yeah.
I came
2
to the
weeks
conclusion.
counts as more than a long time, my guy.
Brother,
over here.
Sharif been in a club before me and possibly you.
Why do you have to worry about Sharif for?
Once I lost my hair, I'm like, that's it for me.
Yeah.
Can't be seen in the club anymore.
Plus, you're no longer single man Joe running around. How long have you been with Celine?
It's all right, man. Don't worry about it.
I mean, don't worry about it. I can't even. Sharif, how do you deal with this guy? This guy can ask me any question he wants, But over here, I just ask him how long. Okay. Maybe it's been multiple years.
Too long.
Too long. Hey, you said it. You're the one saying it, man. Make sure you clip this. No, but the names that are on the other side of this today, as we continue to have some good fun. Cerebras finally there. We actually haven't mentioned that in a minute. That's now under $200. So Cerebrus's price that they came to market with was $180. They came to the actual stock market at $350. So they're getting chopped up right now pretty nicely there. SBRS. Too bad about Shopify. No longer Canada Day, but Shopify had a nice move back up as some of those software-related names did have a battle back recently. My little shitey Uber keeps on doing not well, man. And you know what? I saw that video that Sharif just mentioned before about this Tesla just crushing the streets of Toronto. Yeah, man, that's a problem for you, Uber, right now. I'm telling you that right now. These guys are maneuvering around the streets without even.
I know. I listen, man.
Yeah, just a couple just sitting
I'm all about it. I might be like.
I'm getting more and more confident now that I'm not even my hands are nowhere even near the wheel anymore.
Yeah, there you go,
like
man.
Straight
That's what I'm talking about.
or-
Like, if you're telling me that in the next 10, 15 years that people are still going to be controlling, I mean, that might be a little bit of a stretch.
It's
but
not.
your kids, no, and it's not.
I don't think it is a
right? Like,
stretch.
think about it. Gia's
long.
going to own a cyber cab probably, and not even have to touch a steering wheel.
I don't. You might be right about that.
That's just how I feel about it.
And I don't think you're wrong. No, the kids love it. The kids. That was one of the main reasons. Gia takes credit for me getting a Tesla, because she's like, Dad, remember that time when you asked me if you should get a Tesla, and I said yes, like you should definitely get one. She's not wrong though, because it was probably about 2 weeks later I was in a Tesla.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I can't make decisions myself. I'll let my 11-year-old, at that time 10-year-old, make them for me, and it was a great one. All right, we could have an L on right now. We do got to go.
Yeah, we'll be
back
careful
over.
on that
We've got
one.
to do money talks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say what's for lunch, because
You want to do what's for lunch before we go back?
No, let's go back and
Okay,
then come back.
we're into yeah, we will. We're into SpaceX right now off of 160. I'm only going to give it 159 and change. Like I said, man, we already have one. We only made one trade today. It was Apple. It was $4. Apple's still trying to go, but at the end of the day, SpaceX here. If it can't hold this 160, man, we gone like Donkey Kong out of this name, SpaceX. No more averaging into it. It's down here at 160. We're caught long at 160.80. We're minus $1 club on this one. But the good thing is we have less than half a unit. So so far so good here. But we're giving some back, so we can't celebrate our wins without talking about the losses. And here it comes right back into 160 is SpaceX. Let me put on that half a unit and wait to see what winds up happening here. SPCX. I guess we just should have waited for the level we wrote down, which was 160. Now we'd be 40 cents in the money. All right, it's Adara back at the desk. It's Money Talks.
This US dollar, nice little, not quite a double bottom, but pretty darn close here on the daily chart. You have this support coming in at 100 halves on Thursday. I'm seeing here Friday, I guess, populated here slightly higher low and sort of a doji candle here, or I guess rather a bottoming tail candle you get. Again, a slightly higher low, more or less aligned with that low that we had the prior session, and pretty much a flat close compared to where we opened. And then today, it's just straight upside here, opening here around 100.85, currently trading around the high here, and that's going to be around 100.15. So nice look here for the DXY. Next level resistance would be that high from last week, Wednesday, July 1st, which is around 101 halves. Then you're going to get into that other recent high we made in late June, 101.8. Economic data today, we did have some, though none of it was super massive. You had slightly lower than expected S&P services and composite PMI prints at 9:45 a.m. At 10 a.m., you get ISM services PMI at 11 a.m. So in just about 7 minutes here, you're going to have comments from Fed's Waller. So Fed Governor Waller to be speaking. Apparently, he's going to be speaking here alongside Schnabel and Wunsch of the European Central Bank. So be aware, those comments set to begin soon. I'm also seeing some reports here, nothing massive, but I guess kind of tangentially related to the U.S. dollar, just stuff to be aware about. Seeing reports from Notice suggesting that the Treasury of the U.S. has an internal draft report that warns about the dangers of an AI bubble. So unclear what's going to come of that as for right now, just a report and just an internal draft, but interesting to note there for, I guess, the U.S. dollar and the U.S. economy. As we send you back over to Sean and Joe.
Yeah, look, man, I wish I had a little bit more confidence in myself, Dion, right there. Whether or not, there's only a couple of goats, and definitely I am not one of them. We do have Brendan right here, if you're talking about some kind of a goat. But no, and I think you might be just referring to the fact that, I said to Joe, why not just be a little more patient? There's SpaceX 160 long. That's $1.25 in the money. It went against us 20 cents. There's Apple 308.50, now 450 in the money. So only two of our trades hit so far today. LHSW got to 550, now 650, but we wrote down 5. So we don't have that one. We want to thank you for the support there as well. Yeah, man, there goes SpaceX. So we'll celebrate it. I'll get another piece out here. Why not take that out at 30 as it continues to climb a bit higher? Kind of lucky, not lucky. Our stop was 159.50, went down to 159.80. So, this trade, if you are patient like I was, I was, but could have been more at 160. You now have $1.30 in the money, and it did go 20 cents against us. So that's about 6-1 right now to the upside. Let's see if we can hold this one just a little bit more. I'm actually already out of half exactly right now. So up there now, we'll take a 70-cent winner on half. Actually not on half, but we few outs on the way back up, but once that turned profitable through 161, there goes SpaceX right now. Now $1.50 off of that posted level, so that was a good one here, and you called for it. All right, Joe.
All right, man.
Here we go.
I'm all out of DRAM, by the way. We'll take a small W on this one. We were just adding. Once we rejected and put in that lower high, I knew it was going to be disastrous. Shit. Yeah, I know. I knew it was. When you said take another L, I thought you were talking about that one, but we didn't take any form of an L on DRAM. Is it an O-ish good or an O-ish bad?
It is a U.S. flag.
Oh, yes. All right, this is what I'm talking about. Burgers.
It's a U.S. flag.
Yeah.
It is double smashed beef burgers. Here we go. We are getting lit up again.
Straight to the bicep, baby.
That's right.
SpaceX,
mine's going straight to the gut. As SpaceX now $1.80 in the money. It is double smashed beef burgers today. It is double. And if Randy gets a hold of them, he'd be triple smashed. That's getting smashed right down there.
Sharif hates it. Straight to the bicep, baby. Let's go.
Sharif, man. Sharif, what does Sharif want? These falafel burgers or something?
Bro was just in Texas, probably having Texas barbecue.
Well, no.
Yay.
Oh, my
days.
So
now he's mad about a little bit of, Angry Wife says, Joe, put those away.
There's some good barbecue joints here. I'm sure there's tons in Texas. Needless to say. All right. Well, we didn't get past the burgers.
Okay.
I never get this reaction from Neil, so I really gotta play it off.
Sorry. Should I calm down a little?
You should be like, beef burgers, that's all right.
Cool.
No, he gets excited. Neil will be upset to miss burgers.
Yeah, it was the second time he's missed burgers. Remember last time he missed them?
He did. He was like, I can't wait for burgers.
Hey,
man, he took a day off.
Bicep burgers.
He's probably really happy with his day off, so we were happy for him. He'll be in tomorrow, where I just looked at what tomorrow's is. So. Welcome back, Neil. Okay, don't worry what it is tomorrow, okay, my God. No, don't worry about what it is tomorrow. I cannot ruin it.
That's crazy.
Right now, $2 in the money on SpaceX. We have sides, one of my favorite as well. Oh, man. Grilled corn. I love corn.
With the burgers today?
Yeah, burgers and corn. What a cookout we're having over here. And then generic salad with apparently sweet corn as well. So there's a lot of corn happening today. So we give a big shout out. That's what's for lunch. And by the way, Joe, you were not joking. When I sat down today and he's like, what are we trading? I just wrote down immediately SpaceX. Without even really,
man, missed that
there it goes right now. Now it's $2 clean in the money on SpaceX. So
where's my boy Gorev?
Joe, the one thing is, man, obviously we've been having a great time together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for filling in. Joe fills in every time Neil or myself is not available. And with the vacations this summer, it's been quite often.
SpaceX,
so I want to say a big shout out. Maybe next time you'll take the trades that I post up.
Yeah,
what? But there goes SpaceX. No, don't take your own trades.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say
we're 2 for 2 today, man.
No, but I like the look of SpaceX right now. It's not even the fact that you posted it. It's just
no. It's not about that. I mean, the 160. I mean, we like key levels.
Yeah.
Whether or not you find them, I find them, Sharif finds them, Madera. It doesn't matter. Like, it's about trading what you're confident in trading, and I like playing off levels. And how many times I can go back and show you every single sticky note has had at least something about SpaceX, let alone 160. When it was underneath it, we're trying to short 160. Now it's above 160, we're going long, and now it's $1.50 in the money on that one. And then our Apple trade was, again, like, I'm trying to show that, not only is it sometimes technical levels, but also just momentum. Like Apple was there on Friday. I said it again, on Thursday. And so no surprise that it's there today. All right, Joe, say bye to everybody.
Bye, everyone.
All right, see you, Joe. That was not dramatic. I was hoping a little more dramatic than that. But yeah, bye, everybody, says Joe. So Joe will see him in just a matter of seconds right now. He's been working up a storm. So we say thank you to Joe. And he'll be joining Sharif very, very soon. And the only thing that we really did miss today, man, was, dude, buy me a Dell. This one, we brought this to you guys early and often. And it was Trump and Michael Dell and, talking all about these Trump accounts. And, Dell was talked about very favorably one more time. So that was a huge move back there to the upside. Look, SpaceX big, Apple big. Hope you guys had a big day as well, and hope you guys enjoyed whatever you were trading. And if you were on your hands today, perfect, man. You don't need to be trading all of the time. Randy, can you confirm the burgers have arrived or no? the burgers are in the house and you can't wipe that smile off of Randy's face. So we will see everybody very, very soon. We're going to get over to that gym. Sharif is back here. We're very happy to have him back. It's the Joe and Sharif, the midday show, and they're going to take it over right now. Thank you, everybody on TikTok today.
Oh, did you see the new tanker in our video there? Was that updated?
Play it back.
Oh, Assassino, should we do that one more time?
Yeah,
so we
play
can
it.
show everybody the tanker there. Okay. No problem.
Oh, no, that's it. No, we can. All right, man. That's
All
just a
right, here we
one-time
go.
event.
Let's say hello to everybody and greetings. Oh, there it is. Oh,
Yeah,
in
that
the
big-
straight as well. It was right in the straight. Okay, Fabian, we see you.
All right,
Shout out to my
Fabian.
man, Fabian. Man. Shout out to everybody. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. In case you didn't meet this handsome gentleman already,
Don't
that
worry,
is your
man.
boy
He's
Joey
good.
Options. I am Sharif. Shout out to Ronaldo. Shout out to Wendy's, Mr. Tums. We got Bovin. We got Edward, Paper Hands. Shout out to Grunfeld and Overweight Spider. Mike PD Ryder, Ginvesting, Rodney Owen. Shout out to Christmas and Nothing But Junk. 9267. We got Hangry Wife. We got Fred. We got Pitchbull. Heart to Heart Media is joining us, as well as Dr. Wynn. Overweight Spider. Get on that treadmill, man. Or get on the spider web or something there. King Clutch, 007, Blakey Spears, D-Loaf, Hey Jensen. We got Ole Ole Ole.
Oh.
Sorry. Bye, Ole Ole Ole.
Oh.
There's no more Ole Ole Ole. Y'all are out. Callum Mitchell Miller, the Auspicious Turtle, T Money Kirk D, Johnny G, Hell's Gate, and Britt Brendan. Good morning to everybody. We're going to let Joey get set up, guys. All right, we got a halter working here. Halted down, sadly. FXHO's halted up at around 18 and change, 18 and a third. It is now halted down at 16 and a third. The market giveth, and of course, the market taketh away. So we're going to be careful with these ones. Let's bring in the side charts and have a look at some of the small cap gappers that we got running on the day. You'll notice two, ones that are standing out that are not technically small cap gappers. They are leveraged ETFs. AXTX and AAOX, middle left of your screen. We're going to keep those on watch today as the pickings are slim in the world of small cap gappers. But we've also got a couple of holdovers. We got OUST. This one, I wasn't here Thursday, but I was here on Tuesday. I wasn't here Wednesday either in the afternoon. And so these ones are holdover from last Tuesday and last Monday. So we got OUST continuing to run. We got RXT as well, which we've seen run as well. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Got more to talk about. We got to send it to Joey.
All right, guys. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan. With VinFast VF6 vehicles together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
Adam James abroad. Two nice ones in the chat. Must, yes, man. What?
Randy's already got the lunch rolling.
He's already got the lunch. Randy's going deep, man. Yeah, he takes his lunch. He takes his lunch on, I guess, Eastern time. What's that?
Pacific.
No,
not even
Atlantic
Pacific.
time.
Yeah, Atlantic time.
Atlantic
man.
time.
Crazy.
It's 12 o'clock somewhere,
Yeah,
Randy.
yeah,
Get
yeah.
it, my man. So here's the deal, guys. FXAHO halted down. As I mentioned, we've got a couple of leveraged ETFs here, AAOX and AXTX. The bottom left of your screen, you'll see BFLY, and this is a former runner. It's a former convict. It's one that we know a lot about. It has these outsized days. It's coming in a little bit right now with this bottoming tail coming in at 8 3/4, showing 8 4/5. I like VWAP hold here, but we're going to have to change trend to get involved, right? Because we're putting in a bunch of lower highs, lower lows. We're going to keep a close eye on that one. As I mentioned, OUST, a holdover, gotten a little bit more expensive now, is oust. But there you go, flat top breakthrough 53.50. It was accumulating there in the pre. It was accumulating there after the bell, and there it goes through that level at 10.45. So this one could see $55. If it really catches a bid, we'll see what 60 has to offer. KIDZ, kids. We're going to be calling this one kids just because it's easy to say, but don't come with any funny jokes in the chat there, Joey. But $1.25 is where the volume-weighted average price is hanging out, but this is a prolonged downtrend after making that 168 high a day. That is the high. but we've been suffering here below 131 1/3, I would say, for a little bit of time. RXT looks a lot more momentum prone to the high side, 657 showing 647 now, above the 10 EMA on the 5. I pick up something off that green line. Should it come in, then last but not least, ELAB. As I mentioned, guys, the pickings are slim today in small cap gapper land. So you're going to notice a lot of these patterns don't look all that great, but that is the best the market has to offer us today. So we're going to keep an eye out on these ones and we'll see what's up, Joe.
Good stuff, man. Robinhood up to 116 today, guys.
Loose.
Yeah, so not too bad of a look there. We had a nice W here on DRAM. Obviously, we could have capitalized a little bit more on it, but we'll take it for what it is. If it continues to grind, then like, hey, okay, so that was a good out, right, guys? So we were building a position and we were talking about this throughout the day. Oh my God, fantastic. Gotta love this stuff here. Anyways, aside, we could talk about it on the 5-minute time frame. There's not much of a difference, but I'll get that pulled up for you momentarily.
Pull up.
So guys, here it is, right? So we start break of the volume weighted average price. Then I add actually through the pre-market high break, comes back against me, but it was about 30% of what I've had on this position. And then we actually double it up here, and then I add more for the break of $66 up here. So you can see I have 3 adds plus my original entry. And then once it broke through that support level, I'm like, you know what? It's not doing what I want it to do. So let's get out. So we end up locking this in. You can see these specific additions and like an initial entry. We take off. That one was slightly under the water, but nothing substantial, okay? So we walk away profitable on that one. We did end up taking a loss on TSLA, which ended up working if I was just a little bit more patient and took that second entry. And then also with Meta, I'm not even aware of what Meta is actually doing at this point, and I'm not too worried about it. I want to focus on SpaceX here, guys, and getting in another potential entry here on DRAM, because if it's worked once, I may as well continuously go back to the names that have been working for us. Now, we can head over to our watch list momentarily before we send it back to Sharif, and then we'll take a look at some options activity later once some things start to cool down and we start to form the base or a base that we're looking for in specific names. Now, here's NVDA, right? Bouncing off the volume weighted average price. This is going to be a key inflection point. Are we going to break lower, or are we going to get a bounce and maybe head towards the high of the day? Now, as for Apple, up 1.3%, and SpaceX was almost down 1.5% here. But what we do have, Gaurav, I seen you in the chat earlier. I haven't seen you. I tried tagging you. It didn't work. Are we going to look for this to hold up? I think so. This can give us a possible green light entry here on SPCX, which I'm looking to do right now, even though we're starting to sell. There's a shelf at 161. If that holds up, then that's going to be our green light to go, and we'll start relatively small, can always build into a position and hope for the best, and that would be a move back towards the volume weighted average price. Now, as for Broadcom, a name that was down 27% off its highs, really starting to gain some ground here this morning, guys. Now up 3.99%, closer, we'll just call it 4 flat, but you're still down 25%. So, I mean, that's hefty. This gap down was pretty hectic, and as a shareholder, anyone who's buying in this 400 area, that's a hefty pullback there, guys, down 27% in Broadcom.
All right, here we go. Lucy's accumulating. Guys, sorry, I didn't even mention Lucy. Thank you, chat, for fact-checking me on that. I did see Lucy in the pre-market, but I don't know why it wasn't showing up on the scanner there. Punk. But anyway, LUCY, guys, not a bad looker here. It's zigging, it's zagging. It's having a lot of trouble with $1.30. There seems to be a pretty convicted seller at that $1.30 area. And even when we got above there in the pre-market at 820, we were really quick to lose that level. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to pick up something off the 10 EMA. Right now, it might not give it to me. The 10 EMA is showing me 118 right now. We're showing 123. So here's the deal. We're going to work in with half the position with a view to adding should this one dip. So let's just go ahead and front run that. We're going to put it at 19s. And quite frankly, now that I'm looking at it, it should be ahead of that. It should not be 19s. It should be in front of 20. 20 is a clear area of resistance here, at least on the one. So I'm going to go ahead. I used to ride on 22s, Joey.
Did you?
Yeah, my car had 22s.
Nice.
So now we're going to put the level at 22.
Okay.
Right? So there we go. We're going to keep a close eye here on LUCY. It's got to hold above the 113 level. That's the volume weighted average price. So in a position here, into Lucy at 123. Let's see how this goes. Ivan, 130 is 200 SMA daily. Clean that and ... That'd be nice, Ivan, man. Let's see if that can do it. If you're wondering who am I talking to, this imaginary person in the chat called Ivan. His name is Computronet, okay? And I only know his name was Ivan because I asked him. Shout out to my man Ivan. Anyway, Lucy to 169, easy, set, and forget, says Ozan. Man, I had a great time with Ozan.
I heard, man.
We went out food.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Your boy got the crawdaddies.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
Damn,
they're like
man.
little lobsters, but they're like, mini, right? You just gotta break them. You gotta 5-finger, 10-finger in.
Crawfish, man.
Crawfish, crawdaddies. They call them the mud dwellers. Yeah, right? So we had a good time there, me and him. We went out for some Cajun food near Sundance Square. Okay. Let me tell you, bro.
Yeah, you like
Fort Worth, a triple star.
No!
Okay, dude. Walking downtown Fort Worth and then walking downtown Toronto.
Yeah.
As my friend who filled in for me last week would say, distinctly different.
Very different.
0 in the way of vagrancy.
Yeah.
0 in the way of dirt and garbage and anything nasty on the floor.
Surprisingly so.
Excellent. Great
Dude,
state of
and
Texas.
I had the same opinion. I think Dallas is a little bit of a different story.
I didn't
but
go
I had
to
the
Dallas.
same opinion about Chicago. Very, very clean. Very, very clean. Here, not so clean.
No. And it never used to be that way. People used to call Toronto the clean New York.
Yeah.
If you remember that.
Where is our tax money going?
Well, your friend over there, she's got
She's
some
too busy
different
doing
ideas.
sue. She's doing sue.
Is she being sued?
No, like,
Sue. I didn't see that.
Let
Did
me
she
say
sue?
something. This is crazy.
Go.
She did that. Olivia Chow has been outside more than I have
That's
this
crazy.
summer.
How are you going to allow that, man?
Dude, I remember I told you I seen her at
allow
back-to-back events.
I love
Like, what is this girl doing?
Sue. All right, man. It was great times. Loved it. It was more stories to come on that, obviously. We'll get to it as the show goes on. You should go to the Cowboys Red River next time, says Vinny. Can I say something to you guys? Yeah. I drove 4 hours between Dallas and Houston, and I saw green landscape as green as Southern Ontario. But you guys have no bodies of water.
Yeah.
Where is all this greenery coming from? Is it just like the perennial rain that they get off the Gulf? I have no idea, but very, very impressive. Anyway, let's get right back to trading here. We're still involved in Lucy. It's trying to hang out at the 10 EMA on the 5 with a 130 resistance. So keeping a close eye out on that. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. OTLK, I'm being told here by somebody in the chat, but he's gotta chill out there with the spamming. Okay, so OTLK still down 1/3%, but it's trying to go green above 145. Nice V-shaped recovery on that. What is it? OTLK? It's Outlook Therapies, $232 million market cap. Thank you for mentioning that to the individual there in the chat. Spamming it, we had to look at it, but trade this one carefully. DXPXSHXT. Sharif. You've got to visit Austin and check out the KG barbecue. Really good Egyptian and Texas barbecue. That's crazy. I'd love to have that, man. But I was just in love with the fact that a lot of the Texas cities are all on that triangle. So it's kind of a triangle shape of the highway that connects, say, San Antonio, right? Houston, and then the Metroplex. Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington in the north, and then Austin's along the way into some of those. So I just thought it was super interesting how you guys had that triangle connecting all the cities. And that's the thing, eh? The Metroplex, I knew nothing about this till I got down there.
What is this?
It's basically all the area cities in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That includes Arlington, Irving or whatever, all the other cities involved in that as well.
Yeah.
Way bigger than Toronto, way more populated than the GTA. I'm comparing GTA to Metroplex.
Okay.
Right? Just way less dense, so sparsely populated, right? Because everything.
It's more spread out.
It's more spread out.
More spread
right? but huge nonetheless. So
Yeah,
super
everything is literally bigger in Texas.
It really is.
I love the state, man. We love the state. We love Texas over here. Sir,
Great
when are you
state of
going to
Texas.
come back to Texas? Come to Dallas for? Hey, listen. I think I'm going to make it to Austin at some point, maybe even this year. Yeah, to be honest, I might even end up there. Anyways, aside from that, guys, that's my next trip. There is either Austin or Myrtle Beach. So we'll see what we got going on. I know a lot of people talking about Netflix. We're at 76.50 on this one. We're down 1.4%, but a whole lot of green here today. Opposite of the Playboy Cardi album there, Adair. A whole lot of green across the board, and this is what we want to see. We're up 0.7%. The Nasdaq up 1.5% here today, even though we're still within this compression pattern. There's something to keep an eye out on. USO still holding up. Gold, silver even positive here, and NVDA up 0.4%, with XLK actually up 2%, right? So keep an eye out on that. Head over and take a look at what Meta's been up to. Has it found a bottom? It looks like for now, we are currently up 1.33%. There comes SpaceX in, Gaurav. I like that you're mentioning that. Now, let's see if this is going to be a good entry point or we're just going to continue on this downward trajectory. All right, I don't want to be fighting the trend. We will take a stab at it. We know Katina Man's long, you're long, SpaceX as well, which I think is a good play. Michael Burry shorting AMAT, so maybe this roller coaster ride is coming to a slight end as we are now down 20% off of the highs in applied materials, looking for a bounce off of this trend. Oh man, just because he's short, listen, I wish that this would just go absolutely parabolic. Why? Because I'm a shareholder of it. Caterpillar, he's short as well too, which I think is, man, if you're going to at some point, I think up here is the idea to do so, not in the middle of this run. It's been climbing for over a year, so I can justify it. Just hopefully it's not too deep of a pullback. Shout out to all the Caterpillar shareholders who have been absolutely rocking and rolling. And here goes Robinhood. Up another 3 1/3 today, guys. So we're going to look at this point. I believe we're going to break this 120 mark probably by the end of the week. And then at that point, we're down 20%, which isn't bad. And a name that was cut in half at one point. Okay, so we'll keep that in the back of our mind. And Palantir was down 60% at one point as well, starting to find somewhat of a recovery. So from peak to that to this pivot, 50%, I should say. So it was hit just as bad as some of these other fintech names, the SoFis and the Robinhoods. Completely different space. I understand that, but now it's starting to find somewhat of a bottom here.
All right, thank you so much, Tisha Perkins, the OG, for the $10 super chat. Tisha, also watching for a pot squeeze on LHSW at some point. You are not wrong at all about that, Tisha. I'm feeling a little bit off today because I missed this one and Lucy from my morning, just quick search there. So this is a fantastic looking pattern. And what I like more about it, Tish, is that it runs over multiple days. This is Thursday's aftermarket price action. So you had the breakout there at around 4:45 in the afternoon on Thursday. And then look at how it continues to hold trend, almost strictly, quite frankly, including aftermarket Thursday price action. So it continues to hold the higher lows. And by the way, just to show you that the price action is continuing to hold over from last week into this week, look at that $5 area we had trouble with at 4:25 in the morning, the same area that we had trouble with at around 7 o'clock on Thursday. Ended up taking that area, obviously. My look here, Tish, is that this one, as soon as it makes an intraday high, it is quick to retrace. Case in point, 4:25 a.m., boom down. Again, 7:05 a.m., boom down. We're going to do this again. 9 a.m., boom down. 10:20 a.m., boom down. So if this makes an intraday high, I would not be looking to add into the position. I'd be looking to take money out because it's almost certainly going to retrace. There's nothing certain about this game. I take that back. Anything can happen here. But, with, let's just say, the odds on our side here that it does that. So we'll put LSHW on the side chart, LHSW, pardon me, and we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I could be interested here if it holds 575 and or if it takes out 661. So if it drops down, holds 6 to 575, I'm interested. If it takes out prior area high at around 660, I'm also interested there. But While I tell you about that, let me please tell you about this as well.
Oh.
Quick reminder, Trader TV Live members get Sharif's, mine, daily morning research note every single trading day that I am here. The big market stories, the key levels, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join below the video now to become a member, and it wouldn't be a morning read, Tiffany, unless I showed the actual morning note itself. So here is the SpaceX one. Here is Meta. You can already see is working away for the afternoon segment. And then you get the technical section, which give you 3 areas of support and 3 areas of resistance on the 15, 3 areas of support and resistance on the 4-hour, which we call the swing context. You get a bias, a short-term bias, a medium-term, a long-term bias, and then you get the trade plan, what levels to watch out for, what volume, catalyst to watch out for, and then the execution mindset so you can go into this with the right mentality. Thank you for whoever is joining. All right, Joey, we're in 2 trades right now. We got Lucy trying to curl up here into 1 1/4. We're trying to take some prints, and we got BFLY knocking the door at 9. Got a couple of prints on this one, but still unprinted at 99, and there it goes through 9. Now we're looking for a bigger move up. I'm looking for 905. Shout out to the area code, and I'm looking for 911. I like that number. Do you like number 11?
Yeah, I like number 11.
11. There's a story behind that to come later.
All right. Was that a Texas thing? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Gaurav, here it is, brother. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. I said if it's worked once, it might work twice here. And sure enough, DRAM did put in a beautiful signal for us to go long. Instead, we try to take the long here on SpaceX. And whatever we just made on DRAM, we unfortunately give a little bit back. It might be one of those sessions where it's not going to find a bottom and continuously sell, which I think is right because I do have a significantly lower price target on this bad boy. On SpaceX, I think 159 is a little bit too much right now for it. To be honest with you, I'm talking about 125s, 130s maybe. So we're going to give back the majority. This was just a bull trap, in my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about this. Yeah, there goes DRAM. Why do I always do this to myself, Sharif? Why do I
Let's talk it through.
Okay.
Talk it through.
Okay, yeah.
What the situation here?
The situation was I had a nice winning trade on DRAM. Should have took the additional entry here at 64.70 right off of those lows. Why? Because there's multiple things. There's a signal and a key support level at that marker. And then instead, I'm like, you know what? No, I want to get involved with SpaceX for whatever reason. I haven't traded it today. And my primary watch list I wanted to focus on here all day was DRAM. And I've taken 1 trade on DRAM and 3 on other names. Yeah.
I like that $65 level as resistance. Do you think if it clears, given what it did, look at your entry there, your 3rd entry.
This one right there.
That's the one. You got it off 65, correct?
Absolutely.
And so look at your first entry.
Yep, 65,
where was that?
65, baby.
Something tells me 65 is important here, Joey.
Yeah, so you're thinking it might be what was once somewhat of a support level looking like can act as a resistance zone.
But what if it ends up clearing out 65 again?
Then we're rolling. But what we are rolling right now is finally SpaceX working for us. All right, Lele, what's up, girl?
Lele.
Thank you all. My trading since January has given me income now. I am on track to make $50K by the end of the year just trading from home.
Man, can I say something?
I got my thing, man.
I'm very happy for Lele, man. Shout out to Leandra, man. Just don't call her Leanna. Don't do it.
Shout
out to Leandra, man. We love having you around, Leandra, not just because you're making money, but because you also have a great disposition.
See that video? Oh, no, you didn't watch any of the videos I sent you.
I went to sleep.
I know, man.
Brother, I promise I'll catch up on them today.
All right, no worries, man.
But I also wanted to mention, man, met Ozan.
Yeah, how is
right?
Yeah, Ozan.
Met
you got a picture
Dave,
with them?
Texas trader, Texas Jets fan.
Yeah.
Dave Velasquez, right? We got for breakfast before the Canada game, right? Met 2 different viewers.
No way, man.
One at
My
the
dream.
Egypt game, Yusuf. He says, "What's up to you?" He's an options trader.
Yeah, what's up,
Yeah,
Yusuf,
shout out to my man
man.
Yusuf, who grabbed me in the bathroom line.
No.
I had no idea who this
I mean,
was.
yo.
I was just like, "Who are you?" I was sitting there staring at his face. I'm like, "Do I know this guy from my childhood?"
Yeah.
Because I saw a lot of my friends at the Egypt game from Toronto,
No
right?
way.
Like, yeah, childhood church friends, right?
Okay.
And so I'm like, "Do I know this guy?" And also met a great trader at the Sundance Fair on the 4th. Fantastic. And he says, "What's up to you as well?"
Man.
Shout out to my man, Jesse.
What's up?
Right?
Martinez?
No.
Oh.
Hernandez.
Yeah.
No.
Man.
And they're both great
You got a
traders.
picture of
Both
a-
of them.
you
I
got
got
a picture
pictures
of
with all of
Ozan?
them.
You got a
all
picture
of
with
them.
Ozan? Let me see
Every
this guy
single
again,
one.
man.
Ozan?
Yeah.
We're going to do all of them later.
Yeah, but it's like, no, I'm not going with everyone. Come on, man. You got to show me it at least. As we're
Joe, we gotta
as what
filter
was
these
once
pictures
working
here.
for us here on SpaceX is no longer doing so. Man, yeah, I've got to stop beating yourself up about it. Obviously, I'm not.
Where's my
I'm not gonna
man
be
there?
doing that. But anyways, Tesla back at the high of the day. Hood 116. Let's see, Ozan.
Ozan.
That's Ozan.
Ozan.
That's crazy.
Love Ozan.
My God.
Sorry, continue, man.
That's Ozan. What's up, bro?
Great
Hey,
guy, man.
Let me see
I
Ozan.
love
Let me see it
Ozan,
again.
bro. Oh, we're gonna show all these pictures.
Yeah,
after, I
Ozan,
swear,
brother.
yeah.
Listen, you got to
Love
join the.
Ozan.
I think where you're currently sitting at right now, Ozan. You have to join the brotherhood, man. It's about that time.
No,
It's
no
all
longer.
like, hey, man. Yeah, you know I love Ozan.
Sorry.
But guys, this was the signal in which I shoulda, coulda, woulda, and what is gonna
Meta news?
haunt me for the rest of my days. Obviously, being highly sarcastic, but was this print right there, Goriev? This was my green light to go. Instead, I decided to mess around with SpaceX off of those lows, forming a consolidation off the base. Green signal, much better than red signal. And it also just really eliminates the amount of entries that you would. Love you, Sean. So shout out to him. We love you too, Ozan.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Sean.
Is he?
By the way.
Yeah, he loves
Ozan,
Sean. Yeah.
big fan of Sean.
6470. 6470, all the way up to 6510. That was a primetime Deion Sanders entry. Unfortunately, we missed it. Now we're sitting in some SpaceX, which I do believe momentarily is going to break down.
Down. There goes Lucy. Joseph frickin' Wilson, here we go. We're ripping now. And by ripping, I mean like we're 15 pennies in the money. We were. There it goes, added nicely. This is a new high a day. It is not the best print we've had on the actual day because that belongs to the print at 8:20 a.m., which is $1.37. But this 135 print that we just got there, that is the official intraday high because it took place during regular market hours. So we're going to take that print and looking for more. Quite frankly, I'm looking for $1.50. And if we clear that $1.50, I'm looking for $2. So we're going to see what Lucy ends up doing today. New intraday high, but look for a possible retracement here. I'm not saying that Lucy has a tendency like LHSW to retrace off intraday highs, but just be careful. There could be some selling here on LUCY. How's this one doing? BFLY, we're in at 90, showing me 92. We took a couple of prints, but we're still suffering from the same affliction that we were suffering from earlier. That is the inability to clear $9 as a technical area of resistance, at least decisively anyway. So I'm going to continue to watch that. We'll continue to try to defend this area here. But let me tell you something. It loses 8 3/4, which is the area low. I'm out. Simple as that. We're not going to fall in love. So whether you're looking at it on the 5-minute or the 1 minute, you're getting multi-time frame, confirmation here, which is this is the area low on the 5. It's also the very clear area low on the 1. 876 ends the trade for me there, Joey. Should it fail to advance to 9. Yeah. Lucy. Lele, I am with you on Lucy. Explain to me, Lucy. I like that. Get it, Lele. I didn't watch that show all that much, but I did like. Explain to me, did you know that Lucy Ball was the producer of Star Trek? I had no idea. No, I did not know that. Good to know, though. More information. Ahmed, 1683. Do we have a chance against Argentina tomorrow? My man, all I can say is Cape Verde. That's all I can say about that. They stunned the world. They almost stunned the world. They did stun the world, okay? Playing that well against multiple good teams, and in fact, the reigning defending champs themselves, taking them to overtime,
Yeah.
or in this case, we say extra time.
Extra time.
Right? That's the thing, though, Joey, right? If they had that kind of ability, hey, man, I don't put it past Egypt. I think Egypt's dynamic's a little bit different. I don't think they play the same way as Cap Verde, so I'm pumped, man. Bring it on. Bring it
Bring on the
Let's
smoke.
go.
And that's huge for you guys. Round of 8 now, right?
No, this is
this
round of
16. Yeah,
still.
16 still. Yeah.
So if Canada had won, it would have been the
been-
round of 8. So
yeah.
that was a round of 16 game. But the
They look
Egypt
good.
versus Australia was round of 32.
Yeah, fair
Go on.
enough, man. Oh, no, yeah, we're going to send things off to Adara. So DRAM, it's unfortunate, but listen, guys, when I say like, oh, I'm kicking myself, I'm truly not. You know why? Because there's always going to be a bigger and a better trade. Don't forget that, guys. We're sitting here, we're doing this all day, every day. There's going to be multiple opportunities. Next thing, all we got to do is make sure we're a little bit better. When the opportunity does arise, we have to take advantage of it. Let's send it over to the desk.
It's time to take a look here at the European markets as they close. Here with us to take us through that European close and maybe what to expect for the next Euro session is Juan.
Thank you so much, Adara. A huge weekend of football, right, Sharif? But anyway, let's talk about the European markets at the close here. Okay, so after some all-time highs on Friday, we were off on Friday for the 4th of July holidays, but Europe was not, so we got some all-time highs on Friday. We see here today on Monday at the close that they've pretty much done a little bit of profit-taking. Take a look at stocks, Euro 600 down by 0.42%. They eased lower. Tech trimmings, a little bit of profit taking from domestic sector. Even in the Euro Stoxx 50, about 0.3% down, supported by, of course, some core manufacturing blocks as well as stabilizing domestic cyclicals. France also not looking too bad, but down by 0.36. In the red because of luxury sectors consolidating and also French industrial lines tracking, of course, broad European cooling. But main story from the European region as a whole, we see a lot of AI rotation steering that of the capital. Portfolio managers basically cutting AI and as well as semiconductor stakes. Most of the major indices, of course, edging down from their historic peaks on Friday. Because of that early week profit taking. But in Germany, that was the only one in the green, up by 0.13%. Basically, the main story from Germany is that the program for economic recovery and employment that was launched by the German chancellor last week, that's pretty much bringing everything to the upside. There's a lot of talk about corporate bureaucracy and enhanced labor flexibility. So that lifted Frankfurt's industrial as well as domestic stocks overall. But now for the week, all eyes are going to be on the Fed minutes as well as central bank statements. So it's going to be a light calendar week this week in Europe. But like I said, everyone's looking forward to the ECB speeches as well as that Fed minutes to confirm whether or not there's going to be any autumn rate cuts upcoming.
Yeah, stay tuned, guys, and also stay tuned at 3:30 p.m. and we'll hear from Juan once again, this time about the Asian markets. See you then.
Great information, Juan. Love to hear that you're doing the Asian session now. Good luck, especially with the importance, of course, as we've seen, of the Korean stock market lately anyway with the microchips. But there goes FXHO ramping through the official high of the day. Of course, we still are below that pre-market high that we put in, I want to say, at 5:05 a.m., which is 2614, 1961 now. Official market high, and it is now taken the price action above the volume weighted average price. We're still trading below $20 though. 1961 high, 1937 is the price we're currently at right now, but I'm seeing this one trying to make another move back up. Let's load up FXHO here on a trading screen and get a gander of what is good. So FXHO, as I mentioned, FXHO on the NQ. Yes, okay. So now let's watch this trade for a little bit. This is going to be the first time on the day that I actually see the price action on this one develop. Limit up, currently it's 20.02. Limit down, 16.38. So here comes $20. Again, 1961 high. It was 19.35, so we just printed a new high a day. There's a buyer here locally at around $19. And there it goes into 1980, 20.02 limit up, guys. So this one could find 2023 now limit up. The spread is opening up substantially. It's 75 pennies now. It tightens up. It opens up. So if you're looking at managing the cost of doing business, you got to pick something up when it is in a tight range, okay? So be on the lookout here. $19 buyer, but this one can flip the script, and down it goes into $17.55. Quick, as we were knocking on the door of 20, as quick as this one lost dollars at a time, man, that is ugly. Up 154%. Funny enough, we haven't even breached prior bar low. That's the funny part. Well, I don't want to say it's funny, but, you know, it's the interesting part about it, of course. Current bar low, 1748. Prior bar low, 1667. So even though we have a lower high, we're still holding trend. If you were to get in here, you could give it to 1667. Of course, you would have to account for your risk management, meaning share size would have to be adjusted here. So continuing to watch this one, Joey. FXHO, I could try my hand at this and give it to 1667 just to hold trend. I'm sending it to you.
Good stuff, man. All right, brother. So this is what we had going on. We were all upset about this SpaceX, but now I think I have more reason to worry about it now, Gaurav. Why? Because we got that move, right? I mean, I should have posted up some orders and took some off up here right at this resistance zone. That's acting as support. Excuse me, and then you can see that it just absolutely tank city on this one. So we're still slightly above water on it and slightly profitable, but up here would have been significantly more as we almost entered the $1 entry on, or sorry, $1 club on this specifically. So let's see if we can find some form of a rebound on it, guys. Robinhood's still moving higher. Am I going to move to some of the fintech names? I actually want to see what SoFi is up to. I very rarely traded SoFi. But SoFi looking pretty good today, okay? So here it is, multiple indecision prints south of the volume weighted average price on a strong bull trend. I like the look of that. Now, what happens next is gonna be really important. Are we gonna double top at this $19 marker, or are we going to break through and then take that additional leg higher, which would lead us to that next step potentially? And I'm not saying here today, but this is gonna be a key pivot point for SoFi at 1965. You got something going on? Do you want to go?
FXHO's ripping, Joey. It's ripping, man. Here we go. Joey, we're $2 in the money on this one. 2086 limit up. We're showing 71. This could halt.
Bang.
Okay, 2086 limit up, guys. 55 showing up. We need another 30 pennies to hit that halt parameter. We're out of half the position. Biggest trade of the day so far. Watch out for the rejection at 20 and a big move back down, Joey. 2112 now, limit up.
Good
so
stuff,
we got to get through that 20.
All right, brother. Good stuff. One, no way. I got SpaceX long as well at 1620, looking for the 116 hold. Or sorry, 160.20. What am I at? 160.13. Yeah, we need this level, this 160 to hold. I would love to aim for the volume weighted average price.
Willis.
Excuse me, but I think that might be a little bit too optimistic at this point because why? We just have a consistent downtrend and we don't have any 5-minute candles on the backside of that. But DRAM is definitely the play here. Okay. There we go, Juan. There we go, my boy. There we go, Gaurav, what is your entry point on this bad boy? We need to punch through this 161, but right now we have no volume stepping in. And that's what I want to see following this break of this key pivot and through this resistance zone. Something that was once support, now clearly acting as resistance, and hopefully we don't reject it too aggressively.
I'm good.
You're good?
Your screen, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just seeing what's going on here. Yeah, let's get. Yeah, I mean, let's get it, brother. If we can sit on top of this edge, then I'm gonna look for that next point of around 162 even. I want to hold this, the size that I have right on here, not the craziest amount of shares. So that's gonna be allow me to relax a little bit and hold it for a bigger move. Okay. So that's my narrative on this bad boy. We're still negative on the day in SpaceX. So let's see if buyers step in momentarily. DRAM having a nice pop, and the market has just been a nice steady grind higher. This is what we want to see. The SPY not too far off of all-time highs. The Dow Jones, I believe, did the Dow hit a new all-time high today here, Sharif? What did hit a new all-time high today, and we were talking about it earlier,
TIA
was CrowdStrike.
It is a new all-time high.
Yeah, it did. It tapped into a new all-time high. The IWM not too far off of those levels as well, too, Sharif. So, hey, man, NASDAQ, usually the best performer, but out of the major averages, the Dow, the IWM, the S&P, and the NAS has been the worst performer hit by some of these tech names.
Yeah, man. So yeah, here's the deal. So the Dow, these are the ETFs, of course. So don't fault me for calling the DIA the actual Dow index, but we're just going to speak about it on these terms. The DIA up 10 1/3. The Q's, Joey, 18 and 1/5.
This is YTD, right?
YTD, yeah. SPY, 10, more than 10 1/3. And then far and away, Joseph Options. And I know you know this already because I mentioned it last week.
Yeah.
Far and away is the IWM, my cup of tea. Funny enough, my intraday cup of tea, not really my long-term cup of tea. IWM Russell 2000 ETF doubling every other major average on the year, up 22.1%. It is the Russell's world. We are all just living in it. And there goes Lucy. We're back in. So we exhausted our shares, guys, up here. I fat fingered at 131. So I got back in, defended that fifth of a dollar, and there it goes right back into 29.30. I'm looking for a little bit more. I want a 135 break and take. If we can get that, that would just be aces. So we're going to continue to watch that. The trade I'm displeased with is BFLY. Funny enough, I'm just back break even on this one, but this one keeps rejecting 9. Fine, not a good thing to be long something that keeps rejecting a level. The other side of that coin is we have higher lows here. So we did defend that 880 level, 885, let's say. Prior area low, was 875. So be on the lookout for that. And then we exhausted all our shares there into the area high on FXHO. Alas, it is back into 20, and it's looking to do some more damage to the shorts here. Shorts, watch out for this one, okay? I'm not saying this is not a good short. At some point it will be. But watch out here, okay? It's accumulating for 20, and if this one catches a bid, you could see it at 26 sooner rather than later, because that was the pre-market high this morning. Something tells me it may test that level again. Anyway, up. Bless you, Joe.
Sorry, guys. Oh, man.
Bro, you're going to apologize for sneezing.
Well, and I sneezed right in the mic.
Oh, that's not good. Then we got to apologize to Tiffany.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Tiffany. 2156. Limit up here on FXHO, Joey. Going to keep a close eye here. And there it goes again. 20.99 now. This is a new intraday high. So 21 on the dot. We're talking about FXHO. It continues to hold higher low bars. So even though it is moving dollars at a time and, swings both ways here, the fact of the matter is the trend is still intact. It's holding the prior bar. Just by way of example, prior bar low is 17.48. You got to give it $2 because it's showing you 17.58 now, right? So if you're not willing to give it $2, it's probably not the trade for you, because you're just going to get stopped out prematurely and you're going to miss out on some possible profits here. Anyway, 21.56 limit up, 20.99 high day.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, I know, Juan. It's just not. Like, I thought that at this point here, this was strong, and then we just run right into that resistance zone. But then this candle was just a little bit too weak for my liking. Oh. Do I just take the cash and run at where I'm currently sitting at? I mean, but that's not the narrative, right? That's why I have a little bit less shares on right now to hold it for a larger move. But there's just not very much strength in it at all. And we're just talking trend up here. Good opportunity on the Nas. Robinhood now up to 117. But here's the opportunity on the NASDAQ. At the end of the day, we're looking at a SpaceX inclusion in the NASDAQ as well, too, I believe, Shreve, which is some pretty good.
Sir. We knew that was coming, though.
Yeah, exactly. We knew that was coming. But here it is. Bang. Nice indecision print right at VWAP, and then off to the races it goes. And you're punching new highs of the day. Robinhood right there. Now a beautiful recovery off of the lows on DRAM, but now what we have is just some buying pressure that I'm not in love with. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just draw our basic trend line, and if we do, and if we're fortunate enough to have a 5-minute candle sit on the backside of this, then that might give us a little bit more working for us for the potential long, but we can just see it's completely trend down at this point, and it's just trapping bulls like myself within this trade, because what I do believe is, look how quick this happened, right? So let's do a minute from 11:19 to where, so 20 minutes, 23 minutes, right? And then look where we're sitting at 23 minutes from signals being printed on SpaceX, okay? So the longer things take to work out, the less that I actually like though. Even though you don't want to be over analyzing and micromanaging your position, just from an experience standpoint, when you have your entry, the quicker it works, the better, obviously. Thanks, Captain Obvious. But in all seriousness, when things chop around, what that just shows me, and even on a bigger picture and a bigger time frame, when I see the NASDAQ in the morning chop around for an hour, I'm like, oh, okay, they're just accumulating before they have a break. And right now, we've had 20 minutes of just moving sideways in SpaceX, and we haven't had that pullback back towards the volume-weighted average price. Could I be wrong in the fact that it may go there? Yes. But I have confidence in what I've gained over the years is that I wouldn't be surprised if we reject 161 and put in a new low of the day momentarily. For the long sake, I hope that I'm wrong, but the way it's looking right now doesn't seem to be the case.
All right, just give me a sec.
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys, you can see that it's breaking down right now, and now we have another trend line that's just something that we have to battle. Okay, so if we get a 1 minute happen to sit on the backside of it, then maybe we'll be okay. But this curl over after this engulfing print on low volume, and quite often I talk about effort and result. Okay, look at the size of this candle, but then look at the volume. Not very much effort in a result where it's like, okay, the sellers probably just took their foot off the brake. That doesn't mean we're strong. Right? This is just a potential trap into some resistance zones, and you can see that we're struggling to punch through key areas right now.
All right, man. Shout out to my man, Jin Weiwei. He's dropping 70. I can read, I promise. 70 new Taiwanese dollars in the chat. Long time no see. Shout out to my man, Jin Weiwei. What's going on, brother? I hope you had a good weekend. I was going to say long weekend, but I know you're in Taiwan, so unless you guys had a long weekend over there, I hope you had a fantastic weekend and everything is going good on your side. No comment there attached, but here we go on Lucy again into 129. We're going to wet the beak here because this one has had trouble taking out 30 pennies. So taking out some profits here. Sold holding BFLY. FXHO, I'm looking for this one to clear into 23. I'm giving it a little bit of room. We've got some prints on this one. It's having trouble decisively holding above 21, at least, just recently. 21.84 the high, showing you a 21 seller right now. We did get a couple of prints on this one, but definitely looking for a little bit more, something more aggressive. I'm thinking 23, at least, as an initial move up. So we've layered the orders there. We'll see what how this cookie crumbles, pardon me. BFLY kind of continues to reject that $9 area. It keeps putting in higher lows, but there's no continuation aggressively through 9. So I did wet the beak. I did take some profits right around there as well. And then last but not least, we're keeping a close eye here on LUCY. This is getting multiple rejections at 130. So I don't know how to feel about this one. I like the higher low trend. You can clearly see that on the 5, on the 1, but you're definitely getting a lot of, convicted sellers at that 1 1/3 area. I'm just not sure how this cookie crumbles. I'm going to give it to local area low, which takes me below 120. If it loses that, then, I'm just going to get out there. Grunfeld. So for Lucy, you may have seen this, but 130 is the 200 EMA or MA on the daily chart, which is why it's acting as such strong resistance. Great call out by you, brother. Sometimes I just don't have the time doing everything on the show to actually go into wider time frame analysis. So it really is helpful when you guys tell me what it is on the wider time frame. Thank you for that. The big green candle. Thoughts on SoFi chart? You want to cover that?
Yeah,
SoFi,
absolutely.
because I know you're the one that has more convictions about SoFi hood than I do, really. To be honest.
All right, I should just full port all in leverage EOM hood calls for 128C. I like you. That's all I could say, man. It's Carissa. You're my type of guy, man, but I can't tell you to do that. All right, I'm all out of this SpaceX. Guys, we'll take a small W. I just don't like the look of it right now. We can always enter back in. I'm not going to get into attached to one position. I just have the hunch that we're going to curl over and maybe head towards the low of the day. I could be wrong. And for Juan's sake and for Gorev's sake, I hope you guys can turn profitable on that one. But Cass... Castro, wow, 8823, man. Yeah, you're my type of people, brother. All love on that end. Yeah, now it's probably gonna go now that I'm out of it. But anyways, we'll take a small W on it. It is what it is. Obviously, we'd like it up there. No, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Wendy's, Tendies. Yeah. Hey, man. You got to live with the decisions you make, and that's what I'm doing in full effect right now. As you guys can see, I'm wearing it on my face here, obviously being highly sarcastic. No way, DRAM. Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, I mean, it broke through some of those levels. This thing is gonna go on another run. Sharif, you got to watch that video on. Sorry, I keep telling you about it, but that South Korean one, very interesting.
Right.
On what's got going on. No, I'm not holding it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's that simple. We'll take the small W on it and we'll walk away. I do believe the way that it's looking right now that it's going to curl over and sell off. And if it goes past my entry point, and if it does hold up in around 159.60, well then I got out here just for a small W, and then we get in at a better price, okay? I just want to find things that are strong, and AMD was definitely one of them bright and early this morning, up 9%. It was up closer to 10. Now still holding up around the highs of the days. We also had NVIDIA up 0.8. It just can't put up a couple of percentage points a day, man. Just too much short interest involved with this. Now, Google up 1%. Bang, let's go. Google up 1%. Why didn't we just buy some more of this one, Tiffany and Assassino, man? We should have just been grabbing a whole heap of goggles and not messing around with anything else. But that's all right. We're sitting on some cash, guys. Full disclosure, I'm over 10% cash right now. So your boy's ready to rock and load on some potential entries in the long-term account. JP Morgan. I know Sharif asked me about SoFi, and I went on a rant about a bunch of other names, so we'll head over there. But as for JPM, still hovering around the highs, I like that one. Not too bad of a look there. And then now, we'll take a look at
SoFi. Get it, Joey.
SoFi. Yeah, it's strong today. I think you break through some of these pivot levels. It's been a strong session. You broke through the high of the day by a couple of cents, and then you started to come back in a little bit. Be patient on this one. I wouldn't be buying it all the way up here. She's pretty.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Oh, you got there on that one there.
Almost had a halt, Joey.
Oh.
Into 22.62 we go. 22.62 limit frickin' up. We're in at 1976. Go FXHO go. There's a seller here at 62, but that is the limit up. So, but it keeps preventing us. There we go. Halt parameter engaged. Oh, it moved up. Halt parameter restarted. There we go. Up into 22.86, 23. Here we go. 23.12 limit up. That is the end of my trade. Boom. Into the freaking area high. That's a big trade here, man. It's a good one here, Joey. FX, and we doubled our position at that 19 3/4 that we had taken on the ad. Nice here on FXHO. This puts my day good. My day is good. 23.55 limit up. We've only done about 3 million shares of volume so far, guys. So be careful with this one. The spread, very, very wide. There's another high of day. Oh, my days. 23.24. This one's on its horse. And I really want to tell you guys, there is a good chance we get into that pre-market high at 5:05 a.m., the high of which I believe is 26 and change, 26 or 27, 26.14. So watch out for a $26 move here on this monster, 26.14. Wow, Joey, here comes 24, 23.79 now limit up. That is the new high of day, 23.79. It's showing a halt parameter again here at 23.79. So be on the lookout for that. Oh, my days. What a move up here on FXHO. Good look, good look. Should have stayed in this one. I got stopped at a Lucy. So the market giveth, and of course, the market taketh away. But we're only out of a small percentage here. Dude, look at this.
Dude, where's my car?
Great movie, by the way. At literally the low. Like it feels good when you catch the beak wetter on the way up this way. It feels the exact opposite to get stopped out at the area low. That was literally, I got stopped out at the candle low on Lucy, but we're only stopped out at half the position. So we're still holding some here. We'll see if it regains trend.
Oh.
But my focus right now is going to be on BFL.
Sure. iTrash is moving higher here. I almost called you Katina, man. Sharif, brother, look, 3% to the top side for IBIT. All right, what's MSTR up to? 0.8%. All right, man. Yeah, boy, a little bit more than that. 0.7 now, my guy. But Bitcoin, what is going on here? There's a lot of volume supporting this.
You buying MSTR down here, Joey?
Well, I said if I was going to be buying something, I wouldn't buy in my port. I would buy MSTR over actual IBIT.
How about the preferred? You know those
there's no the.
You don't want any fake divvy?
No, the fake divvy that he's gonna have to sell Bitcoin in order to pay out. Dude, bro, I'm telling you.
Hold on. Does anybody feel like this is becoming pyramid schemey?
Yeah.
Like you gotta take money from new investors to pay out the old investors? This doesn't feel pyramidish.
Dude, you should watch the video that I sent you.
I'm gonna. I swear to you.
I sent you 3 good ones. I went into a Bloomberg rabbit hole yesterday. I love rabbit holes, man.
Ichiro's like, shh.
Yeah. There goes SpaceX warning, Gorb. I'm glad that you guys held on.
Are we not talking serious here? Let's talk serious.
Dude, I'm talking serious.
He is forced to sell to pay the dividend or whatever he's calling it, the coupon that he promised on those preferred shares.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's a pyramid scheme in the strict sense because you're typically lying to your investors. You're saying, I made money and here is the proceeds of my money and here's your cut. When in reality, you just went and took money from some other schmuck, right?
What is the
and so in this case, it's not happening that way, right? He's not lying to anybody about what he's doing. Everything's in the open. But does it not feel like you need new money constantly to pay off the old money? I don't know, guys. Man. I don't like what I'm seeing here, man.
No, I don't like it either. I think he just got himself in a really tough conundrum, to be honest with you. I don't like it. There goes SpaceX.
I want to hear.
Listen, it's a different story.
It is.
If Bitcoin's at $140,000.
100%, Joey, but so it is.
But it's not.
When Madoff, it would have been a completely different story for Madoff if he didn't have the GFC, my friend.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, 100%, bro. You can't be like off of what if. But the way Michael Saylor projected the way strategy was going to operate, he did it, and he displayed it through his guidance with a projection of Bitcoin being north of $150,000.
No, and he was selling that to institutional desks.
Like this thing's going to a quarter million. I heard everybody on CNBC at one point saying $250,000 by the end of 2025 for Bitcoin.
All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. One of the guys. Hey, Yusuf.
What's up, Yusuf? Is that is it my boy? Where is he?
Shout out to my man Yusuf there. YSOREEL. Something YS.
Yo, so real.
Yeah, it was good seeing you. Fantastic seeing you as well.
I heard you gave me a shout out and say what up too, man.
Yeah,
What's
man.
Up,
he knew all about it.
Man, that's
here,
crazy.
I'm gonna show a quick picture of me and my boy Yusuf there at the stadium. There we go. There's my guy. Let's show Assassino. Should we do it on the
did he say it's all right? Can we show him?
Well, I told him I'll show him on the show. There's my man there, bro.
Kind of looks like you a bit, man. Let me see.
What does that mean? All Egyptians look alike?
No, you guys are handsome. Bro, that's crazy. I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was.
That's how it works. Huh?
I didn't know he was.
You see that? You guys saw that.
How come? Let me see the picture. I didn't even see it. This is crazy. Man.
Hey, we're having a good time, bro. Come on now, man. You think I'm sensitive like that, bro?
Oh, no, he doesn't look like you.
He doesn't look like me at all.
Yo, you know who you actually look like? Mauricio Ruffi. I'm not going to compare you to.
He's an awesome guy, bro.
Yeah, he looks pretty. He looks like a good guy. Mauricio Ruffi, man.
We're having a good
Yeah, Joe,
we're having a good
Adam
time,
DeLuce and Neil were hanging out over the weekend as well.
Yeah, because Neil's in London.
Yeah, he's in London. He was in London.
Shout out to my man Adam. Not Adam James Abroad. All class Adam DeLuce. Not like the other guys, not all class. Well, they're both very classy guys. So shout out to my man. Shout out to both those guys. Joey, there's a lot happening right now. BFL-wise, above 9, more pleased I could not be. But let me tell you something. I'm very angry here with my trade on FXHO, despite the fact that it's far and away the biggest winner for me on the day because I got out prematurely, and there it goes into $25, $25.89 limit up at $26.14, ladies and gents. the pre-market high that you need to concern yourselves with, because that level right there was as good as we could do intraday, pre-market, aftermarket, or otherwise. So be on the lookout for that 5 a.m. high. My other man named Adam James Abroad, saying TDTH. He asks, we look. Shout out to my man, Trident Digital.
Oh.
Light volume, 2.65 million shares traded on the day. Sporadic volume distribution, a lot coming in at 8 and a lot coming in at 10.50. Other than that, it's up nicely on the day to the tune of 13 1/3%, $8.5 million market cap with a float of 0 shares, Joey. All right. It looks like as if it's about 50 million, give or take. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky with these ones, but yeah, not bad. I'd like to see it above volume weighted average price, Adam. Also, I'm not a big fan of these lower highs here, but something to definitely watch for it, because this one could get parabolic at a moment's notice, quite frankly. So how are we doing here? We're doing well on Lucy, and we're doing well on BFLY. I may add a little bit more into Lucy. Ozan, bro, off hood. FXH. I'll say this guy. Man, very insightful individual, though.
Is?
You need...
Yusuf.
No, Ozan.
Ozan.
Yeah. I didn't have much of a long conversation with
the
what's
Yusuf.
it called?
Yeah.
With Yusuf. But Ozan, you need to have a long conversation with him, because he's going to open your eyes to this area of options that I think you'll really like.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like very, I'm not going to say his strategy on the air, because it's
strategy
kind of his thing, right?
Yeah.
But very, very interesting.
Okay.
Especially
I'm always
using
open
the
ears.
Greeks,
Yeah.
like you like to use.
Yeah.
He does as well, but he has a bit of a different take about
on
how he uses the Greeks in that case.
That's the beauty of
insightful
it.
individual, Ozan Chile.
Beauty. Yeah, Ozan, you can DM me there, brother. Sorry, guys. I know I have a lot of DMs.
Yeah, even your boy Gorev thinks the same thing
What's that?
about Ozan's strategy, insightful individual.
You know, yeah, it has
knows
real
what's up.
insight. Yeah, okay, cool, man. I appreciate all of that, man. I'm always open to new things.
Joseph options.
Yeah, I'm over here just fuming.
my man.
Oh well, you make decisions, you got to live with the consequence.
That's fine, Joey.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it live. Lucy is going. Dude, it's not letting me out of any
Lucy
shares
in the sky.
It decided, no.
There
we
it
don't
goes,
need to
man.
much out. There we go. Dude, it's not letting me out of any shares, man. This is consistently happening.
Make sure you have the thing.
Yes,
in.
I know. Look, it's right there. This is consistently happening.
No? Oh man,
Take
you're
over.
trapped
Before I
now,
get in
my
trouble.
boy. Yeah, you're trapped now, my boy.
All right.
Yeah, Tesla high of the day, Robinhood high of the day, a lot of HOD. Oh, man, it's a whole lot of green on the session, guys. Everything to the top side today, with the exception of Applied Materials, INTU, and trash Netflix there. SpaceX still slightly negative. Yeah, all we can do is just really sip our coffee and see what we got going on.
Bro, I can't get out of the...
Here's Microsoft starting to, this is a consolidation. I do believe we're going to put in another leg higher. Got to be more patient with things. It's not micromanaging, but oh well, it is what it is. This would have been more ideal. Trump, China's cheat coming to White House towards end of September. All right, good stuff along those lines. So some more positivity coming out of the China-U.S. relationship. Now ARM Holdings down. Bro, I can't, I'm trying to be serious here, but I just hear you just going para on the keyboard. Are you still stuck in it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. 4.8% to the top side for
It just keeps
Robinhood, guys.
rejecting all my orders, and if I send this to the tech people, I'll be like, I was told I was the one that did something wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't want that. 4.7% to the top side here for CrowdStrike as I put it in a new all-time high. PanW up 2.8%. Did we put in an all-time high today? Yes, sir, we did. Now CoreWeave, how have you been performing? Real choppy stuff. It's just unfortunate that Meta's on the trajectory that it is, up 1.6% now. But a lot of it just due to this gap up. There's a lot of stuff at the gate. So now I believe it's just in recovery mode. SanDisk, Western Digital. Yeah, they're not doing too much. No rebound just yet. But my missed opportunity was on DRAM off of the lows here. And then now obviously SpaceX. So yeah, it is what it is, man. You know what, to be honest with you guys, on days where I do what I've just done and get out a little bit early or not take the trade, typically aren't my best ones. So maybe a little less activity coming out of my end here today. Neil's back tomorrow. Sharif?
Are we going to see you?
I didn't get anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're going to see you. Yep.
Oh, that's why.
Hello, welcome and good afternoon. Let's take a look at the three major averages before diving into what's going on today. The SPY currently up north of 0.80%. We have the triple Qs up a little bit closer to 1%. The Dow currently down, but in the red, but a little bit flat. However, I'm also going to start including the IWM and taking a look at it as well. The IWM is up 0.84% on the day. Let's take a look at what we're speaking about today. I'm talking about Bank of America has raised its price target for IBM to $330 from $315, which implies a 14% increase from its closing on Thursday. We have analyst Wamsi Mohan saying that he expects the global tech company to beat revenue expectations in its next quarterly release, which will be happening on the 22nd of July of this year. He's also noted that IBM remains sharply focused on Red Hat tech strength, progress on its Confluent integration, and also managing near-term dilution. So IBM is up about 1% this year, but it is underperforming compared to the S&P 500. And like I said, it's expected to report its earnings on the 22nd of July. Also, really quick here, small little note we're going to talk about Apollo Global Management. So GFL is accepting new offers. It's on the TXX, but GFL is accepting offers from private equity firms, including Apollo Management. And this is coming from people familiar with the matter and reported by Barron's. So with that, APO also up on the day, 2.4%. And with that, I'm sending it back to the guys.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Great information there. I just want to show all the great people we met there, man. Let's bring it in over here. Say hello to everybody. Just give me 1 sec to load this up. Lucy's still going, guys, and it's looking quite fantastic. Here we go.
Who's that?
So this is Jesse. I met him at the Sundance. It's called, what is it called? Sundance Square in Fort Worth. Great guy, man. I'm walking by. I'm just looking at everything. He's like, "Are you from Canada?"
Wow.
I'm like, "Yeah. How did you know?" Like, I was like, started looking at my clothing. I'm like, "Am I wearing Canada or something?" He's like, "Trader TV."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Hey," right? Started talking with this gentleman. Thank you for being kind and great. This is Yusuf. This is at AT&T Stadium.
Love Yusuf.
I'm in the washroom where this guy jumps on me. I love this guy, man. Great energy. Shout out to my man Yusuf. This is at the Egypt versus Australia game. Then there's your boy Ozan. There's my man Ozan Chile. This guy, bro, he's deadly. Shout out to my man Ozan Chile. This is at the Cajun restaurant where we had. Man, great guy. He has 2 Teslas, by the way.
Does he?
Yeah, he has full self-drive.
Ozan's rich, man.
And then shout out to my man David, man. This guy, one of the most brilliant guys. This guy, he deals in SBA loans, Small Business Administration loans, makes a killing doing it, and then funnels all his money back into the market. He has 3 little boys, and he's breeding all of them to be as ambitious, if not more ambitious than him. Shout out to my man, Texas Jet Fans Trader. Great guy.
Texas Jet Fans?
Yeah, man. We went here at this local breakfast spot beside NRG Stadium. Fantastic guy, man. Loved meeting all of you. You guys are absolutely fantastic, man.
That's beauty, man.
I can't wait to meet more of you guys. You guys are honestly the real deal. And while we gawk over that, let's send you back to the big desk.
A couple of different stories to mention here. Alibaba, this is reported, I'm going back to June 24th, but seeing it circulate again. New York Times reporting now that Anthropic sent a letter to U.S. lawmakers with regards to Alibaba, BABA, allegedly copying their AI. Separately, U.S. President Trump currently speaking at this Rose Garden luncheon. I did not have his schedule up today because it wasn't, for whatever reason, his Tuesday and Wednesday schedules were on the website, but I didn't see the Monday schedule. That's up, so I'll be posting that imminently. But either way, S&P 500 near highs. I'm sure President Trump will be very pleased as he does continue to speak. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Juan Padilla, nice work there. Gaurav, nice work, man. Katina, man, nice work. Extremely, hey, it is what it is, man. We'll take it for what it is. Let's see if it heads back in towards VWAP. I think that's going to be another key inflection point for us here on SpaceX. But we had that bottom, and it decided to go a little bit longer. Just slightly more patient, should have waited. But hey, man, came back to the break even. You take a small W on that. Ozan stating, he said, Joe, I am not rich. I am very rich. And get some of that, my boy. I'm sure you have enough of that pie to pass around. Sold Tesla calls, made my money, so I say it's enough for today. Even this Tesla will go. Yeah, congratulations on that, my friend. Continue to rock and roll. I want to be like that when I grow up. Blicky, you older than Sharif, aren't you, man? Come on, man, get that garbage out of here when you grow. Yeah, but I know the mindset. It's crazy when you look in the mirror at times. It's just like, I'm 33, turning 34 in October, but I'm like, man, I still feel like 20, 25, 26, but it's not the reality. I know you don't like MACD, but look at this. Bart, how are you gonna tell me I don't like something until we don't have that here, to be honest with you. I couldn't even pull it up if I wanted to. Pull a Sean and disc into that thing, and yeah, I know we should have just wrote it to the end, but Bart, 5 minutes, see why that move just happened on SpaceX. Hey, listen, man, I agree with you. I just don't have those on there. So we'll see what we got going on. Yeah, you're a baby compared to them, brother. Yeah, Joey, did you catch Joey's old age slam? Sharif's he's not here, man. You're old as you feel. Yeah, exactly, Derek, man. Age is just
What happened?
Maybe I won't repeat that.
Do I have to fight somebody?
No, well, no. Oh. But I was gonna say age. I was almost gonna say it again, but
what happened,
you just are however you feel. Because we don't promote the individual who has the song titled Forever Young, says King.
Forever young.
I want to be.
be.
But yeah, Bitcoin really strong today, guys. Some good looks. I thought it'd be the total opposite, but when you're this overdone, I remember at one point just during QT quantitative tightening, it was like bad news was good news and good news was bad news.
Yeah, Donald Trump is angry about that. He wants it to go back to the way it used to be, where good news is good news. Yeah, and bad news was bad news.
Yeah.
He was venting all sorts of about that last week.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, but that's how it was, though, right?
Supposed to do, man. What do you want from us, man? It's the way the market operates. Are we going up to Adara? I heard
we are going up to Adara. DRAM up 8.5% now. Pullback in SpaceX. Tesla high of the day. Hood near the high of the day. Q's high of the day. SPY high of the day. Joseph.
This is big news, Joey.
Send it off to Adara.
Nice leg to the upside here for NVDA. The company, as we know, was reportedly facing some delays with its Kyber NVL 144 rack. That was reported by SemiAnalysis this morning, but NVIDIA coming out right now, responding to this report saying, quote, our roadmap is intact. So NVIDIA more or less denying here reports of delays for their rack, saying that roadmap is, in fact, intact. Back to you.
We'll be able to find out shortly because they can't hide where they get parts for this PCB, printed circuit board. So we'll know if things are going to be delayed or not sooner rather than later. So wait for that, guys. So the headline was their new PCB for the Vera chip is going to be delayed from 27 to 28. It's very technically challenging to build it in this way. It's 75 layers. Specifically, they had a backup plan for it, which hyperscalers didn't like. That was the report this morning. But as Adair just brought you, not denying the report, but saying their roadmap is intact, whatever the hell that means. So we're going to continue to watch, and we'll see if they have to delay the Vera because they're banking on it, baby.
I think they're banking on a couple of things, my boy. NVDA. So.
What does big in Japan mean in fact? Big in Japan. I think it's just an expression, Ozan. It was like if you weren't big in North America, you were big in Japan. I don't know. But whatever. Why? Did you say big in Japan?
I never said big in Japan, but...
So where did he get that from?
But people just do nothing big in Japan.
Oh, is that what it means? Because I figured it just like meant that, if you didn't make it in the U.S., maybe you made it in Japan. I remember like the MC Hammer stretch where he was huge in Japan, like way after he was not popular here anymore.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the case a lot, right? It's a catchy tune, says Brian, maybe. Okay. It's a song, says Brian, 25, 32, 010. Get it, Brian? It's a what band? What? Okay, interesting.
Alphaville. Okay.
I don't even know.
I don't even know what that is.
Tom Waits.
What?
Pretty old now.
Oh, Tom Waits.
Old. Guys, Lucy went, huh? It continued to go. So back into that $0.25 area, which is a 10 EMA on the 5. It's holding structure, guys. So yeah, you guys were telling me $1.30 is the 200 SMA on the daily, and more respectful of that level I could not be. But the fact of the matter is, it just got into that 140, and by definition, that clears the pre-market high now, because the pre-market high was 137. So the official high day now a little bit higher. Now, whether we hold on to this $0.25, your guess is as good as mine. But I'm going to give it the other, what do we call it? We call it the JUCO try, right, Joe? We're going to give him a good old JUCO try over here. We'll see what we get. And shout out to my man Neil. We won't get upset.
Okay.
He's back tomorrow, right?
You're going to say, where is Neil?
No, because, we haven't been getting Neil's listen to the daily.
I know,
Joey,
man.
Right? And,
Did we already do Happening
big
Now?
Big problem over here.
Did we do Happening Now?
Remember it from Forever Young. Same guy sings it. Get it, Ozan.
All right.
Okay.
I want to talk about Bitcoin a little bit here, Sharif. As we're now climbing up almost 4% to the top side here on IBIT. We'll take it, man. The long term is, I wouldn't call it singing, but it's not a horrible look today considering Robinhood up there in my top holdings, positive today. And then we also have Meta up almost 2%. Sorry, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking through the volume weighted average price. And continuing towards the pre-market high. Nebius, a name that got hit pretty heavy. I mean, it's not the cleanest price action, something that we don't typically day trade, but holding up relatively well. Now, LRCX, someone was mentioning Lam Research today to the downside, and what we can see, what is established, is these consistent lower highs. So I would look at this as some form of a wedge, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does head a little bit lower, but also we've filled this gap. So that can be taken into consideration. And that was kind of being my jib. And I don't know why I didn't hop right back into Tesla. Well, I can tell you why. Is because I was focusing on other things, not the ones that have been working really well for us, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. 394 now all the way up to 418. That's a good move here in Tesla. We're still on an inside day from Friday session, right? So we're still within the range of that. But I wouldn't be surprised come at some point this week that we get a breakup, guys. I'm not in on Friday. Don't forget.
No way.
Yeah. Obi's going to be covering it.
Obi's in there.
Remind him, yeah. So we'll get Obi back in the seat, maybe in an additional day throughout the week. We'll see. We're not decided, but we're limited on stuff like that. But we went over CrowdStrike, and I know we were talking about Quantum this morning. QUTN. Oh, yeah. So, guys, this is the Quantum ETF. Don't forget, it holds no Quantum names. So it's like Intel and Micron.
Why do they do that?
I don't know, man.
There's got to be some sort of rules here, man.
Why
these ETFs. Remember, SOXL was like, at one point, it was like 40% cash.
Was it?
Like, what am I in this?
Yeah.
You got to do your due diligence. Obviously, you're going to punch into a name.
And look into the holdings of certain things.
Right? But
yeah, and the percentage of the holdings as well. So, I mean, the trade desk finding maybe a bottom here, but I want to look at Salesforce before we send it back to Sharif. I talk about a point of no return. I don't know if Mark Benioff and company are at that point, but it sure as hell feels like it, Sharif. Things can obviously change, but you're down 55% and have been trending down since December of 2024, okay? So it doesn't make anything easier. You're back to 2023 levels, and if you want to get really, really ugly, we're at the same point from over a half a decade ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's just really unfortunate. I don't know what Salesforce is going to do, and the same thing with Nike.
That's almost like 5 years.
Dude, I don't know what Nike's going to do. Like, yeah, it's half a decade. It's more. What?
It is 5 years.
It is exactly 5 years.
I'm joking,
yeah,
bro.
It's more than half a decade at this point, right? Yeah. So, I mean, but that. Anyway,
I'm having a good time, man.
Yeah, I didn't really get what you're getting at there because I was
here,
like,
bro.
October 14th. Hold on.
This guy's gonna get super specific now.
Me? Yeah. October 13th, 2014. Nike was 42.83, Sharif. Now we are on July. Today's the 6th.
Yep.
Hold on, Assassino. July 6th, 2026. We are at the exact same level. So 12 years.
So
BS.
you're saying it's not a good investment?
At all.
Yeah. I got to tell you, I didn't hit too many gyms down there, so I was unable to make an assessment of the gym wear trends in the southeastern Texas area.
Yeah.
But I didn't see too many people wearing Nike on the street. I got to tell you that.
What did you see? Did you? It was probably. Yeah, that's a great question.
I didn't see it. Like I kept hitting the hotel gym, but yeah. Anyway, Sia, is Lucy on your small cap recap?
No, Sharif, unfortunately, no, it isn't. But we're going to take a look at other individual tickers I have picked for you. Currently, the IWM is holding the same momentum, up 0.84%, like I mentioned in the small cap, happening now, excuse me, as well. So we're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers for today. CAPS, CAPS, up almost 1%. So Capstone Holding has entered into a first amendment to its amended and restated common stock purchase agreement with Tumim Stone. It happened just a couple of days ago after the market had closed on Thursday. GT is up 5.4%. Goodyear Tire and Rubber will be moving to the S&P Small Cap 600 from the S&P Mid Cap 400 as of today. ALIT is up almost 19% on the day. There's nothing major here, just analyst commentary that Alite is maintained at buy by D.A. Davidson. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I was just telling Joey, man, a lot of observations.
One of my good friends, like one of my really good friends who lived in Village with me, yeah, he's Dallas.
He's in Dallas.
Yeah, married.
But does he have? He has a 9 to 5.
He
right?
works for PepsiCo.
Yeah. How do you manage that? She's American.
He is.
Yeah, no, but she's American.
Oh, she is American. Yeah. So exactly. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the.
Well, what happened was because he works for PepsiCo
nice.
in Mississauga right
so
there.
So an easy transfer there.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's good, man. I was telling Joey, a lot of interesting observations business-wise in that state. Guys, we're still holding Lucy here. We're $1.29. There's a new high a day into 140. We're looking for more, man. I'm looking for $1.50. I realize 130 has been a hard level to hoe, but look, I get the 200 SMAs at it, but my bias is yelling here, 150. We're going to see how this cookie crumbles. While we wait for that, Dara's going to tell you about this.
President Donald Trump praising the CEOs of public companies that are involved in Trump accounts right now. Just mentioned Micron. MU did not move up on this. To be fair, he's already touted the MU investment in Trump accounts like twice in the past week. So I guess the third time was not a charm. Dell also in focus here. DELL, President Trump once again praising this company and CEO Michael Dell for their massive investment in Trump accounts. So he's still talking at this Rose Garden event. CEOs are being mentioned. Back to you.
How do you feel about the quantum of money that President Trump made last year?
I don't feel any type of way.
You don't feel any type of way?
No, you know why, Sharif? Because what am I going to sit here and complain about something I have no control over?
No, I get neither you or I have control over that, right? I think it stinks. And I'm not even against President Trump. You know that very clearly, right? But I do not like that, especially because a lot of the coins that he minted, he made a lot of money on.
It's BS, bro.
Come on,
it's complete BS.
Come on, man.
Like it's a pump and dump. It's a pump and dump scheme where you trap the average person who's trying to make some money or trying to claim this type of status. But at the end of the day, Sharif, you of all people would know this. The world is cruel and unfair, man.
Yeah, but I know. But we're talking about, just like we're not. You and I are not policymakers, right?
No, not at all.
We're talking about the rights and the wrongs of the market, things that need to be changed. We often talk about, you and I always talk about the fact we don't want members of Congress trading. And I think that should equally apply to the executive, man. I hate it.
It's
I
unfair.
absolutely hate
it.
Dude,
it's literally a rigged game, man. It's the world is cruel and it's unfair.
Bro.
All you got to do is just try to roll with the punches.
You're 100% accurate. You're not saying anything that's inaccurate. You're none. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't mind seeing a legislation come in. They're preventing politicians. Maybe they can buy ETFs like the CNBC people. CNBC people are prohibited from owning individual stocks. They can only buy ETFs.
Yeah, Kramer doesn't even own any.
No, he does it through the trust.
Yeah, the travel trust.
Exactly. But it's
true. Yeah.
Right. I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. They have too much influence to be trading, and they have way too much insider information. Even if they didn't want to do it, they're going to.
Trump kids
I
are
don't.
even worse. Yeah, the Trump kids are even worse. What's his name? Barron, man.
Go ahead.
Is raking up cash. Like it is, man. Nepotism.
I heard about that.
Yeah,
too.
it's real. But unfortunately, you have no control over it. And if you sit there and you complain and be like, "Oh, poor me," well, guess what? The world is just gonna keep on moving, and you're gonna be sit there feeling sorry for yourself, which is a horrible thing, man. You get nowhere sitting there feeling bad.
No. But like, anyway, whatever. We beat this to death. But the point is, that number was prohibitive. Fantastic. He's got a lot of money. Right, I hope he does well in his life, but I just didn't like the way that it.
I agree, man.
Anyway, there goes Lucy. New high day, $1.42. We're close here. We just wet the beak at 42. We're in at 29. This is like the third time I've been in Lucy. Profitable trade on almost every single occasion. So continuing to watch here. Looking for a bigger move up to the $0.50. So that is my trade on Lucy. The one though on BFLY. Is this one's a little bit more precarious. So we still have some shares here. We're about 5 pennies out of the money, 4 pennies out of the money now, but it is putting in lower highs. So I think that this one, we're going to have to end it here because it looks like it's down to VWAP or it's heading down to VWAP, pardon me. And that was never part of my trade plan. My trade plan here was higher lows into an accumulation of 9 for a 9 flat top break. We ended up breaching 9, but it didn't take the flat top in the way that I was hoping. With a local area high there, I think of like 903, 904, whatever, something like that. In any event, it's not the one that I'm looking for. FXHO, continuing to watch this one. It's not losing. It's not breaking down from structure. It's losing trend, of course. The trend is down with a bunch of lower highs ever since that topping tail candle into 25, followed by lower high, lower high, lower high. And now we're barely holding on to $20. In fact, we did give up $20 momentarily at 12 after 10 into 1916, held VWAP, and then breached prior bar high. But this is the kind of crap that I hate about small cap gappers. These two candles here, the 1210 candle and the 1215 candle, they're basically the contrapositive of one another. And this is the stuff that just will get you in and out of the trade almost immediately. I hate this candle setup here. One's a bottoming tail hammer candle. One's a topping tail inverse hammer candle. That's frustrating. Any event, if this breaks trend by actually putting in newer highs rather than lower highs, we'll get involved. But right now, it's not letting me get involved, nor should I be, quite frankly. But FXHO in focus. And then let's last but not least, let's not forget about LHSW. This one was a Tisha Perkins special, but it has been very, very dormant here during the midday. It hasn't been breaking out, continuing, doing anything here. So it's holding above the volume weighted average price. That is the good news. To get sort of in my purview here as a trade, it's got to get above 6.25 to 6.5. That breaks the downtrend, the unbroken downtrend that we've been on since we put in that 774 high at 10:20 a.m. So this one is not for me at the moment, but we're going to keep it in view because it could be at some point. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right there. Lucy's the best of the bunch. RTX, put some respect on this one's name. Flat top break through 650, 655. There it goes. Slower mover though. Sorry, I said RTX. I meant RXT, pardon me. 667 high, showing 666, the ominous number now, into a new area high, 668. So RXT, one to watch, ripping off that area support, Joey. So not a bad look there.
Yeah, guys, I was looking to short the NASDAQ as I seen the market slowly starting to curl over, but I couldn't get involved around 77.12. That's our boy, right?
Yeah, man, I'm shouting him out.
Yeah, what's up, brother? What's up,
brother? Did you see the pictures that I put of us? Texas Jet fan. I put it. You and I, Dave, at the breakfast spot. Let me know if you were watching at the time, brother. Because I just saw you coming in now.
You look like a cool dude, man.
He's a great guy, bro. Yeah, and the way he raises his boys, man, let me tell you, man, he speaks with passion about his boys.
Hey, man.
And each one is entrepreneurial in their own right. One wants to be a lawyer. The other one he's 13 years old. He's got multiple businesses. He's power washing, yes. power washing driveways. He wants to get a car, his older kid. So he's like, texts Jeff A. He's like, no, man, you got to get your own car. You got to figure it out. He wants an M3, Joe.
Oh, wow.
So he's not shooting low. He's shooting high.
My next car is the X4.
Oh, that's what
I made my mind up on it. But it won't be happening anytime soon. I have to buy a house first. But yeah, guys, I was looking for the short, a nice little rebound here in SpaceX. Now I'm looking for a retest of this support level acting as resistance or anything as close to this previous pivot high. And then I'm going to be looking to short on the overall market.
Benton.
And send it over to the desk.
Sorry? Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the sector. The SPY currently up very close to 8%. Electric tech, we have NVIDIA up 1%. So NVIDIA's next generation Cybertruck architecture designed for its 2027 Rubin Ultra AI chips has reportedly been delayed until 2028 due to manufacturing challenges that involve a critical circuit board. We'll discuss this more during the news segment, so don't go anywhere. AMD is up 8.72%. A Japanese autonomous driving startup Turing has added AMD Ventures as an investor and begun using the AMD AI accelerators, which reduces the dependence of NVIDIA as it's preparing for commercial deployment. We have AVGO up 4%, MU up 2.81%, almost 3% on the day. We have INTC, Cisco also up, INTC up very close to 4%. Tech services, we have Google currently up 1%, Meta up 1.64%. Meta is reportedly shifting production of its third generation Meta training and inference accelerator, which is MTIA chips, to Samsung foundries. So that Meta is up 1.6% on the day. We have Microsoft down 1.6% on the day. They announced some layoffs today, as well as that Oracle is up 2.14% today, with Netflix sliding down close to 2%. Finance, you have BRKB trading a bit flat at the moment. Sorry about that. We have JPM. JPM currently up 0.52%. Visa and MasterCard sliding down close to 2% on the day, with Bank of America up 1.4%. And GS up 3% on the day. Retail trade, we have Amazon up close to 1%. Walmart, Costco, HD, TJX all sliding into the red. Producer manufacturing, we have AMAT down close to 1%. We have CAT, LRC, GEV in the green, with GEV leading the pack up 3.3%. A little bit of a mixed sentiment with the rest of the board over here. We have health tech sliding severely into the red, bearish today, with Lilly, J&J, Lilly down close to 1% and J&J down close to 2% on the day, with ABBV down 2.14%. We have consumer durables, Tesla holding that strength, up 5.72% in the green. We have consumer services majorly in the red, I would say. McDonald's, Disney down almost 2% on the day. Energy minerals with XOM, CVX as well down 0.51% and close to 1% respectively. Utilities is a bit of a mixed sentiment here as well, followed by consumer non-durables, dominating by red. KO down 2% and P&G is down close to 3%. In transportation, we have Uber down 1.48%. So Uber has paused most of its planned Uber Eats expansion across Europe as it focuses on its proposed acquisition of Delivery Hero. Sorry about that. We have communications. Communications here, TMIS up 2.5% on the day. Industrial, process industries, non-energy, and distribution. Mixed sentiment across these four sectors. Sending it back.
Got an upgrade.
Thank you very much. See who? TMIS?
Yeah, TMIS.
Nice. LUCY. Boom. Joey, new high a day on LUCY into 148. I told y'all I had a bias here that we were going to touch the $0.50. You know, we haven't officially touched it yet, but, you know, I always say, you know, 148, 152, to me, it's a $0.50 area. There it goes. Joseph frickin' options into another high a day, showing 149. It's now knocking on the door of that 100% triple-digit day, and there it goes. Joseph options again into 154. Down goes Fraser into 147. It's zigging. You know what people are doing above the $0.50? They're taking profits. They're going short. You're going to have a zig. You're going to have a zag at these whole dollar and $0.50 levels for exactly that reason. Be on the lookout here. LUCY, absolutely him at the moment into 154. Look for continuation through the $0.50 though. RXT continues to look great through that flat top break at 650 and or 655 into a high at day 680. For those who are not interested in trading the fast names, or the fast moving names, I should say, RXT, the exact kind of opposite of that. Very slow, steady, both up and down. That all can change, of course, with a big buyer or seller. But for the moment, RXT, a steady state, higher high, higher low. And then now we're going to take the opportunity to get out of BFLY for a penny loss. I don't like this trade anymore. I can just admit it to myself that it didn't do what I wanted, and we can go ahead and take that loss. And as soon as I did that, it dropped. So that's nice there. Always nice to see. 169 says Ozan on Lucy, and he says, mark my words. I'm not going to bet against you, Ozan. We'll go with that. It's 154 at the moment. If it ends up topping out at 169, that'll be the good kind of omen of the day.
No.
I want to mention something else, man. Yeah, interesting background, Ozan. A lot of telecom years with Nokia.
Okay.
Very insightful about the telecom business. We started getting into LTE and 5G. He gave, like, you know, sometimes we look at these telecom companies like, why are they underperforming? You know, they're good, like dividend aristocrats, love them, right? High dividend, everything. The other, but he brought my attention to something that I kind of knew, but I didn't really comprehend. He's like, look at the difference in usability, not the speed, but the usability in LTE versus 5G. Can you really say that your life changed as much from LTE to 5G as you could say from 3G to LTE? Personally, I thought 3G was absolute trash and was highly unreliable. When LTE 4G kind of came in, it steadied things out a little bit. But like he's like, the telecom companies had to spend an arm and a leg to upgrade from LTE to 5G, and they didn't see the ROI on that in the same way that they saw the ROI on 3G to LTE, because they were able to get so many new customers, because it really did make high-speed internet mobile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and he's like, that's the next level, 6G. They're not even looking at that because they're probably not going to see anything related. But he brought up a really good point. He's like, 6G is not going to be as consumer-related. It's going to be more enterprise-related. Think like mobile data centers.
Fair enough.
Almost in a sense where you're not hardwired.
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of insightful stuff from Ozan. Shout out to my man there. Man gave me a couple of lessons on industries I didn't know a whole lot about.
Yeah, no, that's good to hear, and I can completely agree. I think it's just like that nice steady step to the point where you do have that upgrade where it does make a drastic change in between. Right. It's just a little bit of a modification. But yeah, Gaurav, nice look. I know I pulled up Intel. Listen, I'm not a big fan of trading it, but I pulled it up. I'm like, brother, I don't see anything.
What up?
And it's heading towards the lower end of this range right now. I'm looking for something, right? Like, it's just one, as I always say, just one trade away from rocking and rolling. I wish I had the diamond hand. I wish I had Deontay Wildered this SpaceX, because this would have been really nice for us and with an opportunity to add. So we've had 4 trades today, 2 losses, 2 winners. Still slightly red just because I didn't hold on to these winners long enough. DRAM just went absolutely beautifully parabolic off of those lows. Parabolic is a big time stretch, but you can see where my thesis was laying is just build, and then eventually once I found out that it wasn't going, I got out. And good thing that we did, it did eventually find out that bottom 64.60 bounces off of that and then heads up to approximately 65.74, okay? So not too bad of a look there. Intel heading to the south side, I think at this point we have this shelf that's been established. It's going to break. So a potential short there as the NASDAQ is really starting to slide. And we wanted up there at 77.14, Sharif. 77.14 is now down to 76.80s here on the TQQQs. Missed opportunity. Was waiting for a little bit deeper of a pullback. I'm not saying that we won't get it, which I believe we will. At some point, buyers will step in or the sellers will take their foot off the gas. We'll get that retest of 77.20s, maybe even a little bit higher. As long as we fail to establish a new high of the day right here, then that's going to be my green light to go for a potential short on the overall market. DRAM selling, but like, look at this. Compared to Thursday, we would look across the board and there was just red everywhere. Now it's a little bit more difficult to find anything that is is red, right? There's a whole lot of green. Some of the cyclicals are getting some cash run out of them. Some restaurants like Chipotle Mexican Grill. Haven't been to Chipotle in a bit. Here it is. I mean, it hasn't been performing all that well. Chipotle, Sharif.
Can I see the monthly on that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
days.
So $65.
That's the weekly?
All the way, yeah. 51%. In a company, and I'm sure Derek can shine some more light on this.
That's post-split too, right?
Yeah, post-split here, right? So it did a 50-1.
Yeah,
I remember
Which
that.
company did you say?
specifically.
Chipotle.
Yeah, I think for me, I was just asking C off camera if she likes Chipotle. I personally enjoy Chipotle, but in terms of a company, I will always associate them with that one moment when Brian Niccol, who was the CEO at the time, now he's over at Starbucks, he was asked over those studies that showed that the bowls were not being weighed equally. Like people would be getting radically different amounts of food from a bowl, even ordered at the same Chipotle. And he said, well, if you want more, you just gotta give your waiter give him a little. And I'm like, this is so cringe. And then a couple months later, he becomes Starbucks CEO. So
Yeah.
that's the only association I have.
But that's actually how it is that when you're at Chipotle, I say, can I get a little bit more? And you actually get some more. But no, there's a lot of issues with this name. And they've really condensed their menu to shore up costs and increase margins. But the one thing that I read on the previous report, one second, Sia, was that the premium steak, the steak is costing them a pretty penny, which isn't good and really hindering the margins. Yeah, what's going on?
Honestly, I feel like Chipotle was good. I enjoyed it all throughout my university, but my recent obsession has become Poulet Rouge, and it's really good.
Is what?
Poulet Rouge.
Okay.
It's literally, it's not...
Red chicken.
Yeah, I've never heard of this.
Poulet Rouge?
Yeah, what?
Is it from Quebec?
I think so. I believe so. I don't know, but I...
The only real one is
I
Saint
tried
Hubert.
it earlier this...
I know,
Yeah.
that's what we said, yeah.
I tried it earlier this year, and honestly, I loved it. It's really good. They have they tell you, so if for example, you track calories, they'll tell you how many calories are in the bowl. They'll tell you how many calories. Their desserts are under 200 calories, which is like pretty good, not too sugary. I like it personally.
Nice. Yeah, it is Quebec. Founded in 2012, famous for its customizable, healthy grilled chicken bowls.
Oh, okay. There might be one.
Can I say one thing though?
Pull up the maps on it. I want to see it because
You want to see it, Joey?
Yeah. Pull up.
We're gonna hit maps. Queen West, says Sia. Poulet Rouge. You got a few here, Joey. You got Mississauga, Poulet Rouge, and then you got one in Mississauga. You got one in Woodbridge, one in
Not too many of them.
Thornhill.
Oh, yeah,
she says there's one downtown. I don't know why it's because I probably put Wiki. Queen West, you're absolutely right. See it right there. There's a bunch. There's a bunch downtown here, Joey. One right there. There's three downtown.
That's go into that
You want
one.
that one?
Yeah, go in there.
Because you want it Liberty, huh?
Yeah, of course.
So the address on this one is as
that's in the
corner
well.
Front Street West. Yeah.
That's in the well.
Poulet Rouge.
Yeah, it's in the well.
Yo, but if
Where
you
you did your
want
gym
real kind of chicken from Quebec, it's Saint Hubert for me, my guy.
I never even heard of
No,
these names.
you never went to Saint Hubert?
No, sir.
You don't remember this over here?
Yeah.
You don't remember this?
No,
This restaurant?
never
Saint
had.
Hubert. It used to be in Ontario. It used to be
Oh,
kind
yeah?
of like Swiss Chalet versus Saint Hubert.
Okay.
But they're only in Quebec now. They closed all their Ontario stores. When I went back in 2018, my nephew had a tournament there. We had some Saint Hubert. It was fantastic. So shout out.
Are we going over to
I
someone?
don't think we're going to anybody, man.
Oh, okay.
Ram's talking Matt Smack here, CA. You're going to have to check your girl,
What's she saying?
Ram. Because she says Poulet Rouge in Toronto is trash.
Okay.
Gots to go to MTL. Sia says Montreal one is better. They only started last year in Toronto, says Ram. Okay. I was so excited about them coming to Toronto, but their quality. Okay. Ozan, can you pin Joe's place on the map so I know where I will stay? Can I tell you, he's not actually this sarcastic in person. No, he's not at all. Like I thought this was gonna be like joke after joke after joke. No, he's actually a serious guy.
I like that.
So shout out to my man Ozan. Don't worry, Ozan, I'll send you where he lives. I know where he lives. You'll have a full accounting later.
Yeah.
So
I'll get you a garage key as well too, so you.
You gave me the garage key?
No, I'll get him.
Oh yeah, I was like,
so
when did I get the garage key, man?
All right, guys.
Joey, RXT just ripped up to 690.
Did it?
So good luck, yeah.
RXT. Let's pull up this bad boy. How's Kids and Lucy? 159 million shares traded on Lucy. Our Kids, sorry, I should say. It's trading below the volume weighted average price. See how this bad boy is looking. Lucy, Oh, okay, yeah, this one's really moving today, Sharif. Not too bad of a look. LHSW, not doing too much. And BMNU, what's this one? Oh, okay. This is the 2X long BMNR ETF. 92 cents. Interesting. Excuse me, interesting stuff. Now, see, yeah, I agree with Mike P. DeRider on today's session. A little bit cooler, but Sharif found some nice names in Lucy and Kids that were moving a little bit earlier here on the day. I'm still going to stick to my short thesis on...
Lucy and Kids, I love that. It sounds like Lucy brought her kids along.
Oh, okay.
And we traded them.
Yeah, all right, bang.
That sucks.
Joe ain't a Ferrari type guy?
Are you you're a Lambo guy.
Yeah, I could immediately
I would get
the SUV and then maybe a McLaren.
The Urus, huh?
Yeah, the Urus, yeah.
You don't like the Parasangue?
No, I wouldn't get that. That wouldn't be
Ferrari,
on. Yeah, I wouldn't. That would be on the lower end.
That'd be on the lower end. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know the
I like
Urus is just a souped up RQ8, right?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the thing, Joey. Like you can get like an Urus, but for 150,000 less by getting the Audi version.
I'm okay with that.
You know what I mean? Like
cool
you could
the
be thrifty like that. But there's no equivalent to the Parasangue.
Man, I'm not gonna say it.
I'm a rabbit.
Anyways, yeah, I'm a rabbit. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. I told you next car is gonna be the X4. I was like, but we gotta buy the place first. We gotta buy the house first. Anyways, here it is, guys. To the downside is the Nasdaq. I think at this pace we're gonna run into the volume weighted average price. It's unfortunate that we didn't get the pullback that we were looking for back into that 77.20 marker, and then head into about 76.47 would be the primary target. So yeah, we'll be patient just in case there is any form of stronger pullback. We'll head over to our watch list once again and see how the MAG are, because they're so heavily weighted. We have to always keep an eye, especially trading the Nasdaq. So the NVDA was up 1 1/3 at one point, giving back some of that, helping drag the Nasdaq lower. Google was up a little bit more as well, still hovering around the highs. Apple been strong all day, every day, 314 to 312. Did we? Oh, pretty close. You're only a couple of points now off of the all-time high. It's funny that we are writing this name off for whatever reason when it was down 14%. Well, yeah, well, cool, good story, because we're only a 0.5% off of the all-time high once again there, Sharif. SpaceX, I believe there's going to be more downside in this bad boy. I have orders posted up at 125, and then it might be just load the boat from there and just ride out whatever wave is coming for us in the near future. Watch that, again, I'll say for the 30th time, Sharif, just watching those videos like StarCloud, we're significantly closer to data centers in space than where we think we are.
Oh yeah, I agree. And there's a lot of analysts who don't agree. You look at what Masayoshi Son said.
What did he say?
He said there's no real use case for data centers into space.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna just listen to everything Elon says because it came out of Elon. Like you gotta kind of make the comparisons, see what other important people that you like are saying, right?
Yeah.
Just listen to one person.
Yeah, exactly.
Only.
Listen to multiple opinions and
right.
build your
and
own.
Exactly. And then let's find sort of the middle ground or the ground that we like. But anyway, Masayoshi Son, he doesn't like it. I don't know if he's going to be right or he's going to be wrong. But you brought up a lot of good points last week.
It's already happening.
Cooling.
Yeah.
Right. Power. Solar power.
Yep.
Unlimited. Obviously cooling with I think it's pretty close.
Dude, you should see what the Chinese are doing. They already launched some. They're planning on launching around like 2,800 solar panels into space.
Oh yeah, the Chinese definitely.
They don't care, bro. No regulation. It was just rock and roll. They're significantly more ahead than what we would ever anticipate.
In solar and in renewables, certainly. For sure. We know that. They produce most of these solar panels.
This company called StarCloud has already launched an H100 into space.
Is that right?
Yeah, man.
On a small scale, I'm
assuming. Small. Yeah, just one. Yeah.
Very
they said it's like the size of a refrigerator they launched.
Well, basically, yeah, because it's like a server rack, right? Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, so Bhavin, I'm going to stop out below 78. So I see these bottoming tail candles on LOBO below 78. I'm going here small share size, Bhavin, because this is not really my cup of tea. These illiquid kind of, let's just say they're zigging and zagging here without too much in the way of price action on any one time. So we're going to give this the old college try. If it wants to squeeze into $1, great. If it loses 78, I'm out of there. Jack, data centers always talk about cost to get up to space. They will never compare here on the ground. Well, that's not true. That's not true. And we spoke about the cost per kilogram being a really limiting factor in putting them in orbit right now, because you're about $1,000 per kilogram if you launch with SpaceX. Elon Musk's stated goal is to drop that $1,000 per kg, it's about 2.2 pounds, to about $100 per kilogram. So I think once it gets in and around there, we'll have a more cost-feasible strategy, but we got to get in and around there. Are we going to see it?
StarCloud has already started that. They're already getting the reduction in price. So, and think about it, in order to sustain this this AI build out, just the amount of power consumption over the next 15 years is going to more than triple. And that means you would have to build more nuclear plants here on the surface of Earth. Some of the numbers just don't make sense, but StarCloud actually reducing the price to only, I think it's like $300 a kilogram.
I believe that. So. I believe that. All right, let's send it up to Sia.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at what the money markets are doing right now. JPY, so the Bank of Japan yen, is attempting to normalize certain monetary policies and also tighten rates, but the yield gap that's between the United States and Japan is continuing to keep a certain pressure on the yen, which is keeping it near, as we all do know, what we've been seeing it in the last couple of weeks, historic multi-decade lows. So a bit of a concern over there. Also, the Eurozone headline inflation cooling a bit faster than expected. So the GBP EUR pressures eased on the ECB, giving them more leeway to loosen certain policy compared to the Feds. And finally, we have the dollar, the DXY, currently holding steady, I would say, around the 100.97 region, dropping a little bit over there, consolidating, as you do know, below the 101 level. Currently up, however, on the day, 0.09%.
Thank you very much, Sia. Sia, Joe, good one. All right, guys, watching Lobo. Joe's taking off. All right, watching Lobo here. Bovin, it just bounced off 78 again, and Bovin, the spread opened up to 3 pennies on this name. What did you get me into, Bovin? No, I'm kidding, of course. You didn't get me into anything. Look, I'm looking for a 78 hold right now. It's shown good defense at 78. My only concern is that we're putting in lower highs. So every time we do pop off into that low 80s area, 82, 83, we are met with some selling. So it's good that the 78 buyers are stepping in. It's not good that we're not able to put other highs. So be on the lookout for that. But I do want to mention a couple of names here. Lucy just got into another day high, 157 on LUCY, and it's still putting in higher highs and higher lows. I would say, definitely watch out for an aggressive retracement that loses a 10 EMA somewhere into that 135 to 133 area. That was the pre-market high. So that level could come in again as a support level this time as opposed to resistance. So be on the lookout for that. I'm also liking the look at RXT's jib over here. It continues to hold the 10 EMA. I've had no trades on RXT. I've been more biased of a 6.5 to 660 move, which hasn't come in quite yet. Currently showing 6 3/4. And then, as I mentioned, I got all out of BFLY because this one, and I only lost a penny a share on this, by the way, which was good because, it was definitely down about 8 pennies off my entry. I got out of this because it broke trend. It was going for higher lows and a flat top breakthrough 9, ended up losing that. So it lost me as a trader. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. Jack, thank you for reading, but I meant the cost to build infrastructure on the ground to support long-term brick and mortar data centers. Space is one and done cost. Very interesting. I like that take. I had never considered that, actually. My only concern about that, Jack, though, is that the reusability of these AI data centers in space. I don't see too much in the way of reusability. What are we going to do? We're going to have spacewalks to replace the aging processors. Like once a Blackwell is up there, once a Hopper is up there, it's not easy to kind of, open up the server rack, take out the PCB, take out, the whole server there, or the components, I should say, and then replace it with a new one. I mean, once these ones are up there, they're up there, and then you're probably going to have to let them crash down like these telecom low Earth orbit satellites. Like, what do we do with that? So that's kind of what I'm thinking about that. Shout out to my man, Texas Jet fan Joe. Look at Lake Travis in Austin, Texas. Joe and Sharif, look at Lake Travis in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah,
man.
you were thinking about going to Austin as well.
I want to go to Austin, yeah.
Too much trash flying around to put data centers in space, says Alan.
That's another issue.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I get that, and I've heard a lot about space debris becoming a real issue. But to me, it's the lack of replacement ability. What are you going to do with it?
It's not going to be easy. Yeah, 100%, man.
I don't think you can repurpose it. Oh, Ichiro chiming in. Repurpose the old space data center for other uses. Doesn't require as much compute. Agree with that, Ichiro. We've seen CoreWeave do that as well, right? Haven't we? We saw them take the, I believe, was it the A100s or the A200s, whatever they were, and they started renting them out for more than they were charging at the time they were the premier chip, right? So we know there are use cases for these old chips, which is completely counter to Michael Burry's previous thesis. I don't know if he still holds it or not, that these, chip companies were way overstating the use time for these chips. We know that to be incorrect because we've seen it in real life with CoreWeave, with Nebius, and some other of these neo clouds. So he better, I think he's definitely onto something here, but I don't think from that sense he's right. Adam James Abroad dropping 2 in the chat. Every data center and flock camera to pieces. I know you're not a fan of data centers, Adam. I know how you feel about them. I know a lot of people who share your views feel about them as well. And I respect your opinion, man. But they're not a fan of these data centers for water. And
well, you don't need any of that in space, so.
Well, exactly, and the power use as well, Joe.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know D. Westermeyer. I know what you're talking about here. Listen, I don't have the best entry, maybe a little bit of a chase, but it's really starting to cook up at this point. And I just put on some more size than what I really actually intended to. So let's see if we get a move back into VWAP. That's going to be the primary target without having some form of a hefty pullback here. Even if so, I don't mind adding a little bit of shares, but if we just have a nice clean path to this level, that's going to be absolutely fire for us. Oh, it already is. It's already starting to cook up, man. Here, I'm going to take a little bit of a breath and take some off right now. Rejected order. All right. I need to know it's because I have to increase my, yes, there it goes, Sharif, yeah. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, there it is. I mean, get it off the face of the earth. Here it is. Data centers killed my, ooh, okay. Okay, Blicky. I wouldn't want to pet shark anyways. But yeah, there it is. See, this is the pullback that I'm talking about. So now I'm glad that we took off half right here off of that little downtick. And then now we're starting to display signals that I do not want to see. All right. So if this gets any more crazy, we're right back at the break even. I don't want to panic too quick. But if it does start to come back, we'll hop out of the trade and then we'll wait for the pullback through 77s and then re-engage the trade. Okay. That's going to be the game plan. D. Westermeyer, I really like that you pointed out the fact that at that 76.79 break, and that's what really made me play it, is because I think that's a logical spot to get involved with. But now the NASDAQ is going to bounce. Okay, so we'll get out break even on this bad boy. We'll take a little bit of a scalp W, but now the indecision prints are telling me to potentially go long. So as long as we hold up at this level, which is approximately going to be 76.62s, pull back here, holds it, and then boom, off to the races we go to the long side. Why? Because I'm going to be looking at the larger names and seeing the trajectory of what they are currently on. Is NVDA bouncing? Yes, it looks like it. Is Google bouncing, still hovering around the highs? And then we're up 1.3 in Apple. Is this bouncing? But Microsoft being one of the only red names. Now, if this name wants to get going, watch out, because there could be a good opportunity for a VWAP break. But we do have a key pivot high around 386.83, which we always want to monitor. All right, Marvell, how have you been performing today? We're positive 3 1/5, not too bad. ARM up 3 1/5 as well too. Intel up 3%. So I mean, Gorb, maybe like when we were talking about this a little bit earlier, I thought this is what you were referring to, but then you mentioned you don't really see anything. But I don't like the shelf that's being formed right now. I think that's a little bit dangerous and almost, I actually am going to say it, inevitable that we break a little bit lower. How much lower is the real question, and only time will be the teller of that. ASML up 4% here today, and AMAT, I believe, was slightly negative.
AMAT?
Yeah, AMAT, I believe, was slightly negative, I thought, at some
It is, man. It's down 1, brother.
Yeah, it's down 1. It's Bury, man. And anyways, the crypto names, wow, BM&R up 10% here today. 10%. Wow is right, Assassino, 10%. So let's see if this name is going to finally find a bottom. The crypto space, which is, I believe, has been completely overdone, but
Joey.
it doesn't matter what I think. What's up, brother?
Let's talk serious business now.
It better be serious.
Very serious.
If you got me talking about crypto, it better be serious.
You're really feeling good about crypto these days?
No.
No. Neither am I. Portugal plays Spain or España.
España.
3 o'clock today.
Yeah.
Who's the favorite?
Spain. Spain.
Okay, beautiful. You're absolutely right. Heavy favorites. Who's going to win, Joey?
Spain.
Score.
2-1.
2-1?
Yeah.
Does your very good friend Cristiano Ronaldo net?
Pinaldo?
Wow, you just took the opportunity to dunk on him, and of course you're highlighting the fact that he's never scored.
Yeah, in an elimination.
And now he has, because he scored.
With a
Pinaldo. However, he's never scored in an elimination game in open play.
Let me tell you this.
Let me tell you something.
No, let me tell you this. I've never seen, on my drive home on Thursday, I've never seen so many jerseys of one dude. It's insane.
Did that bother you?
Very much.
It bothered you.
It bothers me. I stopped wearing jerseys without, if it doesn't have my last name on it, I'm not wearing it.
You're not wearing it.
I'm not wearing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, 2-1 today for Spain.
Yeah.
Does it go to extra time?
No. It's in regulation in 2-1. So yeah. Never sue. That's crazy, man.
Did you see the love you got?
Someone told me something. It's like, yeah, man, you can't be wearing jerseys with other people's names on it. You got to wear something with your last name on it. So I'm like, yeah.
Spain 4-0, says Vinay Patel.
4-0.
Roach Dog, you're already in my good books, bro. As soon as you said AFC COYG, right away you were upgraded. So shout out to my man Roach Dog there. 2-1 Portugal. Ronaldo scores last minute. Soccer gods love CR7 though, says Gabor Gabozor. Sorry. 2-1 for Spain sounds good, says my man Eduardo. Okay. All right. What did you think about Bolgun, who's a former Arsenal player, getting his red card reversed?
Yeah, I told you, FIFA can be bought, man.
Yeah, so you know who helped out with that?
Yeah.
What's
the
his
orange
name?
card.
Orange card. President Trump.
Yeah.
Oh man.
FIFA can be bought. We know this.
President Trump, bro. He's a very influential person. Watch the chat.
Listen,
now.
Okay, Bronny James Jr. sales jerseys last year was Bronny James Jr.'s rookie jersey. Shattered records, selling over 500,000 units, generating more than 50 million in revenue for. Yeah, I mean that's fantastic. But I'm over the era of just if it's not my name on it, I ain't wearing it. Honestly, say maybe a bit tired. Cabo Verde. Let's see. Joe is a model of no question. If I could send you my personal trade. Oh, thanks, Tony. I appreciate that one, man. But yeah, I mean, that's just where I stand. Nice little downside movement. I thought we would get a little bit of a rebound at the volume weighted average price here in the triple Qs. Comes back to the break even, no re-engagement, but we'll take the little scalp city. Yeah, I mean, we could talk hockey there any given moment. We signed I think the biggest free agent, to be honest with you, Sergei Bobrovsky is now a Toronto Maple Leaf for the next 3 years. We also got the #1 pick, which apparently Selena's cousin seen this guy downtown at one of the restaurants across the street from our spot.
And?
He's just chilling. He's an 18-year-old. Yeah, he's an 18-year-old kid who's now coming to the city of Toronto. He's got signed an entry-level.
Oh, is that
contract.
the guy that Justin Bieber announced?
Yeah,
Oh,
Gavin
nice.
McKenna. Yeah, Gavin McKenna.
It's the only thing that I saw. That
Gavin
on
McKenna.
social media was.
So we'll see. As a rookie, you can in the NHL as a rookie, very, very rarely do you have an instant impact in the game.
Yeah, I get that feeling.
Unless your name's like Austin Matthews or
right,
David, but he's none of them. So Yeah, other than that, I don't buy teams or names either. Wear your own name and your own logo. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the logo, but just other names we're not doing anymore. We're going to go long the NASDAQ here, Sri.
All right, man. That's a good look, Joey. It's, closing in on 4/5 there.
Yeah.
All right, FXHO just made a move. So I know there's a lot of traders looking at this name, and it makes sense that they are because it's up 170 some odd %. But I submit to you guys, this is doing one of those things that we've talked a lot about, which is this bull trap downtrend break. What am I talking about here? Well, this was a topping tail candle into 25, and then it just completely lost the trend. Found some support here at around the volume weighted average price. Now it's breaking trend with this breakout candle coming into about $20 and 4/5, 20 and 3/4. The problem with this candle is it's more likely short covering and or a bull trap being set up by the shorts here. So be careful with this. What ends up happening is we end up putting a lower high, and by lower high, I'm talking about relative to the $25 intraday high. So for example, it'll pop up into 21, let's just say 22, and then the next candle will fail that breakout candle low. So this candle, for example, the one that just opened up at 105, will fail the low of the 1 o'clock candle. I'm not saying it's going to happen on this 2 candle series here, but just be on the lookout, okay? This is what these ones do, especially when they're downtrending for such a prolonged period in the afternoon. They tend to be bear trap or bull traps, excuse me. So being set up by bears. Anyway, it is 105. That means we're, ready for the new segment. Let's send it up to Sia and see what we're talking about tonight.
Let's start by talking about LMT. Lockheed Martin sinks by naval defense firm Ultra Maritime for $3.45 billion. So it said today that it'll be buying these naval defense group Ultra Maritime for $3.45 billion. So LMT has been leading the race to buy Ultra for roughly $3.5 billion. And Guggenheim as well as JP Morgan have been advising on the selling side of it. Stephanie Hill, who's the president of Lockheed Martin Rotary and Mission Systems, has said, by joining forces with Ultra Maritime, we're accelerating our commitment to deliver the most advanced undersea and anti-submarine warfare capabilities to our U.S. and allied partners across the globe. So Advent International has not disclosed its financial advisors yet. Ultra is owned by the private equity firm Advent International and specializes in anti-submarine technology. So LMT has also said in a separate statement that Citi had served as its financial advisor, and we have Advent International that specializes in anti-submarine tech, is the company that makes radar and electronic warfare systems, just a background, as well as torpedo defense countermeasures. So after this deal closes, Ultra's team will become a part of LMT's Rotary and Mission Systems business. Currently, we have LMT that's down on the day 1.3%.
How you mentioned that they've been trying to buy them for like 10 years because during that 10-year period, Ultra was just not dormant. In fact, they signed a very, very important technological deal with one of my favorite companies, Anduril. I happen to love Palmer Luckey. I like his style, I like his thinking, and I like the company that he's running because it very much touches on the tech side of warfare in a way we haven't seen these legacy weapons makers really, hit. And that's why I think LMT is buying Ultra here. So what they did was they signed a high stakes development pact with Anduril to merge their proprietary sonar sensors directly into Anduril's autonomous uncrewed underwater vehicles, UUVs they're being called. So by absorbing Ultra, what LMT does, it effectively inherits a direct and a very high value algorithmic hardware pipeline right into its fiercest sort of defense startup segment. And that's why I feel we're getting this LMT deal. I think that they are very good at creating legacy weapon systems, but as we're seeing before our very eyes, whether in the European front or the Middle Eastern front, legacy weapon systems are too costly and they're ineffective against newer weapons. Specifically, of course, I'm talking about drones. In this case, it's more for seaborne threats, but I'll submit to you the same threat is posed there as it's posed in the air. There's no reason why autonomous systems can't have a very clear and decisive rule in warfare on the water. So I'd be looking out for that. I love this tie up over here. We'll see how it ends up trading. Joey's going to skip this one. Let's go back to see you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a look at SPCX. So we're going to have the SPCX will officially join the NASDAQ 100 as of tomorrow after the NASDAQs have fast-tracked the newly public mega-cap companies under revised index rules. So funds tracking the NASDAQ 100 that represent roughly $800 billion in assets are expected to purchase shares after today's close, which will create a wave of mechanical buying. And with that, we have SpaceX trading currently flat at the moment.
Yes, I had something prepared here for SpaceX, but looks like I've misplaced it. Okay. So, guys, we need to be careful with the lockout periods here because they're going to be coming pretty soon. Now, we have a good sort of buying tailwind with the NASDAQ inclusion, so we know we're probably going to get a few good days here as some of these index funds that track the NASDAQ add SpaceX to their portfolio if they already haven't. But that is only one side of the equation. We have a 90-day period coming up, and we need to look at how much in terms of projected selling we're expecting. My latest, not my report, the report that I read says that there could be around $8 billion in, a lot of employees who will be looking at selling. Can you believe that the Austin area has seen a huge surge in demand for luxury housing all of a sudden out of I'd say the last couple of months, because a lot of the people with SpaceX investments, so let's just say, who, maybe didn't qualify for these expensive homes before, because they didn't make that enough money per year, all of a sudden qualify because they're able to throw a big boy down payment on that. So there's a lot of people who are expecting to sell shares, and I think we need to be alive to that. Whether it gets absorbed or not, we'll have to wait.
So to add to your point, right, and I know Brando brought this up too, we have a hidden 30% rule. Right? So the hidden rule most investors are already watching August 5th, as you stated there, when approximately you're talking about the notional value of things, Sharif, that's 912 million shares representing about 20% of the eligible non-affiliate holdings become eligible for sale on the second trading day after SpaceX reports its second quarter results. Okay.
There you go.
So there could be a pretty hefty offloading of shares. And if people are looking to buy their first home or buy that luxury home, as you mentioned, as then I also told you, Sharif, the pricing in Texas, Dallas itself just went through the roof after my buddy moved there and purchased something at a ridiculous interest rate. Neither here nor there. Be prepared, right? And that's why I started small with my entry points. And I do believe we're going to be able to run into that $125 marker where I do have an additional order out. So keep an eye out. 912 million shares, 20% of the eligible non-affiliate holdings become eligible for sale. 2 days, a day after that second quarter earnings report, which is going to be absolutely massive. I wouldn't be surprised with individuals who've been in it for quite some time, looking to sell some, lock in that profit, and redeploy that capital elsewhere, and as Sharif mentioned, into the potential housing markets. So just be cautious, guys, in case there's some hefty selling coming after.
Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about TeraWulf next. You know TeraWulf is soaring right now, currently up more than 10% on the day. So Anthropic has signed a 20-year lease to use TeraWulf data center to use a TeraWulf data center in Kentucky as of today. So it has pivoted to AI data center infrastructure, and its stock is up more than 80% this year. So the data center is located about an hour southwest of Louisville in Huntsville, and will have the in Havesville. I'm sorry, my apologies. And will have the capacity of around 400 megawatts, with first power delivery that is expected in the second half of the year 2027. So the lease is expected to generate around $19 billion in revenue over the initial term. So CEO Paul Paga has said that the Anthropic lease validates our strategy and establishes a long-duration revenue stream with one of the world's leading AI companies. TeraWulf has also sold its 50% interest in a 168-megawatt data center in Abernathy, Texas, to an investor group led by FluidStack. And with that, like I mentioned, Wolf is up on the day 10.4%.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about this one. Sia, interesting take, good look for for TeraWolf, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of these companies who don't have a lot of experience in the space getting into the space, so I don't have much to add.
Yeah, listen, I think it's just something else that we need to keep our eye on, right? Like Anthropic signing another big time deal. And if these guys don't live up to some of their obligations and the performance metrics that a lot of companies are going to be heavily reliant on, you're going to see some issues. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but it was with OpenAI when they missed their monthly active users target. So I'm not saying Anthropic is going to fall into that, but if things tend to cool down and you don't have the ability to monetize as many of your monthly active users as you would like, that can run into some big time issues with the amount of RPOs that both of these companies have now implemented. So it's an iffy look. Can't wait to see some of their numbers, that's for sure. See ya.
No worries. Let's take a look at Meta. So Meta is reportedly shifting production of its third generation Meta Training and Inference Accelerator, MTIA chips, to Samsung Foundry. I mentioned this earlier during the Sector Watch segment. We're going to dive a bit deeper into this. So this marks a potential change from its previous generations that were manufactured by TSMC. So this deal could be worth more than $6.5 billion, with Samsung producing the chips on its advanced 2nm processors after TSMC's leading-edge capacity has become increasingly constrained. So it fits Meta's broader strategy of reducing reliance on NVIDIA as well as AMD by developing its own AI accelerators for training as well as inference workloads. So management has plans to deploy the 5 gigawatts of AI data center capacity by the year 2030 while accelerating its internal chip development cycle. With that, Meta is up 2% on the day. But before I send it to the guys, Adara, give us your take on this.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on this story. I'm going to comment on another story with Meta that I think is of note. So as we know, last week, and Sean talked about it this morning, I mentioned it this morning as well, very late on Thursday, well into Power Hour, final trading session of the week, we hear some reports here from Reuters that there was this internal town hall at Meta, which featured a couple executives, including CEO Mark Zuckerberg, during which Zuckerberg told employees that he believes the company's AI agent development over the last handful of months had, quote, not accelerated in the way they expected. So a lot of people took this as kind of Meta accepting defeat. Now, he did say that he expects it to improve later on. But either way, it sounds like this town hall, just a report, it sounds like it might have been real. Because we did get a response here from these reports from Alexander Wang. Now, Alexander Wang, not the designer, this is the Alexander Wang who is the co-founder of Scale AI and also leading Meta's intelligence or super intelligence labs here, right? So he responded to this post saying, quote, first, Mark was clearly talking about the industry's progress on agentic capabilities on the whole. But while we're on the topic, our next MuseSpark update is coming soon. Big improvements in coding and agentic capabilities to be more competitive with other leading models. Excited to get these into your hands. We'll be rolling out to the Meta AI and our new API. Now, furthermore, in the comments on this post, he also indicated there will be a lot better coding stuff coming from MuseSpark pretty soon. So either way here, I know Sean mentioned this when we talked about this last week as well, but just because these comments are really doom and gloom from this town hall doesn't mean it was all negative. Sounds like it really isn't all negative. And at least we have some, potential positivity coming from Alexander Wang. So I did want to address that because we talked about that a lot last week. Here's a bit of an update.
Wish him the best, but I remember the similar arguments about Llama 4 and avocado. I wish him the best. Let's talk about this MTIA chip. Very interesting here. So a couple of things that I can read through this right away. You're seeing Meta trying to sidestep the NVIDIA surcharge, so to speak, by really tying the knot here with Samsung. And what they're doing is they're also sidestepping the Taiwan Semi bottleneck in terms of capacity. Taiwan Semi just doesn't have enough to be able to make the chips that are required of it by AMD, NVIDIA, everybody else. So Meta being a little bit smart here, just like Anthropic was, and just like Elon was with Terafab. Remember that deal that he has for the AI6 chip? Remember that deal that Anthropic is evaluating, that $25.5 billion deal for a custom chip deployment on the exact same 2nm process that Meta is apparently exploring here with Samsung. So this has several implications. The read-throughs I already kind of covered there. But implications for Meta are also important here. This is sort of an admission that its own internal silicon design team can't hang. And they can't hang because they've got 6 month deployment cycles. That obviously puts them on a lot of pressure. Just take NVIDIA. For example, take AMD. They're on yearly deployment cycles. Like, who does Meta think there is? They're on twice a year, and that's obviously putting their hardware team, in a hard place, hitting the wall almost to speak. But one last thing I want to say about this is that Samsung has had issues with yields on both their 2 nanometer and their 3 nanometer process, similar to the issues that Intel had with 18A and continues to have with 14A, right? So that's something we need to look out for here, because the quality of these chips is going to be determined, of course, by how well they're manufactured, as well as the scalability. If your yields are like in 50 to 60 some odd percent, then the amount of chips that you can get out there into the open market will also diminish. So those are the things that I'm looking at here. But apparently they're 2 nanometer. It's called gate all around, GAA manufacturing process. It's supposed to have decent yields, apparently, according to some articles, but nobody's seen it in the wild yet. So that's kind of all I have to say about that.
I like the point that you brought up, Sharif, that they were struggling to create their own style of chip. And I think that's been the narrative within Zuck in the Superintelligence Lab and just his AI build-out in general. He's been really late to some dances, and every product that he's put out with Superintelligence has a needle mover. Can things change? I know Adara was talking about the update coming soon to MuseSpark. But again, I think it makes things extremely more difficult, just snatching people out of already established ecosystems like the ChatGPTs, the Claudes of the world, and then most definitely Gemini. I understand he got into the prediction markets just due to the amount of users he has within Instagram, WhatsApp, and he's hoping that he can get some of those to transition into his AI tools, but we've yet to see that. So I don't know how much of a major game changer this is, but what it is supposed to help on is efficiencies. So he can really reduce some costs if that's the case, which Mark Zuckerberg needs to at this point.
Let me ask you something. You think, well, I kind of have my own opinion about this, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. Do you think it's easier to scale or to shift usage of an LLM on which you base your product, or to shift your usage of a certain chip off which you base your product? So I mean, say, for example, if you had NVIDIA, let's just say H100s, and you kind of want to go more of a custom ASICs route, you tie the knot with Marvell, you tie the knot with Broadcom, and your next chip for your deployment cycle is a custom ASICs. But say, for example, these models. Say, for example, I'm building sort of a Palantir style layer on top of, let's just say, ChatGPT. You think that it's easier to switch to go, all right, let me build my layer, my corporate layer on top of Opus rather than Chat. You see what I'm saying? So it's like in the LLM game
compared to changing the physical product, right?
Yeah, because I feel like it's a little bit more maneuverable when you
change your physical product. To change the software.
That's what I'm trying to say,
right? I think so. I think it'd be easier to change the software than to change the physical product.
And that leads me to my next question.
Because look what you're actually spending all the money on. Is the physical product to create the software.
Well, let's not undercut the amount these guys are spending on tokens right now.
No, 100%.
And that was the point the Palantir CEO Alex Karp was trying to make last week when he had his interview that was widely misconstrued, of course, by the media, because that's what they do. This was his thing. He's like, look, I'm being told by CEOs, they've had it up to here about paying all these high token rates and not getting enough reward for it. So
absolutely.
What I'm trying to say is, I think it's a lot easier for them to shift their spending onto a different LLM. So why is that important? Because you can be the premier chip, I think, for a lot longer than you can be the premier LLM.
Model.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
So do you think this is a good strategic move from Zuckerberg and company to making this chip shift?
I do think it is. Especially because he hasn't gotten it right so far. So you got to do something different.
You got to continuously take those shots until he hits something. Until he hits something on the head.
That's how I feel about that. All right, let's go back to see.
Thank you so much for that. Let's take a look at our next story. So we have NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's next generation Kyber's rack architecture that's designed for its 2027 Rubin Ultra AI chips has reportedly been delayed up until 2028 due to manufacturing challenges that involve a critical circuit board. Now, this delay also does impact NVIDIA's larger NVL576 system, while an alternative design has reportedly been scrapped after cloud customers have pushed back on its complexity as well as operating cost. So the setback could create a rare opportunity for competitors like AMD and Google's in-house AI chips, as we do know hyperscalers are continuing to expand AI infrastructure, and with that, NVIDIA is trading flat at the moment.
All right, let's get down to this. All right, this Kyber NVL 144 rack. If you believe the reports, we've seen NVIDIA respond kind of pseudo to the reports over here. It's going to be delayed from 27 to 28, as Sia pointed out. But, you know, a lot of people are labeling this, oh, it's a circuit board snag. Oh, you know, potentially opening up the door to AMD. I think it's a little bit different. I think this is a technological challenge that even AMD can't do, because these printed circuit boards, PCBs, are super hard to structure. I'm no expert, but I did a little bit of reading. 78-layer printed circuit board mid-plane. Highly technical and very easy to get wrong. So much so that NVIDIA had a backup plan for this PCB if it failed. And they had it was all ready to go, but the hyperscalers were like, no, we don't want it. No, but seriously, they forced them to cancel this NVL72X entirely after they fiercely pushed back on what they're calling an awkward physical footprint and massive operational power cooling overhead that was required for this specific PCB. So it looked like NVIDIA really couldn't really get it done this time around. So they had to kick the can down the road, if you again believe the reports. But the structural failure of the box is kind of forcing unprecedented architectural changes, not just in server racks and PCBs, but in the chips themselves. According to some of the reports, the PCB, the current one that they're using, couldn't handle the strength of the Rubin Ultra chip. So they actually had to make alterations to the chip itself so that would work with the PCB in a more, in a more silky way. I don't even know why I used the word silky there, but
yeah,
that's the first one that came to mind. In any event, the point I'm trying to say is this is obviously a technical challenge that they're having to overcome, but quite frankly, if I had to throw my hat behind somebody else getting a technical challenge right, it would probably be NVIDIA.
Yeah, I mean, at what point haven't they, right? Like just securing their supply chain. Other than that, I don't really have too much to comment, guys. Well, I'm long the TQQs off of the volume weighted average price, and Blicky's asking me what's going on with NVDA. I just think there's so much going on from a headwind standpoint within the name in itself that you see its largest customers really start to pivot and create their own custom chips. Google, the Amazons, the Metas of the world really starting to shift, and you can see the market price.
I wonder who predicted that.
You predicted it, my guy.
Many times, bro.
So the question for the company is, what is that next wave? And is it going to be the sovereign nations? Who is it? What is it going to be? I think that's going to be it, but is it going to amount to what we've seen from a CapEx standpoint with the hyperscalers? I don't think so.
All right, let's go back to Sia.
Let's take a look at AMD. Japanese autonomous driving startup Turing has added AMD Ventures as an investor and begun using AMD AI accelerators, reducing the dependence on NVIDIA as it's preparing for commercial deployment. The company is now using AMD GPUs for roughly 10% of its AI training workload, and it's also citing lower computing costs and greater supply chain diversification. So AMD is due to up on the day 7.6%.
Yeah, this is interesting here. So I'm just reading more about this. Moving 10% of training workloads to AMD isn't just about saving money on chips, this report writes. It's an aggressive software integration test. The absolute choke point for non-NVIDIA hardware has always been software compatibility, and that's where NVIDIA's flourished, right, with CUDA. Turing engineers, I'd say, are working directly with AMD to optimize its end-to-end full self-driving neural networks on, yes, you guessed it, AMD's open source ROCm software stack, not the CUDA stack. So I think this is kind of what I take from this is we know CUDA is basically a closed sort of source system. This is an open source device, right? So if you are AMD, you're kind of taking the Chinese approach to LLMs than the North American approach to LLMs. The North American approach obviously has been closed source models. The Chinese have been open source. AMD's opting for this open source overlaying software, what they're calling ROCm software, whereas CUDA is closed source. So it's a bit of a different take. Interesting look. I also like how AMD is throwing their hat into the autonomous driving ring as well by backing this VC. So we'll see how they do. Los Pollos Hermanos, are you watching Argentina versus Egypt match tomorrow, or are you doing the show? I'm going to be doing both. We're going to have the match on the side screen. Gary, Joe, Sharif, I've worked in electronics for over 20 years. A highly complex board has 14 layers. 70 plus is crazy. That's what I was trying to say. Gray.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm not going to read that name there, but yeah, it's interesting. Thank you for the comment there. But your name, if you want us to read out your name, you're going to have to change it. All right.
What a rinse job, man.
That's my problem with NVDA, says Ichiro. Someday an alternative good enough will happen soon. That's my concern as well about that, man, especially because we've seen already the sourcing away from going after NVIDIA's GPUs, and we've seen as well that GPUs are not the end-all and be-all for all tasks. If you are looking for a specific type of task, then the ASIC obviously performs a little bit better, and it's a little bit cheaper. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But let's go back to see.
Let's talk a little bit about Uber. It's paused most of its planned Uber Eats expansion across Europe as it's focusing on acquisition of Delivery Hero. So Uber has shelved the launches of 5 to 7 countries that was originally targeted for the year 2026, which is this year, despite previously projecting roughly $1 billion in additional gross bookings over the next 3 years. So management has said that this decision follows strong launches in Finland as well as Denmark, and also continues to allow Uber to concentrate on growing existing markets rather than pursuing these acquisitions. And with that, Uber is down on the day 1.2%.
Okay, I don't have much to say about this specific headline, but I got to tell you, I really did like the upgrade to Uber Eats. On my last trip, you can now order your food straight to your room. So it's kind of like just you have room service with the hotel, but you also have room service with Uber Eats. So if you don't like what the hotel is offering in terms of a menu, you need not worry. Uber Eats will deliver that right to your door. Now, I did have a problem with one of the initial drivers. I gave him specific instructions to come up to the room, and he ended up only putting it by the front desk. So, he may or may not have received a lesser tip, and may or may not have received lesser stars than the individual who did schlep up to the hotel room with my food, by the way. So I know the humanity, David. All right, man, I'm just giving you my point here. But with respect to this story, I do like 5 of 7 countries as well. They originally target for 2026. $1 billion in additional gross bookings over the next 3 years. So that is a bit of an interesting change there. Management said that the decision follows a strong launch in Finland and Denmark, as Sia was talking about, allows them to concentrate on their existing markets. One of my understandings is if Uber is not 1 or 2, in position 1 or 2, for whatever industry they are in, they will leave the market. And so, to wait and see if they manage to stay 1 or 2 in those jurisdictions. But yeah, see ya.
So SK Hynix has filed to list American Depository Shares, that's ADSs, on the NASDAQ under the ticker SKHY, giving the investors direct access to one of the world's leading AI memory chip makers. So now each ADS will be representing 1/10 of a common share. The pricing to be determined based on SK Hynix's Korean-based shares, listed shares, and as well as the market conditions. So investor demand already is appearing to be pretty strong. Bailey Guilford, Coatue Management, and Situational Awareness Partners, who are indicating interest in purchasing up to $7 billion of ADS's cornerstone investors.
Oh, the amount of shares that are going to be issued by SK Hynix here are not limited because they felt like making it a limited amount. They're actually legislatively constrained by South Korean law from issuing a certain amount of shares. So 17.79 million new shares being issued, okay? But that's about only 2.5% of the outstanding equity. So under South Korean regulatory law, the parent company, in this case SK Square, legally mandated to maintain a minimum of 20% of absolute corporate ownership of the stake in the company. So the size of that $28 billion raise was mathematically capped to keep SK Square perfectly insulated above that kind of local regulatory minimum. So they got to hold 20%. So that number not existing in a vacuum, there's reasons why we're doing that. So these are going to be American depository shares, not receipts. To know a little bit of the difference there. So quick, maybe YouTube or Google search, whatever. There's also that atypical 10-to-1 fractional split. So to kind of prevent outpricing of retail momentum traders, SK Hynix, they engineer this kind of unique 10-to-1 conversion ratio. So 10 ADSs here, American Depository Shares, represent one common SOL share. So this maps the individual trading price to about $158 to $166 per ADS. We still haven't been given the range, right? But we're mathematically able to predict it just based on that 10-to-1 formula that the company themselves said that they were going to follow. But there's also a bit of a correction here. Remember in late June, we kind of heard about SK Hynix filing with the SEC and that they were going to, possibly list in North America. Well, we got 12% reduction in that week as well to the price. So a lot of analysts are saying that 12% move was the market reacting to the incoming dilution as a result of these 17.79 new million shares that are going to have. Last but not least, ASML stands to be a big boy winner for the money that's going to be raised by this new IPO. So financial blogs, they're indicating that there's a highly restrictive legal contract that SK Hynix has here with ASML. And apparently, it's forcing them to use a certain amount of the money that they're going to raise to buy their EUV machines, the extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, right? And so that is slated to take place up until December of 2027. So that's when the contract expires. And I don't know the details, of course, it's secretive, but one must assume that they will be buying sporadically with that new money between now and 27.
Yeah, I think this dilution is absolutely going to be disastrous for the actual stock in itself. To be honest with you, right? There goes the market. I mean, we took some heavy swings at the lows here. It's just not finding any form of a bounce. Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely disastrous for the price action. You have dilution, and then now you're going to get the American retail individual and even more people investing in this name. It's been on a parabolic run, and what have we seen before when we've had major names really do the split? NVDA hasn't been performing well. I understand I'm comparing apples to oranges here, but you have Netflix also doing the exact same thing. And then you're going from a 10-to-1 that it's not going to be good, and you're going to see quite a bit of chop, in my opinion, regardless of bottleneck or not. At least you're going to start to see the reports, which I believe you already can have access to. But that's something that I'd be looking into specifically with this name. I don't like the dilution, and you can see that the Kospi, it's like 25% of the index. A lot of people in South Korea are retail investors. I mentioned it this morning. You have 60 million people, 14 million people are on the retail side of things trading SK Hynix and Samsung. I just believe it's going to be really, really bad and just add too much of a large float. And we see names with larger floats and how the price action works. It's choppy stuff at times.
Completely separate and not to do with this story. Did you see Gwen Shotwell, what she did today, bro?
No.
She just donated big boy money to Trump accounts, of course, not for President Trump, of course, for the kids of America. She donated SpaceX shares, her and her husband, to be fair, it's not just her, and that came to be about $335 million, give or take, current prices.
335.
So shout out to Prezi Shotwell of SpaceX, of course. So. Interesting look there. You know,
it's very. I think the Trump accounts. I like the Trump account. I think it's the smartest thing.
Gershner was pounding the table on CNBC this morning as well. Do you like Gershner?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Brad Gershner.
Brad, he's always on CNBC.
Very tech guy. Yeah. All right, let's send it back to see it. Talk a little.
Let's talk a little Boeing. Yes, so Boeing has officially begun operating a fourth 737 MAX assembly line at its Everett, Washington facility, marking another step in its effort to restore aircraft production. So the new line supports Boeing's long-term goal of increasing 737 MAX output from the current 47 aircraft per month. I was talking about this story just, I believe, over a month ago when I was reporting on this, per month to 52 by early of next year, 2027. BA ultimately studying to reach the 70 jets, as high as 70 jets per month mark. Adara, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, I think in general, like this is just, Sharif made that was out. And I think honestly, since Kelly Ortberg has been in charge of Boeing, they've done a lot less than they used to. I mean, he stepped into the lead role CEO in, I think, August 8th, 2024, I want to say. So it's been almost 2 years. I think the turnaround in this company, not necessarily 100% reflected in the stock, but I think certainly reflected in the public facing view of the company and what they've been able to accomplish. I will once again tip my hat to the work that Kelly Ortberg and company have done over at BA. And I think especially given the challenge that they faced, given how low morale was, it definitely took a lot of dawn to clean the public image of that company. I think they've done a pretty good job here with BA. So I will once again tip my hat to Kelly Ortberg. Now let's see if this production increases. Can they keep the quality of the planes up? That's what I want to see next.
This is like the most important thing for the company, in my opinion, production, because they have no shortage in orders and demand. President Trump went to China. He touted the new deal that he got for Boeing from Chinese buyers. But I'll submit to you guys, Boeing never had a demand problem. They never had a shortage of orders. What they did have was a shortage of deliveries, and good ones at that. So, if increasing production capacity, to me, is the number one thing that Kelly Ortberg has to focus on. He doesn't need to create more demand. A lot of demand exists. He just needs to get his product out there. I like this, but let's also be honest that the FAA has still been certified. You wanted to cover that, sorry.
That's all right. No, that's all right.
They're still doing, ever since when was it? January of 2024.
The audit.
During President Biden's administration, when they were using liquid soap and all that stuff that we always joked about at the time. We don't joke about it now because it's not happening, right? But they're still under FAA oversight. Prior to that, Joey, we should probably tell everybody that they were certifying themselves. Now, a lot of people didn't like that because they said, well, how can you be objective certifying yourself? But the fact of the matter is that self-certification process helped increase production. That self-certification process no longer exists. Therefore, production will, at least under current form, will still kind of be at current levels.
Absolutely.
Just 1 second. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short 160 on SpaceX. So he's $1.50 in the money here. So we're going to shut him out. What do you think, man?
No, I agree. Listen, at one point it was in conversation that they needed to get FAA under the belt of Boeing itself so they can produce more aircraft. Demand, as Sharif mentioned, is no issue. You have a backlog of over 10 years. Now, I find it extremely odd that a company that essentially only has one competitor in the commercial airspace can't really produce what it needs to and or turn an extreme amount of profit. The stock itself is displaying that, hey, man, this company has been in trouble, and I'm not going to say it still is. The narrative is changing within Boeing, but I don't believe it's changing fast enough. When you do something and you have brand damage like that, where you're using zip ties and dish soap, you can see that now you're overseen by the FAA, which was the major issue. I just don't understand from a production capability. I get that they're now bringing in a whole new line, which is huge. But if you control your own supply chain, I just didn't understand why these guys weren't allowed or didn't have the capability to hit certain delivery numbers and metrics for quite some time. They were struggling, and now they're kind of getting their act together. But also, Sharif, there was multiple occasions where we've seen that they were allowed to deliver and produce more aircraft through certain lines, which is huge for the company. But again, I just feel like they can be performing significantly better.
Our final story for the day, Cosmos Energy, KOS, has reported strong production from its new J76 well at the Jubilee Field offshore in Ghana. So the well is currently producing roughly 20,000 barrels of oil per day, lifting second quarter field production to approximately 72,000 barrels per day and pushing the exit rate above 85,000 barrels per day. So another producer well, that's J77, has already been completed and is expected online shortly, with management targeting an approximate value of 90,000 barrels per day of gross production. So a final producer well, that's J50, is expected to begin production by the end of July. The stock is not reacting as much at the moment. It's up 1.2% on the day.
Yeah, I don't have much to say here. See it, to be honest with you, not a company I keep too much, tabs on, or a space really that I keep a lot of focus on here, Joey. But KOS, look, decent report, 20,000 barrels per day. That's the current production. They're looking at getting to about 85,000. Company also reduced net debt, $400 million first half of the year. They're on track to cut their full debt by 20% on a year-over-year basis by the end of this year. Stronger cash flow. Just from a fundamentals perspective, obviously a good look, but I don't have a comment.
I don't know anything about this company. So.
All right, thank you so much, Sia, for the news segment. Let's start over here by pointing out that FXHO did exactly what I said it was going to do, and I hope nobody got lured into this bull trap, and this is what they are, okay? I don't need to see any more of these patterns to know that this is a bull trap pattern. It is a higher low, flat bottom break pattern, and there it goes. So it didn't happen on the first pop, but it happened on the second one. Into 22 it goes, and then all hell broke loose down into 17, and 17 in the fifth. So watch out here. It's lost VWAP. It's lost area lows at around $18, now barely holding on to 17. FXHO, this is the pattern. I'm going to take my time to explain this pattern again, okay? Because it is one that will get a lot of traders in trouble, especially small cap traders. This is a great move up, right? But there's a lot about this that is yelling bearish, bearish, bearish. This very prolonged downtrend here found support at a not very surprising area, the volume weighted average price. That is the white line. And then what it started doing, it started showing you, okay, here it is. 15 minutes of upward price action off $18, clearing 21. I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to take out that $25 high that I put in at 11.55. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's because what's happening here is you're getting a lot of short covering. Why are you getting short covering at VWAP? Because that's where a lot of shorts put their price target at. So naturally, when shorts start to cover, they are required to buy. So then you have upward price action, but then they take advantage of that because they see long volume jumping in with them while they're covering, only to start pushing you down again. And that's exactly what happened here. This is a bull trap. I see it as a bull trap almost once a day, at least on the show, okay? So FXHO, be careful. By the same token, LHSW could be the same thing. It is a little bit different in every single case, right? So they're not all going to be identical chart patterns, but this is the same thing where it has a very prolonged period of downtrend, finds support at VWAP, lures you in by a nice move up, maybe 6, maybe even 6.5. Man, you already got a 6 rejection. Watch for a possible move up to 6.5, and then it ends up losing the area low and losing it quite decisively, like we saw there on FXHO. So hey, there, keep your eye on that one. Now LUCY, Joey, we had a good day here on Lucy. Into $1.57 it goes, coming back into 1.25 above the volume weighted average price. This one is, I wouldn't say it's the same setup, especially if you can get above that 145. But what I'd say be very careful with is you had that resistance at 150. We only cleared it by 7 pennies, Joey. 157 area high. So that's a look there. RXT has been very good. Had no trades on this, but it's also putting in some lower highs here. So perhaps the best trade for this one is behind it. Bovin, you were tagging me with some names here earlier. So tag me again with those names. Yeah, I just covered it, VWAP Viking. Lucy, I don't mind this Lucy trade. If it can get above 140, 145, I think that sets you up for another 150 break. My concern, though, is the decisiveness of that 150 clearing initially wasn't that good. It was a 7 penny clearance and a lot of topping tail candles above 155. So I'm a little concerned about that one. Shout out to my man, VWAP Viking. Yeah, VWAP Viking. You see your Vikings yesterday?
Yeah,
You must have been
man.
very impressed because I know you called that Norway team because you like their chant.
I like Holland too.
Yeah, he's so weird. I'm not gonna ever say I like that guy.
You don't like him?
No, of course not. He's the enemy. He's an absolute enemy.
For you?
For Arsenal.
Oh, for Arsenal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Kitty, he's City's number 9, man.
Yeah, he's a killer.
Absolutely. Go 2 studs up on that bad boy. Right?
Oh, man.
Straight red.
Straight
red.
Play it.
I would never do that. That's very not sportsmanlike.
It's very.
No, but they played very well. Sorry, Assassino. You know, we love you. You're a very important person in our life, of course, Assassino. But Brazil, they didn't live up to their expectations yesterday. I was disappointed with the way Brazil was playing forward. I was also disappointed, Assassino, with Ancelotti's decision making. I love Neymar. Neymar is a hell of a player, but he's way past his prime. Why is he coming on?
How old is Neymar?
I don't know, bro, but why is he coming on?
How old is Neymar now?
I don't know. 32? How old is he, Assassino?
Man, he's definitely not 32.
37.
37.
He's born 34, guys. That was off by 2.
He's born 92, man.
That was off by 2. Yeah, that's your world
yeah,
right
that's
there,
my
right?
year.
That's your world right there.
Yeah, Assassino's saying his body is soft, man. He's like.
Well, dude, he has very, very bad tendons. Like he's constantly getting.
And he's been partying too.
Right?
He's been living his best life for sure.
Because he sells jerseys.
All right, yeah. Full disclosure, guys, we're done for the day. I took some heavy swings on this bad boy for the long, very tight risk, but share size. So we're shut down. Full disclosure, I don't feel any type of way other than agitated. But hey, man,
sorry,
it is what it is. No need to be sorry. Like we took the stabs. I went long here. See, the thing is, I don't know why I just didn't stick with my original thesis. Was the short, and I'm like, okay, if we fail to establish a new high right here, this would be the short entry. But instead, I'm like, okay, let's see if we find a bounce because the Nasdaq always bounces. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if it does at some point here. But anyways, aside from that, I had a small size. That was just a feeler just so I could get filled there. I'm like, okay, I know if I go long, they'll sell price off a little bit to the point where I have my larger order resting. And that was going to be this one right here at 76.70s for that bounce. Boom, into 77s. Didn't get it. So we get out at the break of the volume weighted average price and I try it again. And then it just wanted to absorb a little bit more liquidity before making any form. But yeah, D. Westermeyer, you were 1,000% right on that one, my bud.
He's awesome, bro.
Yeah, he was on. He's like, hey,
guy,
I think we break view up after that first attempt. I'm like, you're right. So let me be patient and wait. But I wasn't patient enough as it's starting to find a rebound. But and I believe SpaceX is going to break down as well through this support level. It's starting to form a shelf at 50s. If that breaks, then I wouldn't be surprised if we head into that $125 marker, maybe even $100. Do you think we see SpaceX south of $100? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I also wouldn't be surprised at the fact if it did go south of 100. And we talked about the release date, right? So there's a massive amount of shares and liquidity stepping into the market after that Q2 report. A day after the Q2 report, you'll have a lot of individuals selling.
You will, man.
Potentially.
Yeah, well, that's a great point, man. That's actually a great point. No, hey, look, I'm going to bring it back to a little sports talk over here. Sharif, Joe, will USA win tonight, says Grey Worm. What?
I said I hope not. I want Belgium to win.
This guy, he doesn't know who our viewers are.
Yeah, that's all right.
Like, why?
Know I love them. What, would you rather me lie to you and say, hey, I want the U.S. to win? Come on, hold on, let me finish here. There's a little bit of a grudge just from me. Whoa, what is this guy doing?
Yo, Juan, he wants that red card reinstituted.
You know I love every single one of you.
Oh.
But we've lost to the U.S. in gold medal.
Yep.
Right, in hockey.
Yeah.
So with that being said, there's that competitive edge where I don't want y'all to win, and I'm just being honest.
Oh man, yeah. I want.
It's too much winning. It's just been too much winning. It's been too much winning. Yeah, it's been.
Well, hey man, the Dow's above 50,000 again.
Dude,
it's
too much winning for my liking. It's like you guys got to lose somewhere. So.
Look, man, I love America. I want
America.
USA to win, right?
All right.
But I was going to say that I had an Arsenal connection to Belgium because Leandro Trossard plays for Arsenal. He is Arsenal's left wing, one of Arsenal's left wing. But Joey, he is now sold. This guy, bro. He drops a line, then he's like, I gotta say what's going on.
I'm in the chat, man. They're saying I'm drinking that haterade, man.
Yeah, well, you kind of are,
I'm not
bro.
a hater,
You kind of
man.
are, bro.
Nah,
I stayed with Joe after the red card thing.
Yeah.
Eddie, brother, I'd like to know where you live. Eddie, do you live in America,
In
brother?
America,
Because
man.
I feel like
why I
most
love
of your
y'all.
comments are very, yeah. Let me know where you live at, Eddie. I'd love to hear it. Anyway, Trossard is gone. Apparently, Besiktas and Arsenal have now struck a deal. Spain, says Eduardo. Oh, there we go. That makes more sense. Shout out to my man, Eduardo. Apparently, yes, Arsenal and Besiktas have now struck a deal to send Leandro Trossard to the Turkish Super League. So he will no longer be an Arsenal player, if you believe the reports, and that removes my connection, of course, to the Belgian side.
Who's this? Does Saka play for your Arsenal?
Yes, he does.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's they call him Starboy.
I'm not welcome. I gotta check in. I'm not welcome across the board.
Well, yeah, exactly, Joey. You may have some problems getting through customs from now on, man. We love you, Eduardo, brother. I'm
like
just
you.
kidding.
Oh yeah, Papacito.
What's going on,
you're
Randy?
100% right on that, Papacito, for sure.
No, but that's going to be a good matchup tonight.
It is. It is very much so.
Yeah. I felt
It's a
Belgium
pick'em.
very, very underperforming in terms of the talent that they have, brother. They have some of the best players in the world. And they always habitually underperform. I think they're underperforming again. They almost lost to Egypt, save and except for an own goal blemish, which was kind of created by Romelu Lukaku.
Yeah.
They would have not won the group. They only beat us by 1 goal differential.
Yeah.
Right? And I haven't thought that they look pretty good, to be honest with you. And they started fighting with each other. Did you see that? Yuri Tielemans and Leandro Trossard started fighting on top of the pitch before they beat Senegal.
Wow.
Senegal was beating them 2-0. Senegal was about to clear. I'm sitting there watching the game as I'm about to take off. And then it's 2-0. Then I go line up and I put the game on while we're in the air. Starlink, by the way, on American Airlines. Loved it.
Shout out America.
Yeah. And it's 3-2.
Oh.
I'm like, how the hell did this happen? Senegal flopped completely, but they were about to get eliminated and beat by another African team. So I got to tell you, I don't like Belgium's chances here. Now, guys, there's a lot running, so let's get right down to it. INLF ripped up. 933 was halted at 767. Big move up here, 933. So be on the lookout here. INLF doing things. It's up about 106%. It's $122 million market cap. I can't get you guys the float. It's not available, at least on my platform. But the levels are as follows. Area low is this candle right there, 823. So think 8 1/4. And then if that level gives way, you're looking at that 7 2/3 area because that's a halt level there. It looks like it was a 10-minute halt. So a little bit longer of a halt level. You haven't done that much way in volume, by the way. Only about 2 million shares traded so far on an $8 3/4 name. And now we're, closing in on 2 o'clock. So INLF, not a bad look today. Sharif, you look tired today. Brother, I just got back from, a really long trip where I was doing a lot of driving. I'll take that any day over, coming in and, feeling super refreshed. I'll take the trip, baby. After they cried like losers to FIFA, says Philip. Hey, man, they got the thing removed. So President Trump flexing his metaphorical muscles there. I don't know if he actually has real muscles. Shout out to him.
Who?
President Trump.
Yeah, real muscles?
Yeah, I said metaphorical muscles.
Yeah, he's up there too, man. So he uses a little bit.
Fake news.
Fake news. No, I'm only messing around. I love you guys all. Your good stuff, and I love the UFC. It's pure American.
Bro, he's a tank. What?
He's a big dude, man.
Yeah, he's tall. I don't know if he's big, but
big in from a muscle mass standpoint. Too much McDonald's there every day.
Well, he loves that McDonald's thing. You wanna go already? Because we're only a few more minutes.
Well,
left because I'm gonna be sending it to you at 2 o'clock.
Right at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I can go over there, man. Set up everything. All right, guys, you'll see me here momentarily. Don't worry, Neil will be back in the desk tomorrow.
How many days did you cover for Neil there, man?
Whole week, man.
He's gonna owe you some money.
Well, you don't owe me anything,
better
man.
Bring you a nice little present.
Don't worry.
Jolly old
we ain't
thing.
mad at you. No, I'm only messing around with you guys. You guys know I love you, but
All
when
right.
it comes to competition. You know?
I know how you feel about that.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm not going to lie to you guys.
INLF, guys, continuing to go. Let's cover this before we send it off to the big boys. Here it is again. Another intraday high into 939, showing 9.25, holding up trend. So watch out here. INLF could see $10 in a hurry. And if it clears $10, I don't know where this goes. Just 1 second, Katina Man. We'll cover your SpaceX trade there in a second. But the Katina Man's printing over $5 in the money now on the SpaceX short, and as he is short 160.5. Shout out to Katina Man. But what you guys are looking at here is the daily chart on INLF. This one lost all sorts of strength there on the 17th. It also engaged in a 1 for 200 split on today, I guess, or the day prior. So this one just did split. So be on the lookout here. INLF into 939. Mopar for life, dropping 2 in the chat. Thanks for that. Arsenal looking at picking up the 17-year-old Mora from Mexico. Really, I did not know that, man. I was hearing rumors of Morgan Rogers from Villa. I was also hearing Barcola from from Barcelona, and that was it. Those were the 2 names. And then who else? There was one other guy. Yeah, who's that? That guy from Newcastle. Fact check me, chat. What's the name of the guy from Newcastle? That Tonali guy. Yeah, Tonali. I'm pretty sure they were looking for that Tonali guy as a possible Premier League to Premier League transfer. And I like those a lot more because when they come from other leagues, there's really no guarantee that they play well in the Prem. But that's what I'm looking at there. Shout out to my man Benton. Yeah, that's a lot. We need a Joe shirt for darts. Oh my days, that's crazy. I don't even know what that means, man. Ozan's asking you. Because you were talking about the U.S. there, Joey. Like you were saying stuff about the U.S. Ozan, last thing I remember, Joe was running for the door, had to find the passage back to the place I was before Relax. Said the Katina Man, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never. Ozan, what? What am I reading here, Ozan? Or Barcolas from PSG. Sorry, yes, thank you. That's what I was wondering you guys were talking about. Tonali went to Tottenham. When did that happen, Benton? Tonali, yeah, and Gavin Ross says the same thing. Tonali went to Spurs. Thank God he didn't come over to Arsenal, man. Anybody who's coming in from that side is no longer welcome in that side of North London. And with that, we're going to send you off to the big boys. We'll see you guys same bad time, same bad channel. Neil back in the hot seat tomorrow. Take care, guys.
God, Neil's back? Okay. What's up, Joe? We're ready to rock and roll. I've got my mic now, Andre, in case I don't know if I was having Brendan's in the morning. And, I see you got like a little Gavin McKenna thing going on there on YouTube.
Yeah, you've seen that one? How many beer leaguers?
92. Oh, we already discussed about that. Let's go. I mean, the fun is just starting right now. I mean, there's SpaceX again. We were trying to go short. So we went long when we left you guys. Once it broke 160 there, Joe, I went short, which was the mistake. Going short there, we got stopped out once it broke higher and actually put us red on SpaceX. But no SpaceX, no cry. We actually got right back into it. And there it goes again, SpaceX. Now we're just, this is what we talk about this all the time. And it's not about like, oh my God, look at this trade. It has nothing. We always get the super chats about how, since watching the show, I've been more disciplined. I've been able to make some money. I forget who it was in Sharif early on there in the 11 o'clock hour. Someone had either super chat or mentioned that they were on track to make 50 grand or something this year. Leandra, yeah. So, and it's just like, it's kind of things like this is what I just want to show. And it's like, this is what's really changed my trading over the years is instead of, and even just over the months. I mean, I used to be much more stubborn in, trying to short these things basically until, and we did it on Friday on Thursday with Tesla, and it kept going down. Remember, I kept saying, Joe, jokingly, we were like, let's get back into long. And I was like, that's it, Joe, we're going to fight each other now because, we don't want to chase trades that aren't working for us.
Yeah, exactly.
And just like here on SpaceX, this one could have mooned. Pardon the pun or whatever, maybe it was a good one. That could have happened on SpaceX there. And of course it doesn't, and it rejects there on the 200 period. So the next break of 160. I wanted to believe in it, and we had our stops similarly. So, give yourselves $1.50, $2 worth of risk there to cash in now. And this time, we actually hold on right now to 40% of it. So, this has been a good trade. And we talked earlier about trying to hold on to something and try to figure out, when can we get out of it? How much do we want to hold all the way to the downside? But there it is right there on SPCX. We are seeing some updates also out of Orogenics, and their ticker is OGEN on the NYSE American Exchange. This company now has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, which is an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway with additional CNS assets under evaluation. Thank you to OGEN for the continued sponsorship of the show. And regardless of them as being a sponsor, which is the great thing about it, we get to talk about it. And I think that, concussions, and especially if you are like us, either sports, played sports as a youth or currently do, or have kids yourself. I mean, make sure you do check that out, especially if your kid has suffered, or you have, or anybody suffered from concussions. Check it out with Orogenics.
I was going to say, too, I think also, like, concussions, at least when I was growing up, were super, I think, underdiagnosed and tested for. Like, I, cracked my head open twice in, like, a couple-month period when I was 7, and I was never tested for a concussion, right? And you think nowadays they probably would. That's
now,
right?
not
so
nowadays.
I think, like, concussion is, I was just thinking about this, how, like, concussion education or whatever was so slow, so it's good to hear that it's getting better.
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. I mean, that's a part of it. And I was even saying the stories about how, some of these players Gia plays with, if they're ever hit.
It's not even contact, though.
No, it's not. But they get, contact's not allowed in hockey until you're what, U14?
But now, which is crazy. We were hitting in like Adam, man.
Yeah, no, they're still, trust me, they're still hitting. It's just not allowed.
It just
means you get a penalty.
Open ice. Yeah. Okay,
well, it's not encouraged the same way it used to be. But no, I was going to say to Dara's point, nowadays, the minute someone goes into the boards or whatever, it's
concussion protocol.
There's a trainer right there on the bench.
Protocol, man.
Yeah, they do everything. So concussion protocol. But thanks for that story of Dara. And moving forward with that, it's a dangerous one. But go check them out, OGEN. Of course, not just because it's sponsored, but because it's good things happening there. All right, so
there's a level here because we got Nasdaq inclusion today, right, Katina, man?
Yep, tomorrow.
So there's tomorrow.
Actually, tonight, is it actually tonight for tomorrow's beginning trade? Yeah, that would make sense.
I thought it was.
Maybe you're expecting some.
So you'll see it maybe an imbalance, a bigger imbalance, right? So here it is, $160 strike price, guys, 15,000 contracts at that zone. So I mean, we've broken down from that level, which we had a high of approximately, let me pull it up, around that mark, and then it sold off and hasn't had the ability to claim it. So 160 was this breakdown level here today, guys, and then that's when the momentum really started to uptick. So whoever is holding the majority of that size through that, and you can see that shelf that was being established there, and when the volume started to step in. So we can correlate that 160 strike with this breakdown level. Now we want to see if there's going to be any form of an elastic band effect. It rejects this zone and then maybe heads a little bit lower there, Katina, man. But the options chain definitely coming into play on SpaceX here today, finding a rebound. And I was telling the folks, like, we were trying to find somewhat of a rebound here on the TQQs, which didn't work for us. Ooh. And then sure enough, that'll be it for it. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. It's like a couple hundred shares there, a couple hundred there, and you eventually take the hits, and then it's just like, oh, that's it. Your day is unfortunately done.
I respect you. I talked about that. You've started to increase your share size when you think you like something, and sometimes it burns you, and there's no
that's what happens,
that
man.
Is the trader's dilemma. It's like your best trades, you turn around, it's like, why did I not have more?
But it's just like get out when I was supposed to, and that was it. Obviously, the result was.
Talked about that corn. I think I got something stuck in my teeth.
But here it is, right? Like, so if I was a little bit more patient on this bad boy, then it has a liquidity grab, could have grabbed some, came back to the break even. Now breaching past my entry point, but you can't hold it through this just in case there is more downside, and then you end up taking a significantly bigger hit than what you're supposed to. SpaceX, Whisper, Gabzo.
Yeah, no, we're not doing too much on it, but we've we've done really well. I like the volatility. I've liked this 160 level, for many a trade, and it's done real well, man. I mean, once it broke back, unfortunately, I wasn't here that day. It was a Friday when it broke underneath that 150 and then just rifled right back up again. So, it's these levels, and it's just about playing it the right way, in my opinion. And I mean, to Joe's point there's going to be right ways and wrong ways to play everything. And sometimes, you get a little lucky with the momentum there, and just this name's had a lot of momentum to it, so it hasn't really reversed and stung me too much. And again, to another point that we've had around here, and that is that when you're wrong, you got to get out. We were able to take that long early off 160. That really worked, and then we tried to average it in down there and get a little bit more. But remember, we didn't have that much left, and we were actually upset about how much we got out, but it's turned out to be fine. And then we tried the short, that's these purples, and then got out once it broke, and now back down below, and we just took another decent fill here at 156.50. It looks like now you're trying to get back up. Watch out for a 158 break. Maybe we get a little lighter on that trade. And again, no point in bringing this all the way back up and then eventually getting stopped out. We have our lines. We've actually now broken above this 25 period, which is this gray line right there. That's something that I am very interested in looking at every day. And yeah, that was a breakout right there, back through there. So we'll have to make sure that we get a little bit more out if it breaks above 158. So yeah, again, thanks to everybody for watching again here today. There's been a lot of names moving around. I mean, a recent halter here, TDIC, I just saw a halt through. That just reopened now. So kind of a downside halter today. Looks like it wanted to sort of really respect VWAP for some reason. Opens up huge, up to 7, and then comes right back in. That's TDIC bouncing nicely off 6, and your VWAP now cut in half. Choppy on that one. Now chopped in half. It's not too choppy. It's pretty downside play right there. It's not in halt state, although it's not moving around. That would be something to indicate. LHSW. I wrote down on the note today that $5. Come on. As if, Joe. We wrote down, I mean, look, the note is not just all good here for, some of these bigger cap names. Here's the $5 list. Note right there for LHSW. And I just come back in for the very first time to look at this right now. And, I didn't write this list, by the way. I didn't write this down at 1 o'clock. We wrote this down at 8, and this is what's done. It came right back into $5 there and held like a champion. And it's not like, I always say this, anybody can look at a chart and read it. You got to have some faith in what you're deciding. And there was $5 right there. So when I talk about writing this thing down at 8 o'clock, we'd already seen a base for LHSW, this Chinese name holding LHSW today. So that's going to definitely be a good level there as we move forward with what to look for in this name. As again, another one, 74 million shares, only 1 million on float today for LHSW. Sharif, I don't know what you're doing, but in 45 minutes, it's Spain, Portugal. And I cannot think of, Sharif, give me a prediction there, Spain, Portugal. I think extras. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be 1-1, something like that, heading into extra time. And then at that point, you just hope for a good soccer game and football match, they say. You hope for a good match and then no controversy. Not like there wasn't any controversy in the last Portuguese game there in overtime, where by the flick of a hair particle, apparently the Croatian guy hit it.
Yeah, I know that. Again, I didn't. Yeah, I know.
No, it makes perfect sense. It's just, the thing is, I believe FIFA is, first of all, obviously, we saw with this Balogun being let back in here. That seems to be, and I don't know how many times they overturn red cards. If they do it all the time, then good. Almost never. So one call by the president, and FIFA has no problem overturning things,
of course,
right? FIFA is the same organization that gave President Trump the Peace Prize. They made a new award for President Trump.
Yeah.
Gave him the FIFA International Peace Prize.
Well, that's what happens when you're him.
Fake news.
Right?
Yeah, that's fake news, apparently.
Well, it's not, though, because it's real.
And it's also real that President Trump actually admitted to contacting FIFA.
Yeah.
And just a matter of hours later,
yes, it is.
It's the number one, and I believe he's the number one striker for the U.S.
Yeah, he spoke about this very openly and honestly for a good
proud of it.
5+ minutes today in the White House. Like, he was very upfront about what he did, and he seemed to have no issues with it. He just thinks that the guy, he said apparently the ref has a very shady history. I have no idea if this is true. No, I'm going to look into this tonight. Apparently it's a Brazilian referee, according to
no wonder it was probably way off then, right? Assassino, the Brazilian referee? Yeah. Those Brazilian guys, man, very questionable guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is,
I'm just saying that because
let me ask you this: how many actual?
I wish Brazil was still in.
How many soccer games do you think Donald Trump has watched?
0.
Yeah, exactly. Up until.
Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, I got to give him some kind of credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes Harry Kane. Yeah, sure.
But before the World Cup was in North America, how much do you think he?
I still don't think he's watched one.
Yeah,
but the idea is that, in my opinion, anyways, he had the fortitude to go and do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I don't know if Carney, our prime minister, if we needed some of the help, I don't know if he would approach FIFA. So I got to give Trump some credit. He tried it out. It worked. So, go Team USA today as they
It's
play.
only corruption if you're not involved.
Yeah. Well, corruption has to have something else. Right. Like, I don't think this is corruption.
No?
I'm just saying, no, well, it's no, I mean, like if he had money on the game or something like that, maybe. What's wrong with the president
how do you
of the
think
country?
calling the president of FIFA and being like, hey.
No, I think FIFA is corrupt for saying yes. I do not think there's anything. Well, putting your hands up. I mean, FIFA's been corrupt for years.
Yeah, it's always been.
It went from Russia. Patrice the one that told me this.
Yeah.
It went from Russia was 2018 to Qatar to hosting to the United States hosting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. You tell me about Russia hosting it. The idea here is that the president for going into this attempt, I think it's respect for trying to get his guy back in the game. What's wrong with that?
I don't think.
I mean, I'll go to fight for all of us.
Absolutely. That's fair. That's fair.
It's part of
fair,
it.
That's a fair assessment.
That's part of it. FIFA saying yes to it is
where the issue
there.
goes.
But anyway, shout out to everyone watching FIFA. It's like I know nothing about soccer and don't ever claim to know anything, but I'm gonna miss this World Cup. I think it's like it gives me something to watch, something different out there, and what they call it the beautiful game for a reason. I mean, I really enjoy watching this year's FIFA, and shout out to every stadium that's been hosting it. Haven't really heard of any security issues. I'm sure the lines are huge and everything.
Yeah.
Probably that's because of Big Bear AI software. The getting into the security. Lines.
How come we didn't get a little pop in that stock?
Same reason why not getting pops in Nikes or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if that matters, and maybe we are getting a pop in Big Bear AI. I don't know, but maybe not. Anyways, that's our little rant there, and it's going to be a great game tonight at 8 p.m. United States, Belgium, where the United States are favored over perennial soccer giants, Belgium.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see what ends up happening there. The Belgium, they tried to, what do you call it? They tried to appeal.
Appeal that.
That got denied. So.
What's final? What's final with the FIFA?
Apparently, it's not final when it's final.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
All right, and that's true. Tony. What's up, Tony? Good song. It feels good. It's Tony song.
No, I don't know that one.
Anyways, he was saying that maybe that wasn't a red card anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. I did see it. I thought it was not definitely.
Did you see the red card last night?
No, that one I missed.
England.
Yeah,
I thought the English players got stuck under the ball, but you can't go cleats.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that red card.
Yeah.
That was definitely a red card.
Okay.
You cannot go cleats up into a guy like that.
But you see how it was like that, but because I think it got wedged under the ball for a second, keeping it on that trajectory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Anyways, what do I know, man?
I just go by what the commentators say. They're like, that's definitely a red card.
Yeah.
When they were that confident, I'm like, okay, they know more about it than I do. But the thing is that that's the problem with referees and judging things, which I like VAR. At least they can look back and they have some sort of an example. Looks like right now SpaceX is starting to break back above this 158 marker. So we're going to get out soon at 158 if it does break back above. We'll get out of half of what we have left. And then we'll talk more about stocks and less about soccer, I promise. First, it goes back to Adara.
Keep an eye here on AMZN. A little bit of a bounce here, nothing massive, but just letting you guys know, it looks like they just announced on their website that they're introducing the AWS verifiable proof of hands-on cloud skills. Apparently, these AWS badges are being issued automatically through the Credly digital credential platform. So again, nothing massive here for AMZN. A little bit of a spike higher, new product announcement. It is a very, very slow news day now that President Trump has stopped speaking. Back to you.
All right, well, Micron under 1,000.
Yeah.
That could be something to be looked at right there. And of course, I look up and everyone, I'm like, oh, we got to get off soccer. I look up at the chat and everyone's talking soccer in the chat. But we do want to say a shout out to everybody that's watching us on TikTok, everybody that's watching us on YouTube. Keep the chats going, man. We have this really cool thing that Fabian, no matter where you are, Twitch, TikTok, I think it's Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube, I believe.
Are we still on Twitch?
I believe we're still on Twitch. Yeah, man. Got that little, got that. No, it's all consolidated here. So anything that shows up, we'll be able to talk about it. Right now, Arun Warrior, what's up, Arun Warrior? This guy told me that iRen was hot garbage, and you haven't been wrong about iRen, although today we are running up to the upside again, and that's never going to say that again. I've used that way too many times. It's kind of lame. But there it goes right here, iRen up 14% today. Was there a story about iRen here, Dara, or just too beat up? To worry about it. But there's another name that you talked about, Meta, there, Arun Warrior, and Meta today. Yeah, I mean, there goes the pop. Wow, good, yep.
So Anthropic, iRen had a story, it involves Anthropic, that's why the slip of the tongue there. So IREN apparently, reportedly, is part of a short list of bidders that could be supplying Anthropic with 1.4 gigawatts of compute capacity in Australia. So they're not confirmed, it's a short list, but IREN, one of a handful of companies that could be supplying them in Australia. This is being reported by the Australian Financial Review's Straight Talk, an outlet I have never heard of.
Okay, so IREN again. If we're talking about selling compute power and doing all that kind of stuff, it brings me right back to the same story here, Arun, and that is the Meta. The Meta brings us right back to Meta, and that is the story of course, them going ahead last week, announcing sort of a new business part of their. Ever expanding business model, I guess, now to include some of that compute that they've spent, hundreds of billions of dollars on, and NVIDIA says thank you for that. But they're going to try to get it all figured out, and it looks like right here, how good of a trade was that on Meta right now? That's once, twice, Obi thrice right there, breaking through 598. We'll wait to see if that can become a trade. I actually like, the 600 is, the 600 right now is staring us in the face right there. It's funny that Obi was on 2 times last week, and both times he took those big positions in the morning and was back into sim mode by the time we met him at 11 o'clock. But again, a shout out to Obi, man, putting out a lot. I know, it's like, Obi's ready to trade. He's like, nope, I'm shut down again.
Yeah, I know.
Shut down again. But hey, man, you gotta.
It's crazy.
That's what
I try not to. I try
not to as well. I don't.
Yours is significantly large.
Don't worry about what my shutdown is. But I promise you guys I'll never get. I don't want to promise you anything, but shutdowns happen, and that's why it's not about that for him. It's about taking the opportunities. And what I was actually going to say to that and to Obi and to all that kind of stuff is when you believe in something and you see it, you should go for it. And I've talked about that many times with Obi, and I do feel quite lucky to have, a little bit, we train on prop floor, so a little bit of a higher shutdown than probably even I deserve. So, but yeah, right into there, 598. So let's watch out for Meta. I like it, man. Arun, I like it. Break, holding view up again, the next dip down, holding view up again, the next dip down. So, view up is this purple line, and it's not a magical line, right? It's volume weighted average price. If you hold it, you like it. If you don't, you go the other way. And it doesn't have to come in and touch the line for me to like it. That's nothing to do with it. It just comes back in. We hold, right? We hold above, and now we hold above again. And we're also holding the 200 period moving average. Obviously, we would have liked it to get long. Like, I don't think coming down here and holding, that's a long spot. I think I would use this as a long down here. But still, for momentum, it's a good double hold right there. And I like the break higher through 600. I think that's something you could take. And if you don't like that one, you could take FBL.
Yeah.
One that you talk about and you like all of the time. And
it's not as liquid. It's MET. We don't have access to METU though. METU though. That's why I look at. But there it goes. There's a couple of opportunities. Just a little bit too early on the gun. For multiple trades here today, right? Like, if I was a couple more minutes patient, it's obviously hindsight 2020. Look at this move that it goes on after, and the exact same thing with the TQQs. So a little bit early for me today. I shouldn't say this morning. It's already 2:30. But hey, we have the short here, boom, boom, and then DRAM. Like, it's just like stick to your guns on the DRAM play. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. You got to take those shots. I do not fear. I'll take those jumpers, even if
this is why I like you, my guy.
Even if I get blocked. man. I have no issues. Do I like getting shut down on the show? Hell no. But anyways, I'd rather do that and be like, hey, man, up front, I take a couple hundred shares of the TQs. It goes against you a couple of times, then the chances are of you having a lot of success are going to be very low. And that was exactly what happened to me here today. I have no shame. I'll tell you guys when I'm shut down, and I'll tell you when I'm up, and I'll tell you when I'm down. This transparency is key. Not every day is all sunshine and rainbows, for my style anyways, when it comes to trading.
Yeah, no, big props to that. We talk about that all the time. And
I say it with my chest. I say it with my chest, man.
Yeah, man. And what a tarps off chest that is. You're always telling me that. You're always going tarps off. Well, you have to be a stand-up guy, and I mean, I think that's what it's all about. Joe trades, a decent amount of shares around here, and
I appreciate it. Everybody's
really proud of that.
And I want you guys to know that. Listen, like Katina Man's been in the game.
We'll all talk differently. You can tell the way Joe talks is differently than others, and I respect it.
Yeah, man. I listen, full transparency, and that's why I'm honest with you guys, right? I don't want to mislead anybody. We all know trading is extremely hard, and with that being said, there's going to be days where you don't perform the best. Today is that for me.
Are we going to?
Oh, what happened, man? I told you, man. It's on the break right now. It's gonna break. It's already broken.
No, but I just said I wanted to take 600 long, and it didn't break today. It's the first break. And I was just going over to Meta to set that order up.
Let's see what we got on the chain, my boy.
Through. I mean, look at this. Meta now rocking. There it is, Arun. I mean, this is
Dude,
part
look
of
at the volume here on this 0 DTE Meta contract.
Yeah, it's
stepping in right at 600. Yeah, right at 600. Look at that, 40,000 contracts. Now you're pushing through that. So whoever is short this contract is where you're going to start to see all this volume step in here, because you're breaking through. Now they're going to close the short.
Are those calls? Yeah, those.
Yeah, these are calls. This is calls, right? Yeah. So you have the short side of the call.
So what are the put side at 60?
At 600? 600, cool. There's nothing there.
So people are only going long.
No, so what happens is obviously with even trading is that you have the short contracts on the, so like if I buy market makers on the short side, so now when you break through it, now this $600 strike break, it's panic, so they close it, which adds, so what happens when you close a short contract?
I like that.
You need to acquire more shares, so then boom, that's when you break.
The fact that it's on the call side actually means short.
Yeah, half of it is, exactly. So half of this is short, right? Now you're breaking through the level, people are panicking, that's why you're seeing a lot of volume step in right there. So they're closing the position, hence why you see a little bit of volume step in. They're like, uh-oh, it's going parabolic through these levels. We need to get out of this, close the position, and then sure enough, you see it break with some volatility.
I'm trying to go long. I just bid here $600.28. So people are just joining me. That's me sitting there right now. We'll see if we can get long. Just a little bit of a push down. We should be able to get long here at 600, just ahead of 600. I'm going to give it to that 598, okay? So I'm going to try to get, I could just punch long right now. I'm hoping that it does come back in a little bit there off the high, 602. So we've just pulled back $2. Let's see if we can get some love now. And by the way, we're still, talk about getting some love. I'm in love with this Apple trade down here at 308, man. We put this one on, the very first trade we put on all day today, 935. Let this thing run up. Obviously, we don't have a whole bunch of shares anymore, but we're going to wait. We're going to hopefully have that meta fill by the time we come back. But for right now, it's Adara and her graphics, man. They've been killing it. We knew they had that 4th of July graphic that got posted throughout the weekend. That was an awesome one. And now she's got something else. Let's go find out what Adara's up to over there at the wall.
Oh, believe me, there are more updates to that 4th of July State Attorney Generals versus Public Companies series that you just mentioned there, Sean. So thank you for that mention. But in the meantime, we're going to get in today's edition of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, here is a woman whom I've never spoken positively about on camera or off. This is Taylor Swift, and I will congratulate her because she got married to Travis Kelce over the weekend. Now, you might be like, Adara, what does this have to do with the market? And honestly, I wouldn't have thought it had anything to do with the market, but I looked at the guest list and I noticed a bit of a pattern. So there are not one, but 5 people associated with public companies that trade publicly in either the US or in Europe that were reportedly in attendance at this event, according to Variety. Let's get into it. Number 1 here, Bob Iger, former CEO and former longtime CEO of Disney. Then you get Dana Walden over here. Now, at one point, she was actually seen as the number 1 pick for the successor to Bob Iger as CEO. Now, obviously, she didn't end up as CEO. She ended up as president and chief creative officer, but she was also reportedly invited and or in attendance. Now, I'll get to the main and the middle in a bit, but we'll go here at the bottom. Of course, Taylor Swift in the music industry. So you've got attendance from the chairman of Universal Music Group and the CEO of Universal Music Publishing Group. Now, Universal Music Group. They trade publicly in Europe, so not a US traded name, but one I wanted to mention either way. Let's get into a very controversial and contentious figure in the middle. That is Adam Aron, CEO of AMC Theaters. Now, this man apparently tried to stream and live tweet part of the wedding on X and then was forced to stop. Either way here, he was in attendance. And I think what's interesting as well here, what this says kind of about the culture, specifically to go back to Disney, is that, again, you've got the former CEO of Disney. You have the woman who at one point was seen as the #1 contender to take over as CEO of Disney, but you don't have current Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro, which I thought was kind of interesting. Either way, whether you find this completely ridiculous or completely random, I hope you enjoyed. You can find this infographic on X at TTV Research. And that concludes today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
I mean, yeah, basically there's some Disney tie-up there. We do know that she's with Toy Story 5 with that new song. So that would make a little bit of sense. And obviously, Taylor Swift growing up in the era that she did, Disney obviously played a huge factor, I would assume, in her childhood. But Bob Iger and company not having a good time with their stock price as of late, whether or not they attended the wedding or not, which apparently they did, down 2%. There is Mr. Iger and his company's stock. As that's now down, it can't get out of its own way, I feel like. That 200 period moving average, whether or not, again, you're this tech guy or whatever you're looking at, we have bounced off of that right there again, technical analysis, the 200 period moving average. So, I think it's going to be, not I think, I mean, this is a big movie, right? We do know that Toy Story 5 is going to be huge, but I don't know if, what's happening at the theater moves the needle enough. And I like going to the theaters. We had Adam Aron there from AMC also attending it. I don't know, when's the last movie, or what is the last movie you went to? Do you remember?
In the theaters?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
Did you go to see Backrooms?
At home. I watched it at home.
Oh, you watched that? Oh, yeah, that's right. You got
580p.
You got that home stuff.
I got that 580p stuff.
Over there. Right. Yeah, me too. No, we went to the theater, but again, that movie is not really. I kind of thought it was cool at the theater because we're able to sit in the D box, and it's just because my kid was like, every movie he goes, you have to sit in the D box. So all those, the cameras, the movements, the chair was moving. And that was kind of cool. I like the experience of seeing movies.
VIP is the best. So when I go to the movies, it's VIP. And I think the last
whatever
one
you do is VIP over there.
Yeah, obviously, Joey VI.
Joey VI?
Yeah, exactly. No, in all seriousness, when I go, it's just the last one I think was the first Dune. Was the last time I went.
So that's that's multiple years ago.
Yeah.
Right. So you're not helping out this
No, I'm not.
This sort of talk either, as far as people going to the theaters. But the thing is, to each their own. It's very expensive, I think, also in the theaters these days, right? And so you got to be careful, with paying those exorbitant prices. Needless to say, I'm just canceling some orders here because SpaceX. Okay. By the way, we in.
What are you in again? Oh, the Meta
for the
short?
first time.
Oh, the
Meta long. And I'm not sure. Oh, you said Meta short? Uh-oh. All right, maybe we should get into the Meta short then, Joey VIP. No. So I'm, look, it's cascaded down a little bit. I don't like the fact that we don't have this is ever since we broke 600, there hasn't been a green candle other than basically that initial drive. So all right. Right now we're long at $600.38. Nice. Is it nice? I don't know. You can get it right now if you like it too, but I'm going to wait. Let's see. I don't want to get anything out at 601. I'm hoping for a little bit of a break. I do have an offer at 601.75, basically the high of that. I have decided though that 597, a break of 598 right here, I'm going to get out. That's the 25 period moving average. It's the highs of this little candle there that we made in the noon hour. And also it's going to match with the 25 period moving average. So obviously we'd like to make a little bit of money on this trade, but I'm not going to lose $2 on it. And, to the point of someone said we were talking about getting shut down. And it's and to your point, anybody can get shut down at any time. There's no doubt about that. But you can't hold your trade against you until shut down. Some people saying,
shut down your stop loss.
Some people are just saying blah 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 wants to hold until he gets shut down, and that's not that. That is the complete opposite, I believe, in what is right versus what is wrong.
You won't find any success, even as difficult.
I mean, look, sometimes. There it is. So I just got a little piece there at 600. So I played in between this. Mm-hmm. See, this is the real spread right there, 83 to 98. So you can sometimes sit in the middle. There it goes. Let's go. So right now, here we go. Now we are now. That's it right there. Look at that. SpaceX whisperer or what? Or maybe Meta over here. There it goes, man. Now we are now $1 and change in the money. And we'll take another fill there at 65 on Meta. So we're starting to get filled now as we take that break long. Thank you to Arun Warrior and everybody that's out there right now. We're going to go perfect today, man. We've got SpaceX obviously in the account right now. That's going to be a good short. We've only have 3 trades today. It's Apple long and all these levels were talked about before the trade. I mean, this Apple trade is right here on the sticky note put out at 8 a.m. So that trade hits at 9:30, boom shakalaka, as that one starts to make a little bit of cash there, as that's obviously going upside there. SpaceX, I think we've done well talking about that. There's the short. We had the long early. That was a winner there. And we had the short as we left you guys over to the midday. And then we took the short on again right there, and that's going. And there goes Apple now, 550 now in the money for Apple. I think let's wait around 314, right? I mean, again, I like the trade here. It's going to be a good one, but I'm going to put an offer up there, 313.70. See if we grab that fill on Apple. Shout out to my good friend again, Phil. And then on SpaceX, that's kind of dying a little bit here. Let's put a bid again on SpaceX. See if we can't get another, well, just get a piece out. I'm going to punch out right there. We punch out, get a mid-30s trade, and there it is for SpaceX. So just since we're here, man, it's $5 on Apple. It's $1 that we just put on right now on Meta. You guys, even Joe, remember Joe? You were like, oh, yeah, you were talking about it before. And I was like, if you like it, you can put it on. There goes Meta to the upside right there. That's a good trade. So that's now $1. And then it's $3.50 now in SpaceX. So we're sitting in over $10 right now. Hopefully my worth is not, based on these trades, but hopefully good talk that we've had.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of fun over here. And, that's part of the show. It's a day trading show.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just trying to show that, hopefully we can make a little bit of money, just not only together, but as we continue to climb through and make our way through these trades, we can discuss them. So.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, let's run through our watch list here and see how some of these names are performing on today's session. At the top of the list, I mean, we've been chopping around quite a bit here on NVDA. You're up 1%, you're back down to 0.7%, and we're just trading within this 195 to 197 range. Now, as for Google, was up almost 2% here on the day. Now, still holding up to 365. We'd like that 350 dip by Katina, man, as we continue to inch a little bit higher day by day. Now, Apple putting on an absolute monster session on Thursday, right around the highs. We're only a 0.5% or so, 1/4% off of this previous pivot. So not too bad of a look. Back-to-back strong sessions for AAPL. Way to identify the strength, Mr. Katina, man. Now 3.5% to the downside here with the high of 167 on SpaceX. Now listen, we talk about the shares that are being held. Until a day after the Q2 earnings report, we knew about them 30%. I believe it's around 197 million shares that have the potential to be sold. Not everybody is going to, but that's something that we always have to keep an eye out on, especially after that release date, $156. So not too bad, but I do believe that we're going to head into 125. Let's head over to the daily and see from a percentage metric what that is actually down from here. 125, I believe, which is a reasonable target, is an additional 20%. Now, moving forward, we'll take a look at Broadcom, a name that was down 27% off of the all-time highs, now only down 24, not too bad of a look. And we'll get into the fintech names momentarily because Robinhood putting in another monstrous session, almost breaking through a key pivot level of $120. Now, Meta, a name that has broken another downtrend, and we've seen this happen on multiple occasions, guys. Look at this. So breaks and then comes back and gives back the majority. But one thing that we do have going for it here is a higher low. Now, can Meta find its merry way? One thing that I don't like is Anthropic, and I'm going to do a little bit of research how many deals these guys have with different companies for compute and cloud storage. So that's going to be really key. Like, I mean, if they're spreading themselves a little bit too thin, then that might be something to be worried about. So moving forward, AMD putting in another monstrous day here, Katina, man, to the tune of only being down 5% off the high. But obviously the average true range has expanded as the appreciation in price continues to grow, okay? 201% from March of 26. That's some big time returns. It's like the Cosby, my friend. Now, as for Palantir, 2.5%, but 4 green days in a row, Katina, man, for PLTR. And you and I both know where Alex Karp stands, and he's within this token generation. He's not the biggest fan of Dario, and he does not like Sam Altman. Understandably so, they've been a little bit of a disruption to his company. Now, as for IBM, we're talking about the $2 billion business investment. quantum investment from the Trump administration, $1 billion of that going into international business machine. Now, a couple more. Yeah, so if we're going to be talking about the quantum, why not follow that money and see where it's been heading? And Rigetti getting $100 million, which unfortunately hasn't been performing very well, and now in another downtrend here. Before I send it back to you, Katina, man, I want to take a look at Robinhood, as this name was going on a big-time run. I think just with the trajectory that we're currently sitting on, we do have the ability to head to that next pivot, which could be potentially at $140.
All right, yeah, I want to give a big shout out to CompuCare team. He put in the chat there, and we want to say a big shout out to this chat again. And wow, what a amazing accomplishment. Where is it, CompuCare team? It's in here somewhere. You're welcome, Maroon Warrior. Thanks for bringing my attention also to Meta. So I'll give you Apple, you give me Meta. I like that one there. No, CompuCare team says he's been watching. Anyways, I can't find it on here. Been watching since this time, 2021, July the 6th, he mentioned there of 2021. So a big shout out to your 5-year anniversary there for CompuCare team. And, thanks again for all the continued support by every single person here in the chat. If it's whether or not your first time today, I guarantee it won't be your last, but if it's your first time or your 300th time, like CompuCare team, thank you so much for always coming back. And, we're on all day. The minute the market opens up to the minute the market closes. And if you're lucky, we stay late. And that's earnings season. We're getting close to that one.
Getting rolling in that.
Again, yeah, you can just stay late for me every day, Joe. If you want. That's completely fine, as the people have spoken and want more Joe.
Yeah, well, I mean, all right, we'll give him a little bit of a break. We'll let Neil step back.
Yeah, let Neil come back in for a minute, and then people will complain, and we'll get you back. And then we'll get me out of here, and then people will complain about me, and then we'll get back to
and then they'll complain about me.
The Joe Show, the Bro Show. But yeah, thanks to a Rude Warrior. People loving the combo, and like as Joe said, we'll give him back to Sharif in the midday show, and Joe will still be here every single morning, right? He does the calls, the puts, and the upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah,
it's great. And plus, you like to be there and trading all day too, right? But okay, we're bouncing a little off 602. I'm going to put an offer there at 82 again. Maybe we get off of this a little bit more here into Meta. Okay, there it is. We get that 60. We just got 80s there again, 601 80s. So another out there. And just to let everybody know, if I do the math correctly, we still have half left on this trade. So it could still blow up against us, but now look what we're getting out now. It can't be a loser. We're getting it on that bottom of that wick. So 599.70. Let's change it up, man. We used to get stopped out. We used to be taller and a little bit of a baller, but now we're just a shot caller. And right there, we're going to see if we can get out at 599.50. So there's our 25-period moving average. We've looked at that enough to know that we like it. And if it breaks back down below right here, then we're going to get out now on that trade. So if that happens, we're going to get out right there. Yes, good call, Andre. Forgot about it. 599.49s. We're going to get stopped out of this all. But right now, there's one thing that I have to remind you all about, and that is that the campus promo is back on. And if you are located outside of the continental U.S., you are able to participate in what this is. It's a curated program. So you're going to get a list of stocks you're able to trade all on the U.S. side of things. So learning about trading the U.S. markets, very important. You're going to learn about professional versus retail order flow. Some of the people you've seen on the show, Lars and Wayne, and some of these guys have been around for a minute, right? Developing this program, bringing traders in, trading and learning off of, just like I said there about the spread on Meta and, offering in between there, trying to get the better fills, trying to use the different venues and gateways that we have here at Real Trading. So, understanding the fee structure and all of that. So get yourself involved right now. It is Real Trading, and it is the campus program. And the reason why it's called campus is you got to be available for the whole continued the trading session there in the United States. You're treating it like a school. So there's going to be lessons that you learn throughout the way. And yeah, man, maybe you're eventually going to, sometimes the campus guys come down here, Joe, and they all meet. And I don't know when the next time, because we're doing all the renovations, I don't know when the next time this will be. And that's when we talked about going out to play pool.
Yeah.
That was because the campus guys invited us. And we went out that one night, and we went out to the bar.
Do you guys know what date that was? I'm going to quiz you here.
Derek, we don't know that.
Last year, I'm going to say it was.
Yes, last year. Do you know
I'm going to say it was August. I'm going to say it was July.
Nope.
I'm going to say it was September.
June 18th.
Damn it, my next guess was June 18th.
26.
Derek, why'd you have to interrupt? My next guess was June 18th. Okay.
We were just
Smarty pants.
That was just set up for.
25. I said 25.
Oh!
Okay, well, obviously the year was wrong. wrong. The date's correct. The year was
sorry,
wrong. That
Michael.
was stupid.
Michael.
Michael? Okay. Well, he's awake. Oh, is he awake?
No, but he looked at.
Why you don't dox the guy?
I'm not doxing him.
Yeah, you are. You're saying be quiet. Why? Because he's.
Because Michael, he looked at us.
Oh, he looked at us.
Can't be too loud.
Oh, so not sleeping.
Yeah.
It's our show.
No, you would say that.
Sleeping.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, big shout out, Derek.
Micron's breaking out apparently. If Micron, listen, Shadow Rap. If Micron's not breaking out, you're getting a timeout. It's not even doing anything. This guy's talking about a Micron breakout.
Why are you timing people out?
I'm not.
You just threatened to time people out.
I know, but
I could take away your powers, Joe.
No.
Too many of them. Your abuse of power. Abuse of power.
Did you not see what Daniel, son of Cheese, said?
The cheese tycoon?
Yeah, the cheese tycoon.
Does he have another idea?
No, he's.
I have no problem,
Listen,
racial, anything
I'm
like
not,
that, we're timing people.
No, obviously I'm not. I'm joking.
Okay.
But he said, I am not the chat police that we need, but I am the one that we deserve.
Right, exactly. That's for you. Was he the one that called you Popo, Joe, or that was somebody else?
No, somebody else called me that. Yeah, we don't.
They're that sensitive about that?
Yeah, I'm very sensitive.
Why? Doesn't that mean you're? You're assuming that you're the narc? No, I don't take that way.
All right. Anyways, as for Micron.
Anyways,
Angry. Hold on. Let me give me a second.
Go. Something? Do not.
I don't know why Mopar Life keeps putting.
Is he back?
Yeah, he keeps doing stuff like this.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is that I know DeMar DeRozan. First of all, he's not the DeMar DeRozan of old.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to come off the bench, maybe.
Do you know that he's in like the top 20 scorers of the NBA all time?
Yeah, man.
Something like that?
Yeah. But he's been in the league for quite some time now, right?
Yeah. So he's.
And he's had longevity. To be honest.
Do you know which part of LA he's from?
Compton.
That's right. See, us from the streets, we never forget other people that are also from the streets.
Yeah, exactly.
So shout out to everyone from Compton.
All right. Do you know where I'm from?
Yes.
Where?
Rexdale.
Hey, all right, there we go, my friend. Here's Mike. Okay, starting to sell off a little bit, but one thing we take a look at
Canada. That's right, Office Depot.
Hey man, don't underestimate it.
I mean, literally, Adair's from Winnipeg.
Yeah,
I put Winnipeg against any U.S. city. South side of Chicago, Winnipeg.
Wow, that's a little bit of a stretch. I wouldn't go that far. That is a big time stretch.
Go on, Joe. Are we talking about Micron?
Yeah, we're talking about like we don't want to take any more losses.
I'm from the streets of Brampton. Let's call it like it is. Anybody from Brampton knows what's up about Brampton.
It's just too busy.
Oh, it's called the Flower City. Yeah, right. Man,
all you do is
burying people and putting flowers on the grave.
It's just Jack Insurance.
Brampton has a lot of insurance. Yeah, you know why?
Yeah, well, you guys suck at driving.
No, because of the theft, man. The theft of the cars.
All right, let me talk about this for a second, please. All right, as for Micron, it's holding up on this trend line, okay? It's not breaking out at this given moment. There is a key support level that is acting as resistance, and I wouldn't be surprised if we break down a little bit more. Now, with SK Hynix coming as an ADS, this might have a little bit of an influence on the space altogether. Both Sean and I agree the fact that it is not good for SK Hynix. Now, moving forward, what I wanted to talk about next is what Hangry Wife was bringing up. Now, first, let me take a couple of steps back, and that's going to be on the NASDAQ, okay? We talked about constructing iron condors and range trading markets, and I think this is a really, really good setup for us here. Now, we constructed one a couple of weeks ago that was expiring, I believe, a week or so ago that would have collected all the premium. Why? Because we established it at the lower end of this range here, 695 and 750. Now, if you make a further dated expiration iron condor, you're going to collect more premium on this, and I shouldn't say all. So what needs to happen specifically within this strategy is that the underlying price can appreciate or depreciate, but as long as it stays within that range. And I think this is going to be a good opportunity. So what I've established here, and we can do it right now, is set up our iron condor strategy there, Katina, man. I know you got something going on, but bear with me a second.
No,
is here. So what we can look at is we obviously want to establish our short contract first, okay? So if you do a $5 spread, which would be sitting around those neck of the woods, and you didn't add the money, which I don't believe is the right thing to do right here, is we want to go to the top end of the range, which is around 750. Okay, so how much are you going to collect? $200, and you go 5 strike prices higher, which I'm now just kind of messing it up at this point. So 207 will go up to 750, all the way up to 55, to the point where you're collecting $70 on your bear call spread. Then you go down a little bit lower to the tune where we had another support level established, and you write a contract on that front. Okay, the further dated you go, the more premium you're going to collect. But as long as we stay within that range, you have the ability to collect the full amount, and you can close it obviously before the expiration cycle. But I just believe with where we're sitting in the NASDAQ and the SPY, those could be some good opportunities to set up those credit-based trades.
All right, yeah, great explanation there. Great opportunity. Always looking for more, not just on the option side of things, but also anything that you guys have, put it in the chat there. We'll see if we can help you answer it. And speaking of the devil, we got one right now. I'm out of Meta. Meta broke through 600. Okay. So there it goes. That's what I was just going to say, and I didn't want to interrupt you about it because it didn't matter. All right, just discovered you. Oh, thank you. What's up, Claudio? Over there, love the show. Just canceled my live TV subscription. Okay, maybe a little late to the game. I mean, a lot of people canceled their live TV subscriptions earlier, but I guarantee you, if you're looking for some stock talk and everything like that, we're here for you. So I want to say thank you to everybody that's on TikTok right now, everybody that's watching on YouTube right now. I want to thank Claudio for coming through as well. What's up with that 9620? Let me know what that's about right there. But yeah, just canceled your live TV. So we want to thank you for that. We have a lot of guests coming through here as well. Some names. Brian Shannon will be joining us on Tuesday. Yeah. Tomorrow again. And we have, Steve Tileman, Trade the Pool, Michael Noss coming from Stats Edge as well. And just some great ideas that float through here all of the time. And, thanks for putting up with us. And we have, I feel like, great discussions and always awesome.
I want to tell Michael Noss, I wanted to say it to him this morning how Stats Edge is now the new statistical company for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah. Well, hey, maybe he wants to talk about that. It's like my father was doing a business called Target. And when Target came in here, it was like, oh my God, now there's Target, his company, and there's that big, nothing came of it, but you have the different names. Yeah. Same companies, different names. DJT I'm hearing about right now is starting to get a little bit of movement happening on DJT. Look at that spike up right there. So maybe something going on, but it's not, Adair, it's not huge. Went from 870 up to 880. Just hearing that there's some talk on that contract today, options, and there goes DJT trying to get back to the upside. I actually didn't realize that this thing broke below $10, and that's just my own ignorance because it's been underneath $10 here since March and haven't been able to get back above it. Remember, this was once a SPAC, and it was called DWAC. DWAC, digital something advertising, I guess. And then they got taken over and switched over names to DJT. And then wonder what that stands for. And then right there, breaking back through, $10 would be key for me on DJT. Looks like you're coming off a nice little bottom there of $7. And again, I believe this is the main business of this DJT, I think, is Truth Social. So I don't know if they have any other business dealings other than potentially crypto, maybe. But I do not know. Do your own research in DJT. But yeah, that name trying to pop through there, just giving you a little bit of volume coming into that. TDIC, 6 million shares just coming off halt as well at 2 o'clock. That's down 27%. We did talk about that. INLF, another name that's halted a couple times here on the way up, and now looks like it's halting on the way back down right now, INLF. And then honestly, man, the stock that I'm not impressed with and need to make a decision, and I don't want to dump it because both of our good friends, Jensen Huang, really believes this is a $1 trillion name. Maybe he doesn't anymore. I don't know, but he came up with that about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And yeah, Marvell really reacted kindly to some of those words, also had earnings positivity, and it all kind of happened at the same time. And there it goes, Marvell definitely had its day in the sun. And I feel quite lucky to be able to get out of some of this name there just before its inclusion into the S&P 500 and or was it NASDAQ 100? I believe it's S&P, right? Downside there for Marvell ever since then. So we were able to get something out at 330, but definitely not enough. So we have to hope that Marvell can get back to the upside and start to clean out a bit. But that's another name that's just not. You mentioned Broadcom down a bit from its highs as well. And just a quick little math here. I mean, it's not too hard. It's $100 on 340. So, you're going to be down that 20% as well. That still says 1%. So there's something going on with my math there on the system. But yeah, Marvell's still down. I wish it was down 1%. But yeah, Marvell down about that 20 to 25% since that report. So yeah, not a great moment there for Marvell.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with Broadcom, though. Broadcom being down 27%.
I know. That's why I don't want to dump. Like, I don't want to be the guy that's like dumping stock.
Yeah, like, again, I've learned from my mistake, right? That's why I think a lot of it is noise. But one thing, if you are going to dump anything, I like that you were talking about this, Katina Man, is this is Trump coin. Did you buy any Trump coin?
I bought almost the whole float.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not doing too good if that's the case.
I did not. Yeah.
If you didn't sell it, it's down 95%. I know Sharif is
Was
not
that my weed stocks?
Yeah. Well, pretty much. If you put them side by side, it'd be very identical. Except for this, probably sold off significantly faster. And then after this pump here, it was just straight rug pull. No shame on the rug pull, Katina Man. As soon as this thing, look, it opens up at 29.
I think it's important that we talk about those kind of stocks. I mean, Michael's come up with that other coin that, you know,
Farcoin?
Yeah, you said it. Yeah, exactly. That's, you know, you got to be careful that what these coins actually represent and do your own due diligence, you know, because some of them are just meant to be kind of meme coins, you know, and I don't
They are meme coins. It's not, they are very much
Well,
so.
no, but I mean, I think when...
What use case does Farcoin have?
Oh, again, there has to have been something.
There's nothing.
I just like when Trump was talking about some of his coins, there was something about, you know, that there was some sort of a value, you know, changeover if you hold so many of them. Anyways.
So you're telling me dog with hat with spelled
no, I'm not telling you they all do. I'm just saying sometimes these things are promoted to have some kind of a use case. You know, whether or not it's, you know, if you accumulate 1,000 dog with hat coins, you get sent a hat for Milo.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can promote a use case. Doesn't mean there's a legitimate.
Does it look like I'm the one that's in the white paper for dog or for fart coin over here? I mean, you got to figure it out. But okay. So what is the case for Bitcoin? I mean, a lot of these things are also getting blown up.
There was multiple. I mean, there was theoretical. There's multiple theoretical use cases for Bitcoin.
Until you can hold something physically in your hand, like I know it's not true.
You think that? Yeah. Okay. Continue.
No, because there's many things that you can't, like, you know, many of the apps and everything are just everything's in the cloud. But what I'm getting at is like most of these coins. You know, sure, Ethereum, I understand there's a staking aspect to Ethereum. So, you know, you are going to get your 3 or 4%.
Infrastructure.
So there's something there. And then plus they're doing the USD, like a lot of these stable coins are built off of Ethereum network and Solana.
It's digital infrastructure.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So I can wrap my head around some of those ideas. Or Ripple, XRP is developed for use case of sending over money very, very quickly, right? You send millions and millions of dollars for very few transaction costs.
Designed by a bank.
Yeah, used by Western Union.
Yeah.
So, you know, Joe's not just a pretty face here. We do understand what some of these use cases are. But at the end of the day, I think what I'm getting at is do your own due diligence about most of these coins.
Absolutely.
Because you're just talking about Trump coin there, and I don't actually know if there was ever supposed to be a use case for Trump coin or not. But
I mean, like you said, you can have a theoretical use case.
And, you know,
exactly, and tell you, well, they're used to, I was going to say something, but again, so this is what I'm talking about here. I mean, this is all fun and games. This is Dogecoin, Katina Man down 84% off of this previous pivot high of December. Now, without Bitcoin moving higher, is it going back up now?
Yeah, back.
Yeah, there it goes. You could hop right back in.
Yeah,
but without this name, appreciating the alt season, in my opinion, and it's been proven so far, is over.
The orange rug.
Yeah, the orange rug.
The orange rug was pulled on Trump.
Yeah, big time. It's not funny because listen, this is a true story. My friend is like Trump coin. The guy who I talk to almost every day in my group chat is like, this is the new thing. Knows nothing about the financial markets and knows nothing about cryptocurrency and just fell into the trap of saying, hey, Trump coin is the future. Well, the future of what? Going broke? Because he's just rug pulled everyone and it's lost 95% of its value. Yeah.
So you're saying friends don't let friends buy Trump coin?
I told him not to, but I can't control his money. Let's hear it, Adara.
I just want to talk about some of the other wild coins that were of that area. So there was Melania coin, but there was also, if you guys remember, during the inauguration of President Trump, there was this preacher named Lorenzo, and then that preacher released, and I'm not joking, a Lorenzo coin.
Yep, I remember that.
There's also the Hawk Tua coin. So there were a lot of
certain coins I can understand.
You know, that happened, and the Hawk Tua one specifically a rug pull. So yeah, interesting look there. For coins, I just memory lane that I'm going down listening to this.
That's what it is.
It's just a funny thing.
Like think about the Hawk Tua girl, which I found so comical. I knew just just looking at it, I'm like, okay, your time is, you're on a timer at this point. Decides to do the
Really,
coin.
Joe? Wow, Joe. Yeah, really.
Be honest.
How could you ever come up with that theory?
Right? Like genius stuff, right? They hire me as a consultant, apparently. But anyways, aside from that, guys, if this isn't moving, those altcoins stand very little chance, in my opinion. Show me one that has been ripping. Tell me one. I know a lot of people going on about Litecoin. Katina, man, have you Litecoin here?
Yeah, I have. I used to own Litecoin.
Did you actually?
Yep.
Nice. Well, I mean, I used to. I'm glad to hear that because it was high of $413. Now lost 88% of its value down to $45.
Dude, I used to send like 1 Ethereum or 2 Ethereum or 3 Ethereum or whatever to these stupid, like when it was altcoin season, to some of these ICOs, just like it was candy.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here, blah, blah, blah coin, take this, and
here's
blah,
gas,
blah, blah,
gas
and,
fees.
here it is and all this. And, my wife bought Zed-Run, those horses. She was doing some of those for a minute.
What are those?
Those things was more like a video game. Yeah.
I was recently, like about a year ago now, someone described Zed-Run to me and I became like obsessed. Like I've not ever done it, but I'm so obsessed with the idea that this existed.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
It was fun. Yeah, no, you could get horse, like it's basically each coin had attributes. So like a horse.
Okay.
So basically, you'd find and you get like this one stud, whatever, you could race them. And at the end of the race, there would be prize. And the prize would be like, half of an Ethereum or whatever. So it's just like you build up this stable and you race the horses. But I think it's just for fun, as Adara mentioned there. I don't think anybody actually got rich off of Zed-Run horses. But you can definitely look that up. And shout out to my lovely wife who probably spent... Like I said, man, I don't even want to open back up.
You're on the Zed-Run?
Yeah, it was, yeah, man. Damn right. She was, yeah. Well, if she's on it, then I'm on it for sure, right? So, no, but I was going to say, I don't even want to open up my Ethereum wallet. Like, I used to be part of Kraken and some of these other exchanges, and it's like, I remember sending, and it was so shady. I had to go to the bank and get a wire to send to South Korea.
No way.
Yeah, man, to open up my very first account because it was not.
This is early days.
Very, very early days. And like I said, have just to have kept all that, into Ethereum or even into BTC. Oh boy.
Oh, different story.
What a difference.
If I had kept all of my Bitcoin from when I first started buying it, no one really knew it. Still wasn't that popular. There was this kid from my boxing gym who told me about it, and he was a couple years younger than me, and he's like, yeah, I sold all my Bitcoin and moved from Niagara Falls to the city so I can train more boxing. And that's when I first learned about it because he was like in it super, super early. And then I'm like, oh, okay, how did you buy this stuff? Like, what is it? I have no idea what it actually is. And at the time, I was just, every time I got paid, I was just buying more of this Bitcoin stuff because he's like, yeah, it's going to go to an insane price. And Ethereum, to the tune where I had, like, I think at my peak, I had like 5 or 6 Ethereum with over half a Bitcoin.
Oh,
I just saw it, yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what I was doing.
Ethereum was like candy. That was
for you, yeah.
No, not for me. I'm saying when you got involved, Ethereum was $100, $200, $300.
Yeah, man.
So I'm saying 5 Ethereum, like $1,500. Like honestly, that was.
Yeah,
it wasn't that much, obviously. Needless to say, I mean, we're buying stock now. You buy $1,000 worth of shares. It's like
it's not. It's like 5
of it. Feel like that's
it's 5 NVIDIA.
And it's just back in the day. But we all have stories like that. Yeah. Everybody can do it. And back in the day, like my parents had to walk up school, go to school. They had to walk uphill both ways.
Yeah, exactly.
I only had to go 1.5 ways.
Oh, okay.
My kids don't even walk to school anymore. Yeah. Oh, my daughter wants to move to Mississauga because scooters are legal there.
Yeah, the Lime scooters, dude.
Yeah, but not, so even here, I think it must be an age thing, but even in Toronto, I think under 15 or 16, they're not even allowed to be even operable, the scooters, the electronic scooters there. So anyways, back to trading. You know what's off right now, man? Google is off to the races, boy. Google investing in some
one more thing about
horses.
crypto. Dude, when I first started, sorry to beat this, but I first started trading on Binance.
Yeah, man.
Like trading crypto on Binance.
When I first started trading crypto, Binance I don't even think existed, my guy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this was very, very early. Randy and I were discussing mining.
Yeah.
No one even had any
You guys were going to
clue what was
Canada
going on.
Computers.
Yeah. And me and Randy were thinking about stealing the energy from this place to mine.
That's great.
That. And then I was going to Canada Computers with just for my son, right here on Yonge Street. I had no idea what I was even talking about. And I was like buying these GPUs and we were setting them up in my basement, man. I'll bring you the
Never mind Marathon
I have
Digital.
fans.
Yeah.
I have all the components of a rig.
Marathon Digital too.
Exactly. Exactly. So we did okay for a minute, so there's no doubt about that.
You and Randy, I can only picture.
If Randy was here, he'd probably be like, shh. I'm trying to speak the truth over here. Randy, there he is. Yeah, see? If I ask him about that mining, that's the look I'm going to get from Randy. He's going to be like, come on, son.
Randy would have been retired.
Come on, son. I wish we would have done. I wish we would have done that idea, son. And again, I could get into here. The next time I see the accountant over here, I'll bring her in as well. And I specifically asked. I'm gonna actually search if I have that email. I wanted to get paid in Bitcoin. The minute I heard some of those guys, there was a couple of football players, Odell Beckham, and a few other ones that were getting paid in crypto. Because I was opening up offices, and I actually, this is in early days. It was like we should be able to take deposits for opening up offices and things like that using Bitcoin. So they actually developed that, and they a wallet and all that kind of address and so on and so forth. But that never came to fruition. So I was like, hey man, just if I can take that.
Oh, I thought Mike on Millionaire said, oh yeah, Mt. Gox owes him about 5 Bitcoin.
That would
remember what happened with
that was
Gox?
the big one, and So I remember we were at our old office back then when that had gotten hit, and I still remember I was like, oh man, thank God I'm not on Mt. Gox. And so I owned Bitcoin when that was happening as well. That's when Bitcoin was like sub $500, man. It was, what a time to be alive.
When I started, it was in the
thousands. I was alive.
When I first started, it was in the thousands.
No. Yeah. We had that one friend that honestly made $400 million off of Ethereum. Like,
how much did you get?
How much did I get? Yeah. One steak dinner. It was really nice. It was a great steak.
It's crazy.
Crazy story, but true, man. Neil will tell you that story tomorrow too. Well, because he moved over to Italy because there wasn't no tax.
Just too much money.
Yeah, exactly. There was. They wanted to have wealthy
individuals.
Yeah, wealthy citizens and whatnot. So if you move there and you live there for 5 or 10 years, and I actually wound up knowing the lawyer that he was discussing this with through Scouts Canada, because I was a scout leader at that time, and he was telling me all about those laws and everything. And yeah, you can, as long as he gets there, lives there for 5 or 6 years, then he can realize,
some of the
gains, pay a certain amount of taxes on that.
Oh, but that'd be okay. So that'd be really sketchy, like holding for you got
no. So he did,
million
so
unrealized.
You could gone over there with a certain amount, and they only paid 5 or 10%. But then if you live there for a certain, and he's still there. So
fair enough.
Anyways, what a story. We've all had those stories, that's for sure. All right, man. We did get stopped out. I want to talk about Google a little bit, but there's the stop out on Meta, and this is what stops you from getting absolutely smoked. And you can look back at it and be like, oh, womp womp. Now you're at 601, and we got stopped out there at 599.50. But at the end of the day, we do that 10 times out of 10. Like this move coming back down in could be story related, could be anything. Crack 600, the sellers come in. Next thing you know, you have 595, and all that profit that you at least tried to make up there is now gone. So that's why we did scalp out some, and we talked about it. We had less than half and all the way to the downside. So we're basically a cup of coffee on Meta when we could have bought maybe 5 or 6 cups of coffee back then. So we're not in there anymore. We're still that $4 in the money here on SpaceX. I'm waiting for more. We're right back in. This is the best price I've ever gotten, around 155.50. So let's see if we get a little bit more in on SpaceX. This one I have 20% left, so I think we're doing okay here, holding on to this one. So we'll just continue that sort of talk and hope that SpaceX can deliver us back into some profits. And I'm going to put a bid right here at 155.25. So let's do that right now. I might already be there. Oh, I'm at one there. Yeah, see, I'm at one. Yeah, I'm not going to put it in. I'm at 155.17. So what is that low right there? Yeah, 155.12. So we're sitting right there at the lows, hoping to get that film. If we get it, we get it. If not, we don't. But that's what we're going to wait for, another fill there on that. And then our stop out on Apple, as we continue to have a great time today, is a break of 310. I guess we got to change that one now on Apple. That break of 310 no longer as good as I would have thought before. So we're going to get out, and there's 310. Used to be a VWAP break. Now I think we can use somewhere up here as our stop. Let's get out of the half of what we have left if it breaks 312 then. How about that for Apple? So we'll get out of 50%. If it breaks back below 312, on Apple. Looking for some more trade ideas. Let us know what you guys are looking at there in the chat, and we'd be more than happy to have a look here ourselves.
We don't trade like contracts, guys. Don't forget these are common shares. These aren't options contracts just yet. Can you guys random polls? Do you know how many traders follow the channel, are newbie and advanced? Oh yeah, that's a great question. Maybe we can get a poll up on that one.
We do have a bunch of numbers regarding this, but we don't know exactly the
you can get people
quantity of new traders versus. But we could do a poll.
Yeah, we could. We could always set up.
I don't have that thing.
Yeah, I can.
Or we can even do it on YouTube, but we want to participate with TikTok as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. So people on TikTok can do that because they can put one and stuff.
Yeah, anybody that votes can get that going. So
here's DRAM. I mean, it's been a pretty choppy one. You don't have it, Katina Man? I can pull it up. I thought you had it all the time.
No, Neil's the one that always goes.
Okay,
you can send it to me. I'll put it up.
I'll send it to you right now, my friend.
All right.
Other than that, I'll ramble on a little bit here about some other names. I mean, like DRAM been pretty choppy, and obviously some of the memory names have been pretty strong today, and I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. I'll pull this up here, and I'll get this stock voting game sent over to Katina Man, and then we will talk a little bit more about what we got going on in the overall market while he sets that up. I sent you that video that you get to watch this evening as well, too, Sean. So. Hopefully you, he's left. I'm talking to myself here. Yeah, that's crazy. He literally left. I thought he was right beside me, and I'm just talking to myself. Anyways, I'm obviously with you guys, so all right. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on there, guys. Yeah, what I mean with steak dinner is pretty crazy. With a friend who made 400 milli, Monty G. Here it is. SMR, guys. So there's something that I was just reading up on, and if energy costs are going to continue to skyrocket, I just don't understand what's going on with NuScale Power. A guy from work, when you see a stock like this in a perpetual downtrend, it's just best to avoid them, in my opinion, until things really turn around or they have multiple positive catalysts. Now, I understand if you're willing to sit through some pain, then you can look to start to allocate some. But other than that, it'd be very, very small size until the actual underlying asset starts to recover. All right. So here's ASTS and some of the other space stocks that haven't been performing very well. Here's NASA. This is an ETF that I bought all the way up here at $40, but then offloaded it at like 35. I'm like, what am I even doing? I'll just get involved with some SpaceX. And sure enough, we're OTM on this one, SPCE. Sorry to take a couple steps back, but 170, 160 were my latest purchases. Obviously, I had those orders put out, and then I removed my 150, which would have got filled down here somewhere, and just placed that down to 125. Okay, waiting for those locked up shares to be released. Now, as for Uber, here's another name that is just can't get out of its own way. I think so. It's just due to the fact that Waymo, I believe, not using the Uber app in San Francisco or something along those lines, it's going to be a massive hindrance. Like these guys are just acting as a middleman at this point, and I don't know how long that's going to be able to work, right? Obviously, they have the platform and they have the monthly active users, but does Tesla and Waymo really need them? I don't know. I think that's a question that has yet been answered because we don't have the rollout that we're really looking at. Now, I called the bottom here on Walmart. Let's see if we can hold up. At the lows, it was down 20%, hitting bear market territory, which has been really tough. But JPM, up 1.3%. It was up around 1/3% at some point, and now we're only about 2% off of the all-time high in which it established last week. Okay, so I really like the banks, even though last week they did receive a lot of downgrades saying they don't live up to their valuations, which I slightly disagree. I think these banks, with all this money being spent through the hyperscalers, the transactions, PDT rules, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley benefiting from that as well too, plus being the underwriters in all of these big-time IPOs has definitely been somewhat of a tailwind for these banks. And the banks always win at the end of the day. I understand that they're extremely slow to adopt new technologies, which is fine, but when they do get there, they tend to dominate just due to the fact that they're have so much capital and it's hard for them to necessarily fail. Regional banks, different story. JP Morgan's, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs of the world, I think live in their own universe, in my opinion.
All right, I'm just doing this.
Yeah, I was talking to you and you were gone. I didn't even know you left.
Oh yeah, I'm a ninja. Like
yeah.
I went to go get some more agua. All right, let's start this voting up right now. Okay, this is what we got right here. We've got a new poll right here, and get your votes in ASAP, whether or not you're on TikTok, whether or not you're on Twitch, whether or not you're on YouTube. Your vote will count. So this is what we're talking about. What is your trading experience? And we got this question from you guys there in the poll. If you are less than 1 year, you're going to type 1 if you're trading experience. And this just goes by, you could take this for whatever kind you want, day trading, options trading, whatever you consider the style that you're trading right now. Okay, that's the most important thing. Not like, oh, I've been invested for 30 years. Like whatever style of trading that you're trying to, accomplish as far as profits and all that is concerned, what are you up to right now, and where are you? So right now it looks like, as we can see the votes piling in right here, it does look like we get that middle vote going right now, 1 to 5 years. So I would say that's like intermediate. I would go, basically rookie, intermediate, maybe pro. Like if you've been looking at trading stocks in your similar method, whether or not that be options or, VWAP trading or whatever kind, technical analysis, anything like that, that would be more over here, greater than 5 years, then 1 to 5, and then less than 1 year to give you sort of those green shoots coming through there, less than 1 year. So we'll double check it right now, but there it is right now. 45% of you are in the 1 to 5 year spot, and I'll just detect that. I'll put it back up when 1 comes back there at 3:30. He's going to do his Asian update there on the Asian markets, and then I'll show that again. So if you guys are in the chat right now, and this is what you're doing, man, it's right into here. Everybody voting right now. Someone said 4. Mitchell, this is the problem. The 4 was not an option, but I do appreciate the 4 there as well. So get those votes.
I went to school with a guy named Mitchell.
Yeah, better get out of that SpaceX short. Okay. Let me have a quick little look there. What's up to Mr. T? Is that who just told me to get out of this? Well, hey, man, I pity the fool, and I do not want to get into this one. I'm going to punch out immediately because he had said to do that. No, just joking. But there it is. I did get out there, and again, part of the reason why is, thank you for bringing it up, there's the break of the 50-period moving average, and we should probably got out on that 156 break right there. So we're going to get lighter and lighter, and I'm actually going to take that to heart a little bit and punch out a little bit more there. So we got out some more. Now we have 5% left. That's it. 5% left of this SpaceX short. And to try to hold things into what should be a nasty rebalance, it's tomorrow, but there could be shares today on the imbalance locator, and we'll wait to see if and when, here it is, here's the imbalance locator right here, what SpaceX looks like into the close tonight. So, you could have 11 million shares to sell of SpaceX, could also have to buy of SpaceX. And when that shows up at 350 on the NASDAQ, that's when we get some actionable trading based on that information. So right now you only get, we have a tier 1 broker sitting there on the New York Stock Exchange and NYSE American that does give us updates about any of these stocks to buy or to sell into 350, right? So right now, Nubank is always on there. I don't know what CLVT is. This could be a buyout. This could be a name that's just being, added or dropped from a major index, so that's on there as well. Visa with a little bit of a sell. Now these are the active ones because you have a New York, so you see the time last updated at 3:11 right there. Most of these updates, anything on like MBGL, this one's maybe either halted or doesn't even exist. That was left over there from 9:30, so MBGL, something there from the NYSE there, New York name. If they get the odd timing, sometimes it's NASDAQ, but I'm not looking over there. So these are all the active ones right now. There's Pinterest with a quick sell there happening tonight. So we'll see what happens with all these names as they get more and more close to being updated at 350, where we get the live event again. So we're still waiting here just to not talk about the same names, but 113.70 is where I'm sitting on Apple. That stopped at 50. So let's just do that now as we get more closer and closer to those imbalances. Nothing wrong with putting out an offer at a little bit more of an aggressive price. We'll cancel our 70 fill and sit there just ahead of 50s and see if we can get that fill. Hopefully it comes through on that one. And then, some more names to look at here. We looked at USO earlier today. 104 and change, so not doing a whole heck of a lot. This has been closed now at the NYMEX since 2:30, so not much going on there. We didn't even get very much spike at all at 2:30, so nothing going on there on USO for now. Other than that, LHSW was a big name for us today. To have a quick look at that. LHSW, again, not much going on. We did like a $5 long that hasn't really come into play since it did at 1 o'clock, but that's what's happening there. And then a quick look on the only stock that we're not in that we traded today was Meta. and that's trying to hold out at 600. The way this is forming right now, I don't know. I would have thought a 600 break had an opportunity at least to get us somewhat excited to go to the upside. That does not appear to be happening right now for Meta. And yeah, we're just going to hold out hope that eventually Meta can settle back in here and potentially head to the downside. I mean, now that you're underneath the 50, you're underneath the 200 period, the 50 and the 25, we'll see if we do retrace back in into 596, 597 for Meta. And again, thank you for the advice, because it looks like right there, SpaceX is starting to get a little bit higher. I'm going to stop out on this break right here. Let's wait to 159. Put a stop out at 159 flat there for SpaceX.
All right, good stuff, man. All right, so Dawn, I actually wanted to ask you a question, because I know you mentioned that you worked at the CBOE or the CME, I believe it was. What? And you can just put it in the chat. What was your transition? What was the transition like from going on a floor like that to just, I don't know if you're trading at home on your computer. What was that like? Was there a major difference? Did you find it more difficult? What was more difficult? Plenty of questions. Now, what I'm finding is not overly difficult here, Katina Man, is over the past couple of days is the long on Robinhood. This name down 23% still seems a lot, but from the pace that we went from to $65 up to $120 almost is almost a 100% return. Just like that, right? Like, so we're not too far away from doubling up off of the lows, and I think that Robinhood can continue to move on this on this path. Now, as for SoFi, I know a lot of people talking about SoFi this morning. Sean, you're a SoFi shareholder, correct?
Very correct.
All right, that's all right, man. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you got a lot of winners down 43% off of the highs.
Well,
so,
yeah, I'm not in there.
I know. Michael Burry is short, I believe, at some point, or I don't know. Other than that, but no, I mean, what I'm getting at here is from $14 to $18, you get 30%. So you're seeing the strength in Robinhood without any question. Now, Uber, we've talked about. McDonald's, a name where we say, hey, I don't know if anyone calls this a flight to safety, but $340 all the way down to $279 is a pretty hefty pullback, if you ask me. It's 20%, I understand that. But this is a company that really, in my opinion, is, I mean, as choppy as this is, I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but if you can buy the dip, and if you like what McDonald's jib is about, then there could be a pretty good opportunity there. Now on the higher time frame, Google, breaking this downtrend and sitting on the backside of things. If there's a dip buy in any opportunity, I believe it's this one right here. There's just too many things going forward in the positive direction, in my opinion. And if everyone's worried about the CapEx, well, they just have multiple revenue streams. Too many. There's no such thing as too many for a company, but there's just so many, like digital ads, you have search, you have Waymo starting. I mean, it's not profitable at any point now, but you also have Willow implemented within this company. So there's so many good things going on with Google. And for me, I don't know if Sean feels the same way. It's definitely one of the companies that are my favorite and can be a big time driver in the overall trajectory of the NASDAQ.
Well, you know, we bought it live on the show. I mean, that's the last name we bought was Google.
Yeah.
We got in at 340 or 348.
You got 348?
Yeah, well, it broke through 350 and I missed it, and I liked the 350 trade. So we bought some. It did go as low as 330 something.
It did.
There. So we definitely like that trade for sure. All right, man, stocks are ripping today, and there's no doubt about that. And if you're in the right space, you are getting well rewarded. I mean, this morning was all about AMD. I mean, what a shot to the north side here for advanced micro devices, from $525 all the way up to $570. As you know, more data center talk again today, and you know, just people buying the dips. And we had come back in there, talked about that. I mean, we've already talked about some of the people that we've had on the show there, and that is that if you ever get a name that starts to run and comes back into some sort of consolidation points, that's a dip buy opportunity there all day if you like the space. And I really liked Intel earlier on, and that one today only up 2.5%. So we'll see if that continues to work, but I do like some Intel there. And look what Intel just did just moments ago. It bounced sort of off these lows. I mean, I know we wicked low into 121 just off the open 121.50, but the lowest we just got right here was 122. So playing that long would have been nicely rewarded there on INTC if you had the patience to go in there and look at that. But right now you're down, and you know, this could be a short. I mean, honestly, the way this market is moving today, and I never really want to go against momentum. And if you're going to look at this, you still have a little bit to go to get back to the top sides. That's the first thing I looked at. I don't know if we're going to get there, but a half hour left before imbalance is very, very possible. But what about Intel here? The last time we were at the 200 period moving average, we faded it back in. We tried to go. Now we're there again against some levels. So what about 123.50? If we go short here, we might as well try this on Intel here into the close. I think it's worth it. We'll put some 33. Oh, there we go. We offered and we're filled. So now we're short at 33. I don't necessarily want to give this too much room, but if we zoom in into it right now, and here it goes against me a little bit, we have half a unit of risk. I don't think this one's going to go too far, and that stop out right there is at 70. So we'll take another fill if we can get into here around 50s, and then our stop out there 70. So ready to take a little bit of a hit here on Intel. And I think, again, if this one doesn't work out, we've kind of done this a few times now, and that is going back and forth with these names. And fighting the futures is not always, here we have a button for this. It's not always great. You get lit up sometimes if you fight some of this. And right now, as you can see, low, we're starting to go. We're also bouncing nicely off VWAP, which is right here, and the 50 period. So always looking at charts as a tale of multiple stories. And we'll see if that little high wick right there, could this be a doji candle if the next one closes underneath here and we start to make a move lower, then we could use that as an indicator there as we just got an exhaustion back there to the upside. But for me on Intel, that's what we're doing. We could put it's in the 50s right now. I might as well take, okay, well now we're starting to go there on Intel. So I'm going to put that stop in right now, 123.71. I'm not even going to get too cute with it. If it breaks higher through there, we're going to stop out. So give this one just a little bit more room as Intel's starting to go against me. Wow, that's too bad, man. We just missed that 60 reload. We'll see if we can get some at 51, not reload, average in, and then we'll see if we can get this one again. But, Joe, we just missed that, talking too much. But there it is, 153.60. We'll see if we can get that again. But now it's Intel pulling back just a little bit. So far, so good here as we just wait for Intel to maybe do something. Only 30 minutes left. So it's a new trade idea. And that's Intel on the short. There it is.
Oh.
What happened here? Oh, yeah.
Apple short? Oh, you got your last
Which
bill there?
famous character in 1980s, maybe 1990s lore says, oh, yeah?
Isn't that the Kool-Aid guy?
That's in my guy. It's the Kool-Aid guy. Oh, yeah.
As soon as you said 80s, I thought I was in trouble there. I'm like, whoa.
I think 80s was Kool-Aid, was it? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Kool-Aid I don't think gets much love anymore because I think there's 14 pounds of sugar.
Yeah. Were you a Sunny D guy?
Not as much, but I respect the Sunny D.
Yeah. How about Tang?
Too sweet.
Tang.
Yeah. So isn't Sunny D and Tang the same thing?
No.
No. Okay.
Well,
I know they're not. As far as by the way, that was quick. Intel just got blown up there. Why did that just come right back in again? All of a sudden, I don't know. I'll try it here one more time there. I don't know. It just went up to 70s and right back in. I was wondering if that breaking news was Intel, but we have Adara back there. What's the breaking news all about?
It's not on Intel, though. I do have some intel here on DASH. DoorDash dropping pretty sharply here. Seeing a report from Android Central suggesting that Google is launching a competitive product to DoorDash. Apparently, Google Maps is going to be allowing you to order food with Gemini, which would cut out the use of apps like DoorDash and probably to a lesser extent Uber Eats. Apparently, there is hidden code in the latest Google Maps app, which points to an upcoming Ask Maps to Order Food feature. It's not live yet. It's just, code as of right now. But again, DASH and watch potential competition from Google. If you take a look at UBER, which has Uber Eats, bit of a drop as well, but nowhere near as significant as the decline in DoorDash. Back to you.
Okay.
This is one where I don't think we necessarily want to get involved with too much because, Google, I know there's that report there. I mean, I don't see it, but Adara just grabbed it. So it's just one of those things where I don't really know what DoorDash's role would be in all of that. Whether or not they partner up with DoorDash or anything like that. So this could definitely reverse back in. But there we go. We talked about Amazon coming for people's lunches. Looks like now literally Google is coming for their lunch and taking out DoorDash. So we'll have to wait to see, or not taking them out, but hurting their business there with a little bit of talk there. And as that continues to go, wow, man, it's a good thing that Intel, look at that thing now blowing up through 124. Man, I said it, we're going to learn our lesson. You don't short strong names into a market that, even if you think it's dull, there it goes, man. These names, you could think, oh, Micron's pretty weak. Where did that break above? There it is. Remember it was in the 990s? There's, how about $15 higher right there on Micron as that's starting to go for a little bit of a jog as well. And I think that's a good story for Google. I'm not sure about for anybody else, but there goes Google right now as well. What about their break of the high of the day on this story as well? 367 and change. There goes Google making new highs right now as we speak as well. So just trade the strong names long. I think that's, if anything, that's what we've learned. And if we wanted to get into Google, we do have an out rate there that we could watch out for, 366.75. We don't want to trade just because of it. We want to trade because it's trying to break. And there goes Google right now into another high of the day, 367 and change for Google. I think we could try a little long here on this name. Let's give it a go here on Google. It seems like it's a positive news story for them. A new business coming through. And hey, we talked about all their CapEx spend.
Yeah.
Maybe putting it to work now. Saying, hey, Gemini, or whatever you're going to say to them. Maybe even, hey, Google, what's going on with my DoorDash, or, I want to order food and blah, blah, blah. So we'll see how that gets going there. Little piece of the pie, man. Hey, they only need percentage points on those orders to make a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Right? And so we'll see what happens there with Google. My stop on this one will be a break of 366. Let's go 366.50 or so. So we got to give this one a little bit of room into the end of the day for Google.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going back over to
No.
I almost got Juan Soto. So I was just reading this
Juan Soto
article
soon,
here. Yeah, Soto's coming up here momentarily. So I was just reading this this article here on Amazon and how they've been using their Trainium AI chip since 2022. Now, essentially stating that should you be worried as an NVIDIA shareholder? And this is a issue that I've stated from the beginning of when we talked about this custom silicon. Is just the NVIDIA has such a head start on some of these other companies that it's really hard for them to compete. And it's stating here that whatever this Trainium chip still can't even compete with Blackwell, with NVIDIA's top tier Blackwell GPU. Okay, and that's what I'm going to get at here with Meta as well too. They're looking to get in their custom ASICs chip, but it still can't compete. They're having issues with these in-house, and it's not as powerful as what NVIDIA has produced. Now, what we do have to be worried about is the concentration in which the CapEx is spent. It's not going directly into NVIDIA's pockets, but it's going into the design of their own chips, which can be an issue. And I think that's what is really scaring shareholders in the NVIDIA space right now.
Okay, and you mentioned it before. They are now set up, so we can go back up to the desk with Adara and One.
It is around 3:30 p.m. We've got half an hour here till power hour, but there are other markets way after this market closes, including a whole bunch of markets in Asia. So One's going to take us through some of these markets to watch, what they did last night, and what we can expect from tonight's performance.
Thank you, Adara. So basically, overnight, the tech sentiment in Asia definitely on the downside, bringing most of the indexes down into the red. So we see in Taiwan, Kospi all down by more than 0.4%. We did see some green in India as well as the Hang Seng, but main sentiment overnight, consumer platforms as well as digital healthcare was surging. AI hardware definitely cooled down. That report from Semi-Analysis about the manufacturing roadblocks from NVIDIA, that 12+ month design delays, that definitely brought sentiment down, and there was a huge exodus in fiber optic and PCB supplies. But let us focus a little bit on what is to come up in the open for the Asian markets. So we got the post-holiday directional spillover. We know that US markets were closed on Friday, so that's going to play a huge role here where some Western macro cues, such as if profit booking in AI chips deepens, there's definitely going to be some institutional selling to hit the Kospi and TAIEX at the open. In India, take a look at the 24,500 psychological level. We can see whether or not they can break that resistance. If there's any early fatigue in financials, that could trigger some profit booking in India. So watch that Nifty 50, and if it does bring down to around 24,300, that's probably because they're anticipating some Q1 earnings season starting on July 9th over in India. And last but not least, of course, in Japan, take a look at the yen. Right now at 162 against the US dollar, so that's aggressively testing that level right now. Watch for immediate dollar selling liquidity. There's also going to be some key economic reports for Japan. including household spending, PPI, as well as machine tool orders this week upcoming. So that's something that we need to also look out for in Japan.
Currency, tech, economic data releases, just a handful of things to watch out for as we head into Tuesday's Asian market session. Thanks once again to One for covering that for us. You can see him every day at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. to cover the European and Asian markets, respectively.
Oh, yeah, thanks, One, for all that. People loving that segment. So we say thank you so much for that. And it was awesome. Yeah, I had this one.
Awesome.
There we go. Good one there, One. Thank you for all that. And it's about to get all turned up on its head there with the Kospi and everything to see what happens with SK Hynix as that's coming on Thursday or Friday, Adara, that
I'm seeing Friday, July 10th.
listing.
Yeah.
Okay, same as me. So
So you and I both, I think we're on the same page with it. I think it's disastrous for.
Disastrous is a tough word.
It's a very, very
I think
tough
it's-
word. I mean, it's
you're a tough guy.
just don't expect it to do what it was doing before. And I mean, it could. It totally
Google.
could. But I just think the dilution isn't the best sign. See you later.
Make a little bit back there on Google.
Man.
I mean, there it is, man. We talked about buying into that 367, comes right in, and there it goes straight up. So, hey, man, like we're here to tell you, like that was an L on Intel, which now look at Intel, by the way. Joe, I can't.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about this.
Don't get me started with that, man.
I don't want to.
Well, here, like here. We'll
Joe, I don't
pull it
want
up.
to get you started. No, Joe, I don't want
No,
to get you
it's
started.
too late now. Man.
But
You
I
already
mean,
dove into
we were
that.
just short on Intel. It got blown up, and then now it's $1 in the money. But there's nothing you can do other than get right back up on that bike, man. And that's exactly what we did. And, you know, we found something else.
Yeah.
You know, we got something else. We got
nice.
Google, we got Google, we got Google. So now that's upside, and it just goes to show, man. I mean, it's like.
Well, look at this, Katina, man.
Okay.
Here, I'm showing you. You're not looking.
Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm trying to trade.
So look at this.
I'm unlike any other partner you've had, my guy.
Why? Yeah.
Because I'm actively
No,
trading.
you're actively trading. No, we tried to go long here off that, and then sure enough, it
No, man. I mean, that's the thing. When we're going to be like this, there is going to be those opportunities that
it just happens.
you try to make the best calls when you see them, and then unfortunately, sometimes the call, as my Nonna used to say, they don't work out, and that play does not work out. So, good call there. At least you went in to try it.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, nothing but a try, and that's what we're trying here as well with Intel. We tried it and got stopped out, and I don't think there's anything wrong with getting stopped out. I could have waited for VWAP, but that would have been way too much. Like, didn't want to take $1 or so hit into that name. So, out of it without any problems whatsoever. And we'll see if we can make it all back and hopefully a little bit more with this Google trade. So there it goes back there to the upside. I think it'd be foolish. I mean, I should put something, although we do have a good out, I'll put something at 96. I just randomly put it there in front of O's. So we'll see if this can go up into 368 and take another out there, 60 cents back in the money there. So yeah, thank you, Hangry Wife. I do appreciate that. I'm the best vibe trader, apparently. Is that like vibe coding?
Yeah. You get the feel.
Feeling it, you get those. I talked about that earlier, man, the spidey sense. Sometimes it starts to tingle, and you're like, yeah, maybe this is right or wrong. And even when I'm about to step
Did you always, you were just a natural?
No, I'm still trying to become half the trader that you guys are. But
I know you and your dad were watching Kramer when you were just
I know. I always took an interest. A natural as far as trading concerned, no. But I was able to make that. I think in my very first month trading, was very lucky and was able to do well there on my very first month of trading. So pretty happy with that one. And then I found SpaceX. Let's go right now. There's SpaceX now $5 in the money as we revamp and just try to put on those winning trades for everybody, and myself included, of course. It's been a good one there on SpaceX. Let's go, Google. Oh, a super chats. What's up, career crawlers? Hopefully you've found yourself a decent career. And okay, love your channel. Can you tell me what order type you use in your trading for quick profit taking? All right, I mean, we have routed orders. So here on the desk, we have orders that, if you're going to look at a level 2 here and you right now buy, I could put out a bid right now at 155.30. It'll just get me 7s, 9s, anything. So, whatever order you put in, if you put it above the ask, it'll just route to whatever's there. Look at the size right now at 155, by the way. Right now, the lowest of the day here on SpaceX, which I'm pretty proud of because we're short right now. So that's going to be a good little take there. But yeah, I just use basically limit orders. So, if I want to get out, which maybe we should on SpaceX, well, we just did at 155. So that's a bid there that's sitting there as a live active order. So when it comes back in and fills me, I get a rebate for that order, and that's a limit order. The other orders we use for the quick profits, like you were saying there, would just be, I use Fox River. It's just a routing key that we have. Ask your broker for what their routing key is or how they route orders. Believe me, if you're on Robinhood and Citadel, you don't need to ask them any kind of questions at all. Well, not Citadel. They're not going to be that platform for you, but they route every single one of your orders, which is why it's free. They send it to all the different destinations and start to pick off little orders in between, and that's how they're going to make their money. So I would say, marketable limit orders for fast, aggressive outs.
Absolutely.
I don't like a market order because that
you
can
get the
get
worst
you any
price.
price.
Yeah, exactly.
But I like a marketable limit order, meaning that if the trade is right here on SpaceX and I want to get out, I'll just put a 155.70 right now. And what happens is I'll get whatever this order is, whatever this price is, but it won't pay me more. I won't get out more than 155.70.
With like a 10-cent cross or something else.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like whatever the cross is,
exactly.
is something like that. And again, everything's different. So you're trading a stock that's maybe going to move a little bit slower. You talked about SoFi before, so let's go to a $19, $18 name. So right here, if I want to punch out a SoFi, $18.75 would do it. I would get to 74s, and if I miss that, then I'd get to 75. So as long as this stock is not moving an unbelievable amount, you'll probably get whatever price you put out. So that's what I'm trying to do there, and that's what it is. So. Yeah, we're trying to do our best here and get the best fills possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it depends what your platform you're using, right? Like something you can use smart routing, but I'm on the same boat. If I want to get in passively, I'll just use a flat out limit order, post up at those levels. If I want to get out aggressively or inaggressively, it's in marketable limits. And what gateways do I use here? It's Arca and Frex. It's just boom, instant.
Same as me, basically.
Yeah, Arca and Frex, right? But again, if you're using something different than what we are, you can use smart routing. It'll give you the best gateway at the cheapest price as well. And I'm talking fractions of cents here. And it transacts pretty quick as well. So, and hotkey setups are extremely important too, right? So if you're looking to get in and out, for you, instead of you going to your order book, typing in, click this button, marketable limit, you have to have a hotkey set up, which is extremely important.
And I think we're lucky too, because the software that we have is native to real trading. Like this is built by us.
In-house.
In-house, meant for scalping, meant for quick trades. That's why it's not all the bells and whistles of potentially other platforms. This is very much focused on order entry, price discovery, and everything.
Yeah, you can do that.
So it's all about that kind of stuff. All right, DoorDash continues to go to the downside. Maybe Adair can bring that story one more time to us. As
Reports here from Android Central that apparently there's some secret hidden code embedded in the latest Google Maps update that could allow map or apps, I guess, to order your food for you. So that would eliminate the purpose of DoorDash. Apparently that would be a Gemini created feature or Gemini compatible feature. Again, though, not confirmed by the company, just a report, nothing else worth noting.
I still don't.
All right, so down to 190
So what,
there.
more disruptive services for Uber there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of Uber at these levels, but what are you supposed to do? For now, we'll wait. I still wonder about if there could be a deal between Uber and Tesla and starting those robo-taxis, just getting under the Uber. Almost like there goes DoorDash,
Uber,
by the way.
yeah,
DoorDash has been on such a nice run.
It has.
I was gonna say, if this is a story, which it is, and something that you are concerned about as a Dash shareholder, nothing wrong with getting out at the 200 period moving average, regardless of where you're stuck at. We had a problem getting through 230 there. You've just made a move from 150 back to 200. I mean, it was trying to get to 200, but now back to 190. I think that's a decent out, man. And honestly, Justin Timberlake would say, cry me a river if you missed out on $6 right there. I think you're fine. I would say, you know what, that 3% sucks to lose out on that. But if you are worried, which I would be as a DoorDash shareholder, what a nice move higher there. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm misspeaking, maybe I'm not worried about it, but there's some disruption that's happened in the space before with Google, and we saw what they're doing, and even just coming after Uber again. I mean, Waymo, Waymo coming after that robo-taxi idea and the self-driving idea. And it's so funny because I saw some, I don't know if it was protesters or what it was, something in San Francisco. And meanwhile, in the background, I just see a Waymo just driving right by.
Yeah, man.
They're everywhere. No one was even flinching.
No bleeps given.
You want to talk about something that's going to be acceptable pretty soon. These Waymos, I believe, are that, right? I mean, pretty soon that'll be just something to look at, a Waymo in town near you. I know they're pretty popular now in Austin and also in San Fran.
Well, Brandon was telling me that the Waymo contract is supposed to start in 2027 here.
Here.
Yeah, yeah.
The only problem with Waymo is, and again, I guess there's lots of problems, but they're pretty expensive. That was like 200 or was it 150,000 or something like that?
At the peak, yeah, for the
to make the car.
Yeah, it's $250,000.
Yeah, to make one car.
But that's why they're going to that Chinese. I think it's not Zeekr, but something along that might be Zeekr.
Zoox. No, Zoox is Amazon.
Zoox is Amazon.
Yeah, I know. I saw
to the point where they're bringing in these
ugly looking.
These other Chinese-made vehicles.
Yeah.
But that's always been the edge that Elon Musk's Tesla has always had, is just the production capabilities and the cost. Yeah. Right? Like if this guy's making them for $30K and selling them for $35, I think that's where our 40, whatever it may be, you understand what I'm getting at, that's where they can really take advantage. And speaking of, this is what I'm getting at. Like I'm literally reading this right now, $1 trillion market opportunity by 2040. I truly believe that it's the future. And I understand people want to drive, but for myself, I don't know if I would lose any sleep to the fact that, like, hey, I don't have to touch a steering wheel anymore, right? Like, again, just allow the computer to do anything. There's so many other things I can be doing other than just driving. Joe is the He-Man of Trader TV Universe. He has the power. Oh, thanks. I don't, but I appreciate that. Gravel culture, very much love. Joe making 19, selling for 23. Oh, okay, all right. All right, you ready for this one? Cheese in a chair. For day trading, I'm all about you wacky Canadians at TTV, but curious to know who the chat turns to for long-term outlooks. Can we do a poll? Michael Green, Carter Worth, Vincent Daniel. Hold on, Carter Worth from
Chart Tick.
Yeah, exactly. From what is it, Worth Charting or something, like Carter Worth Charting or something along those lines.
All these guys go on those shows to sell stuff.
You don't like Carter Worth?
No, I'm not saying I don't like any of these guys. I'm just saying you got to be careful. Like every time, I mean, how's Toast doing? Like everything.
But like JB, like exactly. And when they mention something, and I'm saying about the same thing with Michael Burry. It's like how long have they been? Yeah, it's like, dude. But see, here the thing is, like when we tell you, oh, I just bought this. It wasn't like a second ago. It could have been like, oh, a couple of minutes would change your price, or a couple of days ago too. That's why I think doing your own due diligence is extremely important. But if I'm going to anybody,
we made those calls back in January. We can call them back up again.
Pull them back up. I'm all about that life.
It's just, yeah, I know you are, but it's just like we had, there's others, on the show that, they say, I'm in and then I'm out. So I think that's the whole point of like. And I think you already nailed it with the due diligence.
Yeah, man, you have to do your own.
We could say I like Big Bear AI or whatever the situation is, but at the end of the day, it's like, please don't throw your money because somebody else, and I know that's not what this person's getting at. They're asking the group. Oh, by the way, let's have a look at that
the poll
because we sort of neglected that. I said
new high of the day, 602 for Meta.
Here, we need more people to vote right now immediately on this poll right now because it got sort of, if you voted already, I don't believe you can vote again, but right into here, what is your trading experience right now? We're going to close this up pretty soon, but less than 1 year, type of 1. And this was, again, brought to us by somebody in our chat, and they were like, hey, I'm sort of a newbie here, as was the trader. What are other people? So right into there, less than 1 year, between 1 to 5 years, greater than 5 years. So it looks like right now most of our viewers have, at least 1 year experience, and it's 43% 1 to 5 years, 38% greater than 5 years. So, thanks everybody for their continued participation in this chat, in this group chat right here. But there it is on the board right now. So you can go and have a quick look at that. The live poll in behind us right now. Put a 1, 2, or a 3 in the chat. The 1 is there and the 2 and the 3. So right now it's pretty even. Looks like most traders have that 1 to 5 years of experience. So again, not as an investor, but we're talking about as a trader with your current sort of style or whatever it is. I mean, we're all alternating or sort of all altering our styles as we go. But yeah, that's a pretty cool poll. And thank you for that suggestion. We like that poll. There's Meta. So whether or not that's a fail by me or not, you guys can talk about it. But there it is right there. We did buy that break through 600. We actually let it come back into us, filled us right there. Then it went upside. That was pretty good. And then a cup of coffee came and went. As it breaks below 600 and we get out now at 603, trade the strong names long, I think is a lesson that I'm trying to learn here. And then Intel, again, in and out, and now just kind of not doing too much there. This is an L that we put on. Again, we averaged it up and got stopped out, and boom, that now fell back into the downside. And, on a good trade that we've made here this afternoon, look, we only made 2. We held on to that SpaceX, which went into the lows of the day, and we actually grabbed that. We told you we had 5% left of SpaceX. I mean, when that hit, that was our low of the day take. And even when this stock was up here, we were like, we're waiting for 155. Remember I said we had 155 17s? Yeah. Well, that's where we got filled.
Nice.
So that was our order there.
Oh,
so
you got the bottom?
Yeah, man, we got basically the very low there on it. And sometimes it's lucky and sometimes it's good. But we put that bid there on purpose. And that's when we started talking about limit orders and whatnot. And then the other trade was Apple. And, we did get that Apple trade right there near those highs. Now we'll wait to see what Apple wants to do here. I mean, only 4 minutes left before these imbalances.
Yeah, 602 there on Meta. I know Sean's been talking about it. But we never really flat out answered your question. Again, I'll tell you 2 examples.
Let's go back to it.
Yeah. So, I mean, who I'm looking for long term, full disclosure, my greatest success, who I looked for my long term investments, was literally Google search. I asked the most simplistic, a 5-year-old could have asked these questions when it came to the marijuana situation that you guys are all aware of. Who is going to be the largest producer? Who is the leading in the race for the marijuana legalization? Came up with a handful of names. I dumped my money into it. Second thing was the pandemic. Who's leading the race in vaccines? Spit me out a couple of names. I believe it was Novavax, Moderna, and Pfizer. Went the heaviest on Moderna. Bang, that was it. That was literally it. That was it. That was where I found the greatest success, was doing my own most simplistic due diligence. Now I'm gonna give you another example. When I first started day trading and I went live after trading simulator for 3 months, was I copy traded somebody, I made $50, and I'm like, it's over. I pretty much I'm a millionaire in my pocket at that point. Doesn't work, okay? It's just that simple. You have to do your own due diligence. It's that simple, whether it comes to investing or day trading.
We're gonna go back to it, Dara,
Yeah, I just wanted to say here, just to join into this conversation. I mean, I think like someone asked me earlier, what do you like what stocks do you like, Adara? And honestly, it's something I need to do more research into personally, in terms of like my biggest call, in my opinion, that again, I'm not involved in personally, but I've been really interested in. The Oracle call was, like Joe said, it was just because I did a lot of research into Oracle for an infographic, and while doing that research, I discovered, wow, there's some really sketchy patterns here. And so that's how I got into like the Oracle short thesis, which I think is just kind of compounded over time as we get more sketchy things coming out of Oracle. So I think, but then I always see people in the chat as well saying, oh, but my research, like their research bears out a positive catalyst for Oracle. So I think it's doing your own due diligence and deciding what to do with the information you find. I think that's probably the biggest thing, but I just wanted to kind of quickly opine on this ahead of imbalances because I think it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, of course there's other names that you respect. I don't think Cheese and Chair 100% agree. But see, the thing is, and I don't want to like caveat this at all. I'm just saying, like, when you do something like that, there's definitely people out there that I respect. But I don't want to say, hey, I bought this because they said to buy it or because they made this point, because then you have somebody to blame, and people will do that, especially if they lose.
The way the large language models, and I don't use them I've already told you, like, I'm a fool for the way I use them. I just look up basic kind of stuff, but that's the kind of stuff I think it's great for. Like, tell a large language model, your age, what you're looking for in a stock potentially, and what your tolerances are and everything. And it will spit out, either a mock portfolio or, to Joe's point, give you some names that will trigger a thought. And, then you can sort of build on that and go from there. I always think, you definitely want to look at the balance sheet, make sure these guys at least are holding some kind of cash and don't need to raise, anytime soon. There's going to be a bunch of different things like that. But we can go in on that maybe at a different time. But right now we only have 30 seconds to go. And we could do a video on something like that. I think that's pretty cool. But again, we are not financial analysts nor schooled or certified to do that. So, make your own opinion there. And that was the whole reason why we now have 20 seconds, why a name like an IBKR and Charles Schwab and some of these names started to get hit, because it was literally, Joe, talked about programming these large language models into your IBKR and letting it run and make decisions for you. This is IBKR obviously closing out near some of its highs, but we had that same situation with CrowdStrike and everything like that, wondering what exactly. Okay, so it must be a sell, because we just got out of everything there. Google just came right back down in, sell through 367. There's NVIDIA with a big sell. There's SpaceX with a 9. So that
there goes the NAS.
We barely have anything left. My stop orders are already out on SpaceX.
Yeah, man.
But that's a big one. Look at all these sells. Sell on NVIDIA, buy on SpaceX. No surprise, like we should have. And look, we're good on SpaceX, but we knew that there was going to be some indicated there, buy potential there for SpaceX. Looks like we got a sell in Broadcom as well. A buy in AT&T. Did that spike this stock? Probably not. Nah, a little bit there on AT&T. A sell on Intel. Big sell on NVIDIA. So last time we saw that, we actually took the opposite way and bought some NVIDIA on a sell side imbalance. So maybe we want to have a look over there on that one as well. But yeah, man, so far so good here. There's my Google sell, and that that took me out. Still for a profit, but there's the break of 367. So, it was just up there. We're cruising for 50 cents. We actually just got some pieces out in the last 5 minutes on Google, and there's the move down there on Google. So yeah, stop out, well done. Hopefully you guys did that as well. We're out now as these imbalances have hit one more time, and it's a buy on SpaceX through 160 right now. I think we could take the opportunity. We're still $1 in the money on SPCX, and that also triggered an Apple sell. Wow, look at that one. Wow, Apple went down to 312. Ooh. Quick little sell there on Apple as well. That was a good out. We told you we were going to get out 312.50 or whatever it was, and that's what we did. So Apple out as well. It's too bad. Like if those all come the other way, we're laughing, but that's what trading's about. Take a risk and take a shot, and we did it, and SpaceX upside there.
Yes, I don't know what a currency RON is. I'm sure we can figure it out.
Romanian.
Okay, 10 Romanian dollars there. Where is the surge? That thumbnail is fake news. I didn't see the thumbnail, so I can't tell you.
Any thumbnail issues, we just blame Ramin.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it the thumbnail on our thing? What does it say? Let's see what we got going on.
Then we blame Andre.
And then let's see who created. AI is back. There's nothing in the thumbnail.
We blame Andre and Tiffany in my ear. Do not ever blame Ramin for anything.
Oh, so she just pointed the blame to.
What does it say on it? What does it say on the thumbnail?
It says AI is back.
It is back.
No, AI is back. It doesn't say anything about surge.
Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. AMD. It doesn't matter. AI. Look, I mean, we're gonna.
Oh, AI surges. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I see what you. Well, is AI just one name? Hold on. Is AI just one name? Or is AMD not up 7%? Right?
Yeah.
Is AI just one name, or is Google just 2%? No, I don't think they're trolling, right? So I mean, 8%, that's a pretty good day. Where is all of this falling into? The memory names? Okay, let's go over them. 7% here, Western Digital 6.5% there, 5% here. All right, so I mean, hey, listen, I'm not gonna say one thing, but there are some names that are at the forefront of this that are up mid-single digits, which isn't bad. So I wouldn't get too worried about that. Just kind of defend the team.
Yeah, all right. Let's go find out who's making all the money here today. This is, of course, from Thursday. I almost said Friday again. I'm not sure if there's any blue ocean on here. I don't see it. So it wasn't a great day there last week, apparently, according to this anyways. Canada, Turkey market, okay. TSX.
Doesn't matter where, man.
TSX, because Friday was closed.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I was going to get that. Yeah, so Turkey there. We did say that there was going to be some Asian markets, but it looks like just a complete turnaround there. All pretty much Canada. The Canadian Stock Exchange is a great place to look for trading. So we can maybe do a little bit more on some Canadian stocks, but yeah, definitely a lot of liquidity available in Canada, and most of the level twos look very similar. Like here's TD Bank.
How's TD Bank looking like?
Yeah, it's good stock, man. I mean, they got hit down there with some controversies not too long ago, but TD Bank, near the highs as well, kind of like our JP Morgan. But look how the level 2 looks on TD Bank. And if you just type in TD, that's in New York, and here's what it looks like in TD in Toronto. So, still lots of
pretty active.
Exactly. Yeah. Lot of 4 million shares. The chart's going to be identical, and you can easily see there are some options, a lot of stuff going on here on the tape. So TDNY is only 1 million shares. TD in Toronto, 4 million shares. So lots of opportunities, even to trade a name like a Shopify or something. So if you ever get a holiday, this is what's going on right there. Okay, man, this market is just dancing right now. Google, not on the way back up, but trying to make a move back there. We do have moments away from potentially these things moving around. So watch out to see if NVIDIA becomes a bid right now into the close. We'll see what winds up happening with NVIDIA. If it stays, we could be in trouble. And maybe, yeah, there goes more downside right there for NVIDIA. Wow, it's taking out the whole day here.
Oh, yeah, man.
NVIDIA was just 197 before these imbalances, guys. 197 for NVIDIA, now 195.20. So you want to talk about developing maybe a new strategy into what you could trade. How about looking at these closing imbalances? They look really profitable here as far as a day trade is concerned today with these closing imbalances, just picking the right way. There goes NVIDIA, man. Whap to the downside there. SpaceX, whoosh to the upside, as well as all these names. Oh, we got some out at 158.50. We can just stop out of the rest on SpaceX. It doesn't really matter. We have less than 5% left now on SPCX. We'll just buy it out, and then we'll get out of this one. But yeah, there it goes. Nice movement into the close today. Even IBIT, man, 64,000. Congrats for IBIT traders. That's been holding out well today.
Did it pop? Yeah, I mean, it's up
3.6% on IBIT alone.
3.6. MSTR still flat, though. Continue. And that's what I was talking about not too long ago, was that we often say, hey, it's a leverage play. Is it a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1? No, you don't even really know, because some days that MSTR will be up 12% and Bitcoin will be up 1%. Here, it's up 3% and MSTR is only up 0.4%. All right, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. BM&R was stronger today. At the peak, it was up around 12, 13%. Now Ethereum up 5% here. So some of these crypto plays were all right today. And I know Sean and I were just like, it's kind of an iffy space right now. But that's right now. What if things change? Narrative can change in a couple of months from now without any question. What did tap into all-time highs is some of these cybersecurity names, Katina Man, PanW, and CrowdStrike running into that neck of the woods. But Zscaler still getting beaten to a pulp, unfortunately, as this name. I don't know if we ever get to the point of no return, but you're still down 55%. So you need at least 100% return in order just to get back to that previous pivot high. Now here's NASA, the space ETF. Preferred is the highest holdings in this specific one. Now, I don't know if they're still holding SpaceX because that changed the description. So it may be cash or cash equivalents on that one there, Katina Man. Now, as for the ADRs, Alibaba, I know you're talking about this one, down 48%. One day you're up, next day you're down in some of these things. So just be cautious on what you got going on. Michael Burry's short still working out for him, as Caterpillar is only down 10%. But what has hit bear market territory, surprisingly so, and I believe it's Applied Materials. Applied Materials being down 20% off of its highs. So keep an eye out on this one. So who was it? Applied Materials, Caterpillar, and NVDA. Michael Burry opened up his short. I think there might be another name involved with that there. I can't remember it, but some pretty heavy hitters, in my opinion. So this guy's really swinging at some names that I feel are a little bit dangerous to short.
All right. Just looking to see, we only have 2 minutes left there. SpaceX, I mean, I think we can actively trade this tomorrow at 350. You know, tomorrow's the day, and we should be getting some imbalances tomorrow. And today, of course, SpaceX, and we're flat on everything right now, so we'll just hold out there. SpaceX today was quite the buy into the close. There it is right here. Oops, where is it? Oops, I keep on clicking on it, and it's going away. But SpaceX, we'll just go back to that name, right? Oops, SPCX. We'll just go back to it and have a quick look to see what it does here with only a minute and a bit left. But it did have that big buy imbalance, and so there it goes to the upside, shooting off from 155 up to 160 there. I mean, that was not luck getting that fill. We specifically sat there and talked about it. So we're happy with that kind of a fill there on SpaceX, and we'll wait to see what happens there into the close. NVIDIA did catch. We only read on one name today myself. We have Apple up, Google up, Meta, and SpaceX. It was Intel was the name that we lost on there today. And it was a small hit, but still, got to talk about our losers a little bit there. Well, I want to check out NVIDIA to see where they're closing today. So 195.50, yeah, not good, man, on those imbalances, as NVIDIA was just at 197 before the imbalances came out, and now we could see what that's done to that stock, 195.60. Not a great movement there for NVDA here into the close. With only 30 seconds left, again, we want to thank everybody for paying attention to us today, and, you know, hopefully you're coming back tomorrow. 8 a.m. is when Joe and I...
thought you were going to say me. No, it's not me, it's Neil, it's your boy.
Neil and I in there tomorrow. Joe with Sharif. Of course, but you're here at 8 a.m. I mean, you're here.
I'm here.
Show opens up. You're going to do your little thing there, and we're happy to have Joe and everybody come back with us tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. We do want to thank VinFast, of course, for sponsoring the closing bell. Ticker VFS, as we talked about Rivian, VinFast, Tesla, all these names, your mobility choice there with VinFast. So, yeah, man, good day today. We're really happy, obviously, with the way we performed, and I hope you guys are as well. The NASDAQ right now up 1.3%, but down on that last little 20 minutes. They're not a great imbalance for them. And also the ES up 0.8%, so almost 1. So, put them together, you're over 2%. It's a good day for the NASDAQ. It's a good day for the ES today. Let me check out quickly on the Russell. Let's check out, I don't want to check out EWJ with Brazil. The Russell is IWM, so I'll have a quick little look over there.
Okay, EEM.
Emerging markets, yeah, we could definitely have a quick look at emerging markets as well. The Russell today up 4.47%. EEM, let's take a look at the broader emerging markets. Of course, we talked about India and some of those other markets that are really
in there.
doing well. Brazil's, they're all in there, but there's EEM today, up 3%, Joe. So good call out there for the emerging markets fund today. And then Oracle snapped today. Congratulations, Oracle. You see that? Up 2.55%. The reason why we celebrate it?
Yeah.
It's been 9 straight down days for Oracle.
Damn.
So finally bouncing off of potential support area. Oracle up 2.5% today. So we say shout out to Oracle today as they break their 9-day losing streak. And the name that we all should have bought the minute we heard a certain name come out of the mouth of Donald Trump today.
Yeah, it was Dell.
That was Trump and Dell. So there it goes, man. Dell upside and then just faded out, right? Once he left the podium and the market kind of said, wait a second, no more mention of Dell. Nice upside play, still up that 4.5%. So again, big shout out to Joe for holding out for it here while Neil was not around. And guess what? Guess who's back? Back again. Neil's back. And this is the end of the voting. So basically it's a wash, man. Most of you have between 1 to 5 years, and then greater than 5 years is actually where the majority sits right now, greater than 5 years. So a lot of experienced traders in our chat. So we say big thank you to everything that people participate with. There it is, TikTok. Thank you to everybody for watching TikTok. Thank you to Bravely that's over there helping us out with all of that. Big shout out to YouTube followers and everybody on Twitch.
Everyone.
Everybody worldwide. Big shout out there. So the Tesla's not in the building tomorrow.
Oh, where's it going?
It's going to Oshawa.
Why?
The wife wants to do the full self-driving on the highway, my guy.
So what's going, a hockey Oshawa?
Yeah, man, she's in a camp all week.
It's over for you. It's not your car anymore.
I have a feeling. That's why we test drove that Model Y.
It's not yours anymore, my boy.
Yeah. So we'll be here with the Atlas tomorrow, so we'll see a big one downstairs. And good.
It was never yours, really.
Nothing that I own is mine.
No, it's not. It's just...
It's all the kids and all the wife.
Yeah, exactly.
But you'll be happy to know.
What's that?
Farm boy.
Oh, tonight?
Yeah. The wife said,
going on?
Go grab some sausage there. So we'll pick up some sausage from Farm Boy.
When are you gonna think you're going?
I don't know. I like the what's up, Adara?
What's the whole thing with Farm Boy? Like, is the quality that much better?
Yes.
Like, I know it's more expensive. Is it that much?
It's not. The thing though, it's not like a Metro or Sobeys expensive, and it's high quality product from the produce. For me, like if you go to a Metro or something,
it's just
the
a Whole
produce.
Foods.
Yeah. It's just quality across the board, really.
Yeah. So like they're making their sausage every day. They're like different. You trust, and I'm sure it's not like the healthiest out there, but it's well made.
Yeah, exactly.
And higher qualities. That's Farm Boy. So,
yeah.
Sure. Whenever you hear that, it's pretty much Joe and I's favorite.
It's my favorite.
Definitely my favorite.
It's easily
and Trader Joe's as well, but Trader Joe's.
But we don't have that
here.
either.
I know.
So how come something you've only been there like once or twice?
Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've pretty much only
and you
been
loved
there
it that much?
Maybe 2 or 3 times. Every time we go to the States, yeah.
Okay.
Well, because imagine Farm Boy, but it's more like snacks, and it's just things you may not seen, like off-brand things. Like, they won't have like the Hostess or the Ruffles. It'll be more like a local or something.
Yeah, but that's
American.
the thing. Yeah, that's the beauty of. Sorry, man. You're gonna get sick now. Neil is gonna be back now. You won't have my hands.
Look at the finger wave all the time from you.
The Mantumbo is.
I don't know. People, I think Trader Joe's.
It's like the Farm Boy chips. Yeah.
There it is. We do not want to forget about that.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the score in the Portugal? 0-0, Portugal, Spain. And yeah, man, cheer on the United States. No matter what you guys are watching tonight, That game is 8 p.m. as far as I know.
Someone's saying goal.
No, they haven't even started yet. So USA hopefully get a couple goals. Just cheer for a good game. Whether
halftime on the Portugal-Spain.
Yeah, 0-0. Remember, I went over to Sharif. I said, "What do you like?" I said, "I like a draw into extra time for Portugal versus Spain." But the thing is, Ronaldo doesn't play the full game, so he'll be probably coming out.
Yeah.
So, all right, man, Joe. Thank you very much. I got to get out of here.
Thanks, guys. Neil will be back tomorrow.
We have baseball practice 8 to 11 tonight. Oh man, it's gonna be a late one.
See you, Scott.
Ciao till then, everybody.
Have a good one.